Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Supporting Character. Jiang Tian awoke abruptly from her slumber, her gaze falling upon the amethyst bracelet still adorning her wrist, disbelief washing over her. Her reality was but a mere narrative, and her sole purpose was to bestow the protagonist with a golden opportunity. But on the very first day of calamity, she perished, and, as she contemplated the absurdity of her demise, a sense of incredulity enveloped her. It was August, under a blazing sun, with the incessant chorus of cicadas. She lay in her air-conditioned room, contentedly engaging in a lengthy phone conversation with her boyfriend, who was abroad on business, before succumbing to slumber beneath her cool blanket. Unexpectedly, the temperature plummeted in the dead of night, and she lost consciousness without even a moment to struggle. Subsequently, the protagonist sought supplies and inadvertently activated a spatial realm using her amethyst bracelet. Stockpiling food, medicine, and weaponry, she awakened her extraordinary abilities after enduring blizzards, floods, sweltering heat, droughts, endless nights, earthquakes, and acid rain, ultimately joining the largest survivor base in the country and becoming a formidable force. Jiang Tian. She held no particular animosity towards the protagonist, but now that she foresaw the forthcoming events, it was imperative to secure her own golden opportunity. Retrieving a fruit knife from the kitchen, she gently pricked her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the amethyst bracelet. A flash of light enveloped her, and the bracelet vanished from sight. With her eyes closed, she silently envisioned the spatial realm, and a breathtaking azure beach island materialized before her. She tested the fruit knife, placing it into the space and retrieving it once more. Success. While relief washed over her, a wave of panic followed. The realization struck her. Her existence was indeed confined to a novel, and worse still, it was a tale of survival amidst disasters. Jiang Tian had grown up sheltered, basking in her parents' affection and the support of her boyfriend, who was 3 years her senior, never once burdened by life's hardships. She had envisioned a graduation trip with her boyfriend once he completed his work, but now, the prospect of mere survival loomed large. At this moment, there remained 30 days until disaster struck. Jiang Tian felt a surge of anxiety, rummaging through her room for a notebook and pen, swiftly inscribing her thoughts upon the blank pages. In her dreams, she had followed the protagonist's perspective, experiencing the impending catastrophe firsthand. She possessed clarity regarding the events that were to unfold. There was still time for her to prepare. She could not afford to meet her end in ignorance, as she had before. The notebook filled rapidly, each page brimming with notes. After chronicling the forthcoming events, she rubbed her aching wrist, rising to retrieve a popsicle from the refrigerator, savoring its chill. She carelessly tossed another popsicle into her spatial realm, intending to test whether time within it stood still or flowed. While she had documented the impending disasters and significant occurrences, the question of how to confront them remained a formidable challenge. Jiang Tian was acutely aware that relying solely on herself was utterly insufficient. Contemplating her next move, she took out her phone to call her boyfriend, Huo Zheng, but as expected, his phone was already turned off. Huo Zheng was on board a flight today. Embarking on a business trip abroad, she intended to share the secrets of natural disasters and the spatial realm with her boyfriend and parents, for the impending calamities would necessitate their family confronting them together. She could not possibly conceal the existence of the space alone. Moreover, she held unwavering faith in her parents and him. Jiang Tian's boyfriend, Huo Zheng, was the son of her father's friend. However, due to the early demise of his parents and the absence of trustworthy relatives, he was taken in by her father for care and companionship. Thus, they had grown up together. If she could not trust him, whom could she trust in the future? Outside the window, the sunlight gradually dimmed, and she retrieved an ice cream from the space, which had long since melted. This indicated that time flowed within the spatial realm, and food stored there could indeed perish. This was akin to the island space possessed by the heroine in novels. There was no distinction. Jiang Tian felt no disappointment, only gratitude. This island space was not static, rather, it was a small world where one could seek refuge. She silently chanted in her heart, "Enter the space." The island's gentle breeze caressed Jiang Tian's face, and the sound of crashing waves echoed in her ears. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself standing on a beach, facing an endless expanse of in disbelief. She gazed at the scene before her, and pinched her palm to ensure she was not dreaming. The island space was truly wondrous that I, in the novel, Jiang Tian, as a supporting character who contributed to the heroine's golden finger, at least knew the cause of her demise. However, Huo Zheng and her parents, as the most insignificant of supporting characters, were entirely devoid of any written record. She remained unaware whether they survived after her passing. Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui hurriedly pushed open the door, gazing at their beloved daughter seated on the living room sofa. Jiang Yuzhou's expression was grave as he nodded slightly. Jiang Tian successfully reunited with her family, standing up to declare, "Mom, Dad, please listen carefully to what I am about to say. Do not dismiss it as a jest. Everything I say is true." She urged her parents to sit on the sofa, her demeanor earnest as she continued, "I dreamt that in 30 days, a blizzard would strike. I fell asleep, unaware of anything, and then I froze to death." To her words, Song Hui shot her a sharp glare, exclaiming, "Sweetie, why jest about such things? Do not make light of your own life." The scorching sun of August hung in the sky not merely as decoration. Even as Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou endeavored to listen earnestly, upon hearing of the impending blizzard, they could only find it absurd and utterly unbelievable. Chapter 2. The Commencement of Stockpiling. Jiang Tian felt aggrieved. "Mom, I have told you to listen to me seriously. I, too, was incredulous at first, but I dreamt that I had frozen to death, and, subsequently, I dreamt of many other things in an effort to convince her parents." She shook her phone, tucked it into a hidden space, and retrieved it once more. "Look, after I froze to death in my dream, someone found my amethyst bracelet. Subsequently, she gained access to the space within it. Upon waking, I decided to try it with the amethyst bracelet, and indeed, I acquired the space." Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Song Hui inquired cautiously, Tian, "Are you certain this isn't just a magic trick to amuse your parents?" Jiang Tian raised her hand in assurance, "Of course not. If you don't believe me, come with me into the space and see for yourselves." With that, she grasped the hands of Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui, leading them into the hidden realm. No explanation could rival the experience of witnessing it firsthand. As they emerged onto a beach with rolling waves, Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui clutched their chests, still processing the reality of the situation. This was indeed true. They had exited from the island's space, and this time, they truly believed Jiang Tian's words. Observing his wife leaning against the sofa, still in disbelief, Jiang Yuzhou straightened his posture and asked Jiang Tian, "What else did you dream about?" Jiang Tian promptly retrieved her dream journal from her bag and handed it to Jiang Yuzhou. "Dad, look, I've written everything down." Having grown up together, Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng's companionship was a source of joy. Now, they felt a sense of reassurance in seeing the two children together. Jiang Yuzhou stood up. "I'm heading to the company to handle all affairs there and mobilize available funds to purchase supplies. Tian, you and your mother should first rent a warehouse and procure materials to prepare for the impending blizzard." The trio set off on separate missions. Jiang Yuzhou drove to the company, while Song Hui and Jiang Tian went to rent a warehouse. They also took the time to call Huo Zheng, who was just landing. After Jiang Tian finished her call with Huo Zheng and hung up, she hadn't even exhaled before Song Hui pulled over, her face etched with concern. Song Hui patted her chest, relieved. "It's good that you're not pregnant. You're still young, and there's no rush for children. Moreover, given the forecast, we don't even know if we'll survive." Listening to her mother's apprehension, Jiang Tian grasped her hand reassuringly. "Mom, don't worry. This time, our entire family is together. We will be fine." The two proceeded to rent a warehouse before hastily purchasing supplies needed for the blizzard. The severe cold accompanying the blizzard could plunge temperatures to -20 or 30 degrees. During such times, power outages were a constant threat. Therefore, coal stoves and firewood became essential supplies. However, in the scorching month of August, where could they procure coal? After searching several coal shops and finding them closed, they realized that their family typically relied on electric heaters and air conditioning during winter and seldom purchased coal. Now, faced with this predicament, they were at a loss. It was Song Hui who pondered for a moment and then directly searched for nearby coal factories, driving straight to one. After securing an order of several tons of coal, she provided the warehouse address for delivery before departing. With the coal secured, they also needed a carbon stove for burning, in the face of the frigid tempest, preparations for the impending blizzard included down comforters down. Jackets, snow boots, scarves, hats, and large gloves. The market was abuzz with supplies for cold weather, and Song Hui and Jiang Tian, a mother-daughter duo, had ordered a considerable amount. The possibility of succumbing to the bitter chill was now a distant memory. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Tian was tidying up when she heard the sound of a key turning in the lock. She turned to see Huo Zheng returning home, and with a cheerful tone, she called out, "Huo Zheng, come here quickly." Huo Zheng strode over with long strides, enveloping her in his arms and guiding her to the sofa. He gently caressed her waist and inquired, Tian, are you truly pregnant?" Jiang Tian blinked and replied, "I'm sorry, I deceived you, but allow me to perform a little magic for you." Rising from Huo Zheng's embrace, they stood together and entered the island space. Drawing from her experience of explaining to her parents, Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng opted for a demonstration rather than words. "Look, how about this place?" In that moment, all thoughts of pregnancy and babies faded away. He gazed at the beach before him, utterly mesmerized. "I just had a dream of the apocalypse. In my dream, I perished in the freezing cold while you were abroad on a business trip. I was uncertain if you had survived, yet even after my demise, I retained consciousness. I witnessed a woman entering our home to gather supplies. Her blood fell onto my amethyst bracelet, and thus manifested the island space. She placed the food she found in our home into that space. From that point onward, I followed her, experiencing the harshness of the blizzard initially, followed by floods, heat waves, droughts, eternal nights, earthquakes, and acid rain. As humanity dwindled, the survivors gradually awakened their latent abilities, yet the animals began to mutate as well. Humanity established survivor bases to collectively resist these transformed creatures. Jiang Tian glanced at Huo Zheng, uncertain of his belief in her tale, that I initially found it hard to believe, but Lukmi Amethyst Bracelet truly is an island space. What do you propose we do next? Huo Zheng, still processing the information, gently pressed her waist. Tian, how long until the blizzard you spoke of arrives? Approximately 30 days. And where is that survivor base you mentioned? There are many bases, but the safest one is in Z City. Seeing Huo Zheng's acceptance of her story, Jiang Tian picked up the notebook she had cast aside and placed it in his hands. Here, take a look. I've written down everything I learned in my dream. Once you've digested this information, you must decide whether to continue working or join us in gathering supplies to face the impending disaster. She feared this workaholic might doubt her intentions, still concerning himself with his company. Chapter 3. The island Huo Zheng is indeed a workaholic. However, that does not imply that he would still be preoccupied with his work in the face of life-threatening circumstances or the impending end of the world. Jiang Tian resumed her task of tidying up. The island space was indeed a mere island. To store her belongings within, she needed to organize and pack properly. Otherwise, if she carelessly tossed things inside, they would inevitably become soiled. She contemplated whether to construct a house within the island space. However, recalling the secrecy surrounding this island, she realized that aside from her family, no one else could be informed. With only her parents, herself, and Huo Zheng involved, she pondered how they could ever build such a structure. It is essential to remain grounded and approach life step by step, progressing gradually. Jiang Tian gradually cleared out the room, leaving only the sofa before her. At that moment, Huo Zheng had finished digesting the impending cataclysmic disaster from his notebook. She turned her head and inquired, "What do you think?" "I, along with my mother, have already prepared the down jackets, comforters, and coal necessary for the impending blizzard. Could you draft a plan for what we should acquire next?" Huo Zheng closed his notebook and replied calmly, Tian, I will first take care of the company and see if it can be sold. Once the funds are secured, we can stockpile supplies. In the meantime, you and your mother should focus on purchasing food, as it is the most essential resource." Jiang Sweet nodded in agreement, feeling satisfied. "Very well. Let's proceed with our tasks separately." Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Yuzhou, is engaged in the chain restaurant industry, ensuring no issues with food supplies. However, space is subject to the passage of time. Aside from staples like rice and cooking oil, which have a longer shelf life, other vegetables and fruits, regardless of how much is stored, will perish within a few days. Similarly, pre-prepared meals do not retain their freshness for long. Jiang Tian initially believed that the available space was quite satisfactory. However, upon reaching the stage of stockpiling, she realized the numerous limitations of the space. Unable to contain her frustration, she confided in Song Hui, "Mom, what purpose does this space serve? It cannot accommodate vegetables, fruits, meats, or even ice pops. What else can it possibly hold?" Moreover, even if they were permitted entry, there were restrictions on the duration of their stay. Indeed, the island space is governed by time constraints. If the bound master of the island enters, they are allowed to remain for a full 24 hours each day. However, if additional individuals are brought along, the allotted time is halved for each extra person. This limitation has always been in place, as exemplified by the female protagonist in the book. Initially, she entered alone, rendering the restriction negligible for her. Even when she later joined the male lead, they could still only remain together for 12 hours. Jiang Tian harbored deep suspicions that the restrictions of the island space were intentionally designed to prevent them from seeking refuge in this idyllic sanctuary when the cataclysmic disasters of the apocalypse arrived. She believed it was imperative for them to acclimatize to the forthcoming realities of life. Song Hui found this notion amusing and comforted her daughter, saying, "Oh, my dear, you are blissfully unaware of the fortune that surrounds you. How many individuals in this world are as fortunate as you? Having access to the island space is already a tremendous blessing. We should focus on finding solutions rather than dwelling on the negatives." Jiang Tian pouted slightly, fully aware that the island space was indeed quite splendid, yet she yearned for something even more exquisite. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. While there were spaces capable of accommodating various supplies, yet inaccessible, and others that one could enter but could not store all provisions, she would still opt for the latter. At the very least, having access to it meant possessing a sanctuary to evade danger. She said, "Mother, what do you propose we do about vegetables, fruits, and meat? We cannot survive solely on plain rice, can we?" Jiang Tian and Song Hui awaited the delivery of supplies from the coal factory at the warehouse. Additionally, Jiang had contacted their catering company supplier, who provided vacuum-packed rice, oil, salt, seasonings, and an assortment of grains for porridge. These provisions, with their prolonged shelf life, would not spoil in the short term. Contemplating, Song Hui addressed Jiang Tian. Tian, I see that your storage space is quite ample. It should be suitable for cultivating crops, don't you think? Perhaps we could procure some seeds and seedlings for vegetables and fruits, as well as livestock such as cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks, and experiment with growing and raising them within that space. The farming spirit is woven into the very DNA of the Huaxia people, passed down through generations since the time of our ancestors. Ms. Song Hui, the mother of Jiang Tian, is an avid enthusiast of gardening and horticulture. The diverse array of flowers and plants in their backyard garden, including peach, apricot, and cherry trees, are all lovingly cultivated by her during her leisure hours. Although she grows fewer vegetables, she possesses the necessary skills to tend to them. In her childhood, Jiang Tian and Jiang Yuzhou often ventured into the backyard garden, where they assisted their mother in planting apple trees and large cabbages. She reminisced about the desolate island transformed into a vibrant haven, adorned with vegetables and fruits, teeming with cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks. She blinked and said, "Mom, I believe it is possible." However, the growth period for vegetables and fruits, especially fruit trees, is quite lengthy, and a bountiful harvest may not be attainable in the short term. As for cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, to be honest, I have never raised them before. This will require watching videos, purchasing books, or seeking guidance from a mentor. Nevertheless, it is indeed a positive thing to have potential solutions. Jiang Tian collected the coal delivered by the coal factory and the grains, condiments, and oil supplied by the vendors into her storage space before heading to the agricultural market. The vegetables, fruits, seeds, and saplings were relatively easy to procure. Before she could even complete a full circuit of the market, her vehicle was filled to capacity. The seeds were lightweight and took up little space, but the saplings were considerably larger, making it impossible to fit many in the trunk. Reluctantly, she decided to exchange for a small truck to continue her purchases. Song Hui, experienced in acquiring fruit saplings, guided Jiang Tian, who merely followed behind to handle the payments, and assist in loading the saplings into the small truck. Their villa boasted a dedicated indoor garage, where they parked the vehicle and closed the door, ensuring that no one could suspect that the truck would soon transport them directly into the island's realm. Jiang Tian drove the small truck, circling around the island while transporting Song Hui as they contemplated where to cultivate fruits and vegetables and engage in aquaculture. Sitting in the truck, Song Hui gazed out at the cerulean ocean surrounding the island, a wave of sentiment washing over her. Soon, this place would become our second home. Chapter 4. The machinery. Jiang Tian, taken aback by Song Hui's exclamation, halted the small truck and nodded in agreement as she gazed upon the expansive island. The island was vast, and after a brief circuit with Song Hui, they could only glean a general sense of its layout. Jiang Tian felt the urgency to expedite the creation of the island's map. Recalling the boxes she had packed and stored in her space that morning, she hurriedly drove over to retrieve a drone. With the drone capturing photographs and videos from the sky, the vision of the island began to crystallize in the minds of Jiang Tian and Song Hui. Soon, Song Hui decisively selected the areas for planting and breeding. Digging holes for the trees was the first step, and as they excavated row after row of tree pits, both mother and daughter found themselves thoroughly exhausted. Jiang Tian, disregarding her image, sat down on the ground, exclaiming, "I can't go on any longer. I must take a moment to rest." She felt as though her ambitions of cultivating trees and vegetables across the entire island were on the verge of shattering, as if her efforts were doomed to fail before they had even begun. Jiang Tian listened, chuckled, and exclaimed, "Oh, how could I forget? Let me check on my phone." Nowadays, countless ingenious gadgets for the lazy have been invented. I can only imagine that there are numerous farming tools available. Who would still need to dig holes with a hoe like we do now? As she spoke, she retrieved her phone from her pocket. Unfortunately, the island lacked signal, rendering her unable to surf the internet. Jiang Tian shook her head, indicating the absence of internet connectivity. "Let us venture outside and explore first," she suggested. Jiang Tian escorted Song Hui out of the space and commenced her search for agricultural machinery, ultimately discovering a post-hole digger. Placing an online order would be a waste of precious time, as the saplings within the island's confines could not afford to wait. Thus, the two resolved to visit a market and procure the necessary equipment from a physical store. Upon arriving at the agricultural market, they located a shop specializing in farming tools. Jiang Tian decided to venture out alone this time, without the company of Song Hui. Upon entering the store, she held her phone, which displayed images of agricultural machinery, such as excavators and tillers, and inquired the shopkeeper, "Greetings, do you have these machines available for sale?" The shopkeeper glanced at her phone screen and replied, "Let me take a look. Excavator, tiller, lawn mower. How fortuitous. I happen to have all of these in stock, having just received them a few days ago. Shall I take you to see them?" The prospect of purchasing such machinery in person was indeed splendid. Jiang Sweet nodded. "All right, let me take a look. If the machine is functioning properly, I will proceed with the purchase." The owner began to speak, gesturing towards the agricultural machinery in certain areas. "How about we add each other as friends? I can send you some videos on machinery maintenance later." "That sounds good. I would like these items, please. Could you kindly assist me in loading them onto the small truck outside? The rest can be delivered to this address tomorrow." Jiang Tian scanned the code to add her boss as a friend, promptly transferring the payment for the agricultural machinery and sharing the warehouse address. With only a month left before the impending natural disaster, who would be available for after-sale service once the blizzard struck? Should any issues arise with the agricultural equipment she purchased, repairs would be impossible, necessitating the acquisition of replacements. Thus, she prudently acquired several additional units of each machine as backups. Her boss summoned helpers to assist in loading the machinery onto the vehicle. Jiang Tian opened the rear compartment, secured the items, and closed the doors before taking her seat. On her way home, she took the opportunity to purchase a generator and diesel, storing them for future use. Jiang Tian and Song Hui re-entered the space, applying oil to the excavator. Jiang Tian sat upon the machine, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel and control panel, effortlessly completing the excavation of the remaining tree pits. She leaped down from the digger and, alongside Song Hui, planted the fruit trees. With all the fruit trees now in place, the vegetable seeds required soaking treatment for most, while the remainder that could be sown directly were planted after tilling the soil. The task of planting trees and vegetables was nearing completion, yet the rearing of chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs posed a greater challenge than cultivation. Although this was a spatial island, entirely hers, the poultry and livestock roamed freely within it, without concern for loss. Nevertheless, Jiang Tian dreaded the thought of stepping outside, only to tread upon the droppings of her animals. The mere contemplation of such a scene soured her mood. Jiang Tian could not help but propose, "Mother, shall we establish a farm?" The concept of a farm seemed far simpler than constructing a house. In her vision, it merely entailed erecting a fence to enclose various livestock, such as chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, confining them within a designated area to prevent them from wandering aimlessly across the island. Upon hearing this, Song Hui inquired, "Tian Tian, do you know how to create a farm?" Jiang Tian blinked, expressing uncertainty, yet suggested that they could certainly learn. The task of plastering walls appeared to pose no significant difficulty, and she felt inclined to give it a try. Provided there were no stringent expectations for perfection in the construction, she believed there would be no issues. Chapter 5. Stockpiling. Jiang Tian went to gather materials such as cement, bricks, and sand, as well as the tools necessary for constructing a wall. She chose not to rush the task during the day. Instead, she planned to enter the space alone at night to attempt the wall building. During daylight hours, her priority was stockpiling provisions. Currently, the supplies they had acquired were limited to gear for extreme cold, as well as rice, oil, condiments, seeds, saplings, and farming tools. Everything else remained unpurchased. Following the extreme cold would be floods, the result of several months of heavy snowfall that had blanketed even the lower floors of buildings in a thick layer of snow. As the weather turned warm and temperatures rose, the towering piles of snow would melt into devastating floods. Jiang Tian cannot guarantee that she will not encounter a crisis during that time, or that she may not need to venture out for certain tasks. In any case, as a precaution, she must prepare essential equipment such as an inflatable boat, kayak, diving suit, and life jackets, which can be utilized in the event of flood. Moreover, with the looming threats of extreme heat, drought, perpetual darkness, earthquakes, and acid rain, her focus will shift primarily to heat resistance. Above all, the most crucial resource to prepare for remains water. Jiang Tian originally intended to purchase ice cubes to alleviate the oppressive heat. Yet the space she occupied was not a static one, utterly incapable of sustaining ice. Should she attempt to procure ice and store it within her realm, it would likely melt away within a day. However, she could prepare a small amount of dry ice for her needs. She mused that remaining in the island space was not entirely feasible. If only she could establish a power station within that realm, but that was evidently a mere fantasy. Constructing a power station was not something one could simply decide to undertake. Although she no longer possessed a low-capacity generator, it consumed far too much diesel. Jiang Tian suddenly contemplated the prospect of acquiring several motorhomes to place within her island sanctuary. While constructing a house might prove to be a challenge, equipping the motorhomes with solar panels would indeed provide a source of electricity. In this manner, she and Huo Zheng could share one motorhome, while her parents could occupy another. Thus, within this secluded space, they would possess a resting haven. Furthermore, she could utilize the outlets in the motorhomes to charge her devices. Would that not be tantamount to having electricity? With power at her disposal, she could then procure a refrigerator for frozen goods. While she might be unable to purchase ice, surely she could stockpile popsicles and ice cream. The island's sanctuary and the world beyond bore little difference. If one were to pinpoint a distinction, it would be the perpetual warmth reminiscent of spring that enveloped this place. Jiang Tian lowered her head to jot down the supplies needed for this excursion: a speedboat, a kayak, diving equipment, life jackets, a tent, an RV, solar panels, dry ice, water storage bags, bottled mineral water, a large refrigerator. She meticulously organized her list, dividing the items into two categories, and said to Song Hui, "Mom, time is of the essence. Shall we split up to procure these items? I will head to the outdoor supplies store while you visit the car dealership." Song Hui agreed. "All right, I shall purchase the RV and solar charging panels." Thus, they embarked on their respective missions. Jiang Tian ventured to the outdoor supplies store to acquire the speedboat, kayak, and other equipment, while Song Hui proceeded to the car dealership to secure the RV and then to a specialized solar electronics shop for solar panels, power banks, and finally, an appliance store for the refrigerator. Jiang Tian set out in her small truck, first making her way to an outdoor equipment store. She promptly purchased the essential inflatable kayak for her water excursions and then leisurely wandered through the aisles of the shop. Tents for the wild, sleeping bags, backpacks, trekking poles, climbing bags, windbreakers, hiking shoes, headlamps, and folding chairs. She also ensured to acquire all the necessary camping cookware and barbecue grills in one comprehensive shopping spree. Jiang Tian envisioned the expansive sandy beach of the island space, pondering whether the receding tide would allow her to catch crabs, oysters, small fish, sea conchs, clams, razor clams, octopuses, and other seafood. She also wondered if it implied she could venture out to fish. Contemplating this, she stood in the fishing gear section and, upon the recommendation of a sales assistant, purchased a fishing rod, fishing line, hooks, floats, bait, a net, sun protection clothing, and a fishing stool, essential equipment for her maritime endeavors. The rear compartment of her small truck was once again filled to the brim. She proceeded directly to the wholesale market to acquire bottled mineral water. However, she was cautious not to purchase an excessive amount at once. After filling the truck's compartment at the market, she paid and left. She also sought a secluded spot, devoid of people and cameras, to store the boxes of mineral water within her space before heading to another shop for more bottled water. Thus, she opted for the widely available 5-liter bottled water. Based on the standard requirement of 1,000 milliliters of water per day, her family would need 1 bottle daily, amounting to 365 bottles for a year. Over a basic estimate of 30 years, this totals 11,000 bottles. Nevertheless, the shelf life of such bottled mineral water is typically 2 years. Beyond that period, it is considered expired. Jiang Tian hesitated, undoubtedly. Mineral water that had long surpassed its expiration date was unfit for consumption. Yet, the prospect of not stockpiling it filled her with trepidation, as she feared the possibility of being left without water when the need arose. She recalled how the protagonist in her dream had addressed the issue of hydration. It seemed that after a cataclysmic event, humanity awakened latent abilities. Among these individuals, some possessed hydromancy, and they typically provided water for sale at the base when not engaged in missions. Furthermore, there were those specialized in selling water within the base, with varying qualities of water produced by these hydromancers. Jiang Tian contemplated this and resolved to purchase only 2 bottles of water. After acquiring the necessary bottled water, she reconsidered and decided to buy several smaller bottles as well. The fact that her family could not consume so much water did not imply that, following a natural disaster, they could not engage in resource exchanges with others using these bottles. It is prudent to retain some leverage and security for future living conditions. After all, a year from now, not everyone may awaken their latent abilities. In the worst-case scenario, should no one in her family manifest any extraordinary powers, they would have to rely solely on the supplies prepared before the disaster and trade excess provisions with others. Jiang Tian procured several truckloads of mineral water as a precautionary measure. She crossed out the item for mineral water on her list of supplies and recorded the quantity of mineral water acquired in her notebook. The only remaining items she needed to purchase were dry ice and water storage bags. Chapter 6. Inventory. Dry ice is typically available at large commercial warehouses and wholesale cold drink markets. Jiang Tian, upon consulting her mobile device, embarked on a journey to procure dry ice from several locations. Having secured the dry ice, she found herself captivated by the enticing array of ice pops and ice creams within a wholesale cold drink store, momentarily tempted to make a purchase. Additionally, she acquired some water storage bags from an outdoor equipment shop. However, the quantity she required remained insufficient. The demand for water in daily life far exceeds that of drinking water. Activities such as brushing teeth, washing face, bathing, doing laundry, cooking, cleaning vegetables, flushing toilets, and washing hands are all inextricably linked to water. The island's geography is characterized by the vast ocean that encircles it, complemented by several rivers within. While the ocean's waters are laden with impurities, rendering them unsuitable for washing vegetables or clothing. The rivers offer fresh water that could be utilized. Yet, with access to cleaner, treated tap water, one might ponder the necessity of resorting to untreated river water. Jiang Tian placed an order for the much-needed large water storage bags through a mobile phone. Meanwhile, Song Hui, who was out shopping, seemed to require far fewer items than Jiang Tian, yet her expenditure far exceeded Jiang Tian's modest water budget. The cost of just one camper van surpassed Jiang Tian's water purchase. Moreover, one camper van was insufficient. She also acquired several additional ones to serve as backups and storage. Items such as solar charging panels, solar power banks, and refrigerators were purchased in considerable quantities. Song Hui, being more meticulous than Jiang Tian, added air conditioners, fans, solar water heaters, coal stoves, electric heaters, mobile phones, laptops, tablets, and various home appliances and devices to Jiang Tian's designated supply list. However, she opted to drive a compact car for her outings, arranging for the delivery of these appliances to the warehouse after confirming the delivery schedule with the stores. The camper vans she ordered also arrived punctually at the scheduled time. Thus, when Jiang Tian returned home, she happened upon Song Hui in the garage, receiving the camper vans. Intrigued by the line of brand-new vehicles, she couldn't resist stepping inside to take a closer look. The camper van Song Hui purchased were all spacious models, designed for comfort and ease within. However, it is indeed true that they merely intended to utilize these vehicles in storage rather than for leisurely outings, and thus had no requirements regarding the ease of driving or parking these camper vans. Jiang Tian strolled through the RV, though it paled in comparison to her current residence. Amidst the calamity of the world, there was little to be choosy about. After all, she had no inclination to construct a dwelling. Having such accommodation was already a blessing. After sending off the person who had come to hand over the RV, Song Hui called for a cook to prepare a meal, as she lacked the energy to cook after a long day of toil. The four of them sat quietly at the dining table, finishing their meal before they began to share their respective circumstances. Jiang and Zhou's chain restaurant company has seen the sale of shares to a competitor, with a substantial capital of 500 million for stockpiling soon to arrive. Meanwhile, Huo Zheng's recent business trip abroad aims not only to penetrate international markets, but also to thwart the acquisition of the games developed by him and his team by industry giants in the gaming sector. Huo Zheng utilized a disconnected laptop, diligently typing in a Word document to categorize and document the necessary supplies for future procurement. He meticulously recorded essentials for every individual, encompassing clothing, footwear, bathing products, daily necessities, medical supplies, safety equipment, emergency gear, and weaponry, covering all facets of impending life. Jiang Tian nodded repeatedly. After Huo Zheng's explanation, she felt her previously chaotic thoughts about hoarding goods had become significantly clearer. As night fell, Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui retired for the evening. The youthful and energetic Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng entered the island space. Huo Zheng observed the haphazardly arranged supplies and inquired, Tian, in your dreams, do you recall whether this island space experiences rain or wind? Jiang Tian shook her head, expressing that she had no recollection of these matters. However, she felt that the interior of the space bore little distinction from the outside world, perhaps indicating a shared essence. Huo Zheng glanced around and remarked, we must find a suitable way to organize the supplies within this island space. If they are carelessly strewn about on the ground, a sudden downpour could render many items completely useless. Jiang Tian nodded, feeling that her family member, Huo Zheng, was truly considerate. Zheng, where do you think these supplies should be placed? If we were to build a warehouse for storage, not to mention the time wasted, it would be impossible for just the two of us along with our parents to accomplish this, would it? It was indeed impractical for Huo Zheng to consider constructing a warehouse in the island space. Merely erecting a canopy would shield against rain. It would falter against heavy downpours and strong winds. He pondered and remarked, what do you think about utilizing the cargo space of a large truck? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Indeed, those large trucks that transport goods over long distances could serve as excellent storage facilities, offering protection against wind and rain. Huo Zheng duly noted the truck compartments in the inventory of required supplies. Additionally, it would be prudent to customize a batch of shelves for more convenient access to the items. Given the extensive list of supplies we need to procure, we can organize them into different compartments of various trucks, categorizing items by type. A table in the notebook will clearly indicate which category of goods is stored in which location, thus facilitating easy retrieval when needed. At this juncture, Jiang Tian merely nodded in agreement, realizing that entrusting the stockpiling plan to Huo Zheng was indeed the wisest course of action. She felt assured that following his arrangements was all she needed to do. Jiang Tian gazed at Huo Zheng with sparkling eyes, eagerly inquiring, "What else is there? What further preparations are needed?" Jiang Tian was astonished. "Do I really need to purchase this as well?" Chapter 7. Weapons. The weaponry of Hua country has always been classified as controlled items. As a law-abiding citizen, Jiang Tian, upon discovering the truth of the world and the impending calamities of the apocalypse, did not resort to contemplating weaponry. Huo Zheng gently ruffled her hair and remarked, "Tian, as you mentioned, you followed the individual bound to your island space in your dreams and witnessed the forthcoming apocalypse. You should possess a deeper understanding of the world's impending brutality than I do." He continued, "If it were only the two of us, I would exert every effort to safeguard you. However, we must also consider our parents, right? How can we protect those dear to us without weapons? Rest assured, our arms shall solely be employed for the defense and protection of our loved ones." Jiang Tian was persuaded, and she acquiesced, saying, "I will heed your counsel." As long as the funds were secured, all desired possessions could be acquired. Huo Zheng established contact with a middleman through the dark web and procured a modest cache of firearms, ammunition, and crossbows. The quantity was limited, thus evading any suspicion. The two practiced marksmanship at a shooting range for an entire day, and once they achieved commendable accuracy, they departed from M country, heading directly to S country to purchase gasoline and diesel. The domestic fuel prices were exorbitant, and there were restrictions on purchases, while Middle Eastern nations offered fuel at a more affordable rate without such limitations. By amassing these essentials, they could alleviate a significant portion of their future anxieties. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui, remaining in the country, were also stockpiling supplies. However, due to Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng's absence abroad, they could only procure items that were not urgently required for storage. Jiang Yuzhou and Zhou sought out a factory to customize truck compartments and shelves. Subsequently, they, alongside Song Hui, ventured to procure garments and footwear for the forthcoming 4 seasons, including clothing, shoes, and socks, as well as personal care items such as body wash, shampoo, conditioner, toothpaste, facial cleanser, and skincare products. However, much like drinking water, these items possess an expiration date, making it impractical to stockpile them excessively. To address this, Song Hui took the initiative to explore online videos on crafting handmade shampoo, soap, toothpaste, and facial cleansers, intending to gather the necessary materials for future DIY endeavors. The subsequent plan involved Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng departing to acquire additional supplies, while Jiang Tian and Song Hui awaited deliveries at their rented warehouse. They also organized and categorized the currently collected provisions in the vehicle's shelves, meticulously documenting their locations in a spreadsheet on a laptop. Jiang Tian purchased a forklift, responsible for transporting supplies into the vehicle's compartment within the island space. Song Hui, meticulous in her approach, is in charge of categorizing and registering these items systematically. Jiang and Zhou traveled to the future, seeking refuge in the safest base located in City Z. In the city, they acquired a residence, facilitating the establishment of a secure haven in anticipation of impending natural disasters. The precise location of this safe base remains unknown. Yet, Jiang Tian experiences apocalyptic calamities through the perspective of the protagonist in her dreams. Departing from City Inn after a torrential acid rain, their journey to City Z was fraught with arduous challenges. Even with a vehicle, the protagonist expended nearly 10 months on this arduous trek. This underscores the significance of securing a dwelling in City Z. In the future, they will face blizzards of unprecedented magnitude, towering several stories high, thereby eliminating villas from their housing options. Jiang Yuzhou, wishing to avoid disturbances from those ascending and descending the stairs, sought the opinions of Jiang Tian, Song Hui, and Huo Zheng before ultimately deciding to purchase a residence on the top floor. Due to time constraints, the choice was limited to either a finely renovated apartment or secondhand one. After meticulously filtering through various criteria, Jiang Yuzhou opted for the elegantly furnished unit, which boasted a higher caliber of inhabitants and fewer residents. He invested additional funds to replace the glass windows with superior bulletproof materials, and both the interior and exterior were fitted with security screens. Moreover, the outer door was reinforced with multiple anti-theft locks, and iron gates were installed at the stairwell, effectively isolating the upper floor from the tenants below. Jiang and Zhou were in Z City, vigilantly overseeing the renovations. With the impending countdown to calamity drawing ever closer, they found themselves unable to leave, compelled instead to remain and await the completion of the work. Meanwhile, in N City, Huo Zheng, Jiang Tian, and Song Hui were equally occupied. Huo Zheng's procurement was methodical, systematically acquiring items by category, which facilitated organization for Jiang Tian and Song Hui. Today's delivery consisted of an array of dried goods: black fungus, shiitake mushrooms, snow fungus, dried radish seeds, snow cabbage, dried cowpeas, seaweed, red dates, peanuts, goji berries, raisins, kelp, potato starch, and various seafood. Additionally, there was a substantial supply of preserved meats, including smoked bacon, spicy chicken, sausages, smoked beef, and duck legs, meats that were easy to store. These provisions were a precautionary measure against the potential failure of raising chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs on their island, ensuring they had sustenance in the interim. Constructing the walls was indeed not a daunting task. Jiang Tian mused as she commenced work. With careful positioning and marking, she excavated the foundation, wielding her shovel to lay layer upon layer of cement and bricks, methodically erecting the large framework of the walls. Jiang Tian felt that, aside from the slight fatigue from crouching and lowering her head, everything else was manageable. She dedicated an entire day to constructing the grand outer wall. Regardless of its aesthetic appeal, she meticulously organized the positions of the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs within, using bricks to create proper divisions. Once the farming area on the island was fully completed, she ventured to the external farm to procure the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs. The chickens and ducks required minimal oversight, simply providing them with rice and water and allowing them to forage for insects within their enclosure sufficed. Lacking experience in raising cattle and sheep, Jiang Tian followed the guidance of the farm's expert, adhering to their instructions for feeding and watering, while also maintaining cleanliness in the pens. After being castrated, the pigs became relatively calm and inactive. The cattle and sheep, fond of grazing, required occasional excursions outside their pens for pasture. Jiang Tian and Song Hui did not purchase an abundance of chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, or pigs. They intended to wait for over 10 days until they had become more adept at handling their livestock, and then, before the impending snowstorm, they planned to acquire a few more. They had bought 2 pregnant sows, ewes, and cows, aiming to facilitate initial care and gain valuable experience for the future birthing of their livestock. As for the chickens and ducks, there was no need for excessive concern. They would naturally incubate their chicks and could be raised according to their own instincts. Jiang Tian gazed upon the breeding farm she had established with her own hands, feeling it represented the hope for a future filled with abundance. Chapter 8. Tide, gathering, the crowing of roosters, the quacking of ducks, the mooing of cows, and the bleating of sheep filled the air. Fortunately, during the planning phase, the farm had been situated at a sufficient distance from the storage trucks and their living trailers, sparing them from the cacophony of these resonant calls. Jiang Tian, having finished feeding the chickens, sheep, cattle, and pigs with food and water using her electric cart, rode off to the area where she had planted fruit trees and vegetables in search of Song Hui. A cool breeze brushed against her face, causing her hair to flutter behind her. She halted her vehicle, casually gathered her hair with a hair tie, and resumed her journey towards the vegetable fields. Song Hui was diligently watering the vegetables growing in the fields. The weather in the island space had been splendid lately, and the seeds sown in the soil had begun to sprout delicate green shoots. Any lingering worries Jiang Tian had about the viability of farming in the island space dissipated. Soon, the vegetables and meat for their family would be self-sustained through their labor, filling her with joy. Jiang Tian spotted Song Hui and immediately halted the vehicle. "Mother, would you like me to lend a hand? I've already fed the animals and provided them with water." Song Hui waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I'm nearly done here. Did you not wish to head to the beach to catch crabs? You may go and enjoy yourself." Upon understanding the progress on Song Hui's side, Jiang Tian's face lit up with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, "Then I shall go take a look." It was unwise to permit her to venture out to sea, for the conditions of these waters were shrouded in uncertainty. However, a leisurely stroll along the beach was of no concern. The dawn had yet to break, and the tide had just receded from the shoreline. Jiang Tian ventured further in, discovering large and small crabs tossed onto the shore by the waves. She was filled with delight, realizing that nature had indeed bestowed its gifts upon her. Hastily, she crouched down and, using her claws, grasped the struggling giant crab that was unable to right itself, securing it by its head and tail before placing it into a large bucket. Thus, she successfully harvested a magnificent crab. Jiang Tian gently grasped the tiny crab with her pincers and tossed it back into the ocean. It was still too small. She decided to let it grow and thrive. As she collected larger crabs and released the little ones, she paid no heed to the other marine creatures washed ashore by the waves, such as sea hares, clams, and conchs. On this vast beach, where no one else was competing, her harvest from the sea was truly remarkable. Just a collection of large crabs alone promised an abundant yield. With the successful confirmation of marine life in this stretch of sand, the prospect of reaping such bountiful rewards from the sea filled her with the exhilarating possibility of future seafood freedom. Jiang Tian has crossed off seafood, such as crabs and lobsters, from her shopping list. She has managed to save this sum of money, realizing that the space she initially envisioned cannot remain static. Instead of long-term freezing, it is now evident that fresh options are entirely viable. Song Hui has begun utilizing the power panel she purchased, connecting a multi-functional plug from the interior of the RV to the large freezer compartment. Within the expansive freezer, there lies an assortment of ice creams and popsicles that Jiang Tian had longed to acquire. However, the quantity is limited, carefully selected based on her shelf life, ensuring enough for consumption within the designated time frame. Should she desire more ice cream or popsicles later, she will have to resort to crafting them using molds. Jiang Tian carried the harvested crabs over and exclaimed, "Mom, look, there are indeed seafood over there by the beach. I was only gone for a little while and managed to catch so many crabs. Shall we indulge in a crab feast for lunch today?" Her tone was tinged with excitement, solely focused on sharing this delightful news. Song Hui removed her sunglasses and glanced into the large bucket filled with crabs, indeed impressed by the quantity. "All right, we shall feast on crabs for lunch. Would you prefer them steamed or stir-fried? I will have Auntie prepare them for you." Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, contemplating whether to have both steamed and stir-fried dishes. She was eager to experience both. Such a modest request was, of course, readily fulfilled. Upon exiting the island space, Song Hui promptly messaged the housekeeper, specifying the two dishes Jiang Tian desired. Jiang Tian entered the kitchen, carrying a large bucket filled with crabs. She found a spacious and deep basin, into which she poured all the crabs, allowing them to swim in the water. They would await the arrival of the cook, who would prepare them. Meanwhile, she casually steamed a portion while the cook finished preparing the dumplings that had been frozen in the refrigerator. Early in the morning, the mother and daughter duo busied themselves in their island abode, finishing the steamed dumplings as their breakfast before preparing to head to the storeroom. Jiang Tian suddenly proposed, "Mother, might we ask the aunt to prepare a few more dumplings, buns, wontons, and steamed bread? We could store them in the freezer for consumption during the impending snowstorm." Her parents were adept at preparing such dishes, having established their catering business from scratch. In the future, culinary concerns would be alleviated, with Jiang Yuzhou, Song Hui, and Huo Zheng serving as the chefs, while Jiang Tian would assist. However, with the onset of apocalyptic disasters, the daily chore of cooking 3 meals became burdensome. Jiang Tian contemplated that if there was an opportunity to ease their burdens, it should be embraced. If monetary solutions were available, they ought to be utilized. Storing dumplings and buns in the freezer could sustain them for up to 2 months, which would certainly lessen the strain during the snowstorm. Additionally, they could purchase frozen dumplings, buns, and other ready-to-eat meals, which boast a shelf life of over a year. Song Hui embraced Jiang Tian's suggestion, saying, "All right, I will have the aunt prepare some." Their family's secrets resided in their spatial realm. Within this villa, there were no secrets worthy of curiosity. Typically, Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou spent their days at the company, leaving early and returning late. Their shared residence did not employ a full-time housekeeper. The hired help was primarily responsible for cleaning and cooking on an hourly basis. Once the family openly discussed the impending calamities of the apocalypse, there was no longer a need to conceal such discussions from the housekeeper. Chapter 9. Clothing. Upon leaving the house, the two ventured to the storeroom. At present, the storeroom remained barren, as all items received had been transferred into the island space prior to their departure yesterday. Now, they merely awaited the arrival of more supplies. Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou had already procured their seasonal wardrobes, and Jiang Tian expressed her desire to accompany Song Hui for clothing shopping. A few days prior, they had ordered down comforters, down jackets, woolen sweaters, thermal wear, and snow boots for cold weather, along with water storage bags, all of which had been received. After inspecting the quality, Song Hui suggested that they could order another batch as a backup. Thus, they placed another order and awaited the delivery. Jiang Tian was driving out when her vehicle brushed past a delivery truck. Jiang Tian purchased an abundance of clothing, enough to last her for the next 30 years. To be candid, she was uncertain whether she would still cherish the garments she selected today when that time arrived. Yet, she believed that if she didn't buy them now, the opportunity would be lost forever. She wandered through her favorite stores, her eyes unblinking as she instructed the sales associates to package the summer outfits she had chosen. This piece, that piece, this one too, and that one. I desire them all. In the past, during her shopping excursions, she would have tried on each item to assess how they looked on her. However, contemplating the vast number of clothes she might require over the next 3 decades, she found herself disinclined to try anything on. She sought beautiful, aesthetically pleasing attire, as well as simple, lightweight garments suitable for outdoor activities, and she also needed clothing that would serve her well in the future. Jiang Tian swiftly completed her summer wardrobe, carrying shopping bags from various stores to the garage several times to deposit her new garments before eagerly hurrying towards the lingerie boutique. She selected an assortment of seamless bras and panties, sports undergarments, as well as whimsically designed and charming lingerie, choosing 10 pieces in accordance with her preferences, thus avoiding the meticulous selection process she had employed for her clothing. Similarly, she visited several shops and successfully acquired all the intimate apparel she desired. Jiang Tian's principles for purchasing clothing are succinctly twofold. Firstly, it must be aesthetically pleasing, and secondly, it should be practical. These criteria are, of course, considered separately. She intends to acquire garments that are both visually appealing and functional. While navigating through shopping applications and placing various orders, she calculated the quantity and concluded that it should suffice for her wardrobe needs. Jiang Tian recalled the past few days spent organizing goods in the storeroom and realized she had not seen any of the seasonal clothing belonging to Huo Zheng being brought in. She blinked, contemplating the possibility that he might be waiting for her to join him. Entertaining this thought, Jiang Tian called Jiang Yuzhou. Zheng, have you purchased your clothing yet? I've just bought some outfits online. Would you like me to assist you in selecting something? On the other end of the line, Huo Zheng, who was currently engaged in procuring medicines through an intermediary, readily agreed. Yes, please, sweetie, I would appreciate your help in preparing that. Jiang Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile as she said, I've made my selections for you. You may continue with your tasks. It was not uncommon for her to purchase attire for Huo Zheng, especially since her boyfriend had embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, often donning black and white dress shirts paired with tailored trousers. How could one bear to see such a dashing boyfriend confined to a monochromatic wardrobe? Although he undeniably looked handsome in his shirts, particularly when adorned with her gold-rimmed glasses, he exuded an air of refined mischief. After all, he had professional obligations and could not dress too casually. The garments she had chosen were meant only for his days off, but now, with the prospect of no longer needing to work, he could wear whatever he desired. Jiang Tian also purchased some flamboyant, yet stylish attire for him. The remaining selections were practical garments, designed for ease of movement during outings. She acquired a variety of jackets and sportswear in an array of colors. As for the undergarments, they consisted of both boxers and briefs, chosen in bulk for convenience and rotation. There was little deliberation involved, simply acquiring numerous pieces of the same style for laundering purposes. The socks required minimal selection, as she opted for basic black, white, and gray, collecting them in hundreds. Additionally, she stocked up on lightweight boat socks and ankle socks suitable for milder weather. In an instant, the shopping app was inundated with numerous pending orders awaiting shipment. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled that she had forgotten to purchase the most essential item, sanitary napkins. However, sanitary napkins are more suited for bulk purchasing on shopping platforms. All right, I will be there shortly. Jiang Tian alighted from the vehicle at the entrance. The warehouse was situated in a rather secluded area, devoid of any onlookers or surveillance cameras. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, she climbed into the small truck and gently closed the door behind her. Only then did she meticulously stow away her clothing and other belongings into the island space. The garments were all neatly packaged, so there was no concern that they might become soiled while resting in the island space. Jiang Tian neatly organized her clothing in the small truck before entering the warehouse. As the door of the warehouse descended, she reached out to touch the items, meticulously collecting them into her island space. It was essential to make contact with each item to successfully incorporate them. Otherwise, she had to proceed slowly, one by one, with those that were not directly connected. Song Hui stood by, observing Jiang Tian as she gathered her belongings, and remarked, "Allow me to enter the island space first. You can take your time outside." Chapter 10. Supplies. Once Song Hui stepped into the space, she busied herself with the newly arrived goods, categorizing them and placing them on the designated shelves in the truck's cargo area. She then opened her notebook and diligently recorded their locations in the spreadsheet she was working on. Jiang Tian closed her eyes outside, immersing herself in the island's spatial realm, placing the transported goods in proximity to the compartment. Once all the items were secured within the island's confines, she opened her eyes and took a brief respite. In truth, the act of arranging these objects was quite taxing on her spirit. It felt akin to engaging in a cerebral game of assembling building blocks, where one must meticulously position each piece in its rightful place. Of course, if she merely tossed the supplies into the island's space without care, the task would be significantly easier. However, such a careless approach would lead to greater exhaustion later, as she would then have to scurry about in search of the scattered items. Jiang Tian was willing to exert herself for a moment rather than constantly rearranging items in the space. She rubbed her temples, intending to assist Song Hui in organizing. A message arrived on her phone from Huo Zheng, informing her that the next batch of supplies would be delivered shortly and advising her to be attentive to the reception. This message served as a reminder to prevent the delivery truck from coinciding with their closure of the entrance to the island space. With no internet connectivity within the island space, it was essential to communicate in advance. Song Hui, maneuvering a forklift loaded with supplies towards the truck, waved her hand, urging her to proceed and not waste time lingering there. Jiang nodded, stepping out from the island's sanctuary. She reopened the storeroom door and settled onto a small stool in a shaded area devoid of sunlight, patiently awaiting the arrival of the delivery truck. The packaging of the ice cream in her hand had already been discarded, leaving her with nothing suitable for disposing of the wrapper. She took delicate bites of the ice cream, savoring the icy sweetness that filled her mouth. The warm breeze swept over her, and a refreshing sensation from the ice cream soon dissipated. The sharp chorus of cicadas echoed around her, and on this scorching summer day, it was utterly unfathomable to imagine the impending days of relentless snowstorms and the frigid temperatures that would ensue. Jiang Tian took a final bite of her ice cream and let out a deep sigh within her heart. Such matters are beyond the realm of human intervention. Natural disasters are the most helpless of phenomena, leaving one with no choice but to await their inevitable arrival. Jiang Tian gazed outside, observing a small delivery truck gradually approaching, presumably bearing the supplies mentioned by Huo Zheng. Individuals emerged from either side of the truck, presenting a list to Jiang Tian that detailed the quantity of goods. Before commencing the unloading process, Jiang Tian observed as they moved their belongings in, meticulously checking off each item. Once everything was properly arranged, she confirmed the receipt. She watched as the small truck gradually drove away, disappearing from sight, before finally closing the warehouse door and commencing the transfer of goods into the space. Song Hui had become adept at organizing the supplies, particularly when it came to items that were uniformly packaged in boxes, making them easy to arrange. After stacking them neatly, she simply labeled the shelves. By the time Jiang Tian entered the space, a significant portion of the previous batch of supplies had already been organized by Song Hui. Jiang Tian entered and immediately took over the task of transporting goods with the forklift, as well as placing them upon the shelves. She undertook all the physically demanding work, leaving the more manageable tasks, such as directing, labeling, and recording, to Song Hui. The two of them worked together to organize, significantly accelerating their progress. Jiang Tian gazed at the inventory of supplies recorded by Song Hui in her notebook, marveling at how, almost unconsciously, they had amassed such a substantial stock. The sight of these abundant provisions brought her a sense of reassurance regarding their future lives. Overall, she remained optimistic. This outcome was far superior to the one she had envisioned in her dreams. Song Hui glanced over the completed stockpile, which included categories such as toiletries, grains, spices, oils, medical supplies, and daily necessities. Although many items had expiration dates and the quantities were not overwhelmingly large, she felt comforted knowing that they could explore alternative methods and learn to produce what they needed. She inquired, "Have you and Ajing purchased your clothes?" Jiang nodded, affirming that she had indeed purchased some items today and had placed orders through a shopping app, eagerly awaiting delivery. At that moment, her phone's alarm chimed. Song Hui responded, "All right, let us head out." The two friends could spend a delightful 12 hours on the island every day, and with their current task of stocking up and organizing, they had ample time at their disposal. Exiting the island's confines, they closed the warehouse door, and Song Hui took the driver's seat, steering Jiang's suite towards home. After exiting the chat application, she searched for a well-known brand of sanitary napkins on the shopping platform. Calculating the quantity she would need, she intended to make a direct purchase. Just as she was about to complete the transaction, she suddenly recalled that other bathing products had expiration dates. Surely, sanitary napkins must have them as well. She hesitated, promptly exiting the payment page to inquire with customer service. "Hello, could you please inform me when your sanitary napkins were manufactured and what their shelf life is?" Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. Indeed, everything has an expiration date. She contemplated the prospect of relying on sanitary pads that would last merely 3 years, and an overwhelming sense of despair washed over her. Would it be possible that, 3 years hence, her menstruation might cease altogether? Generally, she was diligent about maintaining her health and exercising, and during her menstrual periods, she was fortunate enough to experience little discomfort. However, the thought of the many years to come, where sanitary pads would be inaccessible, leaving her to resort to the laborious task of hand-sewing alternatives, filled her with agitation. Jiang Tian swiftly typed a line. "May I inquire if there's a variant with a slightly longer shelf life? Regardless, any additional usage, even if only temporary, is appreciated." Jiang Tian sent a crying emoji, acknowledging that this was the only way to ensure the product's quality. There was no point in insisting otherwise. Such intimate items, once expired, must remain untouched for the sake of one's health and safety. She calculated the usage for 3 years and captured the item in the product link. Chapter 11. Obtaining the certificate. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and then searched online for the usage period of sanitary tampons and menstrual cups, which she had never used before. Similar to sanitary pads, tampons have a shelf life of 3 years. However, the lifespan of menstrual cups extends to an astonishing 10 years. She was utterly astonished and quickly looked up the instructions for using menstrual cups. Once she comprehended how to use them, she was immediately captivated and placed an order. At last, she could rest easy knowing that she would not have to worry about lacking sanitary pads during her future menstrual periods. Song Hui parked the car in the garage just as Jiang Tian completed her order. As she pushed open the door, the enticing aroma of stir-fried crabs wafted from the dining room. The cook had finished preparing the meal and had already departed. The head of the household, Jiang Yuzhou, was still overseeing matters in City Z, leaving only Song Hui, Jiang Tian, and their future son-in-law, Huo Zheng, to dine at home. Jiang Tian rose from the sofa, declaring that it was time for dinner. The three of them made their way to the dining room and took their seats at the table. Song Hui and Huo Zheng continued their discussion about the progress of their stockpiling, while casually prompting Huo Zheng to add a few items that had been overlooked and were not included in the original stockpiling plan. Jiang Tian decided to set aside her concerns and indulge in a more delectable stir-fried crab rather than the steamed version. "Mom, let's not chat. Let's finish our meal first," she urged. Song Hui and Huo Zheng exchanged smiles, pausing their conversation to join in. In addition to the crab, the table was adorned with dishes such as cold lotus root slices, fish-flavored shredded pork, and corn rib soup, all perfectly suited for the current weather. After the family savored their meal together, they settled on the sofa for a leisurely chat. Song Hui suggested, Tian, have you and Huo Zheng considered going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain your marriage certificate? While there may not be time for a wedding banquet, we can still capture some lovely moments with wedding photos. Let us sit together as a family and enjoy a good meal. She recalled the contents of Jiang Tian's notebook, reflecting on a future that might resemble the circumstances she described. At that time, survival would take precedence, leaving little room for thoughts of marriage. Perhaps it was her desire for the wedding photos and marriage certificate to signify completeness, not wanting her daughter to feel deprived of such rituals amidst the impending calamities. Jiang Tian pondered over Song Hui's words. Indeed, Huo Zheng had once proposed to her in a rather romantic manner, atop a mountain as they gazed at the starry sky together. However, at that moment, she was captivated by the allure of a carefree life and had emotionally declined his proposal. Now, with merely 20 days remaining until the impending calamity, the thought of hastily consenting to be together due to the approaching disaster left her with a sense of quiet discontent. Yet, as the catastrophe loomed ever closer, she found herself preoccupied with the seemingly trivial pursuits of wedding photographs and marriage certificates, rather than urgently stockpiling supplies to face the impending crisis. Was this not a touch indulgent? Jiang Tian turned to Huo Zheng and asked, "What do you think, Zheng?" Huo Zheng grasped Jiang Tian's hand, a smile playing on his lips. "Of course, we should go take wedding photos and obtain our marriage certificate. I will make sure to free up my schedule. Do not worry. Leave it all to me. Everything will be arranged in due time." Jiang Tian bit her lip and smiled gently. "I will follow your lead." The stockpiling continued, yet Huo Zheng, amidst his busy schedule, reached out to the wedding photography studio to select the perfect wedding gown and suit, freeing an entire day to obtain their marriage certificate and capture their wedding photographs. Like Jiang Tian, he too did not wish for the envisioned wedding to be hastily overlooked. Having gazed upon the myriad of stars, they yearned to witness the sunrise by the sea once more. At 4 a.m, Huo Zheng gently roused the still sleeping Jiang Tian. "Sweetheart, wake up. Today we shall secure our marriage certificate." Jiang Tian awoke in a daze, brushed her teeth, washed her face, changed her clothes, and took a seat in Huo Zheng's car. She believed this was merely a simple outing, as planned, to obtain their marriage certificate and capture some wedding photographs. With no extraneous thoughts occupying her mind, she focused solely on going along with the arrangements. As they approached the vicinity of the beach, Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian alighted from the vehicle. The entire city remained enveloped in slumber, leaving only Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian to quietly walk along the road. Jiang Tian gazed at the dimly lit sky, shrouded in gray, and couldn't help but feel perplexed. Aren't we supposed to be obtaining our marriage certificate? How do we end up here? Surely, the Civil Affairs Bureau isn't open yet? Huo Zheng chuckled indeed. Let's first witness the dawn before we proceed to the Bureau. Jiang Tian, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Observing the sunrise, how many more opportunities would there be to quietly witness such a spectacle? Huo Zheng gently took Jiang Tian's hand, guiding her to the beachfront. A delicate blush of crimson emerged on the horizon as the waves caressed the shore, bringing with them seashells and crabs that were swept ashore. The beach, tranquil save for the rhythmic sound of the waves, was suddenly graced by the melodious strains of a violin, adding a touch of romance to the nascent dawn by the sea. Jiang Tian's bright and clear eyes glimmered as she gazed at the slowly rising sun, her fingers entwined with Huo Zheng's. As the radiant dawn broke, a voice, tinged with magnetism, whispered in Jiang Tian's ear, "Tian, will you marry me?" The shimmering surface of the distant water reflected in her eyes, making them sparkle. Yes, of course. Huo Zheng slipped the ring onto Jiang Tian's ring finger, clasped her hand, and tenderly pressed his lips against it. Tian Tian, I love you. Jiang Tian smiled gently, placing a wedding ring on Huo Zheng's finger, affirming her love for him. This proposal went unnoticed by onlookers, yet Jiang Tian found immense joy in it. After leaving the beach, they proceeded directly to a bridal studio, where she changed into a wedding gown and had her makeup done, capturing beautiful photographs both indoors and outdoors. They enjoyed a meal together at noon, and in the afternoon, they continued taking pictures for several hours. As Jiang Tian began to show signs of fatigue, they concluded the photo shoot, donning a crisp white shirt. They made their way to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate, where they recited their vows. We willingly unite as husband and wife, embracing the responsibilities and obligations that marriage bestows upon us. In times of prosperity and adversity, in wealth and poverty, in health and sickness, I choose to marry you as my husband-wife. Her gaze fell upon Huo Zheng, who was driving with utmost focus, her eyes sparkling with a smile. Nevertheless, this feeling was quite delightful. Chapter 12. As Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Yuzhou, resided in Z City, the family initially intended to gather for a simple, celebratory meal. However, due to significant renovations on their end, they ultimately decided to postpone their reunion until they had stocked up on supplies and could fly to Z City together. There was no need to rush such matters. Regarding other relatives, Jiang Yuzhou, being an only child, had minimal contact with family, as his parents, Jiang Tian's grandparents, had passed away, leaving little interaction with distant relatives. It was perhaps for the best, as those relatives were rather troublesome. On Song Hui's side, she had a sister who was divorced and had a child. The impending natural disasters and the peculiar space they inhabited were not topics suitable for discussion. This was an unspoken understanding within the family. They all cherished Jiang Tian deeply and would not reveal her secrets concerning the space or impending calamities to avoid complications. Her sister was no exception. Song Hui was clear-minded about these matters. She could never expose her daughter for the sake of her sister. If she were to inform her sister about the impending disaster and urge her to prepare necessary supplies, she would not be believed. Proving such claims would necessitate revealing their secret, just as Jiang Tian had done. Only Jiang Yuzhou, Huo Zheng, and Jiang Tian were privy to the secret of the space, and they could ensure its confidentiality. However, who could guarantee the same for others? Her sister might disclose the information to her daughter, who might then tell her father. In summary, maintaining secrecy was the best course of action. Song Hui planned to deceive her sister, Song Yu, just one day before the disaster struck, telling her that Jiang Tian was to marry Huo Zheng in Z City and inviting her and her daughter to attend. She hoped to persuade Song Yu and her niece to purchase plane tickets and travel to Z City together. With only her sister remaining as family, she was reluctant to part ways. Although having the entire family under one roof might not be ideal, they had no better alternative. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng find Song Hui's decision quite understandable, especially considering the kindness of her aunt, whom she cannot bear to disregard. Song Hui briefly mentioned to Song Yu about Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng's intention to obtain a marriage certificate, and the next day, Song Yu personally delivered a lavish gift to Jiang Tian. However, when evening fell, as Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng unwrapped the present from her aunt, her face immediately flushed crimson upon revealing its contents. How could it possibly be this? Jiang Tian hastily tucked her nightgown into the box, swiftly placing the lid on top, and then covered Huo Zheng's eyes, flustered as she exclaimed, Zheng, you saw nothing just now. Huo Zheng chuckled lightly, lowering her hand and gently grasping it. But I have indeed seen it. A heartfelt gesture from my aunt. Why not give it a try, sweetie? At this, Jiang Tian's ears flushed with embarrassment. I'm not ready yet. Is it really necessary to wear it? She felt a mix of shame and annoyance, pondering why her aunt would choose such a gift. Jiang Tian's aunt, Song Yu, and her mother, Song Hui, are over a decade apart in age, with Song Yu having essentially been raised by Song Hui. During the times when Jiang Ji and Song Hui were engrossed in their careers, It was Song Yu who played with and nurtured both Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng. Having experienced a divorce, Song Yu has no intention of remarrying and possesses a youthful outlook, approaching such matters with a sense of openness. Upon discovering Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng's relationship, she occasionally engages Jiang Tian in spirited conversations, advising her to be mindful of safety measures. However, she never anticipated that, after careful consideration, she would present them with such a wedding gift. Huo Zheng, originally just teasing Jiang Tian, found her bashful demeanor endearing and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, I'll do as you wish." Jiang Tian took a deep breath. She truly found it difficult to accept the notion of sensual sleepwear at that moment. On their wedding night, with the lights extinguished, an enveloping darkness surrounded them. Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian embraced one another, tentatively exploring before becoming one. "Sweetheart, do you wish to have children in the future?" he inquired. I am not ready for that now, but perhaps in the future. I imagine if we were to have a child resembling you, or perhaps me, it would indeed be quite delightful." Jiang Tian, at the tender age of 22, perceives herself as still a child. Although she is married, the prospect of conceiving and bearing children at such a young age is far from her immediate thoughts. However, she muses that postponing this eventuality is not entirely out of the question. In her mind, she envisions the appearance of her future offspring. Huo Zheng shares similar contemplations. He has even pondered the possibility of undergoing a vasectomy. Yet he hesitates, for should Jiang Tian desire children in the future, and should medical advancements fail to allow for a reversal of such a procedure, they might be deprived of the joy of having their own. Upon hearing Jiang Tian express her thoughts, he becomes increasingly convinced of her desire for children. The initial consideration of a vasectomy is swiftly dismissed, and preparations for contraceptive measures are now in order, alongside the potential acquisition of clothing and toys for their future child. Huo Zheng places a gentle kiss upon Jiang Tian's forehead, and in that moment, their shared dreams intertwine in a remarkable harmony. Jiang Tian gently prodded Huo Zheng's chest and suggested, "Should we prepare some children's clothing, toys, and a stroller?" She envisioned a child resembling either herself or him and felt it would be unthinkable to find themselves in a situation where their offspring lacked proper garments, having to rely on bartering within the base for something barely suitable to wear. Huo Zheng grasped Jiang Tian's mischievous hand and replied, "Indeed, I shall take a look tomorrow." He was equally inclined to consider the necessity of preparing attire for their future child. Jiang Tian promptly remarked, "Make sure to take some photos from each sea." She needed to remain in the warehouse to receive goods, making it inconvenient for her to accompany Huo Zheng on the supply run. Huo Zheng replied with a simple acknowledgement, "I will send them to you." Jiang Tian's aunt, Song Yu, and her cousin, Song Shi, had their clothing and personal items meticulously prepared by the attentive Song Hui, so there was no need for Jiang Tian to concern herself with such matters. In regard to personal belongings, she merely needed to take care of her own. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment and inquired further, "Aside from examining the children's clothing tomorrow, do you have any other destinations in mind? Are there any supplies we have yet to procure or prepare? I noticed that the inventory in my mother's island storage is already quite substantial. Our necessities for clothing, shelter, and transportation are adequately addressed. However, food is a different matter. It is quite challenging to stockpile provisions for 10 or 20 years. As Chapter 13 unfolds, it becomes evident that, as Jiang Tian noted, the essentials of sustenance, habitation, and travel are largely in place. Each individual's wardrobe for all seasons, along with hygiene products, can only be stockpiled for a few years due to their shelf life. Nevertheless, there is a commendable effort to prepare corresponding traditional Chinese herbs for future handmade bath liquids and shampoos. Everyday necessities such as toilet paper, combs, brushes, eyebrow razors, scissors, hair ties, towels, toothbrushes, and garbage bags have been meticulously arranged. In the event of a natural disaster, the external residence, overseen by her father John Yuzhou, is well equipped for protection. He diligently updates the renovation progress in their group chat, ensuring peace of mind for all. Within the island's space, while the house remains unconstructed, the RV is sufficiently equipped. Additionally, they have erected large camping tents and sunshade tents, If more space is desired, they can comfortably reside in the expansive camping tent. Outdoor gear, including windbreakers, backpacks, trekking poles, climbing shoes, ropes, and emergency kits, are all prepared, enabling them to forge ahead, no matter the arduous path. In anticipation of potential flooding, provisions such as kayaks, inflatable boats, life jackets, and diving suits have also been arranged. The only item lacking is a helicopter. However, acquiring one is no simple feat, and their family has never learned to pilot one, leaving them unable to seek last-minute instruction. The situation regarding food is somewhat troubling. Vacuum-sealed rice can only last 1 to 2 years at most. Oils, salts, chicken essence, soy sauce, and oyster sauce each have their own shelf lives. It seems imperative that they begin cultivating their own food. As for rice, the seeds have already been purchased, and they must prepare a plot of land and the space for planting. Once their stockpile of cooking oil is exhausted, they will have to attempt to grow peanuts, camellias, and soybeans to learn oil extraction. Alternatively, they might consider whether the pigs in the island space can be successfully raised, allowing them to render lard from fatty meat. As for salt, they will have no choice but to see if the seawater in the island space can be utilized for salt production. The remaining seasonings will require experimentation to determine if they can be crafted from scratch. Jiang Tian, having subscribed to various websites, diligently downloaded an array of video tutorials and recipes, saving them for leisurely viewing in the future. However, she soon realized that her downloading pace was rather sluggish. Thus, she turned to a versatile shopping application, entrusting the task of downloading to the sellers on the platform, planning to simply settle the remaining payment upon receipt of the goods. Jiang Tian's household is also home to 2 large dogs, Demao and Airmao, both of whom are huskies. They are allowed to roam freely within the confines of a designated space, alleviating any concerns about them causing chaos in the house. The dog food for these 2 huskies, like all consumables, has an expiration date. However, this is of little concern, for should they undergo mutations in the future, their dietary requirements will shift from dog food to that of other mutated creatures. In the absence of such mutations, she can still provide a mixture of meat and vegetables, as she is presently mindful of feeding them a blend of dog food, meat, and vegetables. To prevent the huskies from invading Song Hui's vegetable garden, which is intended to serve as their future food store, Jiang Tian has enclosed the area. Regarding medical supplies, Huo Zheng has successfully procured a substantial quantity through intermediaries, including essential cold and fever medications, as well as supplies for treating injuries, antibiotics, ibuprofen, ear thermometers, Huoxiang Zhengqi liquid, montmorillonite powder, iodine, cotton swabs, bandages, erythromycin ointment, burn relief cream, Yunnan Bai Yao, and alcohol. These household necessities are now well stocked. Furthermore, protective equipment such as medical masks, face shields, protective clothing, and disinfectants have been prepared to guard against viral and bacterial invasions. There are also preparations for snake repellent, mosquito repellent, and insecticides, all of which similarly have expiration dates. As for weaponry, it goes without saying that Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng made a trip to America, investing heavily in firearms, with a particular emphasis on acquiring a substantial supply of ammunition. While these items cannot be used outside, they can practice their marksmanship within their island sanctuary. However, it is prudent to reserve these weapons and ammunition for critical situations, as every round counts. Jiang Tian primarily utilizes a modified nail gun and crossbow, as these weapons are considerably more convenient to operate compared to others, and the ammunition required for them is relatively easy to procure. As she contemplated this, she covered her mouth and stifled a yawn, a glimmer of drowsy tears shimmering in her eyes. As Jiang Tian contemplated in her mind, she realized that she had indeed procured all the necessary supplies. She nestled closer into Huo Zheng's embrace and drifted off to sleep. Huo Zheng wrapped his arms around Jiang Tian's waist, lowering his gaze. While it seemed that her stockpile was nearly sufficient, in reality, much remained to be acquired. She could still stock up on frozen foods, canned goods, frozen meats, frozen vegetables, convenience foods, and semi-prepared meals. The vegetables and fruits cultivated in the island space, along with the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, had only been raised for less than 10 days. It was imprudent to rely solely on them for future sustenance. Preparation was key, and the more supplies, the better. After the snowstorm, there would likely be interruptions in water and electricity, making restroom access quite inconvenient, thus necessitating the preparation of cat litter. After all, the island space was not a place one could enter freely at all times. Some weapons for self-defense have been gathered, but during the early stages of disaster when societal order had not yet completely disintegrated, it would be unwise to brandish them. Therefore, axes, sickles, tang sword, mace, iron rods, and electric batons needed to be prepared. Additionally, surveillance was vital when residing in higher floors. Iron doors would be installed in the stairwell for isolation from the lower levels. While this might seem to prevent communication with those below, it could not guarantee that there wouldn't be individuals attempting to break in or cause trouble in search of food. With monitoring in place, at least they could ascertain the situation below in advance. The ingredients required for the kitchen were adequately prepared, yet the cooking utensils had been overlooked. It was essential to purchase extra gas tanks, iron pots, soup pots, frying pans, rice cookers, pressure cookers, knives, spatulas, and other kitchen tools as backups. High-calorie foods, and those for replenishing blood sugar, such as chocolate, candies, nuts, and compressed biscuits, along with snacks that Jiang Tian enjoyed, should also be prepared for her. Various items like folding ladders, self-heating patches, self-heating meals, self-heating hot pots, radios, compasses, raincoats, rain boots, thermal blankets, binoculars, hair dryers, satellite phones, water purifiers, emergency kits, and helmets are also needed. Aside from the car and the modified off-road vehicle he had specifically ordered from the dealership, he also needed to prepare electric bikes, motorcycles, and other small vehicles for easier travel. Huo Zheng closed his eyes, reassured that there was still time to gather everything at a leisurely pace. Chapter 14. The duck before falling asleep. She pondered for a long time about her stockpiling, dreaming once more of inadequate supplies. Imagining herself forced to venture out in search of resources after the calamity struck. Upon awakening from this unsettling dream, Jiang Tian felt utterly disconcerted. The act of stockpiling supplies in advance is intended to ensure that her family can lead a tranquil life in the aftermath of natural disasters, free from the anxieties of daily meals. Rising from her bed, her first course of action was to enter the island space. She mounted her electric scooter and first ventured to inspect the aquaculture farm for which she was responsible. The farm is divided into 5 distinct sections: the chicken coop, duck pen, cattle enclosure, sheepfold, and pigsty. The animal's manure serves as a natural fertilizer, and each time Jiang Tian dons her mask to carry out the necessary sanitation within their enclosures, she dutifully transports the waste to the cultivation area managed by her mother, Songhui. Consequently, the surroundings now appear impeccably clean, devoid of any unpleasant odors. Every time Jiang Tian appears here, it is to feed the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs. Consequently, upon her arrival at the chicken coop, her 2 roosters, 2 hens, and several chicks come running towards her with a chorus of clucking, evidently trained to anticipate her arrival and eagerly seeking their meal. Jiang Tian cast a reluctant glance at the time. It would not be impossible to feed the animals at this hour. She approached the storeroom where the grains for chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs were kept, taking out a suitable quantity of rice for the chickens. With a gentle motion, she scattered the grains into the coop, and the roosters, hens, and chicks immediately dispersed, each one eagerly pecking at the rice. Initially, lacking experience, Jiang Tian had carelessly sprinkled the rice all in one spot, resulting in a chaotic scene where the chickens jostled one another for the scattered grains. The frail little chicks stood no chance against the more robust adult roosters and hens, helplessly pecking at the rice from the edges, waiting for the adults to satiate their hunger before cautiously advancing. As time went on, Jiang Tian learned to distribute the feed more evenly, ensuring that each bird could find its own patch to dine upon. Yet, perhaps it was true that food fought over was more delectable. The adult roosters and hens continued to rush towards the same area, competing for the same morsels. She chose to overlook this behavior, finishing her task of scattering rice and then filling the water trough before departing from the chicken coop. Ducks, being omnivorous creatures, enjoyed a diet that included grains, insects, small fish, and shrimp. Thus, their meals were somewhat superior to the chickens, enriched with tiny aquatic delicacies. The number of ducks in their enclosure mirrored that of the chickens, consisting of 2 drakes, 2 hens, and 2 ducklings. Upon her arrival, they waddled toward her with cheerful quacks, especially the 2 ducklings, who seemed to have formed an affectionate bond with her since the day she purchased them. Jiang Tian observed as the ducks finished their meal, then opened the small gate of their enclosure, allowing them to step out and roam freely. It was akin to letting them wander in a secluded island paradise. The larger 4 ducks had already ventured out, while the 2 smaller ones followed Jiang Tian's lead, accompanying her to the pig pen. Among the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, it was the pigs that remained the most tranquil and least inclined to move. The pigs, cattle, and sheep procured by Jiang Tian's family consist of 2 pregnant individuals, 2 retained for breeding, 2 designated for slaughter in the autumn, and 2 young ones. Currently, the pigs are being fed a diet tailored to their needs, and as the vegetables cultivated in their own garden mature, they will gradually incorporate corn, sweet potatoes, greens, and potatoes into their diet. Jiang Tian observed the 2 sows raised separately, confirming that their gestation was proceeding normally without any unusual reactions before departing from the pig pen. She unlatched the gate, allowing the cattle and sheep to venture outside to graze. The planting area, enclosed by walls erected by Jiang Tian, ensured that the foraging cattle, sheep, and ducks, along with the 2 huskies that had been kept in the space, would not cause any disturbances. The pregnant cows and ewes remained inside, receiving Jiang Tian's attentive care. She meticulously followed the guidance provided by the master at the livestock farm regarding their husbandry, ensuring that they were fed the appropriate feed and food as instructed. After inspecting her chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, Jiang Tian found the dream of venturing out in search of supplies gradually dissipating. She mounted her small electric scooter, intending to head towards the planting field to take a look. 2 fluffy ducklings hopped onto the footrest in front of her scooter, hitching a ride as they set off together. Jiang Tian's greatest delight is to ride her electric scooter around the island, gazing at the azure sky, the fluffy white clouds, and the lush greenery, while a gentle breeze caresses her. It is a most agreeable experience. As she passes by the beach, she is greeted by the cheerful barking of a husky. Jiang Tian glanced over and immediately spotted her 2 large dogs, Demao and Ermao, vigilantly observing the waves approaching the shore. As the frothy surf surged towards them, they swiftly darted a few steps back, only to rush forward and bark excitedly as the waves receded. They appeared endearingly foolish in their antics. Jiang Tian reminisced about the bountiful gifts that nature bestows upon the beach and promptly halted her vehicle, exclaiming, "Demao, Ermao, come here quickly." She was genuinely concerned that her 2 Siberian huskies might indiscriminately devour the seafood scattered across the shore. Upon hearing the familiar call, the 2 huskies turned their heads, scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice. Upon spotting Jiang Tian riding her electric bike not far away, they joyfully wagged their tails and scampered toward her. Jiang Tian sat upon her electric scooter, her feet gently resting on the ground. With her left hand, she tenderly patted the furry heads and ears of her beloved pets. Big Fur and Second Fur. The seafood by the beach is off limits, my dear ones. If you find yourselves hungry, simply come to me, and I shall provide you with dog food. The huskies appeared adorably foolish, their intelligence comparable to that of a 2- or 3-year-old child. As for her 2 companions, they were not only lively and mischievous, but also surprisingly obedient. Quack, quack, quack. Big Fur, Second Fur, cease your chatter. The little ducklings are not for you to eat. As Jiang Tian heard the little duck quacking in terror, leaping to the other side in a frantic bid for survival, she felt as if she had been slapped across the face. How could she have claimed that her huskies were well behaved? The sting of embarrassment was beginning to settle in. She turned to the 2 huskies, gently patting their heads, and firmly declared that the little duck was absolutely off limits. The 2 huskies raised their heads, their eyes clear and innocent, panting with their tongues out as they gazed at her with an expression of utter bewilderment. Chapter 15. The white goose. Jiang Tian could not help but close her eyes, reminiscing about a news story she had once encountered. A husky had ruthlessly killed all the ducklings, worth thousands, that its owner had raised. When the owner hurriedly arrived at the scene, The dog remained disturbingly calm, gazing at the lifeless ducks before it, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Jiang Tian is unable to permit such occurrences for the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs she tends to are the sustenance for a family's future. Should the husky annihilate her chickens and ducks, what will she have to eat thereafter? The free-range cattle and sheep are less susceptible to the husky's attacks. The outcome of their encounters remains uncertain. However, the chickens and ducks require vigilant protection, for even the formidable roosters and ducks may not prevail against a husky. Yet, if it were a battle-hardened, formidable goose, the outcome could be quite different. Jiang Tian envisioned a whimsical scene of a great battle between a plump white goose and a spirited husky, and she couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps she could also add a few more white geese to her island sanctuary. Braised white goose, iron pot stewed goose, and beer braised goose. Each dish sounded utterly delectable. Jiang Tian contemplated these delectable recipes featuring the magnificent white geese, unable to suppress a slurp, as if the delightful aroma wafted through the air. The two huskies before her, captivated by the enticing scents, cast eager, yearning glances, taking a subtle step back. Jiang Tian. These two huskies, when they are clever, truly exhibit their intelligence. Currently, the household is home to only a few ducks, geese, chickens, and some cattle and sheep, making their care relatively uncomplicated. However, as their numbers increase, preparing feed for them, such as swine food, will undoubtedly become a significant challenge. Those that can be free-range must still be allowed to roam freely. Jiang Tian resolved to train the two huskies, establishing a rule that they must not consume the small animals she nurtured in her island sanctuary. The two little ducks, affectionate and close to Jiang Tian, hopped onto her electric scooter after the huskies refrained from chasing them for a meal. Jiang Tian cast a glance at the little duckling, placing her foot atop it. Domo, armo, follow emme. There is certainly not enough space on the electric cart for both huskies, so they must run alongside the vehicle instead. Jiang Tian gently rode her electric bike, carrying the little ducklings, followed closely by two huskies, until they reached the front of the RV. She grasped the two ducklings in her hands to protect them from any potential attack by the huskies in her absence. From within the RV, she retrieved the huskies' dog food, pouring it into their bowl and bringing it over. While the huskies consumed their meal, they were surprisingly well-behaved. At this opportune moment, Jiang Tian decided to converse with Demao and Air Mao, establishing some ground rules. She presented the small yellow duck, which was placed in a small basin, before the two of them. The two huskies glanced at Jiang Tian, then sniffed the little duck, as if inquiring whether it was permissible to consume it. Jiang Tianxin gently placed the dog food bowl in front of them, saying, "Be good and eat this." This was to prevent the two huskies from taking advantage of the male and female ducks that ventured outside during her absence. Jiang Tian is truly distressed over these two huskies. They have been confined within the island space for several days and have not been allowed outside. Now that they have emerged from their secluded realm, they are rather exhilarated by the outside world. While Jiang Tian was still in the bathroom, tending to her grooming and changing her attire, the two huskies managed to leap and open the door themselves, scampering outside. By the time she descended the stairs after getting ready, Song Hui had already secured the two huskies with their leashes. Noticing Jiang Tian's arrival, Song Hui inquired, Tian, why did you let Demao and Air Mao out? Did you not intend to keep them in the space? Demao and Air Mao, the two huskies, had always been kept at home. Their boundless energy, if not expended through outdoor activities, could potentially lead to the destruction of their surroundings. Had they been under Jiang Tian's care alone, it was likely that the house would have been in disarray by now. Therefore, they were primarily entrusted to Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou, even though they might not have had the time to take the huskies for walks themselves. They would always hire someone to ensure the dogs received their necessary exercise. Jiang Tian expressed her grievances to Song Hui regarding the mischief of her two huskies, Demao and Air Mao, who threatened to attack the ducklings she cared for. She feared that if she stepped outside, they would indeed harm her little ducks. Song Hui furrowed her brow, recognizing the necessity of disciplining Demao and Air Mao. The ducks should not be subjected to such playful torment. At present, sustenance was of paramount importance. Since Demao and Air Mao merely consumed food, without contributing to its production, their priority was relegated. As they made their way outside and took a car to the warehouse, Song Hui drove while Jiang Tian, accompanied by the two huskies, had to squeeze into the back seat. Throughout the journey, she gently petted the huskies while repetitively instilling in them the importance of discipline. Upon arriving at the warehouse and securing the doors, the mother and daughter duo entered the island space. Huo Zheng had already ventured out to procure supplies, but it would take some time before any goods were delivered. Song Hui intended to water the fruit trees and vegetables in the plantation and assess their growth progress. Jiang Tian, accompanied by two spirited huskies, ventured forth. At that moment, while selecting a site for planting trees and vegetables within the island sanctuary, considerations regarding the water source were paramount. Ultimately, they opted for a location adjacent to a flowing river, facilitating irrigation. The lettuce flourished rapidly, sprouting verdant leaves mere weeks after sowing, with harvest anticipated in just over 20 days. Additionally, they cultivated varieties such as asparagus, tomatoes, pumpkins, eggplants, green beans, scallions, garlic, and chili peppers. However, the rate of growth varied significantly among these crops, resulting in a delightful assortment of tender shoots. In terms of fruits, apart from the earliest planted saplings, which would take time to mature, Song Hui specifically planted watermelons, strawberries, cantaloupes, and blueberries. The cultivation area was meticulously organized, with each vegetable and fruit occupying its designated plot of land, clearly marked by small signs indicating the specific produce grown in each section. Chapter 16. Cultivation. Jiang Tian found this arrangement to be quite commendable, with various vegetables and fruits growing in harmony alongside one another. Among them, she could only recognize the slightly larger lettuce. The other plants, adorned solely with tender green leaves, were utterly indistinguishable to her. She could only rely on the small signs placed above them to discern their identities. The fruit trees, too, bore small placards that clearly indicated the type of tree they were. Jiang Tian curiously surveyed the planting field, while Song Hui was already by the river, collecting water for irrigation. Upon seeing this, she quickly exclaimed, "Mom, let me assist you." The tasks at the breeding farm and the planting field cannot easily be categorized as lighter or heavier. At the breeding farm, one must prepare feed and maintain the hygiene of the premises. Conversely, the planting field requires diligent watering of vegetables, fruits, and trees, along with monitoring their growth for any signs of pests or nutrient deficiencies. In this regard, it seems that Jiang Tian's responsibilities are somewhat simpler. However, when it comes to farming, it is undoubtedly Song Hui's expertise that is essential. If Jiang Tian were to take charge, it is likely that the vegetables and fruit trees would suffer from overwatering or pest damage. She could never care for them as proficiently as Song Hui does. Thus, Jiang Tian can only come by occasionally to lend a helping hand. Jiang Tian assisted Song Hui by securing the watering equipment, laden with water, upon her shoulders. She herself retrieved a set of watering apparatus, filled it with water from the river, and shouldered it as she made her way toward the fields. Gripping the handle, she directed the spray over the land, the water shooting forth with considerable distance. When Song Hui glanced over, she cautioned, Tian, do not continuously water the same patch of ground. Every section must receive its fair share, lest some wither from drought while others drown from excess." Jiang Tian meandered through the expanse of the vegetable field, leaving traces of moisture upon the soil of each plot. The sprinkler, a device designed for irrigation, rendered the areas it touched reminiscent of a gentle drizzle. It was a novel experience, somewhat intriguing. However, carrying the water tank on her back for an extended period could lead to a burdensome ache. A more efficient solution would be to utilize a pump-operated sprinkler instead. The distance from the RV site posed a challenge as well, making it cumbersome to stretch the electrical cord through a multifunctional socket. The greatest concern arose with the prospect of rain. Would the socket not spark? Ideally, it would be splendid to travel in an RV equipped with solar panels, allowing Song Hui to irrigate the fields with greater ease. Jiang Tian contemplated the feasibility of this idea and took out her phone to jot down a note in her memo. She resolved that once there was available space, she would have Huo Zheng add an electric watering pump to the inventory plan. It is preferable to ease the burden whenever possible. After Jiang Tian and Song Hui had thoroughly watered the patch of land, they set aside their irrigation equipment intending to depart. Outside, the husky, tethered with a rope, had long since succumbed to boredom. Upon spotting Jiang Tian's emergence, it immediately bounded over. Jiang Tian nearly forgot about the two huskies and hurried to untie the rope secured at the entrance of the plantation. The two huskies, filled with exuberance, eagerly tugged her along as they dashed away. Song Hui, observing Jiang Tian being spirited off by the huskies, shook her head and mounted her electric scooter to depart as well. Jiang Tian followed the exuberant husky, panting heavily as she ran. Dalmo, Adamo, please stop for a moment. After a considerable struggle, the husky finally heeded her command to halt. Nevertheless, their pace gradually slowed, as if to accommodate their owner. Jiang Tian soon regretted her decision to run. She could have simply loosened the dog leash and allowed them to roam freely. Concerned about the husky chasing after ducks, she could have easily followed behind on her electric scooter rather than foolishly being dragged along by the husky. Meanwhile, Song Hui effortlessly glided past on her electric bicycle. Jiang Tian called out to her with a voice full of pitiful longing. "Mother, could you please take a moment to come and fetch your unfortunate daughter?" Song Hui couldn't help but chuckle, replying, "All right, just wait for me. I shall be there shortly." Jiang Tian nodded and trotted over with the huskies. The sky was a brilliant blue. The air on the island was invigorating. Yet Jiang Tian's mood was tinged with helplessness. Song Hui arrived to pick up Jiang Tian and the two huskies. The exuberance of the huskies was palpable, while Jiang Tian's own energy was entirely spent from the chase. In the enchanting island space, they encountered ducks foraging outdoors. Song Hui took the initiative to lead the two huskies to greet the ducks, eager to observe the huskies' reactions. Perhaps the training Jiang Tian had imparted to the huskies that morning was still bearing fruit. Jiang Tian, seated in the car, felt an overwhelming sense of gratification upon witnessing the scene. "Mother, please remind Mao and Mao once more not to eat and to refrain from biting the duck. I fear they might forget shortly." "Understood. Just stay put in the car." As the person in charge of the breeding farm, Jiang Tian takes her responsibilities toward the future sustenance of her household quite seriously. However, while she closely supervises the huskies, they may refrain from attacking or consuming the ducks. Yet, when she is not present or when the huskies feel hunger, their behavior may very well change. Jiang Tian, in a bid for prudence, contemplates the necessity of enclosing a section of land for her ducks to wander and forage. The ducks, fond of swimming, would thrive best in an area adorned with a river or a lake. Perhaps it would be more expedient to excavate a pond nearby for their enjoyment. Should she decide to confine the ducks to a specific area for their activities, it would be advantageous for this enclosure to be in close proximity to her farm, facilitating their feeding and care. Having procured an excavator within the island's confines, she finds it relatively convenient to create a pond by channeling water from the river. It is essential to ensure that the water source leading out from this enclosed area is secured with a mesh barrier at the bottom, preventing the ducks from wandering freely. This precaution would safeguard them from the potential threat posed by the huskies, thereby ensuring the duck's safety. Jiang Tian need not traverse the expansive island in search of ducks, herding them into the enclosure. After confirming the advantages of this approach, she retrieved her tablet to locate the aerial panorama captured by the drone, intending to identify the location of the farm and ascertain the nearby water sources. Song Hui approached, leading her husky, and said, "All right, Tian, shall we go out for a look?" She emerged from the vehicle, tablet in hand, and together with Song Hui, they departed the island's confines. Chapter 17. Planting trees. Jiang Tian and Song Hui ventured into the island space with their Siberian huskies, perhaps due to the monotony of guarding the warehouse in recent days. Upon opening it, Song Hui began to amuse the two huskies in playful antics. Jiang Tian held the tablet, magnifying the panoramic image of the island to locate the position of the farm. She clicked to edit the image, marking the site of the farm, while searching for nearby water sources. 3 rivers flowed nearby, and she selected the one closest to her, observing the surroundings for suitable areas to enclose for the ducks. She began to doodle on the tablet, connecting her selection to the river. Soon, when they entered the island space, they would excavate a waterway to channel the water over. Song Hui glanced outside as a truck approached. After the truck came to a halt, she stood up and handed the dog leash to Jiang Tian, casting a glance at the doodles on her tablet. "Tian, Do you plan to do something outside the farm? Jiang Tian, with a determined spirit, lifted the tablet and addressed Song Hui, saying, I intend to designate a plot of land here to excavate a pond for the ducks to frolic in. And in the future, we can also rear some geese. Enclosing this area will ensure that we need not worry about Demao and air Mao troubling the ducks. Song Hui nodded in agreement, replying, All right, should you require assistance, I shall come to lend a hand. With that, she proceeded outside to meet the delivery truck. Jiang Tian glanced at the truck outside, stowed her tablet away, and led her 2 huskies as she stepped outside, observing the supplies being moved into the warehouse. She recalled the electric pump irrigation machine she intended to have Huo Zheng purchase and sent him a message. Once the goods were transferred into the warehouse, she signed the delivery receipt. After the truck turned around and drove off into the distance, she pulled the warehouse door shut, secured her belongings, and once again entered the island space. This time, the delivery consisted of fruit trees, which were notably different from the saplings Jiang Tian and Song Hui had previously acquired. These were mature and fully grown. Song Hui was elated and urged Jiang Tian to help load the fruit trees onto the truck for planting. The small vehicle navigated through the island and halted before the planting area. The two collaborated once more to unload the fruit tree saplings from the truck. In the meantime, their huskies, unobserved, took the opportunity to dash away, tugging at their leashes with exuberance. The fruit trees, unlike the delicate vegetable seedlings in the soil, did not pose a risk of destruction from the island's chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, or dogs. Hence, there was no need to enclose them. The 2 women transported the newly arrived fruit trees to the designated planting area. Song Hui remained behind to keep watch while Jiang Tian rode the electric scooter she had abandoned in pursuit of the huskies earlier, retrieving the post-hole digger. With her prior experience in excavation, Jiang Tian worked with remarkable speed this time. Although there were not many fruit trees, the 2 of them spent considerable time planting them together. The primary challenge lay in the fact that these trees were nearly mature and exceptionally heavy, making the task of moving them quite laborious. Jiang Tian wiped away her perspiration and rubbed her slightly sore hands. Mother, what kind of fruit trees are these? In the field, she did not recognize the vegetables and fruits, so it was unrealistic to expect her to identify these trees. Unless these trees bore fruit, she would be able to recognize them. After planting this row of fruit trees, Song Hui was equally exhausted. Child, can't you even recognize the fruits you enjoy? How fortunate that Zheng was mindful of your preferences, planting mango and durian trees solely for your delight. Jiang Tian blinked her eyes and gazed at the fruit trees she had just planted. Upon reflection, a sense of familiarity washed over her as she looked at them. She pointed to one of the trees and inquired, Is that a durian tree? Jiang Tian restrained herself from breaking into a smile. Yet a subtle sweetness blossomed within her heart. With the fruit trees fully planted, she decided not to linger in the island space any longer, lest any supplies arrive and she be unable to facilitate their handover and storage. Indeed, several small trucks soon arrived, laden with various fruit trees newly purchased by Huo Zheng, all suitable for cultivation within the island space. Song Hui remained inside, assuming the role of coordinator, efficiently directing the transfer of the trees from the warehouse, thus sparing both her and Jiang Tian the exertion of transporting the trees from the trucks only to unload them again. Naturally, such procedures were gradually refined through a process of trial and error. Jiang Tian surmised that, with the impending natural disaster looming, she had previously carved out a day to obtain their marriage certificate and capture their wedding photos. Now, they must hasten to stockpile supplies. As for rest, it is equally attainable within the confines of their island sanctuary. All right, I shall send a message to the cook, she said. The 2 once again closed the warehouse door and entered the island space. Due to their stockpiling efforts, all items were stored within this sanctuary. Now, retrieving kitchenware and ingredients to prepare a meal posed no difficulty. However, both were quite fatigued and utterly disinclined to move. Beneath the shade of a camping tent in the great outdoors, they reclined in rocking chairs, each holding a coconut with a straw inserted, sipping contentedly. The coconut trees were a natural feature of this island space, and with the abundance of tools available, harvesting was effortless. The rope trailing on the ground had become soiled and required a washing. Jiang Tian neatly coiled the dog leash and addressed the two Siberian huskies, saying, "Wait here. I shall fetch your dog food momentarily." Chapter 18. Pasta. Mom, please keep an eye on them. I will make a brief visit to the farm to feed the animals. Feeding at the farm requires more effort than watering at the plantation. The chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs on the farm are best fed in small, frequent portions. In contrast, watering at the plantation does not necessitate such regularity. Typically, vegetables and fruits require watering every 2 to 3 days. However, during the summer, when high temperatures cause rapid evaporation of moisture, one must water more diligently, ideally in the early morning and late evening. It is essential to remain vigilant and ensure that the soil does not dry out completely. Jiang Tian started her small truck, setting off to locate the ducks that had wandered off. As for the cows and sheep that had also been released, there was no need for excessive worry. Even if they did not return throughout the night, it was of little concern. After all, the cattle and sheep were quite capable of foraging for themselves, which was perhaps even preferable. Presently, apart from the machinery useful for farming, the only vehicles available were the RV, the small truck, and the electric bicycle. Jiang Tian contemplated that next time she could bring in a tricycle. Sitting in the small truck, she had to roll down the window to let the unique, refreshing sea breeze of the island in. With a tricycle, however, there would be no need to open the window deliberately. Moreover, the broader field of vision afforded by the tricycle would make it easier to spot the ducks. Jiang Tian searched along the water's edge, where the ducks she adored were swimming. She alighted from the small truck, intending to coax the ducks onto the shore. However, the ducks showed no inclination to come, and it was impossible for her to approach them. Jiang Tian gazed at the running shoes adorning her feet, then cast her eyes towards the nearby river where ducks leisurely paddled, quacking in delight. After a thoughtful estimation, she concluded that the water in the river was shallow. If she wished to wade in and chase the ducks, it would pose no challenge at all. However, the fact remained that she was clad in running shoes, not flip-flops, rendering it inconvenient to venture into the water. The thought of removing her shoes and stepping into the river also filled her with apprehension, as she feared the sharp stones beneath the surface might cut her feet. Thus, a stalemate ensued between the solitary girl and the ducks. The ducks, oblivious to the human language, could not comprehend her words. After a couple of quacks, they showed no signs of response. Maneuvering around a fallen log to approach the ducks from behind, she gently urged them forward, and indeed, the flock began to swim in her direction. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, and as the ducks swam closer to her, she tossed the slender branch aside. Bending down, she grasped one of the ducks and made her way towards the rear of the truck. The small truck's door stood ajar, awaiting the arrival of these ducks. Once inside, she closed the door and fastened her seatbelt, humming a cheerful tune as she set off towards the farm. As she drove in the direction of the farm, she could see cows and sheep grazing contentedly, accompanied by the gentle sounds of their mooing and bleating. It seemed far more comfortable than being confined within the barns. Upon arriving at the farm, she stopped the truck and opened the door, allowing the ducks to leap down on their own. Jiang Tian extended her hand, ushering them into the breeding farm until they were safely inside the duck pen. After she completed the feeding for the ducks, she observed them eagerly pecking at the small fish and shrimp scattered on the ground. She then proceeded to the chicken coop and pig pen to feed, as well as tending to the pregnant cows and sheep. As she was about to exit the farm, she paused to check on the two little ducklings. The ducks in the pen had already consumed all the food provided, and the two ducklings were no exception. These tiny creatures fit perfectly beneath the passenger seat, provided she ensured they did not relieve themselves indiscriminately. Upon returning near the RV, she parked the vehicle. The little ducklings, following closely behind Jiang Tian, caught sight of a large dog ahead, and the memory of nearly being bitten that morning seemed to resurface, prompting them to veer off to the side in a burst of instinctive caution. Jiang Tian gazed at the two little ducklings, somewhat amused. She crouched down to reiterate to the two huskies that they must not bite or chase the ducks before heading into the RV to wash her hands. Nevertheless, when it comes to obeying commands, huskies undoubtedly surpass ducks significantly. They obediently lay back down on the ground, disregarding the two playful ducklings scurrying about. Jiang Tian emerged from the mobile home after washing her hands, captivated by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Following the scent, she made her way into the mobile abode of Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou. Mother, what delicious dish are you preparing? It smells divine. What shall we have for lunch today? Do you require my assistance? Song Hui turned her head to glance at the approaching Jiang Tian, revealing the pasta simmering in the pot. Spaghetti, my dear. I know it's one of your favorites. I'm nearly finished, so there is no need for your help. Jiang Tian leaned closer to observe the pasta simmering in the pot, feeling an irresistible craving awaken within her. Mom, your culinary skills are simply exquisite. It looks utterly delectable. After expressing her admiration, she retrieved 2 bowls and forks from the nearby cupboard, rinsing them in the sink before handing them to Song Hui to serve the pasta. Song Hui ladled the spaghetti from the pot into the 2 plates, then carefully added the remaining tomatoes and shrimp into each dish. She gestured towards the plates, indicating, "You should take these out first. I will wash the pot and join you shortly." Jiang Tian delicately served the dishes, exclaiming, "All right, I shall wait for you outside." Outside, the husky and the little duck coexisted peacefully. Jiang Tian placed 2 servings of pasta on the small round table set outside. She picked up the half-finished coconut juice from the small table beside the lounge chair and took a few sips. As Song Hui did not approach, Jiang Tian refrained from dining prematurely. It was only after Song Hui had finished washing the pots and tidying the stove, and made her way from the camper to this side, that she sat down on the chair beside the small round table, picked up her fork, and began to enjoy her pasta. Jiang Tian finds this plate of tomato and shrimp pasta absolutely delicious. She earnestly wishes to recommend it to everyone, urging them to prepare and savor it. Chapter 19, Commencement. In summer, enjoying tomato and shrimp pasta is a delightful experience, with its tangy sweetness and refreshing taste. Jiang Tian enthusiastically finished everything, lifted the coconut juice to take a couple of sips, and curiously inquired, "Mom, how is this pasta made? Could you teach me? I'd like to prepare it for you and Dad in the future." The dish was met with approval and completely devoured. Song Hui smiled with delight, covering her mouth, and replied, "It's quite simple. You can indeed learn to make it." She began to impart her method of preparing pasta to Jiang Tian, explaining that all one needed to do was boil a pot of water, add some salt, and then cook the spaghetti until al dente. Once cooked, it should be rinsed under cool water. Next, she instructed on how to prepare the ingredients, slicing cherry tomatoes and deveining the large shrimp, removing the shell and the dark vein, and marinating them lightly with cooking wine, soy sauce, and a touch of pepper. Jiang Sweet nodded attentively, listening earnestly. Song Hui continued, "Now we shall officially commence the cooking process. Begin by adding a touch of oil to saute the shrimp. Once they are lightly seared, utilize the residual oil to saute some garlic, allowing it to release its aromatic essence. Next, incorporate the diced cherry tomatoes and stir them together. Finally, add the pasta and toss everything in harmony." Jiang Tian blinked her eyes, wondering if this would suffice. If it were merely this simple, it would indeed be quite easy. Song Hui cast a glance at Jiang Tian and remarked, "It's not finished yet. It won't taste good if you prepare it this way. You need to add some soy sauce and oyster sauce, along with a touch of ketchup, and then stir-fry it all together. Only then will it be right." Jiang Tian licked her lips, affirming, "All right, I've noted it down. Let me give it a try next time." In the afternoon, Jiang Tian escorted Song Hui out of the island space to oversee the warehouse, while she remained behind to contemplate how to improve her duck pond. Jiang Tian climbed aboard the beloved excavator of children, following the instructional video to learn how to move forward, backward, and navigate turns. Once she gained proficiency, she made her way to the edge of the farm. However, in this isolated island space, she found herself alone, devoid of the delightful sight of children crouching to watch the excavator. Bringing the excavator to a halt, she took out the prepared flour and scattered it on the ground, meticulously drawing a perfect rectangular pond to ensure that the excavation would not appear haphazardly skewed once completed. After repositioning herself in the excavator, she maneuvered it into the flour-drawn rectangle. With her left hand gripping the control stick, she extended the excavator's arm forward, while her right hand grasped the right control, pushing down to commence the digging. After a brief trial, she deftly maneuvered the right control to the left, successfully scooping up a mound of soil. Jiang Tian bit her lip, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With her left hand, she deftly maneuvered the joystick, guiding the excavator to turn and temporarily depositing the excavated soil onto a nearby patch of ground. It seemed she had mastered the operation of the excavator. However, if she continued to pile the dug-up earth there, it would soon form a small mound. Once the pond was excavated, a hill of soil would be uncomfortably close, posing a risk of dirt cascading down unexpectedly, which was untenable. She shook her head, deciding instead to gather the soil in advance and transport it elsewhere. The small truck was not open-topped, and thus unsuitable for directly loading the soil. If she excavated all the dirt first, she would then have to manually load it onto the truck, which was impractical. Clearly, purchasing a dedicated vehicle with an open cargo bed solely for transporting soil was not a feasible option. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to excavate the earth, subsequently maneuvering the excavator a short distance away to deposit the soil. She navigated the excavator closer to the white line marked with flour and resumed her digging. Once she had excavated a pit within the confines of this flour-dusted line, she began to shovel the soil outward. As the pond was finally completed, the timer she had set promptly chimed. Jiang Tian descended from the excavator and exited the island space. Song Hui, upon witnessing Jiang Tian's sudden appearance, felt her initial surprise dissipate. Tian, you're out, she exclaimed. Perfect timing. Please place these supplies into the island space. Huo Zheng mentioned that another delivery truck will arrive shortly, though it's from a different company. We can store these items in there for now. Jiang nodded, affirming her intention to place these goods inside and return shortly. She had just excavated a pond at the farm and now planned to dig a channel to divert water to it. Song Hui acknowledged her with a sound, urging her to proceed with caution while operating the excavator. Although this river was the closest to the farm, it still required a fair distance to walk. Digging straight through the soil would enhance efficiency. However, the excavated earth was heaped along one side of the channel, rendering it somewhat unsightly. Continuing her excavation near the river, she halted at the junction where the river met the channel, ensuring that the water would not flow directly into the newly created path. She retrieved a prepared grid, using a shovel to clear the area where the pond met the channel. Securing the grid in place to prevent any ducks or the geese she intended to purchase from escaping through this route. After shaking the firmly positioned iron grid to confirm its stability, she mounted her electric bike and rode to the river's end. There, she scooped the final soil at the juncture of the channel and river, allowing the water to flow towards the pond. Observing the river's water diverting into her newly dug channel, she rode her bike to witness the pond filling. The river water gently flowed through the grid without dislodging it. As the rectangular pond began to fill, the water level gradually rose until it reached its brim. With this task completed, the only remaining step was to enclose the area, thus finalizing the activity zone for her ducks. Chapter 20. Soil. Jiang Tian glanced at the time. It was already 4 in the afternoon. She couldn't help but exclaim how swiftly time passes when engrossed in work. Initially, she had intended to enclose the area, but considering the possibility of the warehouse overflowing with goods by the end of the afternoon, she decided to temporarily pause her tasks. If she delayed the shipment of goods into the warehouse any further, she would find herself occupied late into the night organizing everything in the island space. Jiang Tian washed her hands in the pond and emerged into the island space. As she had surmised, the warehouse was already filled with a plethora of goods. Since she was still within the confines of the island space, she was unaware of when she would return to this realm. Each time Song Hui delivered the goods and completed the inventory, she would secure the warehouse door. Previously, Jiang Tian had entered the space from a rather concealed location, deliberately situated within the warehouse, where she was hidden by the cargo. However, Song Hui resolved to exercise caution to avoid the risk of someone witnessing a living person suddenly vanish, which could expose the island space. Mom, I'm back. I will first transport you to the island space, and then I will gradually bring these goods inside. Jiang Tian emerged from the depths of the warehouse and addressed Song Hui, who was seated before her, engrossed in watching disaster videos on her phone. Song Hui pressed the pause button on her video and stood up, saying, "All right, please escort me inside." There seems to be quite a bit to handle in the warehouse today, and I fear I may not finish in a timely manner. By the way, how is the construction of your pond progressing? Jiang Tian was quite pleased with the pond she had constructed herself. With a radiant smile, she remarked, I find it rather splendid. You can directly take a look once you step in. The entry and exit points of the island space are fixed wherever one departs. The next time they enter, they will be teleported back to the same location they exited from. Jiang Tian emerged from her pond, and this time, her destination was once again the same pond. She grasped Song Hui's hand, silently invoking the entrance to the island space. As Song Hui closed her eyes, the sensation of solid ground beneath her feet made it evident that they had indeed entered the island realm. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld the familiar pond before her. Jiang Tian leaned in and suggested, Mom, what do you think would be the most suitable place to transport this soil? Perhaps we could reserve it for planting flowers or vegetables in pots. Song Hui shot her a reproachful glance, responding, It's not as though I have never grown vegetables and fruits on the island. Why would I need pots for that? Moreover, even if I were to plant something, how much soil would actually be utilized? As for flowers, let's not even discuss it. With the looming food crisis yet to be resolved, I hardly have the luxury of time or inclination to cultivate flowers. While I have purchased the seeds for them, it is only prudent to wait until the vegetables and fruits in our planting area have matured and secured our family's future supply before considering such endeavors. Jiang Tian absent-mindedly touched her nose, remarking that she had not considered any alternative methods. Regardless of where this soil is deposited within the island's confines, it all amounts to the same, she mused. Song Hui shook her head, asserting that it was far from being the same. Just ensure that these mounds of soil do not linger here, she insisted. Beyond practicality, she held a significant regard for aesthetics. The very thought of a delightful duck paradise marred by unsightly heaps of earth was utterly unthinkable. Jiang Tian's suggestions were all dismissed, and she elongated her voice to express her understanding. She then recalled the matter at hand and said to Song Hui, Mom, you should ride your bike over to the warehouse. I will go outside and bring those items in first. All right, you go ahead. Song Hui replied as she mounted the electric bike and waved goodbye. Jiang Tian emerged into the space, her hand gently resting upon the box of goods. The image of the island space materialized in her mind, expanding and honing in on a location adjacent to the warehouse. Engaging in such activities frequently seemed to sharpen her mental acuity, dispelling the initial awkwardness she had experienced. She felt an enhanced mastery over the island space, granting her a newfound freedom in her actions. If her previous attempts resembled the innocent arrangement of building blocks, she had now evolved to a level akin to deftly maneuvering a mouse. One by one, she cleared the shelves, emptying the warehouse of its contents. Jiang Tian had once again encountered an electric baton and a sharpened tang knife, the origins of which she could only speculate about, wondering where Huo Zheng had procured such items. In Huagua, these belonged to regulated materials, not easily traded or sold. Each time she stumbled upon such improbable items in the warehouse, she felt a pang of empathy for him, recognizing the arduous nature of his resource gathering. It reminded her of her own initial forays into scavenging. She too had been apprehensive about purchasing too much at once, fearing it might draw unwanted attention. She had learned to diversify her purchases across several shops, avoiding repeated visits to the same street or area to prevent alerting sellers who might be interconnected. A significant quantity could easily raise eyebrows and incite suspicion. Presently, she sensed that the situation was still manageable, but when disaster truly struck, circumstances could shift dramatically. Although they would have relocated to City Z by then, leaving this place behind, the early days of the catastrophe would still see the internet operational, allowing for communication and information sharing. In any case, when venturing out to stockpile supplies, discretion and safety were paramount. Jiang Yuzhou oversees external affairs alongside Huo Zheng, while Song Hui and Jiang Tian manage internal matters. It is difficult to ascertain who bears a lighter burden. If one were to declare a more fortunate individual, it would likely be her father, Jiang Yuzhou. However, such circumstances are beyond alteration. For instance, she is tethered to the island space, confined to the transportation of goods within its bounds. Meanwhile, her mother, Song Hui, is the sole family member possessing expertise in agriculture, making her indispensable to the island's cultivation endeavors. Currently, the plantations and aquaculture facilities on the island are akin to ancestral treasures, necessitating meticulous care to avoid any potential famine. Huo Zheng's stockpiling of supplies is not solely his responsibility. Yet it is evident that venturing out to procure goods is far more arduous than overseeing the installation of safety measures in their new residence. Jiang and Zhou are the elders, being their father. It would be unreasonable to burden him with more laborious tasks. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for Huo Zheng to supervise the work. Of course, for Huo Zheng, stockpiling might simply be an opportunity to swipe his card and browse shops, rendering it not particularly strenuous for him. Chapter 21. Organization. The rules governing entry and exit in the island space remain consistent. As previously mentioned, one emerges from the same location they previously departed. Likewise, the island space will shift in tandem with her movements in the outside world. There will be no scenario where, upon leaving the warehouse, Song Hui can only be transported back to it later. Similarly, one enters from a specific point and exits from that same point. Those who accompany her into the island space will likewise emerge from the same location. Upon parking in the garage at home, she observed the addition of several mountain bikes and various other vehicles suited for different terrains. Jiang Tian closed her eyes, attuning herself to the island space where she intended to park her vehicles, and seamlessly transferred the surplus cars from the garage into this ethereal realm. She recalled the vehicles that were displayed outdoors within the island space, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. It would indeed be prudent to construct a garage there. At present, Jiang Tian possessed the skill of erecting walls. But the primary distinction between building a garage and constructing a wall likely lay in the necessity of a roof overhead. Perhaps on another day, she might seek to learn the practicalities of this endeavor. Jiang Tian possesses a remarkable aptitude for hands-on tasks. After observing any practical work, she can swiftly grasp the essentials. This ability contributes significantly to her self-assurance. Having neatly arranged all the vehicles in the garage, she unlocked the door and entered her home. She then drew the curtains tightly shut, ensuring that no prying eyes could penetrate the interior before slipping into her island space to assist with her endeavors. As Jiang Tian had immersed herself in the development of her pond throughout the afternoon, she neglected to manage the incoming supplies at the warehouse, resulting in a noticeable delay in the organization of the stock. Ordinarily, by this hour, Song Hui would have completed the inventory registration, yet now she had only just begun. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before hastening to the space of the island to send a message to Huo Zheng. The essence of her message conveyed that both she and her mother were preoccupied with organizing their goods, and if he did not see them upon returning home, there was no cause for concern. Given the nature of the information network, messages were not entirely confidential, so she made a conscious effort to avoid references to the island space and the impending calamities of the future during their conversation. Upon re-entering the island space, after reassuring Huo Zheng, Jiang Tian felt at ease and began to assist Song Hui with their tasks. The major categories of supplies had already been steadily accumulated, and now they were receiving a considerable assortment of miscellaneous items. For instance, as Song Hui had mentioned during their last meal with Huo Zheng, they were in need of a sewing machine. This time, Huo Zheng had procured several electric and vintage sewing machines, along with an array of sewing needles and tools. Additionally, there were various fabrics such as cotton, linen, knitted cloth, and woolen material, all suitable for hand-sewing garments, as well as knitting needles and balls of yarn. Jiang Tian, perplexed, wondered if they had not already amassed enough clothing at home, including those for her aunt and niece, as Song Hui had ensured everything was well stocked. She could not help but inquire, "Mother, what do you need these sewing machines, fabrics, and wool processing equipment for? Haven't we already gathered sufficient clothing for our household?" Jiang Tian was perplexed. "Mom, why are we stockpiling supplies now? In the future, we will never lack for food. We no longer need to rely on this for income." Song Hui pondered more profoundly than Jiang Tian. But what if we all move into the base? If none of us awaken any abilities? While others observe our family enjoying abundant food and drink daily without venturing out on missions to earn crystal cores, they start to suspect us. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, her agreement evident in a nod of her head, as she found the situation rather suspicious. She continued, "If we fail to awaken our abilities, I could utilize my island space and disguise it as spatial power, couldn't I? In that case, I could accompany the team of ability users on missions to earn crystal cores." Song Hui shook her head, disapproving of Jiang Tian's proposition. "Your island space is exceedingly unique. Even after the cataclysm, its peculiarities could easily be discovered by others, which would not bode well." Jiang Tian blinked playfully and jested, "Well, I suppose I could craft garments and knit sweaters to support our family. Would that suffice?" She had studied fashion design in university, initially aspiring to establish a studio at home with financial backing, hoping to sustain herself. Little did she anticipate that her plans for the studio would come to an abrupt halt before they even commenced. Upon reflection, perhaps she could eventually revive her original vocation. Her mother, Song Hui, considered this pathway quite promising, especially as the future of clothing factories and garment production seemed bleak. Yet, humans always require clothing. It is impossible to remain unclothed once the garments from the outside world have been completely gathered in times of calamity. It will be humanity that must resume the creation of apparel. Throughout the ages, amidst adversity, new life continually emerges. There remains a viable market for selling clothes. Jiang nodded in agreement, believing that selling clothing at the base after the natural disaster was indeed feasible. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Song Hui acquiesced, saying, "Very well. From now on, your father and I shall rely on you to support us." The sewing machines and materials were duly recorded and sent to the warehouse. Although the temperature within the island's confines was not excessively high, the heat inside the metal container was significantly greater than that outside, much like a metal house, which tends to absorb heat and is not very breathable. Jiang Tian wishes to place some foam boards on the ceiling of the carriage for better insulation. The supplies they have stockpiled are quite ample, and it is essential to prevent them from direct sunlight, storing them in a cool, dry place. Jiang Tian thought of something and promptly recorded it on her memo, planning to hand it over to Huo Zheng for direct purchase later. This included his intention to build a garage and the materials that might be needed for future construction. She instructed Huo Zheng to gather these items. Failing to prepare now would make it significantly more challenging to collect them later. A heavy snowstorm or a flood could render countless items unusable due to such natural disasters. Regardless of their immediate utility, it is always prudent to gather more. Chapter 22. Photographs. Jiang Tian has received an array of clothing, sanitary products, and various other items purchased online. After meticulously organizing these belongings, she proceeded to arrange her duck promenade garden. The piles of earth by the pond, much to the discontent of Mrs. Song Hui, who deemed them unsightly, were reluctantly relocated by her using an excavator to a more secluded area of the island space. By doing so, she ensured that they remained out of sight, thus sparing Mrs. Song Hui any further distress. As this garden was designated for the ducks to stroll, it was imperative that it be expansive. The enclosed area needed to be significantly larger than that of her farming grounds. The undertaking was substantial, and relying solely on Jiang Tian to construct the walls would prove to be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. Jiang Tian, with resolute determination, abandoned the idea of constructing a wall of bricks. Inspired by her previous endeavor of using a grid to block the waterway, she procured a batch of iron mesh from the factory outside. Now, she intended to simply enclose the area with sections of iron mesh. Undoubtedly, this approach would be far more expedient than building a wall, and she anticipated completing the task within half a day. The iron mesh served the dual purpose of preventing the huskies from accessing the ducts while also ensuring the ducks remained securely within. The primary focus was on free-range duck farming and safeguarding their well-being. It is worth noting that the ultimate fate of these ducks was to serve as sustenance for her, with no ulterior motives. Consequently, apart from a pond, no additional structures were added to the enclosed space. The duck pen, which housed the ducks, could later be repurposed to accommodate pigs, a perfectly suitable arrangement. The ducks would wander the enclosure, and initially, she would scatter food to nourish them. Subsequently, she would observe whether they could forage for earthworms and similar sustenance within the soil, allowing them to sustain themselves. Furthermore, the pond should not go to waste. She contemplated the possibility of cultivating fish and shrimp within its waters. Jiang Tian took out her phone and noted down the additional supplies required in her memo. Huo Zheng procured the materials with remarkable speed. Essentially, after informing him of what was needed, one could expect to receive the corresponding supplies by the following day. A few days ago, Jiang Tian sent him the materials needed for constructing a house, as well as the insulation equipment for the ironclad cart, which he had requested in the island space. Once everything was assembled, he clapped his hands in satisfaction. Jiang Tian stepped inside to experience it. Perhaps due to its recent installation, the contrast was not yet striking. It was only when she assisted Song Hui in organizing the goods halfway through that she suddenly realized it was indeed more comfortable. The installation of these insulating devices proved to be effective. After the day they had taken their wedding photos, she and Huo Zheng had selected the images they wished to print, and to her surprise, they were ready and delivered so swiftly. Song Hui, intrigued, inquired, Zheng, are your and Tian's wedding photos ready? Let's take a look together. She had yet to see the wedding photos of the two young ones. It was her suggestion to have them take the marriage certificate and capture the wedding photos. Having seen the marriage certificate, she naturally wished to view her daughter and son-in-law's wedding pictures. Huo Zheng held Jiang Tian's hand as they walked over. Say, Mom, the studio sent quite a few photos and videos. I will share them in the group chat for you and Dad to see shortly. After marrying Jiang Tian, it felt natural for him to change how he addressed her. Although they had previously lived together, he had referred to them as uncle and aunt. Now, they truly felt like a family. Huo Zheng placed a large gift box on the coffee table, opening it to reveal an array of frames, displays, and albums of various sizes. Song Hui took them out one by one, her smile unwavering, exclaiming, "How wonderful! You and Tian look splendid in your photos." The wedding pictures signified a period of completeness for Jiang Tian, with the couple nestled together in an embrace, radiating an undeniable sweetness that could not be concealed. Jiang Tian retrieved an album from within, flipping through the pages adorned with photographs, each one quite delightful. The images were devoid of excessive beauty filters and digital alterations, thus preserving their authenticity. The individuals captured within, herself and Huo Zheng, were undeniably handsome and beautiful. Yet, this sense of nostalgia and happiness was destined to cease at the tender age of 22. Song Hui, initially in a pleasant mood as she perused these snapshots, cast an admonishing glance at Jiang Tian after her heartfelt exclamation, "Sweetie, during such joyful moments, it is best to refrain from uttering such remarks, as they truly dampen the spirit." Jiang Tian smiled gently, saying, "Mom, I was merely expressing a fleeting sentiment. Must I remain silent?" Song Hui nodded in agreement, adding, "In the future, if you wish to take photographs, what is there to worry about? Let Zheng purchase a camera and a printer for you. Capture as you please, and print what you desire." Huo Zheng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the island space is vast. We can take pictures there together with Mom and Dad. It will be perfect to capture a family portrait." Jiang Tian's heart stirred, and her eyes curved with delight. "Yes, I think it's wonderful." After viewing the wedding photos, Huo Zheng shared all the images and videos sent by the photography studio in their group chat, ensuring everyone could conveniently access them via their mobile devices. When a behind-the-scenes video surfaced, showcasing the moment she and Huo Zheng shared a kiss, Jiang Tian's face instantly flushed with crimson. Chapter 23. The gift. Jiang Tian still recalls the moment during the shoot when the photographer encouraged them to share a kiss. To their surprise, the session lingered on, with the photographer capturing countless angles. As there was no call to halt, Jiang Tian felt compelled to continue, while Huo Zheng took the opportunity to press further, justifying it as cooperation for the shoot. If it were merely a private affair between the two of them, the situation would not have felt so awkward. However, with Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui present in the group, she couldn't help but wonder if it was truly appropriate for their parents to witness such footage. Jiang Tian possesses a delicate sensibility, which leads her to shy away from revealing such matters to the gaze of others. Jiang Tian held onto Huo Zheng's hand without letting go, discreetly glancing at Song Hui. Noticing her lack of any notable reaction, she inferred that Song Hui had yet to see that video. A sigh of relief escaped her heart. Fortunately, she had discovered it in time. Son Yuno did, expressing no dissent regarding the explanation. Coincidentally, Jiang Yuzhou had also posed a question mark in the group chat, prompting Jiang Tian to further elucidate the matter within the group. Jiang Yuzhou and Zhao, after perusing the explanation, remained silent. They merely expressed a few likes towards the wedding photos taken of them. Song Hui chuckled inwardly at Jiang Yuzhou's pretense of seriousness in such a moment. She diligently saved each photo and shared them with Song Yu, saying to Jiang Tian, "Sweetheart, I shall send your wedding photos to your little aunt for her to admire." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, urging, "Go ahead and send it." After dinner, she carried the large gift box upstairs, intending to preserve the photographs in her island space. The fruit trees and flower branches that Song Huo Zheng had planted in the backyard were gradually relocated to the island space as well, albeit not in the cultivation area, but beside the RV. As long as the people within the house remained and the cherished items from her childhood were still present, it signified that home exists wherever one finds themselves. Jiang Tian placed the large gift box into the RV shared with Huo Zheng, and upon her return, she found him emerging from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe. She rummaged through the wardrobe for her nightgown before taking a shower herself. Upon exiting the bathroom, she dried her hair with a towel. Jiang Tian's phone emitted several beeps as she sat at the edge of her bed. Setting aside the towel she had been using to dry her hair, she picked up her phone to see what the notification was. It was a voice message from her aunt. She tapped on it, slightly increasing the volume. Tian, I've seen the wedding photos your mother sent. They capture both of you beautifully. Wishing you a joyful marriage. Her hair was still damp, cascading over her shoulders, causing her back to feel slightly wet. Upon noticing this, Huo Zheng descended from the bed and approached her. He picked up the towel that Jiang Tian had discarded and gently wrapped it around her hair, helping her dry it. Tian, you should dry your hair thoroughly first. Otherwise, you might catch a chill. Jiang Tian turned her head and winked at Huo Zheng, saying, I knew you would help me wipe it. Huo Zheng could not refute her and simply smiled, replying, Indeed, you are right. The sound of message notification chimed on the phone once more, prompting Jiang Tian to turn her attention back to her conversation with her aunt. However, amid their chat, she suddenly sent a message. Tian, have you tried the wedding gift that your aunt sent you? How is it? Do you like it? Jiang Tian's face flushed a deep crimson. She had painstakingly managed to downplay the incident of unwrapping gifts from that day, relegating the matter to the depths of her memory. Yet now, her aunt, rather boisterously, had brought it up in a voice message. Oh, please, no more of this. Aunt, can we please turn the page on this matter? Crying. Meanwhile, Song Yu, having seen the message, chuckled softly and switched to text input. What's wrong? Are you still feeling shy, Tian? He seemed to have effortlessly discerned Jiang Tian's thoughts. Jiang Tian sent a meme of a kneeling rabbit. Well, I just feel it's a bit inappropriate to wear, she said, covering her face in embarrassment. It's so embarrassing. Song Yu burst into laughter, teasing Jiang Tian without mercy. You and Ajing have grown up together since childhood. What's the big deal? She continued, since you don't like it, Annie will prepare another gift for you. Jiang Tian was on the verge of tears, expressing her heartfelt gratitude to her aunt. Fortunately, her aunt refrained from dwelling on the matter any further. Huo Zheng was merely drying his hair with a towel, not using a hairdryer. He had indeed heard his aunt's voice message. However, having already teased Jiang Tian that day, he decided not to provoke her any longer. Yet, seeing her in such a state was undeniably charming. On this summer night, the heat from outside had yet to subside. In the room where Jiang Tian resided, the air conditioning was set to a cool 26 degrees. Her hair, having been towel dry, no longer dripped with water, yet it remained damp. Sleeping with wet hair often led to a sense of dizziness. Huo Zheng lifted the towel and hung it up before retrieving a hairdryer. He plugged it in, delicately grasped a strand of Jiang Tian's hair, and began to gently blow cool air upon it. Jiang Tian relished the attentive service of Huo Zheng. After concluding her conversation with her aunt, she indulged in a brief session of watching short videos. Her eyelids grew heavier, gradually succumbing to sleep as she leaned against Huo Zheng, murmuring softly, a Zheng. Chapter 24. Renovation. Huo Zheng tenderly stroked her hair, ensuring it was thoroughly dry before gently shutting off the hairdryer and placing it aside. He lifted her with care and laid her softly upon the bed, covering her with a light air conditioning blanket. Adjusting the temperature slightly higher to prevent her from catching a chill, he gazed at her serene, sleeping face. Recalling the photos she had shared earlier of the island renovation project, she must have been tirelessly occupied, leaving her exhausted. Once he confirmed that the supplies had been purchased, he too settled down for a moment of rest. As dawn broke, casting a faint light across the sky, the curtains at the glass window remained tightly drawn, allowing no glimmer of brightness to intrude. Huo Zheng rose early and departed to procure additional materials. Before leaving, he took a moment to inform Song Hui, "Mom, it seems Tian wore herself out yesterday. She hasn't woken yet. If she remains asleep, please refrain from disturbing her. Let her rest a little longer." Song Hui chuckled softly. "All right, I understand." As Jiang Tian's mother, she naturally cared for her daughter. Hearing that she was still asleep due to exhaustion, she chose not to interrupt, opting instead to wait on the sofa downstairs for her daughter to awaken naturally. Tick-tock. As the hour hand reached 9, Jiang Tian rubbed her eyes and, having changed her clothes, appeared in the stairwell. "Mom, it's so late today, why didn't you wake me?" Song Hui put away her phone and, with a rare playful tone, replied, "Well, someone specifically instructed me to let you sleep a little longer." The identity of that someone was, of course, unnecessary to guess. Jiang Tian smiled gently as she descended the staircase. "Has Ajing already left? I must have slept quite soundly, as I was oblivious to his departure." Song Hui gestured towards the breakfast laid out on the dining table. "Why don't you have your breakfast first? After you finish, we can head to the warehouse." She paused momentarily before adding, "Ajing arranged for the takeout to be delivered, mentioning it was from your favorite place." Jiang Tian briskly approached, retrieving a container filled with delicate soup dumplings and a cup of soy milk, before taking a seat beside Song Hui. "Mom, have you eaten yet?" Song Hui felt a flicker of warmth. At least her daughter had not forgotten her. "I have eaten. You may take your time," she replied. She then took out her phone and sent a message to Huo Zheng, informing him that Jiang Tian had awakened. As they made their way to the warehouse, it was Song Hui who was at the wheel. Jiang Tian gazed out the window, humming a cheerful tune, her spirits buoyant. From the moment she awoke that morning until now, her mood had remained splendid. Song Hui mused inwardly, how wonderful it is to be young. The youth, in the prime of their lives, experience love in such a pure and adorably naive manner. At this moment, there were still 5 days until the calamity struck, heralded by the arrival of the first snowstorm. The residence in Jiang and Zhou's vicinity has reached a state of completion, in accordance with their family's specifications. All windows have been fitted with the finest bulletproof glass. Robust anti-theft grills adorn the exterior, while an additional layer of security mesh has been installed within the windows. The staircase leading to the entrance is now secured with a formidable iron gate. From the outside, the premises appear impenetrable, revealing no evidence of what lies within. The front door has been fortified with a security door, leading into yet another door, resulting in a total of 3 layers of entrance. The decorator invited by Jiang and Zhou looked perplexed, and one of them could not help but inquire, is this residence intended for living or for? This was the first time the decorator had encountered a house adorned in such a manner. It hardly resembled a dwelling fit for ordinary people. He refrained from voicing his thought about it resembling a place for guarding prisoners, lest it displeased his clients before him. Jiang had long prepared an explanation in her heart. My daughter has given birth, and the child is exceedingly lively. If not watched closely, they might climb the window or open the door. One must take precautions. The renovation worker, upon hearing this explanation, suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. Indeed, children today are quite spirited and require vigilant supervision. Otherwise, should they get hurt or go missing, it would lead to much sorrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian sat in the car, feeling an itch in her nose, and she couldn't help but sneeze. Jiang Tian turned her face slightly and said with a smile, "Mom, who do you think is missing me?" Song Hui, driving the car, arrived at the warehouse and casually remarked, "Who else could it be? It must be that boy Ajing." The two women exited the vehicle and opened the warehouse door. Before long, a shipment of goods arrived, perfectly timed as if it knew exactly when they would arrive. The refrigerated truck came to a halt, and the delivery person disembarked. handing Song Hui the purchase list while saying, "Hello, Mr. Hua. Here are the frozen foods you ordered from our store. Please verify the contents." Song Hui accepted the list, replying, "All right, please place the items inside first, and if everything is in order, I will sign for them." The two delivery workers nodded and proceeded to the back to unload the cargo. They diligently carried the frozen foods into the warehouse, and upon noticing the absence of a freezer, they responsibly advised, "These items have just been taken out of the freezer. Given the current hot weather, you should expedite the transfer of these frozen goods into a freezer or cold storage." Song Hui smiled and replied, "Thank you. Someone will come to collect them shortly." Jiang Tian indeed wished to lend a hand, eager to expedite the transfer of the frozen goods, so she could soon make her way to the refrigerator within the space. However, the temperature within the refrigerated truck was exceedingly low. Without gloves, should she plunge her hands directly into the icy depths to grasp the crates? She feared her hands might become ensnared by the frost. Observing the two delivery men gradually complete the unloading of the cargo, she watched as they drove away in the refrigerated vehicle. Jiang Tian closed the warehouse door and said to Song Hui, "Mother, do you think we should also consider purchasing a refrigerated truck? During the sweltering heat, we could simply park it in the living room, open the doors, and it would surely provide a refreshing coolness." Jiang Tian sweet nodded and sent a message to Huo Zheng. She actually believed that acquiring a refrigerated vehicle would be quite beneficial. Although she had previously prepared dry ice to make ice and cool down during the sweltering heat, the prospect of a refrigerated truck seemed far more practical, eliminating the cumbersome nature of dry ice. Initially, due to the threat of a heavy snowstorm, they had chosen to purchase a property on a higher floor to prevent the possibility of being buried under thick snow. As for the mid-level floors, once a severe snowstorm commenced, traveling would become exceedingly difficult. Everyone would be confined to their homes, and there was always the risk of peculiar neighbors causing disturbances or requesting supplies. It was not that they were unwilling to lend a hand, but rather a concern that such gestures might go unappreciated, leaving them feeling like lambs to the slaughter. For the sake of their family's safety, they opted to reside on the top floor, reducing interactions with neighbors but simultaneously inviting other worries. Chapter 25. Unease. The primary concern of living on the top floor was enduring the oppressive heat. It is well known that the uppermost floors are the hottest. Even during typical weather in the 30s, residents on higher floors often felt as though they were trapped in a steamer, suffocating under the oppressive heat. Without air conditioning during the summer, how could one possibly endure? And when the aftermath of a natural disaster brought forth extreme heat, the temperatures would escalate beyond the usual high. What followed was no longer the mere 30s, but an alarming rise to over 50 degrees. It was not merely a matter of heat stroke or fainting. At that point, it was a matter of life and death. One can only acknowledge that higher floors possess their own advantages, just as lower and mid-level floors have theirs. Ultimately, it depends on one's personal preference. During the tumultuous times of heavy rain and flooding, residing at a higher elevation is undoubtedly safer. Conversely, in periods of sweltering heat, lower floors provide a cooler refuge. In essence, one cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. It is a matter of choosing one over the other. Jiang Tian and her family opted for a stable approach during the initial phase. Thus, they had to devise their own solutions for the challenges posed by high temperatures. Initially, they contemplated using dry ice to create ice blocks, placing them in a barrel and distributing them throughout a room to cool the air. However, if this method proved ineffective, they would have no choice but to take turns entering the island space, or alternatively, relocate the mobile home from the island space into the living room to utilize the air conditioning and assess its efficacy. With the introduction of refrigerated vehicles, the situation has naturally improved. As all the goods are frozen, it becomes considerably more convenient for Jiang Tian to store them in the island space. She no longer needs to search for a warehouse. She simply closes her eyes and envisions the island space, swiftly transporting the frozen goods to the exterior of the refrigerated compartment. One basket after another, they were soon all collected and neatly arranged before the refrigerated vehicle in the island space. Jiang Tian and Song Hui entered the island space, where they had already prepared and connected the power to the colossal freezer. They meticulously placed the newly arrived frozen foods within, an array of frozen vegetables, frozen meats, semi-prepared frozen pizzas, frozen steaks, and an assortment of frozen buns and flour rolls. Swiftly, they organized all these items into storage, carefully logging them for their respective compartments within the freezer. After Jiang Tian and Song Hui finished their tasks, they emerged from the island space. They had set out a bit late today and anticipated the arrival of a delivery, so they refrained from lingering inside. As expected, shortly after opening the warehouse door, a refrigerated truck arrived. This time, it was laden with frozen delicacies, skewered meats, chicken fillets, beef, fish balls, and a variety of other fried snacks. Song Hui noted in her notebook that these were treats prepared by Huo Zheng for Jiang Tian. Since childhood, her sweet Tian had inexplicably developed a fondness for these fragrant snacks that were prone to causing heat in the body. The absence of seafood was simply because the island space could produce fresh seafood, eliminating the need to purchase frozen varieties. After the delivery of these frozen goods, it was finally time for the little fish and shrimp that Jiang Tian had longed to raise in the pond. This time, only Jiang Tian needed to enter the island space, as transferring the small fish and shrimp into the pond would be quick and efficient. However, as she observed the size of these fish and shrimp, she realized that some seemed small enough to slip through the openings of the net she had set up in the rice paddy. This was unacceptable. If the fish and shrimp managed to escape through the net's openings, they would find themselves in the vast rivers, which interconnected in a wide expanse. Where would she ever find her fish and shrimp then? Jiang Tian searched within the compartment of the vehicle designated for such tools in the island space, and indeed discovered a piece of iron mesh with a more tightly woven grid. She undertook a reconstruction at the waterway entrance, without dismantling the original iron mesh, but rather adding an additional layer upon the existing foundation. The waterway is now operational, albeit the installation proved to be somewhat more complex than before. Nevertheless, it was successfully completed. Jiang Tian overturned the large bag containing a mixture of water and fish, followed by the bag filled with shrimp. Fish and shrimp can coexist harmoniously as long as they do not prey upon one another. Jiang Tian gazed at the leisurely ducks gliding across the water surface, pondering the fish and shrimp that coexisted with the ducks. She wondered if these aquatic creatures could stand against the ducks, hoping they would not be entirely devoured, leaving some for her sustenance. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tian contemplated whether she should introduce a few fish and shrimp into the nearby river, reasoning that it mattered little where they were nurtured. Perhaps the unobserved fish and shrimp in the river would grow even more robust than those in the pond. Jiang Tian gazed at the large bag beside her, still filled with shrimp and fish, and decisively poured a substantial portion into the waterway. Their survival now rested solely upon their own abilities. The fish and shrimp outside, now beyond her sight, could not be fed, thus she had to allow them to fend for themselves in search of sustenance. As for those residing in the pond, she would diligently provide for them. Earthworms, fine bran, wheat, and corn. These were all suitable provisions for their nourishment. Jiang Tian carefully stored the empty bag after pouring out the fish, then opened a packet of fish and shrimp food that had been delivered together. She scattered it into the pond, instantly attracting a flurry of little fish and shrimp vying for the delectable morsels. This scene resembled the delightful act of feeding fish in a park. Jiang Tian shook her head, placing the neatly stored empty bags in the storage room of the breeding farm for future disposal. Upon exiting the island space, she noticed Song Hui engrossed in checking the weather on her phone. Jiang Tian was momentarily taken aback, as she realized that the date of the blizzard she had dreamed of was drawing ever closer. Soon, she would have the opportunity to ascertain whether her dream was indeed prophetic and whether all that she envisioned would manifest into reality. If, however, the blizzard did not arrive, Jiang Tian found herself at a loss, torn between lamenting the losses endured by her family and feeling relieved that such a world was not a reality, as they were all managing to live well. Her thoughts drifted to the chain restaurant her father had devoted his life to, and to the company that had been acquired by a colossal gaming corporation, which belonged to Huo Zheng. A heavy weight settled upon her heart. She pressed her lips together and inquired, "Mom, what if the blizzard does not come?" Song Hui lifted her gaze from the screen of her phone. Noticing the fear reflected in Jiang Tian's eyes, she softened her tone and replied, "If the blizzard does not arrive, then a series of subsequent disasters shall not follow." Your father and I would be eternally grateful to fate for allowing our family to remain united. She continued to reassure her. The money your father and I have earned is not for any other purpose but to ensure a brighter future for you. Now that we possess an abundance of resources, we can simply consider it as if your father and I have retired early to enjoy our golden years on an idyllic island. Chapter 26. Departure. With only a day remaining until the blizzard, Huo Zheng had delivered the modified off-road vehicle, which had been diligently prepared for their needs. Jiang Tian gazed at the lineup of modified off-road vehicles in the garage, one by one being stored away in the space, before making her way back to the house. As the fateful day of the impending natural disaster, foretold in her dreams, drew nearer, a sense of foreboding settled heavily upon her family. All the domestic helpers they had employed were officially dismissed. In a gesture of kindness, Song Hui provided these workers with emergency rations, rice, cooking oil, salt, and cured meat, staples often exchanged as gifts among relatives in Huaxia. Though seemingly modest now, these provisions would serve as vital reserves once the blizzard struck. After bidding farewell to the helpers, Jiang Tian began to pack away all the belongings in the house into the space. Nostalgia enveloped not only Jiang Tian, but also Song Hui. She surveyed the many items that had accompanied them over the years and recalled the memories forged within those walls, her eyes betraying a sense of reluctance. Soon, they would bid farewell to the home that could not accompany them. This evening, they would depart for City Z, taking precautions against any unforeseen circumstances that might prevent their journey. Their family outings were relatively frequent, and as such, obtaining tickets for Song Tian's aunt, Song Yu, and her niece, Song Shi, was a straightforward task, as their identification numbers were well documented. After Jiang Tian tidied up everything in the house, she inquired of Song Hui, "Mother, have you informed Annie about our flight to City Z tonight?" Song Hui, recalling her sister, smiled gently and reassured her, "Rest assured, I have already mentioned it. Xiao Yu and Shi will meet us directly at the airport." She had told her sister that they were all flying to City Z under the pretext that Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng wished to hold their wedding there. This rationale was perfectly suitable and would not arouse even the slightest suspicion from Song Yu. At most, she would only be puzzled by Jiang Tian's penchant for adventure and Huo Zheng's willingness to cooperate. Jiang Tian unwittingly found herself caught in a predicament, completely unaware of the reasons behind Song Hui's actions. The reason Song Hui refrained from having Song Yu come directly to their home was that all their belongings had been removed. If Song Yu were to arrive and discover the house was now desolate, it would be difficult to provide an explanation. Living together in the future, the secret of Jiang Tian's island space would inevitably be revealed to Song Yu and Song Shi. This was primarily to prevent the young Song Shi from inadvertently disclosing it to her father. Song Yu and Song Shi's father, Wang Ji, divorced due to his infidelity, an act she could not tolerate. She decisively chose to end their marriage and retain custody of their daughter. However, since Song Shi was still young, and Wang Ji had always doted on her, she felt it was important for her child to grow up surrounded by parental affection. Consequently, she could not entirely prevent her daughter from maintaining a relationship with her father, although she did change Song Shi's surname to hers on official documents. In the past 2 years, Wang Ji's mistress became pregnant, and they subsequently married. Following their marriage, they welcomed a robust baby boy, which brought him immense joy. With a biological son now in his life, his affection for his daughter, who was not physically present, began to wane. The frequency with which he used to visit Song Shi, taking her to amusement parks and treating her to delightful meals, diminished to nothing more than occasional video calls. At merely 6 years old, Song Shi remained blissfully unaware of the complexities surrounding her, believing instead that her father was simply too busy with work to visit her, and she continued to engage in video calls with him from time to time. Jiang Tian had also heard about such matters from Song Yu and Song Hui. Upon listening, Song Hui felt equally helpless, recognizing that there were no other viable solutions. It would be unfathomable for them to convey to Song Shi, "Your father and aunt have welcomed a son, and he no longer holds affection for you." Such words would undoubtedly wound a child's tender heart. The most they could do was for Song Yu to frequently take Song Shi out for leisure activities, providing her with ample companionship. Jiang Tian harbored no affection for her former uncle-in-law, who had strayed. Naturally, he would not risk the exposure of the island sanctuary by revealing the impending calamities. Thus, their family agreed to withhold any information from Song Yu and Song Shi until the situation reached a definitive conclusion. They secured all the vehicles within the island's confines and summoned a taxi to the airport, bringing along a travel suitcase for appearances. Upon arriving at the airport, they waited for an extended period without sight of Song Yu and Song Shi. After a call to Song Yu revealed she was caught in traffic, Song Hui gestured for Huo Zheng to retrieve the tickets for the three of them and to await in the departure lounge for Song Yu and Song Shi. Fortunately, they had arranged to gather ahead of time. Otherwise, such unforeseen events might have jeopardized their flight. Jiang Tian and Song Hui found a seat in the waiting hall, while Huo Zheng was summoned outside to await the arrival of Song Yu and Song Shi. As it was the final day, everyone wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Fortunately, Song Yu and Song Shi arrived just in time. Huo Zheng assisted by pushing the suitcase as Song Yu hurriedly led Song Shi over, exclaiming, "Sister, I finally made it. The traffic today nearly drove me to despair." Song Hui waved her hand reassuringly. All right, take a moment to sit down and rest." Song Yu occupied the vacant seat beside Song Hui, still catching her breath from the rush. After calling out to her aunt, Jiang Tian pulled her little cousin over to sit beside her, signaling with her eyes for Huo Zheng to join them as they awaited the registration announcement. She took out a tissue to wipe the beads of sweat from her cousin's brow, playfully teasing her in the process. Song Hui and Song Yu were engaged in conversation, their voices at a normal volume, but Jiang Tian was close enough to hear every word distinctly. "Which hotel did Tian and Huo Zheng book for the wedding? Is it tonight or tomorrow? I completely forgot to ask you," one of them inquired. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Tian lost interest in teasing the little one. She looked up in surprise, locking eyes with Huo Zheng for a brief moment. As someone who was partially in the know, Huo Zheng nodded and lowered his voice to explain to Jiang Tian, "Did Mother not mention earlier that we would all have dinner together? Since we were heading to City Z, we decided to book a place for the meal." Jiang Tian blinked her eyes. She had no objections to sharing a meal together. However, the prospect of donning her wedding attire once more for a simple ceremony felt rather cumbersome. To be frank, with a severe snowstorm looming tomorrow, she lacked the enthusiasm to engage in such endeavors. Huo Zheng discerned the sentiment behind Jiang Tian's gaze and reassured her that it was merely a meal together. Chapter 27. Awaiting as the announcement for registration echoed through the air, the group rose to make their way towards the registration area. This time, there were no unforeseen complications, and they arrived smoothly in City Z. Little Song, she had already fallen asleep, cradled tenderly in Song Yu's arms. Jiang and Zhou have successfully managed the affairs on their end and have now arrived to pick up the guests. With various vehicles prepared at home and limited funds allocated for stockpiling supplies, Jiang and Zhou chose not to purchase an additional car here. Instead, they opted to rent a vehicle from a dealership. They proceeded directly to the newly acquired residence, where they formally toured the renovated house. Jiang Tian, Song Hui, and Huo Zheng often observed the renovation progress shared by Jiang Yuzhou in their group chat. Occasionally, they offer suggestions for improvements, a habit that has become quite routine. However, for Song Yu and Song Shi, this is their first encounter with such a house, leaving them both astonished and intrigued. The young Song Shi, already awake, couldn't help but inquire, "Sister, this house is so peculiar." At just 6 years old, she found this dwelling to be distinctly different from her usual abode. They had ascended directly from the ground floor via the elevator, and upon reaching the top floor, the elevator doors opened to reveal not a conventional door, but rather a large iron gate. Watching her uncle retrieve a set of keys to unlock the iron gate, they proceeded through a series of doors, 1, 2, 3, slowly opening and closing, until they finally entered the heart of the house. Jiang Tian, hearing Song Shi's perplexity, bent down to gently ruffle her hair and jested, "Because this is a safe house." Song Shi blinked her eyes and inquired, "Sister, what is a safe house?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and explained to her, "Well, residing within this house ensures an extraordinary level of safety. No ill-intentioned individuals could ever inflict harm upon you." Song Shi, somewhat grasping the concept, nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see." This little one, Song Shi, was rather easy to persuade, just as the older companion, Song Yu, was also quite gullible. Song Hui, well aware of her younger sister's disposition, merely mentioned that the previous owner had designed the home in such a manner. They found it rather intriguing and decided to purchase it. Song Yu then nodded in realization. So that's how it is. The city where Jiang Tian and her family reside is somewhat distant from City Z. Thus, traveling by plane took several hours. As dusk descended, the weary group, after enjoying the meal prepared by Jiang and Zhou, each chose a room to rest briefly. Jiang and Zhou share a room, as do Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng, while Song Yu and Song Shi occupy another. Each room features identical windows, equipped with 2 layers of security grills, yet with the curtains drawn, one scarcely notices their presence. Jiang Tian stealthily entered what was once the study, now a storeroom. She unloaded a substantial portion of the coal and electric stove stored in her island space, intended to serve as visible supplies. The kitchen cabinets were also stocked with several barrels of oil, salt, rice, and grains, creating an illusion of abundant food supplies within the house. When the impending blizzard arrived the following day, it would alleviate any concerns for Song Yu and Song Shi regarding potential shortages of provisions. The next morning, Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng emerged from their room, only to overhear Song Yu and Song Hui conversing in the kitchen. "Sister, why have you prepared so much oil and rice in the kitchen? We are only staying here for a few days. Surely we won't consume it all," remarked Song Yu. In the living room, Jiang Yuzhou maintained a calm demeanor, readily accepting the rationale Song Hui had presented. After helping Song Hui finish up in the kitchen, Song Yu wandered to other rooms. Upon discovering the pile of coal in the study, her surprise was palpable. "Why is there so much coal and stoves here? Isn't it summer? Who would need these?" Song Hui waved her hand dismissively, feigning indifference. "They must have been left behind by the previous owners. It seems to get quite cold here in winter. Perhaps this is the leftover coal they had for the season. They were in such a hurry to sell the house that they didn't take it with them." She continued, "Regardless, this room doesn't hold much, so having coal here doesn't pose any issue." Song Yu nodded in agreement. Since her sister had expressed no concern and they had purchased the house, she felt reassured and less inclined to worry herself. Upon seeing Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng, Song Hui exhaled a sigh of relief internally. She did not wish to continue accompanying Song Yu on house tours, fearing that a single question could inadvertently reveal too much. She waved at Jiang Tian. Tian, you're out. Perfect timing. Let's head out for breakfast and perhaps explore some local attractions." The blizzard was expected in the evening, while the daytime weather remained normal. Song Hui thought it better to venture outside and enjoy the last moments of leisure rather than remain indoors answering Song Yu's myriad inquiries, allowing her ears a welcome reprieve. Of course, Jiang Tian has no reservations. She has never visited Z City before, and it is the perfect opportunity to explore while she can. As for Shi, has she awakened? Yes, she has. She's on a phone call with her father in her room. I will go and summon her. After tidying up, we headed to a nearby breakfast shop to enjoy our meal. After inquiring about the thoughts of Song Hui, Song Yu, and Jiang Yuzhou, Huo Zheng proceeded to book tickets for the Z City attractions via his phone. Considering the presence of a young child, Song Shi, the plan was to visit the Garden Museum in the morning and spend the afternoon at the amusement park to entertain the little one. Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou were quite fond of exploring ancient gardens, engaging in discussions as they strolled. Jiang Tian took the initiative to accompany Huo Zheng to rent traditional Han clothing, creating a picturesque scene for photographs to commemorate the day. The morning passed swiftly, and in the afternoon, Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou accompanied Song Yu and Song Shi in enjoying various attractions at the amusement park, while Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng discreetly fell behind, hand in hand, to relish their own moments. Song Hui, aware of this, chose not to comment, understanding that it was their final day together, and allowing them some freedom to enjoy themselves while maintaining contact. Eventually, as the evening glow enveloped the sky, the two found themselves in line for the Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel ascended slowly to its peak, Jiang Tian gazed at the city lights gradually illuminating the surroundings, reflecting brightly in her eyes. "Ah Zheng, look how beautiful it is outside." Indeed, it is quite beautiful. Chapter 28. Notification as night fell. The group exited the amusement park and made their way to a restaurant for dinner. Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui shared many words with Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng, conveying the essence of their lifelong friendship, their deep understanding of each other's personalities, and the importance of mutual tolerance and support in the future. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng listened attentively, nodding frequently. Aunt Song Yu had little to contribute, as everything had already been articulated by her sister and brother-in-law. She merely offered heartfelt congratulations to Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng on their nuptials, and then presented them with thoughtfully selected gifts that she had chosen after much deliberation. This time, of course, the gifts were far from the playful ones given previously. They were rather earnest in nature. Song Shi, cradling a cup, sipped her orange juice, her lively eyes twinkling as she observed the adults engaged in conversation. Jiang Tian had no intention of succumbing to sleep just yet. She retreated to her room to bathe and change her attire before joining Huo Zheng in the delightful task of unwrapping gifts. The first to be unveiled was a present from the young child, Song Shi, a charming illustration she had personally created depicting a bride and groom clad in formal attire, forming a heart shape with their embrace. Jiang Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile, her heart warmed by the delightful painting gifted by her little cousin, Song Shi. Although it was merely an abstract doodle, and the depictions of the bride and groom bore little resemblance to herself and Huo Zheng, the essence of the gesture was what truly mattered. She discerned the thoughtfulness embedded in the artwork, pointing at the wedding dress and suit within the painting, and exclaimed, "Look, Shishi has drawn us based on our wedding photos. Her artistry is simply adorable." Huo Zheng's gaze fell upon the whimsical, abstract creation, and observing the couple adorned in wedding attire, his expression softened. "Indeed, she has captured it beautifully," he mused. "This could be described as an affection that extends even to the inanimate." Jiang Tian carefully stored the painting away, resolved to preserve it within her island sanctuary. Subsequently, she unwrapped the gift presented by Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui. The box was rather weighty. Upon opening it, she discovered it brimming with gold bars and an exquisite set of jewelry. This left her in a state of bemusement. Had it not been for the calamities that befell them, a typical wedding would have seen her parents bestowing upon her a house and a car as part of her dowry. Yet, in the aftermath of disasters, the value of such properties had diminished significantly. Nonetheless, adhering to the traditional beliefs of their elders, it was deemed essential for a bride to possess wealth, prompting her parents to exchange real estate for gold bars. After all, gold and silver have retained their worth throughout history, making them the most valuable assets. All the family's surplus funds had been converted into supplies, leaving no remnants behind. Jiang Tian was left pondering where her parents had sourced the funds to present her with such an abundance of gold bars. Jiang Tian meticulously stored away her belongings, then, filled with trepidation, she cautiously unwrapped the gift sent by her aunt, Song Yu. Although Song Yu had assured her that this present was entirely legitimate, Jiang Tian couldn't shake her doubts, given her aunt's questionable past. Thus, she decided to set the gift aside momentarily before opening it. Phew! Jiang Tian couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief. This time, the outfit her aunt had gifted her was a proper couple's attire. She meticulously examined it and found no peculiarities, which allowed her to focus on the style and design of the clothing. Confirming it was of her preferred type, she decided this summer ensemble could be saved for future wear. After unwrapping the gifts from several relatives, Jiang Tian turned her gaze towards Huo Zheng and playfully blinked at him, inquiring about his present. Traditionally, he would also prepare a gift, despite the fact that this was their wedding. Huo Zheng indeed had a gift ready. He stood up and retrieved it from the cabinet, asking her if she liked it. It was yet another set of gold jewelry appropriate for a wedding, but his gift also included a camera, lenses, and other photographic equipment, as well as a specially crafted collection of photographs capturing their journey from childhood to the present. His thoughtful gift certainly pleased her. "Yes, I absolutely adore it." Jiang Tian presented the gift she had prepared for Huo Zheng, a newly released watch from his favorite brand, along with a DIY custom doll representing the two of them. Just then, Song Hui knocked on the door, prompting Jiang Tian to quickly stow away all the presents. The two emerged from the room and settled onto the sofa in the living room, watching television while awaiting the impending snowstorm. A clock, deliberately placed on the coffee table, ticked away steadily, marking the passage of time until it struck 11. The air conditioning hummed softly, rendering the room somewhat chilly. Song-yu rose to her feet and rubbed her cool arms, wondering why it felt so cold. Is the air conditioning set too low? Let me check, she said. The living room was equipped with a cylindrical air conditioning unit, and Jiang Tian's family had a habit of setting it to 26 degrees. So there should not have been an issue with the temperature. Jiang Tian, Huo Zheng, Song Hui, and Jiang Yuzhou exchanged glances, uncertain whether to breathe a sigh of relief or hold their breath in anticipation. A natural disaster was indeed looming. As Song-yu approached the air conditioning unit, she gazed at the display showing 26 degrees, astonished. Oh, it's set to 26 degrees? Why is it so cold? Could the air conditioning be malfunctioning? She pondered, her mind not initially considering the possibility of a cooling effect during the sweltering summer heat. Jiang Tian rose and opened the window in the living room, allowing the chill to seep in. She turned to Song-yu and remarked, Annie must be feeling the drop in temperature. It's quite cold outside. Shouldn't you check on Shi? She is likely asleep in her room with the air conditioning still running. Be cautious not to catch a cold. Feeling the brisk wind that wafted in through the window, Song-yu recalled her daughter sleeping soundly indoors and decided she ought to go in and turn off the air conditioning. As she walked, she said, I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. I shall go in first to turn off the air conditioning and cover her with a blanket. Jiang Tian observed Song-yu retreating into the room and promptly closed the window. She approached and turned off the air conditioning that Song-yu had forgotten in the living room, then addressed Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui, saying, Mom, Dad, why don't you both head into the room and put on something warmer? Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui felt that it was still early and wished to wait a while longer. Huo Zheng joined the persuasion, saying, Mom and Dad, you should heed Tai and Sweet's advice. If the temperature drops too suddenly, you won't have time to change your clothes. This erratic weather can easily lead to illness. A heavy snowstorm, coupled with a rapid drop in temperature, does not occur all at once. Otherwise, the original her would not have perished unknowingly in her sleep. She first emerged from her room, clad in long sleeves, as notifications pinged on her phone. Jiang Tian picked up her phone, illuminating the screen to reveal an official announcement regarding an urgent temperature drop. Chapter 29, Snowfall. Jiang Tian mused that the world must have issued this urgent cooling notification as well. However, by that time, she had already succumbed to slumber and thus missed the opportunity to view the message. She turned off her phone and, clutching the thick garments prepared by Song Hui for Song-yu and Song Shi, made her way to their room. In Song-yu's chamber, a softly glowing warm light illuminated the space. Jiang Tian entered quietly, lowering her voice as she spoke. Aunt, is she still sleeping? I just received a notification about the temperature dropping on my phone. My mother asked me to bring over these clothes. If it gets cold later, you both should put them on. Song-yu received the garments, not pondering it further. She replied to Jiang Tian, Indeed, how peculiar is the weather in Z City. In the midst of summer, it suddenly turns cold enough to require winter coats. Thankfully, your mother brought clothes for both me and Shi. Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle, pondering who could possibly know. Fortunately, her mother was meticulous and had asked her father to prepare clothes beforehand. Otherwise, they would have had to turn on the heating late at night. Song-yu also joined in the laughter. With little Song, she's still deep in slumber. Jiang Tian refrained from engaging in further conversation with Song-yu, noticing that she appeared weary and in need of rest. After a moment's contemplation, she rose quietly and tiptoed out, gently closing the door behind her to avoid disturbing the child who was lost in sweet dreams. Song-yu draped the long-sleeved down jacket that Jiang Tian had brought over onto the quilt covering Song Shi. With a yawn of exhaustion, she acknowledged that wandering about all day had indeed been quite tiring. Resolutely, she lay down on the bed alongside her daughter. The drop in temperature had not yet fully settled, and they, aware that this was a calamity descending upon them, dared not succumb to sleep just yet. Jiang Zhou and Song Hui, clad in long garments, each cradling an elongated down jacket, made their way to the sofa in the living room and settled down. They awaited the moment when the temperature would sufficiently drop, eager to don their jackets. It was not a matter of reluctance to wear them now. Rather, the warmth of the current climate rendered such attire impractical, as it would induce perspiration. As Jiang Tian emerged from Song Yu's room, she beheld her parents, Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui, seated gracefully on the living room sofa. "Why are you both out again?" she inquired. Song Hui shook her head and replied, "You advised your father and me to dress warmly, and I have indeed done so. However, remaining in the room is quite stifling for us. It is far more comforting to sit outside." Jiang Tian, feeling helpless, agreed. "All right, let us sit outside together and wait until the temperature has completely dropped before deciding whether to return to sleep." Song Yu, noticing Jiang Tian's acquiescence and observing that she had just emerged from Song Yu's room, inquired, "How are your aunt and Shishi doing in the room? Have you delivered the clothes you prepared for them?" Unbeknownst to Song Yu, who believed the weather in City Z was merely like this, she had not given it much thought, unaware that it was a harbinger of impending calamity. Jiang Tian could not directly remind Song Yu to stay awake. Instead, she had to wait until the temperature had dropped significantly before she could rouse them. As for why she did not simply add more down blankets to allow them to continue their slumber, Jiang Tian could only express uncertainty regarding how many layers would suffice to ensure they remained comfortably warm without being chilled. This way, both Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui could rest easy, and she too would find solace. As she waited, snowflakes began to dance outside the window, some landing on the security bars, others gently resting upon the glass, while many continued their descent. The hour hand of the clock had already reached 12, heralding the onset of a fierce snowstorm. Under the request of Huo Zheng, Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui donned their down jackets, while Jiang Tian also put on her own. Jiang Tian gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was enveloped in darkness, and it was now unmistakably clear that her aunt was fast asleep. She illuminated her phone screen, casting a soft glow, and approached the bedside where her aunt lay. Leaning down, she softly called out, "Aunt, wake up, please don't sleep." Song Yu was not in a deep slumber. She merely furrowed her brow, turned over, and resumed her slumber. Though she had heard the voice, her desire to continue dreaming prevailed. Jiang Tian, feeling helpless, reached out to pat her aunt's shoulder, raising her voice, "Aunt, please don't sleep any longer. You'll wake up feeling cold soon." This gentle gesture successfully roused Song Yu from her slumber. Blinking her eyes open, she was met with an abyss of darkness. Only shut them once more, murmuring, "Tian, Tian, what is it? Let's discuss matters tomorrow. I'm so tired." Jiang Tian couldn't help but chuckle as she gently lifted the corner of the blanket covering Song Yu. "Aunt, aren't you cold sleeping like this? I've donned my down jacket, and you're only using this thin layer of bedding. You'll catch a cold and feel dizzy if you're not careful." Song Yu had already changed her blanket once, and had even draped Jiang Tian's down jacket over Song Shi, leaving her side with a rather scanty covering. Perhaps it was the sudden exposure to the chill as Jiang Tian raised the blanket that sent a shiver through her. At that moment, she truly became aware of her surroundings, exclaiming, "Oh, how has it suddenly become so cold?" Jiang Tian observed that she had regained consciousness and promptly covered her with a blanket. Indeed, it was snowing outside. "Aunt, if you continue to sleep, I fear you might turn into an ice pop. You should wake up Shishi and have her dress warmly." "All right." When eerie weather, snowing at this time, Song Yu raked her fingers through her hair, sat up with haste, and swiftly donned her long down jacket. She then gently patted her daughter's face. "Shishi, wake up. No more sleeping." However, She was in a deeper slumber than her mother, and mere pats failed to rouse her. Consequently, Song Yu decided to throw off the blanket and directly dress her daughter in the down jacket. After this commotion, she successfully awakened Song Shi. The little girl rubbed her eyes and, in a sweet, soft voice, asked Mommy what is wrong. She showed no signs of morning crankiness, which was quite admirable. Jiang Tian gently pinched her soft, tender cheeks. "It is snowing outside. Would you care to take a look?" Song Shi, residing in the southern region, seldom encountered such a spectacle as snow. Upon hearing the delightful news of snowfall, her drowsiness vanished entirely. She wriggled out of Song Yu's embrace, her bright, sparkling eyes alight with excitement. "Sister, is it truly snowing outside?" Chapter 30. The arrival without hesitation. She slipped on her slippers and dashed towards the door. Having already donned her down jacket, she was free to pursue her excitement. Jiang Tian and Song Yu followed closely behind, exiting the room together. Everyone was already clad in down jackets, and the lively atmosphere at this late hour resembled that of daytime. In truth, she was quite perplexed. It was genuinely snowing outside. How peculiar the weather in Z City had become. She had never heard of such phenomena occurring here before. Now, even a single spoken word revealed the warmth of their breath in the frigid air. Jiang Tian retrieved the indoor thermometer from her room, observing that the temperature had plummeted from 31 degrees in the evening to a mere 4. She presented the thermometer to a few others, who exchanged knowing shakes of their heads. This temperature still had further to descend. Typically, at this hour, Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou would have long succumbed to slumber. The family possessed a remarkably precise sleep rhythm, succumbing to drowsiness at the appointed time and awakening promptly thereafter. Presently, however, both Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou were merely enduring, resolutely resisting the pull of sleep. Jiang Tian couldn't help but suggest, "Mom and Dad, why don't you go to sleep first?" They were to sleep in the island space, though she hadn't articulated that thought. Song Hui interrupted her. "It's all right. I can manage." In her perspective, based on the story her daughter had penned about her dream, it was merely the first day of a great blizzard that had caused her daughter to perish in her slumber. To have them sleep in the island space now raised concerns about what would follow. Moreover, Jiang Tian's space was limited, with 2 people entering the island. They could only remain there for 12 hours. In the face of calamity, this duration was undeniably sufficient. However, after the disaster, merely awakening from a nap could potentially squander that precious time, which she was certainly reluctant to do. Song Hui declined, and Jiang Tian chose not to press further. By the window, Song Shi gazed at the falling snowflakes, having moved past the initial thrill. She stifled a yawn, leaning against Song Yu, and murmured, "Mom, I'm tired." Song Yu looked down at her daughter, who was on the verge of drifting into sleep, and felt a wave of helplessness. She gently stroked Song Shi's hair, picking her up, and inquired, "Sister, do we have any thicker blankets at home?" Song Hui stood up and remarked, "It seems she has indeed fallen asleep. There should be a down comforter in Tian's wardrobe. I'll fetch it for you, and you can cover Shi with it." In their home, in City Z, all the visible items were procured by Jiang Yuzhou, while any additional down comforters would need to be retrieved from Jiang Tian's belongings. On her first night at home, Jiang Tian promptly took out these items and organized them in the cabinet. Having spent the entire day outdoors, she overlooked distributing the down comforters to each room. Rising from the sofa, she followed Song Hui into the room to retrieve the comforters. Song Hui carried one to Song Yu's room, while she herself took another to Song Hui's room, placing it beside her parents' bed. After exiting the room, she made her way to Song Yu's room as well. Song Yu helped Song Shi out of her down jacket and into a cozy, fluffy pajama set. The 2 comforters brought by Song Hui were spread out, enveloping them in a cocoon of warmth. Jiang Tian stood aside, nodding in acknowledgement. Song Yu tucked the quilt around Song Shi, and they both stepped outside. "Let us go first and allow Shi to rest," she suggested. Deep down, she sensed that something was amiss. Unlike her initial assumption that the peculiarities were merely due to the bizarre weather in City Z. Even earlier, while Song Shi was admiring the snow, she had pulled out her phone to scroll through, only to discover that heavy snowfall was occurring everywhere. It was indeed quite strange. She turned off the lights and closed the door behind her. Jiang Yuzhou, Song Hui, Song Yu, Jiang Tian, and Huo Zheng sat together, observing as the indoor thermometer gradually descended. 2 degrees below zero, 3 degrees below zero, 4 degrees below zero, 5 degrees below zero. The temperature continued to plummet until it reached 9 degrees below zero. Song Yu wore only a long down jacket over her summer nightgown, which left her feet exposed despite the jacket's length. She curled up on the sofa, tucking her legs beneath her and covering herself with a down jacket. Song Hui exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yuzhou, understanding that it was not yet the time to reveal anything. She merely remarked ambiguously, "Who knows? The weather is truly peculiar these days. Speaking of which, there have been quite a few natural disasters in recent years, but a sudden drop in temperature and snowfall in the middle of summer is even more unusual." Song Yu sighed. "Well, that is indeed true." Jiang Tian leaned against Huo Zheng's shoulder, her eyes half closed. "Aunt, why overthink? As the weather has turned chilly, we can simply wear more layers. If any natural disaster were to strike, we would all be together as a family, so what is there to fear? Song Yu pondered for a moment, realizing that Jiang Tian's words held no flaw. After her divorce from Wang Ji, her sister had become her only remaining kin. Now, with her daughter and her sister's family gathered together, what was there to be anxious about? The heaviness in her heart, initially prompted by the sight of snow blanketing the globe, dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief. She smiled, replying, Tian, you're absolutely right. It seems I've been worrying unnecessarily. In the brief span of their conversation, the indoor thermometer gradually dropped a few degrees, settling at a brisk -13. Song Yu donned the hood of her down jacket and buried her hands in her pockets, appearing somewhat cold. Sensing her discomfort, Song Hui promptly inquired, what is the matter? Are you feeling cold? You should go inside, cover yourself with a blanket, and lie down. I'll ask Tian to find you a thicker set of pajamas. With that, she swung her legs off the couch and, in her slippers, made her way toward the room. Observing the exposed length of Song Hui's calf, she quickly urged Jiang Tian. Tian, when you brought your aunt her clothes, did you forget to grab the thicker pajamas? Hurry and fetch them for her. Jiang Tian rose to her feet, declaring, all right, I shall fetch it immediately. Initially, she intended to retrieve a down jacket and a thick set of pajamas. While she had secured Song Shi's belongings, inexplicably, Song Yu's had been overlooked. In a hurry, she sought out the garments and brought them to Song Yu. Chapter 31. Morning. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng had already donned their winter sleepwear. They removed their down jackets, tucked themselves beneath the plush comforter, and soon succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, they awoke to a world blanketed in white. The snowfall in August had transformed the landscape into this ethereal sight. Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui sat in the kitchen, enjoying breakfast with a few others when Huo Zheng emerged from his room and joined them to lend a hand. Jiang Tian, with a playful demeanor, sat gracefully on the sofa, teasing Song Shi. Cici, would you like to go outside and play in the snow? How about we build a snowman later? Song Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, Sister, I want to build a snowman. In the kitchen, Song Hui overheard their conversation and stepped out, saying, Tian, please don't be so reckless. In this weather, if you take Cici out to play in the snow, what will we do if she catches a cold? Jiang Tian cast a glance at the indoor thermometer perched upon the coffee table, revealing a frigid -16 degrees. She remarked, Mother, we have never witnessed snowfall before. If we do not venture outside to relish this enchanting spectacle, how can we truly appreciate the beauty of this snow? If you are concerned, we shall dress warmly, donning gloves, hats, and scarves, ensuring we remain comfortably warm. Jiang Tian has successfully surpassed her fateful date, feeling as though she has been reborn, a moment truly worthy of celebration. However, Song Hui remains unconvinced. While indulging in leisure may be permissible for oneself, little Cici is still young and possesses a fragile constitution, making her susceptible to illness. Jiang Tian has received permission to go out and play, which brings her great joy. However, seeing her little cousin's dejected expression, she feels a twinge of guilt, especially since it was her suggestion that sparked her cousin's interest in playing in the snow. If it were merely a slight cold, a bit of medicine would suffice, but should it be something more serious? A trip to the hospital for an injection would become necessary. Jiang Tian shook her head, attributing her earlier words to a moment of thoughtlessness. Song Shi, perhaps sensing the shift in Jiang Tian's demeanor, tugged at her hand and, with a hint of playfulness, implored, Sister, I wish to go too. Would you take me outside to have a look? I promise I will merely observe and do nothing. The windows of their abode were all fitted with iron grills for security, making it impossible even to open a window and peer outside to see how the snow was falling. Song Shi could only gaze longingly from a distance at the drifting snow, which felt rather dull. Reflecting on this, a smile involuntarily spread across her face. Jiang Tian reached out and playfully pinched Song Shi's cheek. All right, we cannot go outside, she said. Song Shi's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Okay, thank you, sister. Jiang Tian rose to her feet and retrieved a large bucket. She changed into her snow boots by the door, donned a thick fabric mask, and pulled the hood of her down jacket over her head, leaving only her eyes exposed to the outside world. Song Hui peeked out, reminding her, make sure not to stay out too late. Playing in the snow alone loses its charm. Building snowmen and having snowball fights are far more enjoyable with at least two people. Huo Zheng was busy assisting in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, and the only potential companion for Jiang Tian might be Song Shi, though she was too young to venture outside. However, Jiang Tian's descent was not solely for amusement. She harbored a curiosity about the residents in the vicinity. As her father, Jiang Yuzhou, had mentioned, there were not many people living here, and their building was certainly not fully occupied. Taking the elevator down floor by floor, she reached the ground level, where a vast expanse of white awaited her, devoid of any footprints leading outside. Jiang Tian knelt down and decided to play in the snow right there. From above, faint sounds of weeping could be heard, as if mourning for an elderly family member who had succumbed to the chill. Much like her former self, who would retire early for the night, sleeping soundly. During the summer, she found great comfort in the cool air of the air conditioner. Yet one fateful night, an abrupt drop in temperature went unnoticed, and she simply slipped away. Jiang Tian sighed inwardly, pondering whether such a passing could be deemed a liberation or an unfortunate fate. With the forthcoming calamities, even youth might struggle to endure, let alone the elderly. She lifted the bucket filled with snow and made her way towards the elevator doors. Jiang Tian, undeterred, lifted her large snow bucket and entered the desolate elevator. She pressed the button for the highest floor and closed the elevator doors. When the doors opened once more, she had arrived at her home floor. Jiang Tian retrieved the keys from her pocket, methodically unlocking and locking the door until she finally entered her home. Jiang Tian removed her snow boots and slipped into a pair of cozy indoor slippers, affirming her commitment with a smile. The interior was indeed much warmer than the frigid outdoors. Beside the sofa, a newly placed electric heater radiated warmth. Just moments ago, she had settled into a chair by the table, warming her hands and feet in its comforting embrace. Jiang Tian set down the large bucket of snow and fetched a plastic basin. She filled half the basin with snow and placed it in front of Song Shi, inviting her to enjoy it at her leisure. Shall we have a competition to build a snowman? Sounds delightful. Jiang Tian was concerned that placing the snow on the baking table would cause it to melt. Therefore, he positioned the bucket beside the coffee table, crouched down, and scooped a handful of snow from the large bucket, rolling it into snowballs to construct a small snowman. After completing the little snowman, he placed it on a coffee table. Chapter 32. Warming by the fire. Just as the two small snowmen were finished, Song Hui called out that breakfast was ready. Jiang Tian led Song Shi into the washroom to cleanse their hands before assisting in transferring the steaming noodles from the kitchen to the dining table. The freshly cooked noodles exuded a delightful aroma and warmth, creating a striking contrast against the frigid indoor environment. While the interior was indeed warmer than the outside, it was merely a relative comparison. In the new home, the absence of underfloor heating was a deliberate choice, considering the inability to use it during power outages. The original plan was to rely on electric heating devices while the power remained on, and to resort to coal for warmth during outages. Currently, they were utilizing an electric heater, and the family gathered around it for warmth was quite pleasant. However, at the dining table, the absence of a heated table was noticeable. Nonetheless, it mattered little. As long as they dressed warmly enough, indulging in the steaming noodles would surely bring forth beads of sweat. We picked up some noodles and inquired of Jiang Tian about the situation outside. Tian, you just went downstairs to stroll. What is it like outside now? Jiang Tian descended the stairs for a brief stroll, merely traversing from the elevator to the first floor and then to the entrance of the building. Upon witnessing the expanse of white outside, devoid of any footprints, she refrained from venturing further. After consuming her noodles, she remarked, "It feels even colder than at home. Yet being fully equipped, it isn't so bad." Song Hui cast a glance at Jiang Tian, thinking that her daughter's words were utterly trivial. Even without stepping outside, she was well aware that the temperature beyond the confines of their room would be significantly lower. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, hastening to speak before Song Hui could express her irritation. "There's no one outside. I was making snow at the entrance and didn't see anyone come out." She then added, "However, it seems someone on the second floor has passed away. I heard their family crying." Upon this remark, The atmosphere at the dining table grew somber. The abruptness of such extreme weather had already caused some residents to depart this world unnoticed, evoking a sense of melancholy. Song Hui reflected on how the figure in Jiang Tian's dream had also departed in a similar manner, sighing softly at the thought of this weather. It was difficult to articulate her feelings, and she found herself pondering in silence. She realized that her home was no longer as it once was. Her daughter was alive. Her son-in-law was not abroad, and she was with her younger sister. Yet, the outcome of this time remained uncertain. Having weathered the first wave of calamity, they faced the prospect of a second and a third, with no assurance of survival. Song Hui's reflections were intricate, while Song Yu's were far more straightforward. She remarked, "This dreadful weather, someone downstairs has already succumbed. If we had all gone to bed early yesterday and hadn't tea awakened, wouldn't tea we have?" Before Song Yu could finish her thought, Song Hui shot her a disapproving glare, exclaiming, "Shaw, what are you saying? Our family will surely be fine. Now, eat your noodles." It was perhaps best that she refrained from further words. Realizing her misstep, Song Yu lamented, "I didn't mean to think that deeply. I won't say anything more." She closed her mouth in frustration and continued eating her noodles. Adults carry the burden of many considerations, while children possess far fewer worries. She focused intently on finishing her noodles swiftly so she could play in the snow by the heater. Remarkably, without needing Song Yu's urging, she quickly polished off her bowl. Wiping her mouth with a tissue, she leapt down from her chair, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm done. I'm going to warm up now." Although she mentioned warming up, her intent was to play in the snow. Song Yu waved her hand, permitting her to have fun in the living room by the warmth of the fire, advising, "Go ahead, but don't get your clothes wet." With a cheerful yay, she dashed toward the heater. Jiang Tian was just about to finish the noodles in her bowl and rise to clear the table when she suddenly heard the sound of a wailing cry. The mournful sobbing echoed, drawing the attention of several individuals seated around the dining table towards the sofa in the living room. Song Yu, concerned, set down her chopsticks and stood up, inquiring anxiously about the cause of the distress. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did you fall?" As she moved to investigate, she caught sight of Song Shi, who had turned around, her face streaked with tears, resembling a little kitten. Through her sobs, she lamented, "Mommy, my little snowman. My little snowman has melted away." She had been in the midst of a snowman building contest with her sister, having constructed 3 or 4 before they sat down for noodles, and was on the verge of winning. Now, seeing all her snowmen reduced to puddles, her heart ached with sorrow. A glance at her sister's snowman, still standing proudly on the coffee table, deepened her sadness, prompting her to cry anew. The atmosphere became momentarily hushed until, at last, someone could no longer contain their laughter. Observing the laughter of those around her, she was momentarily taken aback, forgetting her tears. "Mommy? Auntie?" Jiang Tian stifled a laugh as she swiftly gathered the utensils and placed them in the kitchen, then approached her. She took out a tissue and gently wiped her face. "Cece, the little snowman has melted. Shall we build another one?" She turned her face slightly away, gazing at the snowman on the coffee table that had yet to dissolve, and with a tone of innocent grievance, she replied, "No, my little snowman has melted, while your snowman is perfectly fine. This is unfair." Jiang Tian followed her gaze and blinked, remarking, "That is a treasure. You are sitting at the heated table, which is far too warm. Your little snowman is afraid of the heat and has melted completely. Look at the snow in your snow basin. Has it not turned to water as well? Beneath the table lies an electric heater. It is not only capable of melting a bowl of snow, but would even transform a cup of cold water into lukewarm." With this explanation, she found herself somewhat more agreeable. Jiang Tian continued, "Shall I share my little snowman with you? That way, each of us will have one. And wouldn't that be quite fair?" Shi, with tears in her eyes, nodded and replied then, "I would like the one on the left." Jiang Tian's bright, crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with delight as she offered you the little snowman on her left. Song Yu, reassured that the issue nearby had been resolved, settled down to continue savoring her noodles. Reflecting on Jiang Tian's affectionate and patient demeanor towards Shi, she inquired, "Ah Zheng, it seems that Tian has quite an affinity for children. Are you not considering having one yourselves at this time?" This query is often posed by family members. before marriage, hasten to ask when the nuptials will occur, and once wed, eagerly inquire about the arrival of offspring, an expression of familial goodwill. Huo Zheng, dabbing his mouth with a napkin, elucidated, Auntie, Jiang Tian is still quite young. We intend to wait a few more years before having children. Chapter 33. Price increase. This matter had long been contemplated and discussed by Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng. Jiang Tian had never intended to marry so early. Her current union was merely a response to impending natural disasters. Should she choose not to wed, the future world would render such a decision impossible, leaving them with no option but to exist together by default. When the topic of children arose, she felt an authentic reluctance. She viewed herself as still youthful, yearning for a few carefree years devoid of responsibilities, and saw no need to assume the role of a mother at such an early stage. Moreover, the unpredictability of natural calamities loomed large in her mind. They desired children and ought to be able to conceive, yet the inevitable challenges of prenatal examinations and childbirth constituted an insurmountable concern. Thus, it seemed more prudent to postpone the idea of parenthood until a more stable future emerged. Upon hearing Huo Zheng's perspective, Song Yu chose not to pursue the conversation further. She calculated Jiang Tian's age, freshly graduated, just over 20, and recognized there was indeed no rush. As thoughts of the suddenly erratic weather crossed her mind, she shook her head in dismay. Jiang Tian sat on the sofa in the living room, preoccupied with comforting her younger cousin, thus oblivious to the conversation taking place nearby. Even if she had overheard, she would merely have chuckled and stated that she wasn't yet inclined to have children. Jiang Tian gently pinched Song Shi's cheek and said, "You stay here and wait for your sister, all right? I will take the melted snow from your basin and replace it with fresh snow." Song Shi blinked her eyes, pressed her lips together, and nodded in agreement. Jiang Tian found her tearful appearance rather endearing. She gently patted the girl's head before carrying the bowl of melted snow to the kitchen to dispose of it. She then refilled the basin with fresh snow and placed it on the table by the heater. Song Shi tugged at Jiang Tian's hand, blinking her eyes playfully. "Sister, can I join you to play by the coffee table?" In the realm of childhood, emotions can swiftly shift from joy to sorrow over seemingly trivial matters. Upon witnessing her painstakingly crafted snowman reduced to mere water, her desire to remain at the warm table and continue building snowmen dissipated. Her heart remained heavy with disappointment. Jiang Tian smiled gently. "All right, but you must promise me, dear sister, that if your hands become cold as ice, you shall refrain from playing and first warm yourself by the fire. Once your body has regained its warmth, you may return to continue your play. Is that agreeable?" Song Shi obediently nodded. "Yes, I will listen to my sister." She placed the snowman beside the tea table on the floor, with no small stools available. The two of them squatted side by side, happily engaging in their play. Meanwhile, the heads of the household at the dining table gradually finished their noodles and moved to sit in front of the electric-heated table, turning on the television to watch the official news. The meteorological station reported a significant drop in temperature and heavy snowfall from 11 o'clock last night until 7 this morning, with continuous snowfall for 9 hours. Across the nation, agricultural greenhouses had collapsed under the weight of the snow, and local governments were currently organizing rescue operations. Numerous individuals were stranded at mountain attractions, with the scenic areas coordinating rescue efforts. According to meteorological predictions, the blizzard and drop in temperature will persist. Citizens are urged to exercise caution while traveling and take measures to keep warm. Each news headline delivered a chilling message, sending a shiver through all who heard it. Scrolling through videos on her phone, Jiang Tian encountered even more such reports. Supermarkets were bustling with shoppers stocking up on food, while electric heaters, electric blankets, and warming patches that had remained unsold from last winter were once again snatched up by eager customers. The appliance stores were particularly lively, as air conditioners, heating fans, electric heaters, and heated tables were cleared out by those seeking to purchase them. Now, only a few empty electric fans remained in the corners of the stores. Many shrewd coal shop owners reopened their businesses, selling coal at exorbitant prices and profiting from the disaster. Customers, while expressing their disdain, had no choice but to purchase the coal. The price of coal surged repeatedly until it too was sold out. Electric heating companies were inundated with business, overwhelmed with orders that extended to 2 weeks out. Clothing stores received urgent shipments of winter coats and down jackets, which were quickly bought up. Similarly, men's and women's shoe stores saw their newly displayed winter boots vanish shortly after being placed on the shelves. In stark contrast, the valiant soldiers were dispatched to assist in rescuing residents trapped beneath collapsed buildings, clearing out vegetable greenhouses and livestock farms crushed by the snow, and helping travelers stranded in the mountains, suffering from hunger and cold. On one side, there was a rush of shipments from clothing factories, shoe factories, appliance factories, and coal factories, while on the other, there were empty shelves of rice, cooking oil, winter clothing, footwear, and heating equipment, alongside various individuals awaiting rescue from their travels. The provisions prepared by Jiang Tian's family are undoubtedly comprehensive, with hardly anything lacking. They may still have a bit of spare funds, yet they have no intention of competing with others for these limited supplies at such a time. Song Hui directly reassured, Xiao Yu, do not panic. Our home is well equipped. We lack nothing. Simply relax and let us watch the news together. Song Yu exhaled in relief, glancing at the warm hearth before her and wearing a cozy down jacket. She felt fortunate that her sister and brother-in-law were so meticulous in their preparations for this outing, and the house itself was quite pleasant. Suddenly, she recalled the study they had visited upon arrival, which contained a considerable amount of coal. What had her sister said about it? That it was left behind by the previous landlord? As she breathed out her previous sigh of relief, a new worry surfaced, and she anxiously inquired, Sister, do you think the former landlord might remember the half-room of coal in our room and come claim it? Song Hui fell silent. She had merely intended to soothe her younger sister with a comforting excuse, never anticipating that it would lead to this troubling inquiry. Jiang Yuzhou took over the conversation, reassuring Xiao Yu, do not worry. The homeowner has gone abroad and is not in the country. I have already sent the payment for the coal in the room at the market price. Song Hui smiled at Jiang Yuzhou, grateful for his presence during this tense moment. Hearing this, Song Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. That's good to know. Now I can rest easy. Song Shi narrowed her eyes and sighed. It is so warm here. Chapter 34. The phone call. A row of well-worn little snowmen decorated the coffee table. Suddenly, Song Yu's phone rang. It was a call from her ex-husband, Wang Ji. She frowned and answered, Hello, what do you want? Despite the 2 years that had passed since his infidelity, she held no fondness for him. However, considering her daughter was nearby, she took a moment to suppress her feelings and spoke in a more cordial tone. Wang Ji inquired, Isn't it getting colder now? How is Shishi doing? Have you managed to buy coal and firewood? Do you need me to bring some over? We mustn't let Shishi get cold. The defensiveness that had initially risen in Song Yu diminished slightly. At least he still had some concern for their daughter. She replied, You don't need to bring anything. Shishi and I are traveling with my sister's family, and we're doing quite well. After learning about their situation, he seemed to relax. All right, as long as you are with your sister, I can rest easy. Is she available to talk on the phone? If so, please let her answer. I would like to speak with her. Song Yu's gaze fell on Song Shi, who had been attentively watching her since she picked up the call. How could she refuse? She held the phone away and asked, Shishi, your father would like to chat with you. Would you like to take his call? Excitedly, Song Shi replied, Mommy, I miss Daddy. With a sigh of resignation, Song Yu handed over the phone. All right, you two talk. Just remember to give me the phone back when you're done. The father and daughter spoke over the phone, with Song Shi doing most of the talking while Wang Ji listened. Song Hui, who held no affection for her ex-brother-in-law, felt increasingly annoyed as she listened to their conversation. She discreetly signaled to Jiang Tian, Tian, do you have any extra down comforters in your room? I need to bring one into mine, and while I'm at it, I want to discuss something with you. Jiang Tian blinked and immediately understood. Yes, I have a few more in my wardrobe. Mom, why don't you come in with me to fetch them? On the surface, she spoke of the comforter, yet her true intention was to find an excuse to enter the space together. Matters concerning the island, natural disasters, and future events would have to wait until after the internet collapsed, for she was wary of the unintentional disclosures by the young Song Shi. Jiang Tian and Song Hui rose from the warm hearth and entered the room together. They securely locked the door behind them and swiftly slipped into the island space. The ambience within the island space remained as inviting as ever, clad in down jackets and thermal attire, they soon began to feel the heat enveloping them. Both promptly shed their down jackets and retreated into their respective caravans to don garments more suitable for the island's environment. Song Hui's plantation operated on a bi-daily watering schedule, which prompted her to invite Jiang Tian to join her in the space at this moment. Jiang Tian's breeding farm requires daily feeding. Yet she is fortunate to possess an island space, allowing her to find time for her daily tasks whenever she desires. There is no need for concern about forgetting, as she sets timely alarms. Dressed in appropriate work attire, the two emerged from the house. Jiang Tian drove her electric scooter with Song Hui seated beside her. Heading towards the farm, Song Hui intended to gather some pure, organic fertilizer derived from animal waste for the vegetables and fruits in her planting area. Thus, she accompanied Jiang Tian directly to the breeding farm. 2 days prior to the impending natural disaster, Jiang Tian had visited the farm to replenish the stocks of chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and pigs, while also introducing rabbits and white geese. Her feeding techniques have become increasingly proficient, albeit she does not possess absolute confidence in fattening these animals. She is at least capable of normal feeding and minor illness treatment. Each type of livestock is maintained at a control number of 60, comprising both males and females, along with their offspring, as long as they remain healthy and free from accidents, and considering their growth and production rates. There is no imminent concern regarding the availability of meat. The enclosure initially designated for the ducks is spacious enough for the additional ducks to roam comfortably. However, she initially believed that chickens, ducks, and geese could be raised together, contemplating mixing chickens and geese in the same area. As for the chickens, the designated space in the farm was adequate for their rearing, negating the need for additional enclosures. Song Hui entered to clean the duck droppings, simultaneously assisting with their feeding. Ducks forage for earthworms, small fish, and shrimp within the designated area, actively seeking food rather than passively awaiting their meals. Consequently, Jiang Tian recorded the changes during feeding times and adjusted the feeding quantities for the ducks accordingly. The large geese and chickens also exhibit foraging behavior, allowing for a reduction in the amount of feed required. As for the pigs, they merely wait expectantly for their feed. After finishing feeding and cleaning the chicken coop, Jiang Tian arrived at the pig pen. She stood outside the enclosure, tossing food to the pigs. While they were gathered around the trough, enjoying their morning meal, she swiftly attended to the hygiene of the pig pen. Regular cleaning significantly reduced the unpleasant odors within the enclosure. After Jiang Tian had taken care of the chickens and pigs, she exited the breeding farm and immediately spotted Song Hui, who had just finished feeding the ducks and geese. In her hands, she carried a large bucket filled with her fertilizer. Jiang Tian poured into Song Hui's bucket the collection she had gathered from a farm. With the cattle and sheep now grazing freely, the need for feeding had ceased to exist. Jiang Tian meticulously marked the cattle and sheep within her island space, occasionally venturing out in her small electric vehicle or drone to observe their growth. She undertook this task purely because the first batch of livestock had fully adapted to their wild survival lifestyle, requiring little oversight on her part. Thus, she relished the role of a carefree overseer, allowing her daily workload to diminish and her tasks to become more manageable. Similarly, Song Hui found her own labors eased since acquiring an electric irrigation machine, transforming the task of watering her fruits and vegetables into a more effortless endeavor. In essence, both found ways to discreetly lighten their loads within reasonable bounds. Chapter 35. Work. After concluding matters at the breeding farm, Jiang Tian accompanied Song Hui to her planting site. Jiang Tian rode on her electric scooter, with Song Hui trailing behind, carrying a bucket of fertilizer. The breeze swept past them, carrying with it a scent that was somewhat intoxicating. On the entire island, theirs was the sole electric vehicle, alleviating any concerns of collisions or speeding. Jiang Tian accelerated to the maximum speed, eager to reach the plantation and relish a breath of fresh air. As they passed a meadow, a little white lamb grazed with its head lowered. Jiang Tian swiftly made her way over, finally catching sight of the planting grounds. She entered and first set up the electric irrigation pump, preparing to assist Song Hui with watering the crops once she finished fertilizing. The initial batch of lettuce had already sprouted and was ready for harvest, suitable for consumption as fresh vegetables. Other plants had also begun to emerge, though they had yet to reach maturity. Fresh animal manure cannot be applied directly. It must undergo fermentation and maturation before being utilized as fertilizer for the vegetable and fruit fields. Otherwise, it can easily scorch the roots, leading to detrimental consequences. However, the fermentation process is quite straightforward. One simply needs to pile the manure together, cover it with a thin layer of film, and allow it to ferment naturally. One should observe the color changes. Once it turns white, the manure is ready for use as fertilizer. Song Hui was tasked with processing the animal manure collected that day, following the chronological order of the cleanings for fermentation. When fertilizer is needed, one can simply select the pre-fermented batches in order. New manure is added while the old is removed. Given that the number of livestock previously raised on the island was not substantial, the quantity of collected fermented fertilizer was limited. Song Hui prioritized fertilizing the vegetable plots and, upon completion, signaled to Jiang Tian that it was time to water the plants. After receiving instructions from Song Hui, Jiang Tian commenced her work. Today, she entered the space later than usual. Typically, she would be busy in the warehouse by 7, with Song Hui arriving shortly after to tend to the watering and fertilizing tasks. However, due to the sudden drop in temperature from the move and other unforeseen circumstances, they did not enter the space until after 9. The sun had already risen in the island space, and as Jiang Tian sprinkled water towards the sun, she inadvertently created a small rainbow. This could be deemed a delightful surprise in life. Although she had found an excuse, it was not wise to be absent for too long. Upon exiting the island space and returning to Jiang Tian's room, they found themselves experiencing a fluctuation of warmth and cold. Both had adequately prepared for their outing, yet they could not help but shiver. The outside air remained far too chilly. Jiang Tian tucked her hands into her pockets, while Song Hui securely held the down comforter intended for display. And together they pushed open the door and stepped outside. Song Shi had already concluded her conversation with her father, Wang Ji, and hung up the phone. At that moment, she was singing along to the theme song of The Adventures of Little Carp, which played on the television. Little Carp, how spirited you appear, full of life, rolling in the mud, gazing at the rivers, an endless expanse. This signifies yet another drop in temperature. Jiang Tian settled herself and extended her hand into the warmth of the heated table, turning her head to observe the animated series that had just concluded its opening sequence. To her surprise, she recognized the protagonist instantly, recalling even the subsequent lines with remarkable clarity. The fact that she had previously watched this animation undoubtedly stemmed from moments spent with Song Shi as they enjoyed it together. This indicated that Song Shi had once again embarked on a journey of rewatching. Jiang Tian observed Song Shi, who was intently fixated on the television screen, and she couldn't help but wonder whether Song Shi truly realized that this was an animated series she had already watched. Song Yu chuckled and remarked, Tian, pay no mind to her. I've replayed this animated series for her 5 times already, and she still hasn't grown weary of it. Suddenly, Song Yu recalled something and clapped her hands, exclaiming, Oh, how could I almost forget to mention? Your father purchased this apartment, didn't he? He joined the property group for our community, and just now, someone posted in the group requesting each household to send someone outside to clear the snow, to prevent the roads from becoming impassable. He and a Zheng went together, saying they would also inquire about the situation. Jiang Tian calculated that it was precisely time for lunch. With 2 cooks absent, it seemed that the preparation for today's meal would rest solely on her mother and her aunt. She could merely assist with minor tasks. In truth, she felt that in such circumstances, there was little necessity to engage in these chores. The snow continued to fall incessantly, showing no signs of abating. They had previously cleared a path to facilitate travel, yet it would not be long before the freshly cleared route was once again blanketed by the relentless snowfall. Moreover, their family had no intention of venturing out to procure supplies, rendering the existence of that path inconsequential. Jiang Tian candidly acknowledged her own selfishness. While it was one thing for her young brother Huo Zheng to venture out and shovel snow, she could not fathom why their father had to be summoned as well. Was it truly necessary for this household to provide 2 laborers? However, It turned out that Jiang Tian had misunderstood the notification in the property management group, which stipulated that each household was required to send one person daily to clear the pathways. Jiang and Zhou shared the news from the property group, prompting Huo Zheng to encourage him to take on these tasks. However, Jiang's father, likely weary of staying at home, had been supervising the house renovation for some time. Rather than remaining indoors, he preferred to venture outside and explore. Thus, the two of them decided to go out together, compensating for their planned outing the following day. The building where Jiang Tian and her companions reside is sparsely populated, yet this does not imply that the other buildings in the vicinity are similarly unoccupied. Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng gathered downstairs, encountering numerous unfamiliar faces within the community. However, now that they had ventured out, they found themselves amidst the labor force of the neighborhood. Individuals who, in times of impending calamity, might become sources of trouble. It was only natural for him to observe closely, to discern the nature of those who could potentially turn adversarial in the future. Chapter 36. Snow shoveling at the registration desk. Names and building numbers were recorded, and sturdy shovels and carts were distributed for the snow removal task. Thus commenced a grand endeavor to clear the snow-laden pathways. Each household was required to provide a laborer daily for this duty, with the option to choose between morning or afternoon shifts. Jiang Tian leaned against the window, peering down, where she could vaguely discern her boyfriend and father, both clad in black down jackets, diligently shoveling snow. In her hand, she held a bag of potato chips, while beside her, perched on a stool and pressing against the iron mesh, her little cousin joined her in observing the spectacle and indulging in the snacks. She raised a chip to her lips, poised to take a bite, when at last she spotted Huo Zheng among the figures below. "Sister," she exclaimed, "that one is my brother." Jiang Tian gently moved She's face away from the iron mesh, as the little one's cheek was almost pressed against it, seemingly oblivious to the chill it might bring. "Look, that is your brother. He is down there helping to clear the snow." With the installation of iron bars on the windows for security, there is no longer a need to worry about little ones standing outside and gazing into the perilous world beyond. However, this newfound safety comes at the cost of convenience, as the children instinctively lean closer to the iron mesh to peer outside. Upon hearing this, she promptly distanced herself from the window, declaring, "Sister, I promise." The floor where Jiang Tian resides is exceedingly elevated, such that when gazing downward, one can merely discern the silhouettes of individuals and their actions of shoveling snow, with nothing else visible. She even made a special trip to her room to retrieve a telescope, aiming it through the iron window to observe below. Yet she could not discern any remarkable details. She has already claimed the potato chips for herself, crunching them audibly, occasionally extending her tongue to moisten her lips. Jiang Tian harbored deep suspicions that her presence was merely for the sake of indulging in snacks. Indeed, from the living room, Yu remarked, Tian, is she munching on chips? Do ensure she doesn't overindulge. It could lead to a heatiness." As she retrieved the chips from Shi's grasp, she caught sight of Shi's pitiful gaze directed at her. This tactic had already been employed by Shi against Jiang Tian once before, and Jiang Tian felt a burgeoning immunity to it. She playfully pinched Shi's cheek, saying, "Be good and obedient, and I shall treat you to some jelly later." During the previous month's stockpiling, after securing the essential supplies, snacks had also made their way onto the inventory list. Some of these treats were provided by Huo Zheng for Jiang Tian, while others were suggested by Hui for Shi. Jiang Tian is the elder friend, while Shi is the younger one. They both understand that the snacks they have are merely within their shelf life. As for what they will eat in the future, that is a matter for another time. With the chips gone, Shi picked up the discarded telescope from Jiang Tian and gazed out the window. "Sister, shall we go out to help? Let us assist with the snow shoveling." Children cannot remain indoors for long. Once the novelty wears off, they yearn to venture outside, even in the biting cold. How could Jiang Tian possibly agree? In the morning, she wished to take Shi out to play in the snow, but was firmly denied by the authoritative Hui. Now, the indoor temperature has risen several degrees since that morning, making it even less likely that she would be allowed outside. She picked up a chip and popped it into her mouth. It was far too cold outside, so venturing out was out of the question. Song's desire to go outside was thwarted, and she jumped down from her chair, bustling off to find her mother. Songyu. With the outdoors off limits and snacks forbidden, she resolved to continue watching her animated series. Meanwhile, Songhui opened the refrigerator to retrieve ingredients, preparing to make lunch. Hearing the sound of the refrigerator door, Jiang Tian turned and inquired, "Mother, do you require my assistance?" Songhui paused momentarily and without hesitation declined. "With both your aunt and me in the kitchen, it is more than sufficient. Your presence here would only be a hindrance. Why not keep company with Cece and play for a while?" Her words were as chilling as the current weather. Jiang Tian felt a pang in her heart. Her desire to assist had inadvertently been perceived as a nuisance. Did she truly come across as so clumsy? In the living room, Songyu rose from the sofa, saying, "Tian, I would appreciate it if you could keep an eye on Shishu while I step in to help with the cooking." Jiang Tian responded weakly and made her way to the heating table. She understood that her mother, Ms. Songhui, meant no harm by her words. She simply felt that Jiang Tian's presence in the kitchen was of little assistance. Jiang Tian leisurely popped one potato chip after another in her mouth, idly watching the animated series alongside her. It proved to be quite entertaining, well suited for someone in their 20s. The delicious aroma of the dishes wafted from the kitchen, and the sound of the door opening could be heard. Jiang Tian and she exchanged knowing glances as they sniffed the air and turned their gaze toward the entrance. The first to step through the door was Jiang Yuzhou, snowflakes still clinging to his hair and down jacket. After changing into a pair of indoor slippers, he entered. Following closely behind was Huo Zheng, equally dusted with snow on his hair and clothing. Upon hearing the commotion, Songhui emerged from the kitchen, instructing, "You two should go take a shower first. Dinner will be ready shortly." Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng had just finished shoveling snow downstairs. After completing this physically demanding task, both felt a warmth enveloping them. The little snow that clung to their clothes was negligible. It was the perspiration on their backs that warranted a refreshing shower. It would be unwise to risk catching cold. Meanwhile, Songhui and Songyu had already prepared the meal. Jiang Tian found herself somewhat unhelpful in the kitchen, yet she had no difficulty in serving the dishes. As she entered the kitchen to assist in bringing the food out, the delightful aroma hinted at the presence of stir-fried squid, and indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. In this new abode, apart from the rice, oil, and salt she had procured from her space, all other provisions were supplied by her father, Jiang Yuzhou, who had acquired a variety of ingredients for the kitchen and refrigerator. Among the more durable items were large potatoes, corn, onions, radishes, pumpkins, and winter melons, alongside fresh vegetables such as water spinach, cabbage, leeks, and bok choy. The refrigerator housed cured meats, chicken legs, pork, beef, and fish, all requiring refrigeration, while the vegetables that could be stored outside were neatly arranged in a vegetable cart. The kitchen was brimming with an abundance of produce, and the spacious double-door refrigerator was filled to capacity. Now that they had moved in, they had only just begun to consume these meticulously prepared provisions. Chapter 37. The passage Jiang, Zhuhang, and Huo Zheng are not individuals given to languor. After taking a refreshing shower in the room, they swiftly donned their attire and emerged. Jiang Tian meticulously arranged the bowls and chopsticks for everyone, eagerly awaiting Song Hui's announcement to commence the meal. Today's lunch was quite sumptuous. In addition to Jiang Tian's favorite dish of stir-fried squid, there was also the braised chicken leg favored by little Song Shi. Furthermore, the spread included fragrant mashed taro with minced meat, green beans, and eggplant, ed lettuce, braised pork, and a delicate tofu and fish soup. The harmonious combination of meat and vegetables offered a nutritious and wholesome feast. Jiang Tian, having savored the delectable stir-fried squid, felt her spirits lift considerably. Once everyone had finished their meal, she took the initiative to approach Song Hui, offering her assistance in the kitchen with the dishes. However, it would be a stretch to say that she truly washed the dishes. The new home was equipped with a dishwasher. All she needed to do was place the plates and utensils inside, add the dishwashing detergent, and press the button to achieve immaculate cleanliness. Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng sat by the heating table, discussing the current circumstances of other residents in the community. Aside from what Jiang Tian mentioned earlier that a resident on the second floor had succumbed to the cold, Similar incidents had occurred in other buildings as well. Most of the affected individuals were either solitary dwellers or the elderly. The former, having fallen asleep without anyone to rouse them, and the latter, whose resistance to illness is inherently diminished, became the first casualties in this apocalyptic disaster. At present, it may not be entirely precise to say this about their community, but among the nearby buildings, the residents still possess a sufficient stock of supplies, and there is no imminent shortage. Electric heaters, electric blankets, and heating tables, which were originally prepared for winter, merely needed to be retrieved for use. Likewise, down jackets and comforters from previous winters remain available, unless they were discarded during seasonal changes. As the road leading out of the neighborhood opened, many individuals took to their vehicles, heading to supermarkets to stockpile rice and provisions. Food has always been the most crucial and immediate concern. Even if there is no current scarcity, it is prudent to gather supplies in advance. This time, the severe snow and plunging temperatures are not confined to a single region or even a couple of countries. They are a global phenomenon. It is hardly surprising that even the most sensitive individuals, or indeed any rational person, can discern the abnormality from various news reports. In the past, had a natural disaster ever impacted the entire world? Such an occurrence was unheard of. Hence, preparedness is the key to avoiding calamity. Meanwhile, Song Hui and Song Yu, who remained upstairs without venturing out, were engrossed in Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng's conversation. The volume of the animated show song she wished to watch was reluctantly turned down lower and lower until the adults' discussion completely overshadowed it. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her mother's down jacket from her pocket and began to play a simple game on her phone. Jiang Tian kindly pressed the pause button on the animated film, allowing her to continue watching it later. Jiang and Zhou, along with Huo Zheng, are the reticent type of individuals. Based on Jiang Tian's experience, this information exchange conference will soon come to a close. In her dreams, Jiang Tian had traversed through all of this, rendering her somewhat indifferent to the events unfolding outside. Following in the footsteps of Song Shi, she too retrieved her mobile phone. Within her university classmates group, the conversation initially revolved around work, but had now shifted to discussions of natural disasters, severe snowstorms, and plummeting temperatures. The youth adapt to circumstances with remarkable swiftness, especially those who revel in binge-watching dramas or immersing themselves in novels. They quickly equated this formidable snowstorm and drop in temperature with apocalyptic scenarios depicted in films, television series, or literature. They eagerly began to converse about stockpiling supplies. Jiang Tian attended university locally, opting for a commuting arrangement rather than residing on campus. Her relationships with her classmates are not particularly close. Upon observing her peers discussing stockpiling supplies in their group chat, she merely reflects inwardly without any intention of contributing to the conversation. As she gazes at the list of items they have compiled, she notes that many are indeed quite practical. However, due to the current heavy snowfall, all deliveries have been suspended. Furthermore, most of the items are better suited for online shopping, making them difficult to procure from physical stores. Consequently, attempting to stockpile supplies in this manner proves to be quite challenging. Jiang Tian perused the chat of her university classmates before exiting the group. In truth, she was far more intrigued by the heroine of her dreams. After she ventured out to gather supplies, and with the absence of the island space contained within her amethyst bracelet, which she still possessed the remarkable capabilities she had in her dream, Jiang Tian understands that the island space serves merely as an auxiliary function for the female protagonist, assisting her in stockpiling supplies for survival in the early stages of the calamity. As her extraordinary abilities awaken later, the protagonist can undoubtedly rely on her powers to navigate the trials of the apocalypse. However, in the absence of the island space for storing provisions, amassing an abundance of supplies under the current circumstances proves to be a formidable challenge. Even if the protagonist ventures out to gather resources, the accumulation of excess supplies becomes cumbersome and may attract unwanted attention. The reality is inevitably more arduous than the visions she has encountered in her dreams. Jiang Tian harbors no regrets. The amethyst bracelet rightfully belongs to her, not to the protagonist. She simply refuses to become a mere pawn, a tool to bestow upon the protagonist a golden opportunity. Unfortunately, they have already sold that apartment, using the proceeds to stockpile supplies. Otherwise, had they installed surveillance in the apartment, she would have cherished the chance to see the protagonist in the real world once again, should she ever visit. Presently, they reside in Z City, while the protagonist remains in her hometown, and it will be a year before she arrives here. While Jiang Tian indulges in her fanciful thoughts, the information exchange conference involving Jiang Yuzhou has concluded. Song Hui and Song Yu, having gleaned details about the residents from the outside, feel as if they have been privy to a wealth of gossip, leaving them thoroughly satisfied. To facilitate their understanding of external information, Song Hui and Song Yu have requested Jiang Yuzhou to invite them to join the community's property management group, as well as the newly established group for the residents of Building 16. During the initial phase of the natural disaster, particularly in the first 10 days of the heavy snowfall, survival was a simple matter. The internet remained intact, and order was not disrupted. Every household had ample provisions, and aside from essential outings to clear pathways, they kept their doors shut, living their own lives. Such tranquility and stability, if not cherished, may never be experienced again. In the future, they may indeed find themselves locking their doors, worrying about the threat of burglary, extortion, and theft of their supplies. The Jiang family's precautions against such matters are indeed noteworthy. Certainly, no other household security measure surpassed theirs in effectiveness. For the time being, relying on the door for defense remains a sound strategy. Jiang Tian rose and entered the room, followed closely by Huo Zheng, and together they indulged in a tranquil afternoon nap. Chapter 38. Power outage. The serene days passed for several days, with the snowflakes cascading from the heavens becoming increasingly dense. The fierce flurries tumbled down, blanketing the earth in a thick layer of snow, accumulating to nearly the height of a floor. The community organized a snow-clearing initiative, and the snow that was shoveled was compacted and pressed into small, icy mountains. The snowfall, which had persisted for days, had long shed its initial gentleness and had transformed into a veritable blizzard. The community's snow-clearing activities were halted due to the inclement weather. As the relentless blizzard and plummeting temperatures continued, everyone was compelled to remain indoors, relying on electric heaters for warmth. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would be understandable. However, the current predicament was far from ordinary. The property management group erupted in discontent. Building 7, Apartment 302, Shaolu. Indeed, this cannot be allowed. We do not consent. Building 14, Apartment 901 Lin. We complied with the snow clearing initiative earlier. What does it mean that the power is now out? Building 3, Apartment 601. Our household has both the elderly and children. If the power goes out, we will have no means of heating. How are we to survive? Building 12, Apartment 802. Fan, it's easy for you to say, your home can burn coal and you need not worry about power outages. But we have none of that. Will it be permissible for us to come to your home to warm ourselves? Jiang Tian nestled beside Song Hui, observing the fierce debates unfolding in the property management group. Though she had not joined these groups herself, several members of her household had, and that sufficed. It was acceptable to witness the unfolding drama. When she noticed someone finally stepping up to advocate for fairness, she read a comment that made her smile at Song Hui. Initially, Song Hui had considered offering some words of advice amidst the chaos, but the thought had completely dissipated. One cannot truly comprehend the suffering of others, nor can one easily counsel them towards goodness. Their family had already prepared for the impending power outage, stocking coal for warmth. They bore no concern for the looming crisis, nor could they genuinely empathize with residents who relied solely on electric heaters and fans for warmth. Moreover, such matters, once announced, signified a fait accompli, not easily swayed by mere words of protest. As a resident of Building 12 on the 7th floor noted, some countries were already experiencing complete electrical failures. The fact that their homeland could still provide electricity was the result of countless individuals working tirelessly behind the scenes. The discussions in the property management group grew increasingly heated, but gradually, some individuals unable to bear the tension began to speak out. Building 16, Apartment 402 Lun. I'm most irritated by you people. A brief power outage 1T claim lives. Let us strive for mutual understanding. Upon witnessing the shift in tone within the group, Song Hui felt a sense of relief. There were still rational voices among them. At the end of the discussion, a video circulated depicting electrical maintenance crews braving snowstorms, trudging forward step by step to conduct line inspections and clear snow and ice, safeguarding the daily electricity supply for the people of their nation. Song Hui clicked to view the video, her eyes immediately welling with tears. Being a sensitive soul, she could not help but be moved to tears by such imagery. At times, she contemplated whether she should report what she knew to the government. Yet, she quickly regained her composure. Setting aside the method of reporting and the likelihood of being taken seriously, the impending natural disasters were not matters that could simply be resolved through a report. Blizzards, floods, heat waves, droughts. Each calamity followed in relentless succession, leaving no moment for respite. How can one hope to resolve such crises? With the onset of the blizzard, the cultivation of vegetables, fruits, and grains had been forcibly halted, and once halted, recovery seemed impossible. Acknowledging this reality did not equate to finding a solution. Humanity was destined to face a food crisis, especially in a nation with such a vast population. While one might argue that cultivation could occur within our island space, there were limitations on the number of individuals who could enter. To plant food across the entire island was not a task that could be accomplished by just a few. She had no desire to expose her island space, for even among the officials within her homeland, not all acted with the welfare of the people at heart. Should she attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, what recourse would she have if they coerced her through her family? Jiang Tian's fleeting notion of reporting to the authorities was swiftly extinguished. She chose instead to prioritize her own household, at least to her dreams. The unfolding of this world appeared optimistic, with people gradually rebuilding their homes. Why, then, would she need to act otherwise? The coal that she and Song Hui purchased from the coal yard was smokeless. Once they began burning it for warmth tomorrow, all they needed to do was ensure the windows were slightly ajar for ventilation. With no smoke to speak of, they would not draw undue attention. They could simply continue their understated lives. In the property management group, even if there were still individuals eager to stir trouble, none found companionship in their mischief. Snow, in its formation, is devoid of impurities. However, as it descends from the heavens, it inevitably clings to dust and other minute particles, rendering what appears to be pristine white not so immaculate upon melting. Yet, with the water supply halted, who could afford to be concerned with cleanliness? Most were preoccupied with finding ways to allow the melted snow to settle, as it would serve as water for washing faces, brushing teeth, cleaning vegetables, and cooking. As for bathing, in such frigid weather, confined indoors all day without breaking a sweat, it seemed wiser to forego bathing and conserve water. After all, they were family. None would begrudge one another. Jiang Tian's family has also begun utilizing snow meltwater. However, their method of processing it remains notably scientific. They learned from a video shared by netizens on filtering snow and additionally boiled it over a coal stove to eliminate any potential pathogens. This water is solely employed for washing vegetables, hands, and faces, as well as for brushing teeth, posing no issues whatsoever. The water consumed for drinking and cooking, on the other hand, is derived from a reserve of potable water they had stored earlier. Numerous residents in the property group have reported that the toilets have become clogged, urging those in the higher floors to refrain from flushing, lest the lower floor inhabitants suffer the consequences. Upon observing the feedback within a group, Jiang Tian decisively sealed off the restroom and replaced it with cat litter, designated for the use of her feline and canine companions. This remarkable invention of cat litter had been added to her shopping list after Huo Zheng encountered several posts online regarding disaster preparedness. When Jiang Tian retrieved the items from the island space and brought them out of the storage room in their home, Song Yu was utterly astonished. How could there possibly be cat litter prepared in this house? As an adult, she found it peculiar that such unusual items appeared in her home. They had come to celebrate a wedding and enjoy a vacation, yet everything was so meticulously arranged without any concern for necessities such as food, drinking water, or heating. A sense of unease began to creep into her mind. However, each of these peculiar items had a clear explanation. Yet, The presence of the cat litter remained rather difficult to justify. Jiang Tian deemed it unnecessary to explain further, so she chose silence. After all, Song Yu would inevitably discover the truth in due time. A matter of a day or two was inconsequential. Meanwhile, her younger cousin remained blissfully unaware, oblivious to any underlying issues. As Song Yu gazed at the bag of cat litter, memories of their family dog, Tian Tian, flooded her mind. Are the two huskies, Demao and Air Mao, still at home, or have they been taken to the pet shop? Are they doing well? She inquired. Song Yu nodded, sensing that Jiang Tian had no intention of elaborating, and she refrained from pressing further. There were numerous unsettling aspects within the household. If she perceived these occurrences as mere elements facilitating their current way of life, why should she dwell on trivialities? Her sister, Song Hui, would never intend her harm during such times. She would simply wait for the day when the truth was revealed to her. The presence of cat litter addressed their restroom needs, but simultaneously contributed to an accumulation of household refuse. Just days prior, they could descend to dispose of their trash. But now, the blizzard raged, halting all public operations within the city. No one came to collect the rubbish, leaving it to amass in the community's waste area. In such inclement weather, the thought of venturing out to discard garbage was even less appealing. Even if refuse lingered for several days, it would not emit any foul odor. Thus, the current dilemma was either to coexist with the refuse or to devise a means to dispose of it. Jiang Tian and her companions reside on the top floor, where their view is limited to the opposite building. Residents there indiscriminately discard their refuse from the windows at such heights, and at present, no one has ventured outside, alleviating concerns of injury. However, this conduct is rather unsavory. For those on the lower floors, it is akin to being besieged by refuse. The Zhang family does not engage in such practices. They adhere to waste classification, meticulously sorting various types of refuse. Indeed, the number of residents in Building 16 is quite limited, totaling approximately 15 households. The residence adjacent to Jiang Tian's family has also been acquired by them, a precaution taken to avoid the possibility of having difficult neighbors. That side, aside from the necessary installation of security doors and windows, remains devoid of any further modifications. Currently, the household is sufficient for their needs, and they coexist harmoniously, sharing warmth by the fire and meals together, thus dispelling any notions of relocating next door in search of tranquility. Though the building houses a limited number of residents, it does not imply a lack of issues. Those residing on the lower floors frequently voice their grievances regarding blocked toilets and the indiscriminate disposal of garbage from above. Quirky neighbors are ubiquitous, even in a building of merely 15 households. Following complaints from the lower floor residents in the group chat, there are still individuals who persist in their careless habits of discarding waste and flushing indiscriminately. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, a lower floor resident captured a photograph of the individual tossing garbage from their window and called them out in the group chat, denouncing their lack of civility. Yet this too brought no change. The offending party merely retorted, questioning whether they preferred their refuse to be discarded inside their own home instead. Thus, the matter simmered down. Conflicts are omnipresent, and Jiang Tian's family has always chosen to remain uninvolved, focusing instead on their own lives. However, as a relentless blizzard continued to rage, travel routes became obstructed, complicating transportation and causing a steep rise in food prices. Bags of rice that once cost 500 yuan now soared, while cooking oil reached 300 yuan per bucket, pork climbed to 50 yuan per pound, and vegetables to 30 yuan per pound. These prices reflect the collective purchasing power organized within the property management group, ensuring the goods are delivered to the community. Chapter 40. Group purchased Jiang Tian's household lack for nothing. Yet upon observing the residents in the property management group, cursing the greed that drives profit from his fortune while simultaneously registering for group purchases, she noted that nearly every household in the community was acquiring grains, oils, vegetables, meats, and even baby formula. They too pondered whether they should partake in these purchases. During the initial snow clearance, the inhabitants of their building had all ventured out to procure supplies, while her family had remained uninvolved. Now, with the blizzard having passed over 10 days ago, Their continued abstention from shopping would surely invite suspicion. After considerable reflection, they filled out the registration form for the group purchase with their desired vegetables and fruits, along with a modest quantity of cooking oil and rice. In recent days, they had consumed all the fresh vegetables they had prepared before the storm. However, this was largely due to the impracticality of storing fresh produce. They had only stocked a reasonable amount to prevent spoilage and waste. The orders in the property management group were filled out by Song Yu, who also transferred the payment to the administrator. After all, they were family, sharing meals and living quarters, so who bore the cost was inconsequential. Nevertheless, Song Yu felt it prudent to contribute a little, given that they had been utilizing her sister's provisions. Song Hui understood Song Yu's sentiment and did not press the matter further. Once the snowfall abated sufficiently, the community organized another round of snow clearance to facilitate the distribution of purchase supplies. Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng descended from their apartment to assist with the labor and collect the provisions. Tasks requiring outdoor exertion were traditionally undertaken by Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng, as they deemed it safer to venture out now than during the height of the storm. It was best for them to handle such matters, presenting a semblance of a male presence in the home, thereby deterring any ill-intentioned individuals from approaching. They meticulously monitored the duration and quantity of coal burning, utilizing an electric stove during power availability and reverting to the coal stove once the electricity ceased. Thus, throughout the day, the warmth from the heating stove in the living room remained uninterrupted. However, spending consecutive days indoors had indeed grown somewhat tedious. Song Yu activated the television subscription for Song Shi, allowing her to immerse herself in animated shows, while Song Hui and Song Yu occupied themselves with their phones, perusing the latest news, group chats, or watching dramas. The freshness of vegetables in such weather remained uncertain. This time, they ventured out to collect supplies when the snowfall had lessened. They returned with a sprinkling of snowflakes on their clothes, lightly brushing them off as they approached the heating table. They did not take an extra shower this time. Song Hui paused the drama she was watching and turned to the two of them, asking, "Let us see how the vegetables turn out." Jiang furrowed his brow as he placed the vegetables onto the warming table, their freshness having diminished. Huo Zheng entered the kitchen with rice and cooking oil, and, upon emerging, he saw Jiang Tian beckoning him. "Ajing, come over here and warm yourself by the fire." Huo Zheng nodded in agreement, replying, "All right." The chill of his winter attire still clung to him, and despite wearing gloves, his fingers felt icy upon removing them from their confines. As Jiang Tian settled beside him, she immediately sensed a drop in temperature. When Huo Zheng slipped his hand into the warming table for comfort, she discreetly took her own pleasantly warmed hand to envelop his icy one. The chill from his hand surged through her, yet she did not relinquish her grasp until she had warmed him adequately. With their expressions composed, they observed Song Hui as she unwrapped the vegetable bags. Beneath the warming table, her right hand intertwined with his left. Song Hui had unveiled the contents of the bags, exposing the array of vegetables to all. There were entire sections of wilted cabbage, leafy greens, broccoli, and withered chives alongside yellow bean sprouts, asparagus and white radishes, red carrots, tomatoes, and potatoes that, while slightly battered, appeared marginally better. The vegetables, priced at 30 yuan per jean, raised questions regarding their worth. However, they were not purchasing merely a jean, but 10. In times like these, the ability to procure such provisions was commendable. The soaring prices were, in a sense, understandable. Conducting business in such weather was no easy feat, unfortunately. Many of these vegetables were inedible. The wilted cabbage, greens, broccoli, chives, and bean sprouts were beyond salvage, leaving only the option of offering them to the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and rabbits in their island space, thereby preventing total waste. The slightly damaged radishes, carrots, tomatoes, and potatoes could be kept for further inspection and consumption in the coming days. Song Hui sighed, acknowledging the challenges of the current situation. She recalled the vegetables she had cultivated in her island space, including ripe lettuce, bok choy, water spinach, and red amaranth, all ready for harvest. She could indulge in fresh produce, while others struggled to grow vegetables in foam boxes or on their balconies, unable to contend with the frigid temperatures that plummeted below 20 degrees. It seemed as though fate was relentlessly pushing them towards despair. Their household had sufficient food, which somewhat explained the state of the vegetables they had received. Aside from Jiang Tian and Song Shi, the remaining individuals were inundated with the incessant notifications from their group chat. Jiang Tian gestured to Huo Zheng, prompting him to take out his phone and activate the Do Not Disturb mode. As long as no one was conspiring against her family, she held little interest in the disputes within the chat. In contrast, Song Hui and Song Yu were entirely engrossed, staring at the chat group as if they might extract a flower from it. Nevertheless, their curiosity remained passive. They refrained from engaging in the conversation. Chapter 41. The discord regarding the vegetable packages in the property group ultimately yielded no resolution. Subsequently, the administrator remarked nonchalantly in the group that the current state of vegetables was simply the way it was. Those who were dissatisfied had the option not to purchase. In some areas, securing food supplies had become a challenge. This comment effectively quelled the uproar. Indeed, aside from the subpar vegetables in this group purchase, the other offerings, rice, cooking oil, and various meats from pigs, cattle, and sheep, were commendable, notwithstanding the exorbitant price hikes. With food in hand, the residents of the community found their anxiety alleviated. However, the continually diminishing power supply cast a shadow of concern. Initially, the daily power supply spanned 4 hours in the morning, afternoon, and evening, but it gradually dwindled to 3 hours, then 2, and now they were left with a mere hour of power each morning, afternoon, and evening. Though the community residents contemplated protest, they lacked a valid cause. Surrounding nations had completely lost power, and the internet had collapsed. In the scant hour of connectivity they possessed, they could hardly find a foreigner on social networking platforms. The online realm had been reduced to the Chinese populace, who continued to share updates and videos. At times, one could only conclude that life, when compared to adversity, could still be bearable. Having something was certainly preferable to having nothing. Jiang Tian was acutely aware that the countdown to a power outage had already commenced. Soon this nation, the only one in the world still illuminated by light and connected to the network, would succumb to paralysis. A torrential hailstorm descended from the heavens, catching everyone off guard. The power station, fiercely defended by the vigilant workers, was obliterated by the sheer force of the hail, rendering it incapable of sustaining operations ever again. On the first day of darkness, some individuals remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. They habitually reached for their smartphones, scrolling through videos, only to find them perpetually buffering. They attributed this inconvenience to poor signal reception and set their devices aside, awaiting the restoration of power. However, as the day wore on without any sign of electricity, they ventured outside only to discover a world transformed into a frozen wasteland. The relentless barrage of hail pounded the ground, stripping them of even the courage to step outside, leaving them to wander aimlessly within their homes. As they observed the furious snowstorm show no signs of abating, the hail continued to fall, while their stockpiles of coal and firewood dwindled by the day. They could scarcely afford to waste these precious resources. Clad in thick winter coats and enveloped in down blankets, they endured until mealtime, where they would ignite the coal to warm themselves briefly. At each meal hour, wisps of coal smoke could be seen curling from the windows of neighboring homes. Jiang Tian's family uses smokeless coal, which makes them less conspicuous during such times. In contrast, those who can afford to burn smoky coal all day long are openly declaring their comfort and security. This easily draws the attention of others, particularly those who are unable to burn coal, stirring feelings of discontent. Yet, the current populace still adheres to laws and regulations, refraining from any extreme actions such as theft or violence. When the power went out, Jiang Tian's family began their candid discussion. The families sat together, and Song Hui spoke first. "Xiao Yu, there is something we wish to discuss with you." Song Yu was not overly surprised. She sensed that the moment had finally arrived. "Sister, what is it?" she inquired, speculating that her sister Song Hui must have received advance news of the impending blizzard, leading to her preparations. In truth, her assumptions were only partially correct, as her imagination fell short. Song Hui gestured towards Jiang Tian, saying, Tian, please present this to your aunt for her to ponder." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Song Yu was perplexed by the silent exchange between the mother and daughter until Jiang Tian produced a notebook, opened it, and laid it before her. Jiang Tian earnestly addressed Song Yu, saying, "Aunt, this is what I dreamt of before." The events that followed are somewhat lengthy, so please take a look. Finally, the moment had arrived when her dream journal proved invaluable once more. As Song Yu perused the narrative penned by Jiang Tian, she found the subsequent accounts of extreme heat and drought to be utterly absurd, particularly the later revelations of supernatural abilities. How can this be scientific? She thought, unable to suppress her confusion as she turned to Song Hui and asked, "Sister, do you and brother-in-law truly believe all of this simply because Tian Tian had a dream?" Song Hui shook her head. "Initially, we too harbored skepticism. However, consider this monumental snowstorm. Doesn't it serve as the most compelling evidence?" When Tian Tian recounted the event from her dream, it was a month prior to this snowstorm. Moreover, what convinced Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou the most was the surreal island realm. She continued, "Please finish reading the contents of the notebook. Afterward, Tian Tian will take you to see something." At this moment, the circumstances had shifted from when Jiang Tian had first explained to Jiang Yuzhou, Song Hui, and Huo Zheng. The occurrences within Jiang Tian's dream had begun to manifest. It would be prudent for her to review the notebook's contents first, then accompany her into the island realm for a glimpse, where she could also introduce the various aspects of this space, the available RV accommodations, the supplies stockpiled before the calamity, and provisions prepared by Song Hui for herself and the children, alongside the necessity for absolute confidentiality regarding Jiang Tian's dream, the future, and the island realm. As Song Yu flipped through the pages of the notebook, the weight of its revelations deepened her sense of gravity, especially with Song Hui's previous affirmations of the events having come to fruition. The future was indeed as daunting as she had imagined. Chapter 42. A myriad of emotions swirled within Song Yu, reflecting the sentiments shared among those present as they absorbed the unfolding narrative. This journey was one she could only navigate alone. As Jiang Tian gestured for Song Yu to rise while closing her notebook, she guided her into the island realm. "Here we are, dear aunt," she announced. This scene evoked a vivid recollection. Upon entering the island space, Song Hui had exhibited a similar demeanor, and now Song Yu mirrored that expression. It is evident that they are indeed sisters. With an expression of astonishment, Song Yu turned to survey the suddenly transformed surroundings. "Sweetie, is this the island space of the heroine from your dreams?" "No, wait. Is it the island space contained within your amethyst bracelet?" The contents of Jiang Tian's notebook are meticulously chronicled in the precise order of events as they unfolded in her dreams. It commences with her passing away in slumber, followed by the protagonist unexpectedly unlocking an amethyst bracelet within her chamber. However, the subsequent narrative predominantly revolves around the protagonist's utilization of the island space, leading Song Yu to naturally refer to it as the protagonist's island space. Standing there for a while, the warmth began to envelop the surroundings. Jiang Tian reached out to unzip her down jacket, removing it and holding it in her hands. She wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on her forehead. "Auntie, let's first change into another outfit in the RV. This is a necessary procedure for entering the island space, where one must wear short sleeves. While outside the island space, a down jacket is required. Both changes of clothing must occur within the confines of a room. Unlike in the past, when one could freely enter and exit, Jiang Tian took hold of Song Yu's hand, leading her towards the row of camper vans. There were 3 in total, 1 for me and Huo Zheng, 1 for my parents, and the last for you and Cece. Inside the camper, some fresh clothes for you and Cece were neatly arranged, all lovingly prepared by my mother for you and your sister." She continued, "You may step inside and change into something more comfortable. I will show you around the island space. Everything here was prepared before the calamity." Song Yu, still somewhat disoriented, struggled to absorb the surreal essence of this dreamlike island space. Upon reaching the aligned camper vans, they came to a halt. After finishing her words, she released Song Yu's hand and made her way to her own vehicle. It was simply unbearable to be in a down jacket within the island space. Song Yu proceeded towards the camper that Jiang Tian had indicated, discreetly pinching herself to confirm the sharp pain, ensuring she was not dreaming. She removed her down jacket and tossed it onto the bed inside the camper. Then, from the wardrobe, she retrieved a fresh outfit that had been washed. A wave of emotion washed over Songyu. Indeed, her sister treated her the best. After changing into the clothes, she felt a refreshing coolness envelop her. Compared to the frigid world outside, she longed to remain in the island space for eternity. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought. After perusing Jiang Tian's notes, she understood the limitations of the island space. Unless one stayed alone in the sea area, they could remain indefinitely. Otherwise, time constraints applied. And exceeding these limits would result in being ejected. What joy was there in being alone in the island space? It would be unbearably lonely. The mere thought of being isolated in that realm would surely drive her to madness. Remembering Jiang Tian's words about changing her clothes and exploring other parts of the island space, she decided not to linger in the camper and stepped outside without hesitation. Jiang Tian had already changed into her attire, donning a fisherman's hat and sunglasses, as she awaited Songyu beneath the camping awning in front of the RV. Upon seeing Songyu emerge, she stood up and greeted, "Aunt, are you ready? Shall we set off?" Although they referred to it as exploring the island space, it also served the purpose of familiarizing Songyu with the operations within that realm. Jiang Tian rode a small electric bike, with Songyu seated behind her. As they set off towards the first destination, the breeding farm, Songyu, feeling the sea breeze against her face and gazing at the azure waves and golden sands before her, found her thoughts drifting. If only there existed such an island in the real world, she would certainly take Shishi along for a holiday. Alas, this island space could not accommodate their entire family. Speaking of which, how long could 6 people linger in this island space? Songyu calculated that it would amount to merely 4 hours per day for each individual. In contrast, 1 person could remain for 24 hours, while 2 could stay for 12. The disparity was indeed stark. She sighed inwardly, pondering why such a splendid island space had to impose so many restrictions. Jiang Tian gazed into the small round mirror of the electric scooter, catching a glimpse of Songyu, who appeared to be lost in thought in the back seat. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to wait until they arrived at the farm before speaking to her aunt. After a journey of approximately 10 minutes, they finally reached the entrance of the farm. Jiang Tian halted the vehicle, gesturing for Songyu to disembark. The first to enter was the breeding farm, where she proceeded to the storeroom to retrieve the feed for the chicks. Leading Songyu toward the chicken coop, she paused to observe her flock. Among the meticulously cared for hens, 2 had already begun to incubate their eggs, and it was believed that, in the near future, new chicks would grace this place with their presence. Assisting with the feeding of the chicks, Songyu inquired, Tian, are these chickens all under your care? I never realized you had such talent." Jiang Tian smiled gently, scattering a handful of rice into the chicken coop. Naturally, aside from these chickens, there were pigs behind them. On either side of the farm, my grand geese and ducks resided, while outside roamed free-range cattle and sheep. Impressive, isn't it? Songyu applauded enthusiastically, remarking on the impressive nature of it all, suggesting that perhaps in the future, her aunt might learn from her to help care for the chickens and ducks. After methodically feeding the chickens, they proceeded to the pig pen. The process was the same. Jiang Tian dispensed rice and water for the pigs. Having performed this task countless times, she had become quite adept. She guided Songyu, and together they worked, noticeably increasing their efficiency. As they walked further, Jiang Tian shared her thoughts with Songyu. She had previously informed her aunt about this matter, but out of concern for the young and innocent CC potentially revealing the secret of the island space, she had kept it hidden until the recent power outage, which left them unable to communicate with the outside world. Upon hearing this, Songyu had an epiphany. "I knew it. How could you conceal this from me?" she exclaimed, realizing that the concern was for her little one, fearing they might inadvertently disclose sensitive information. Songyu waved her hand dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "It's all right. It's only natural. If I were in your position, I too would wish to keep it from your former brother-in-law." Jiang Tian's dream was utterly extraordinary. Any single event within it would be sufficient to astonish anyone, particularly this island space. If her daughter were to discover it, she would undoubtedly excitedly share it with her father. As Songyu contemplated this, she couldn't help but nod in relief, thinking, Tian, it is fortunate that you have not divulged this matter. I believe we should continue to keep it from Shishi. She recognized the significance of the island's space. If it were to be revealed to others, they would surely attempt to seize it. Although the island space was bound to Jiang Tian, they could threaten her through familial ties, compelling her to bring them into the island space or to perform certain tasks. Song Yu was entirely capable of maintaining confidentiality, but her discretion was not as steadfast. She was still asleep in her room, yet to awaken, so there was no immediate concern about her learning of it. As long as the island space was not utilized in Shishi's presence, it should be manageable to keep it under wraps. This was her line of thought. Jiang Tian shook her head and said, "Aunt, we cannot keep this from Cece. During winter, we can still rely on coal for warmth. But as the sweltering heat and drought approach, if the outside becomes unbearable, we will have no choice but to retreat into the space for refuge." She paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, if we ever find ourselves in an emergency situation requiring us to seek shelter in the space, Cece will inevitably discover the truth." Song Yu sighed, suggesting, "Let us observe for now. We should conceal the truth for as long as possible. If necessary, we can simply convince her that this is magic, ensuring that no one will believe her if she reveals it." Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. "That sounds like a splendid plan. I shall heed your advice." Upon exiting the breeding facility, they headed towards the duck-raising area. As soon as the ducks sensed the commotion at the entrance, they all rushed toward her. While they were quite capable of foraging for themselves, it certainly did not mean they were averse to additional treats. The two familiar ducklings approached with their usual enthusiasm, positioning themselves at Jiang Tian's feet. She handed the bag of feed to Song Yu, saying, "Annie, please feed them first while I observe these two ducklings." Song Yu responded affirmatively and accepted the bag of feed. In the world of these ducks, the one who possesses the food is the master. Upon noticing the change in their feeder, the ducks abandoned Jiang Tian and gathered around Song Yu. Unable to suppress her laughter, Song Yu scattered the feed, and soon the ducks began to frantically compete for the scattered morsels. Jiang Tian placed a handful of grain before the two little ducklings that were gathered around her. Over the course of more than a month, these two ducklings had also grown significantly. Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. A month had been ample time for her to foster affection for the little ducklings. Now, how could she bear to slaughter them and stew them into meat? She gently caressed the two ducklings, rising to gaze upon the vast assembly of ducks, reassuring herself that her dining table at home was not lacking in these two. She could only hope that the other ducks would be more fruitful, yielding new hatchlings sooner rather than later. Song Yu was assisting in feeding the ducks while Jiang Tian carried another bag to the pond, casting food to nourish the fish and shrimp within. As she scattered the sustenance, the previously elusive small fish emerged, nibbling delicately at the offered morsels. Jiang Tian was uncertain about the survival rate of the fish and shrimp in the pond, yet observing those that had thrived and grown considerably was quite satisfying. After feeding the most ferocious of the geese, followed by the relatively docile rabbits, her duties at the farm were fulfilled. She proceeded to collect the livestock waste from the chicken coops and pigsties, placing it into a bucket to transport it to the planting area. Upon entering the cultivation zone with the bucket of animal waste, Song Yu smiled and remarked, "This is managed by your mother, isn't it? She has always had a penchant for nurturing such plants." Jiang Tian chuckled softly, realizing that henceforth, the responsibility for cultivating the family's vegetables and fruits would fall upon her mother, and she too was eager to learn. She took the bucket from Song Yu's hands and said, "Aunt, please wait here for a moment. I shall assist my mother with the fertilizers." Song Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, you go ahead." The farm had been watered yesterday, adhering to Song Hui's schedule of watering every 2 days. Thus, today was a fortunate respite from that task. After observing the vegetable and fruit fields, Song Yu stepped outside, having thoroughly inspected the essential breeding and planting areas of the island. She was now free to wander and explore. As Jiang Tian passed by the beach, she was startled to see her two black and white heads frolicking in the sea. She halted her car and dashed towards the shore. Song Yu followed closely, and upon noticing Jiang Tian's anxious demeanor, she turned her gaze to the beach, only to discover the two huskies. Indeed, they were the very dogs Jiang Tian had raised. The Mao, Air Mao. Jiang Tian stepped into the sea, initially fearing that the two dogs would drown, but such a calamity did not occur. Upon hearing her call, the two huskies turned their heads, joyfully panting as they swam towards her. After all that anxiety, it turned out to be a false alarm. These two dogs were merely enjoying a swim. The phrase absence makes the heart grow fonder applies aptly to these huskies as well. The once timid dogs, who would retreat at the sight of the waves, have now mastered the art of swimming in the ocean. It seems that during her brief absence, they have acquired a remarkable new skill. Jiang Tian, recalling her earlier anxiety, gently tapped the heads of the two dogs, Demao and Ermao, with a hint of exasperation. "Do you understand how worried I am about you?" She chided softly. "The seaside is perilous. You must not venture into the deep waters, do you comprehend?" After a brief pause, she continued her gentle admonition. "And remember, the creatures of the sea are not to be consumed." Demao and Mao nuzzled her hand in acknowledgement, conveying their understanding. After giving instructions to the two huskies, Jiang Tian allowed them to frolic freely. Tidying up, she prepared to venture out. Chapter 44. Generating power. Jiang Tian and Song Yu emerged from the island space, bringing with them several hand-cranked, pedal-powered generators. In the days of complete power outage, boredom had become more pronounced, rather than languishing by the hearth. It was far better to engage in physical activity. From that point on, they could retrieve any item from the island space without needing to sidestep Song Yu or concoct excuses regarding the origins of the items, which was quite pleasant. Clad in thermal wear and a cashmere sweater, topped with a down jacket, Song Yu stepped outside, yet was still caught off guard by the sudden fluctuations in temperature. Feeling a chill, Jiang Tian has grown accustomed to it, and thus it is quite bearable. Song Yu hurriedly trotted over to the warmth of the fire pit, marveling as she spoke with Song Hui. "Sister, this island space that Tian possesses is simply extraordinary. If it continues to develop as it does in her dreams, our family could truly enjoy a prosperous life." Observing her sister's exhilaration, Song Hui refrained from dampening her spirits and nodded in agreement. "Yes, as long as we are together. That is what matters." Song Yu lifted a cup of steaming tea from the table, took a sip, and with a twinkle in her eye, declared, "In the future, I will assist with the livestock and crop farms. I will gladly take on any arduous or unpleasant tasks." Unable to suppress a laugh, Song Hui replied, "All right, from now on, I will assign all the labor to you, but do not complain." The two sisters engaged in delightful conversation by the fire pit. Jiang Tian positioned the hand-cranked, pedal-powered generator she had casually taken out in the living room, preparing to begin her exercise. After a moment's contemplation, she realized that practicing alone would not suffice. Thus, she beckoned Huo Zheng, who was basking by the fire, to join her in this unique workout. Song Hui, observing from a distance, inquired with amusement, Tian, what are you up to?" The sight of the two of them pedaling on the stationary bike, while simultaneously turning the handles, was quite entertaining. Below, connected by wires, were power banks, one for each of them. Jiang Tian turned her head and smiled. "I am exercising and generating electricity for our home. If I can charge a mobile phone with the energy I produce, it will be a gain." She tugged at Huo Zheng, who had joined her in this endeavor. "Right? Zheng." Huo Zheng smiled in agreement. "Yes, we aim to charge an extra mobile phone." In truth, their household had acquired a solar-powered charger, solar panels, and a diesel generator, ensuring that the electricity generated from such a charger was abundant. Should the mobile phone truly run out of power, it could simply be placed in the RV located in their island space for charging, which would undoubtedly be quicker than pedaling and manually shaking to generate energy. Nevertheless, if she wished to play, then she would accompany her in that pursuit. Jiang Tian indeed finds the monotony of staying at home rather tedious. And now that the internet is disconnected, she has lost even her final source of amusement. Although she has pre-downloaded numerous video novels and similar content to pass the time, the daily routine of consuming novels and videos has become tiresome and flavorless. Even her little cousin, Song Shi, has grown indifferent to watching cartoons. However, there is little that can be done. The frigid weather outside is entirely unsuitable for venturing out. Besides basking in the warmth of the house, there is little else to engage in during such bleak conditions. Jiang Tian found herself disinclined to sit beside the heating table, for the cold would inevitably creep in. During this excursion to the island space with Song Yu, she stumbled upon an intriguing pedal-powered generator. Curiosity piqued, she decided to give it a try. At the very least, it would keep her limbs engaged and stave off the chill. However, as she pedaled, her lengthy down jacket proved somewhat cumbersome, necessitating that she unzip it from below to move freely. Song Shi, clad in her down jacket and rubbing her eyes, emerged from her sleeping quarters, calling out, "Mommy?" The little one had just awoken, yet she was adept at dressing herself, alleviating any concerns about braving the cold alone. Song Yu rose to guide her into the bathroom, pouring warm water from a thermos and encouraging her to wash her face and brush her teeth. She said, "I've prepared everything for you. Once you're done, you may join us at the heating table for breakfast." Song Shi nodded obediently. "Okay, I understand." She was confined to the house, unable to venture elsewhere. Song Yu, recognizing her daughter's penchant for indulging in a bit of extra rest, decided to let her sleep. After all, with an entire day ahead at home, there was little to occupy their time. A child glued to the television or phone for hours could easily strain her eyes. So it seemed wiser to allow her a few more moments of slumber. Once she had finished her morning routine, she settled beside Song Yu. She greeted Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui, who were seated across from her, with a cheerful, "Uncle Annie." Song Yu placed the breakfast she had thoughtfully prepared, steamed buns, eggs, and milk, before her. "Go ahead and eat, dear. Mommy will help you with your hair." The breakfast lay atop the heating table, warmed by the coal stove beneath, ensuring it stayed at a pleasant temperature. She nodded gently, reaching for a bun and taking a bite, revealing the golden custard filling inside. Her favorite, the custard bun. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled sweetly. Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui, as they beheld her smile, felt their spirits lift. Song Yu meticulously styled Song Shi's hair. During this leisurely time, free from the obligations of kindergarten, the hours stretched abundantly before them. She was in no rush to hastily arrange her daughter's hair, treating it instead as a delightful way to pass the time, drawing inspiration from charming hairstyles she observed in videos. At such moments, She was remarkably compliant, her little head remaining perfectly still, allowing Song Yu to work with ease. Her round, sparkling eyes scanned the area around the heating table, and she suddenly inquired, "Annie, where's my sister? Where have my brother and sister gone?" Not seeing them sparked her curiosity, as they typically gathered together, with her sister often bringing out toys to play with her. Song Hui gestured, explaining, "See, your sister and brother are over there. Once you finish your breakfast, you can go and join them." She contemplated turning around, but remembering the hair being styled on her head, she hesitated, suppressing her curiosity. She patiently awaited her mother-esque completion of the hairstyle. After savoring a custard bun and an egg, she sipped her whole milk in dainty gulps. Her hair still a work in progress. Unable to contain her impatience, she blinked and asked, "Mom, is my hair almost done?" At 6 years old, she had begun to take an interest in her appearance, naturally wishing to look lovely each day. Song Yu secured the final small hair tie around the meticulously braided locks. Aware that she was eager to join Jiang Tian. She advised, "All right, you may go play if you wish, but remember to come back to warm up if it gets too cold." Setting down her half-finished milk, she leapt from her chair. Her voice bright and clear, she exclaimed, "Okay, I understand." Chapter 45. The knock she dashed over to Jiang Tian, stopping beside her to call out, "Sister, brother." Then, with a curious tone, she asked, "Sister, what are you and brother doing?" Jiang Tian glanced at She with a smile, lowering her hand from the crank handle as she spoke to her. "This device can generate electricity, you know. Would you like to give it a try?" She? Generate electricity? Shi's ears perked up at the mention. Though still quite young, she was aware that generators could produce power, and solar energy could do the same. However, the machine before her, which only required turning a handle and pedaling, was a mystery to her. With a curious blink, she inquired, "Sister, can this also illuminate the lights in our room?" She was not particularly fond of such things. Yet the notion of using this device to brighten her room at night quickly captivated her imagination. Seeing the twinkling, charging power bank only intensified her belief. She turned to Jiang Tian and asked earnestly, May I have a turn to play with it? Jiang Tian readily agreed, saying of course. However, please wait a moment, CC, while I fetch a set of tables and chairs for you. Jiang Tian halted her steps and rose to her feet. She procured a table and chair set, suitably sized for Song-Shi's stature, and positioned the foot pedal beneath it. Retrieving a string of LED lights from a collection, she plugged them into the charging port of the bicycle, illuminating the room with their vibrant glow. She patted the chair and addressed Song-Shi, saying, "All right, she can sit here and give it a try. Just step on it, as if you were riding a bicycle, keep pedaling, and soon these little lights will illuminate. Children, after all, seek novelty." Jiang Tian had no intention of providing a power bank for charging, as that would be rather exploitative of the child. Instead, she preferred to let her enjoy the experience, finding joy in play. Song-Shi responded with an enthusiastic okay, settling onto the chair where her feet could comfortably reach the pedals. She began to pedal while mimicking the motion of twisting the handlebars. After a few moments, the string of LED lights before her lit up, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, a truly enchanting sight. Her eyes widened in delight as she exclaimed, "Sister, look! My lights are on. They're so beautiful." The LED lights consumed minimal power. A few gentle pedals indeed sufficed to activate their brilliance. However, in her moment of astonishment, she momentarily halted her movements, causing the vibrant lights to dim as they lost their power source. With a blink, Song-Shi quickly resumed pedaling and twisting the handlebars, eager to reignite the dazzling display. Jiang Tian observed the scene with a hint of amusement and decided to let her indulge in her own play. She and Huo Zheng had been pedaling and maneuvering the joystick for nearly half an hour now. No longer seated beside the warm fire, she found herself feeling quite warm all over. However, it is advisable not to pedal continuously for too long, as all forms of exercise should be undertaken in moderation. Jiang Tian came to a halt and took out her phone. Just as she intended to search for a video to watch, she heard a faint knocking sound from outside. The sound seemed distant, likely originating from a lower floor rather than their own. After everyone in Jiang Tian's household decided to remain indoors, she splashed a basin of cold water onto the outer iron gate. Due to the weather, the water froze upon contact, forming a layer of glistening ice on the gate. It is unlikely that anyone would feel despondent enough to knock on their formidable iron door, for it would be futile. Nevertheless, she took out her phone and accessed the surveillance video from the exterior miniature camera, confirming that the area around her gate was utterly deserted. With the assurance that no disturbance was emanating from her home, she felt at ease. Jiang Tian typically refrained from indulging her curiosity regarding the affairs of others. After all, excessive curiosity could lead to peril. On the other hand, Song-Shi's curiosity remained unabated, especially with a light dangling before her. It resembled a baited carrot before a donkey, always just out of reach, compelling it to chase after the tantalizing morsel. Presently, Song-Shi found herself in a similar state, perpetually shaking and stepping to ensure that the illuminated light did not extinguish. Jiang Tian felt a twinge of guilt. She realized that she was not as diligent as Song-Shi when it came to charging her power bank. She turned to Song-Shi and said, "Shi, there is no need to rush. You may take your time." She genuinely feared that the little one might exert herself excessively. In the living room, Song-Hui and the others also heard the knocking from downstairs and frowned slightly, choosing to disregard it. Glancing at the clock, they decided it was time to begin preparing lunch. The kitchen was equipped with a gas stove, allowing them to cook even in the event of a power outage. However, the exhaust fan had ceased to function, resulting in a thick aroma of cooking oil permeating the air. They hesitated to open the windows, fearing that the delightful scent of their meal might escape. It was indeed a rare pleasure to enjoy such a meal under the current circumstances. Before the power outage had fully set in, they had always cooked while the electricity was still available, specifically to utilize the exhaust system. Once Song-Hui and Song-Yu had chopped the vegetables intended for lunch and arranged them on plates, they gestured for Jiang Tian to send Jiang Yuzhou into the island space to prepare the meal. With merely stir-frying and steaming rice to attend to, Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Yuzhou, was more than capable of handling alone, given that there were no pressing issues at the moment. Spending a little time in the space to prepare a meal was entirely feasible. Jiang Tian guided her father into the island's space. Having established a time for him to return, she then stepped back outside, knowing she could simply wait until her father finished cooking before re-entering. All of this transpired within the confines of the kitchen, while Song Shi, pedaling on a stationary bike to generate electricity, remained oblivious to the activities nearby. Song Yi, having nothing to occupy her time, grew curious as she observed Jiang Tian pedaling for an extended period. "Sweetie, may I try that pedal bike?" she inquired. Taking the spot recently vacated by Song Shi, she began to pedal, discovering that a bit of exercise was quite invigorating. Meanwhile, the sound of the front door echoed from downstairs, prompting Jiang Tian to check the surveillance footage. She saw a man wrapped tightly, like a zongzi, making his way up the stairs to their home, only to turn back upon encountering the large iron door, which was covered in ice. Jiang Tian pondered within her heart. Even at such a moment, to knock on the door seemed to herald nothing good. It would be better for this person to depart entirely and not return. Chapter 46 in the dead of night. As the blizzard and hail sealed the roads with an impenetrable grip, the power supply was also severed. The residents of the community could no longer access any information from the outside world. With food supplies dwindling day by day, a sense of unrest began to permeate the neighborhood. The tranquility of their lives was destined to be shattered. In the dead of night, Jiang Tian was jolted awake by the sound of terrified screams emanating from the neighboring building, pulling her abruptly from her slumber. Beside her, Huo Zheng, who had been holding her close, was also roused from his dreams by her sudden movement. He opened his eyes and inquired softly, "Tian Tian, what is the matter?" Jiang Tian nestled under the covers, signaling him with a gesture for silence. The two of them perked up their ears, listening intently to the sounds emanating from the neighboring building. "Please don't do this, all right? You can take everything. We will not pursue you in any way. We will lay down the knife and remain calm. Don't kill him. I implore you, do not take his life. No, please. No. Help me." In the stillness of the night, only the woman's desperate cries echoed, her pleas for salvation. Then came a sharp crack of the door, followed by an eerie silence, devoid of any further sounds or movements. Jiang Tian nestled in Huo Zheng's embrace, her heart racing with a tumultuous rhythm. She could glean from the inquiries of other women a vivid understanding of the scene unfolding. A burglar, having stealthily entered a home to pilfer its treasures, finds himself discovered by the male inhabitant just as he intends to flee. In a state of panic, he draws a knife from his pocket and lunges at the home's master. At that moment, the mistress, alerted by the commotion, emerges in an attempt to thwart the intruder. But her efforts prove futile. The assailant, having already taken one life, resolves to eliminate both the man and woman of the house, ensuring that no one is aware of his heinous act. In the absence of power and surveillance, he is left untroubled, confident in his anonymity. Jiang Tian shivered in Huo Zheng's embrace. The events she had previously dreamt of were merely figments of her imagination, unlike the stark reality before her. She found it impossible to fathom how she would react if such a scenario were to unfold in her own home. With so many doors installed, could a burglar truly pry each one open with ease? Jiang Tian candidly acknowledges her selfishness. Upon hearing the commotion from the neighboring building, she does not contemplate rushing to offer assistance, but rather remains a detached observer. Of course, even if she had chosen to intervene, she would have arrived too late. In just a matter of minutes, the sound from that direction had ceased entirely. Should they have hastened to the scene, it is highly likely that they would have merely become victims themselves. Her husband, Huo Zheng, and her father, Jiang Yuzhou, despite being men with commendable fitness habits, lack martial prowess. With an assailant wielding a knife, they must tread carefully lest he succumb to madness and once again raise the blade in a frenzied attack. Jiang Tian's sole desire is to safeguard her own family. She cannot concern herself with the affairs of others, nor can she offer assistance. Furthermore, for her, the natural calamities have merely begun. The fabric of human society is slowly unraveling. Devoid of legal constraints, many are treading towards malevolence, and the tranquility of yesteryears is forever lost. In the stillness of night, such sounds are certainly not heard by Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng alone. At the very least, the entire building and the nearby residences are aware of it. After all, on such a quiet night, The fall of a pin could be distinctly heard, let alone the terrified cries of a woman. Jiang Tian pondered that her family should begin to take precautions. Upon awakening and stepping out of her room early in the morning, she discovered that none of her family members had rested well, their eyes adorned with dark circles. Good morning, the customary greeting, felt hesitant on her lips. It was evident that everyone had heard the sounds from the previous night, except for little Song Shi, who had slept soundly. Song Hui inquired, "Did you all hear it? The noises from last night." A silent consensus followed as they nodded, acknowledging the unsettling reality. What were they to do now? They could hardly fathom the audacity of the intruders, who not only broke into their home, but also dared to threaten the lives of its occupants. Jiang Tian's stomach grumbled with hunger, yet she was the least skilled cook in the household. Meanwhile, the others were preoccupied with anxiety from the sounds of the previous night, leaving them disinclined to consider dining. She resolved to retreat to her island space to search for convenient and ready-made delicacies. Steamed dumplings were an expedient choice. They would be ready to savor after just 10 minutes of steaming, once the steam began to rise. Jiang Tian emerged from the island space, carrying a steaming platter of dumplings, intentionally setting aside a portion for her younger cousin, Song Shi. She arranged the remaining dumplings upon the hearth table, inviting her family to partake in the meal. Meanwhile, Song Hui picked up a dumpling, but found herself lacking in appetite. Jiang Tian gazed at her mother with a hint of exasperation and could not help but remark, "Mother, breakfast is still essential. All those things. Haven tea, I already recorded them in my notebook. You must have seen them. Why are you still so fearful and anxious now?" Song Hui sighed and replied, "What one sees is different from what one hears firsthand. They're not the same at all. I fear that one day, an unscrupulous person might come to our doorstep. What shall we do then?" Jiang Tian stuffed a dumpling in her mouth, blinked, and softly remarked, "Didn't our family acquire firearms and stun batons among other weapons? When the time comes, while everyone practices in the space, both Huo Zheng and I will teach you how to use them. If it truly comes to a confrontation, let us give him a taste of his own medicine. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Since they have intruded into our home, we must show them what we are capable of." Compared to Song Hui and Song Yu, Jiang Tian adapted more swiftly. After all, she had witnessed the protagonist's journey of growth. One must continuously become stronger. In this world where strength reigns supreme, remaining weak is not an option. Huo Zheng concurred, stating, "Indeed, we have learned to shoot in America and can teach you. If you prefer not to use firearms, we also possess stun batons and other weapons." Song Hui and Song Yu found it difficult to accept this reality. Survival aside, the prospect of turning against one another was daunting. Jiang Tian observed Song Hui's demeanor, feeling a pang of sympathy. To lighten the atmosphere, she jested, "Mother, rest assured, I shall protect you from now on. Besides, if the situation becomes dire, we can always retreat to the island space together. With 6 of us sheltered there, we could certainly endure for at least 4 hours." Song Hui shook her head and replied, "Your aunt and I cannot solely rely on you. We must not become burdens." Chapter 47. Self-defense. Song Hui remained clear-headed, recognizing that such evasion would prove futile and only serve to burden her family. The best course of action was to take a step forward herself. Seeing her sister's resolve, Song Yu felt even more determined, particularly because she was still young and had a small daughter to care for. She could not hide behind her sister and niece. She too had a duty to protect her own child. As the saying goes, a mother becomes strong. With conviction, Song Yu declared, "I share the same sentiment. Let us gather any weapons we have. It will be beneficial for us to practice." Jiang Tian broke into a smile, glancing at the dumplings before them, and said, "Let us first indulge in our breakfast. Only with full bellies can we muster the energy to practice." The firewood in the coal stove continued to burn. Yet the individuals who had once gathered around the table for warmth were no longer present. After everyone had finished their dumplings, Jiang Tian retrieved several weapons that had been previously prepared from the armory. Firearms were to be utilized in the confines of space for practice, as their noise would be too disruptive. Thus, everyone opted for sabers and broadswords instead. With the blades in hand, no one dared to engage in direct combat with one another. Jiang Tian felled several large trees in the island space, each person taking one for practice. The electric baton proved to be quite effective. However, it was deemed unsuitable for use against humans. Thus, the sound of chopping echoed as everyone began to train with their defensive weapons, with the exception of Song Shi. Upon emerging from her room after a restful slumber, she was met with a bewildering sight. Her family, including her mother, aunt, uncle, sister, and brother, were all engaged in the task of cutting down trees. "What are you all doing?" she inquired, her confusion palpable. The 5 adults exchanged glances, nearly forgetting the little one among them. Chuckling nervously, they refrained from disclosing the true reason behind their actions. "Shishi, we are merely exercising. Our coal supply has run out, and we need to chop some firewood," they explained. "Do stay back, dear. We wouldn't want you to get hurt. The adults need to train, but it's best if little ones like you refrain from participating." A 6-year-old wielding a knife could inadvertently cause harm to herself or others. Jiang Tian prepared snacks for Song Shi, bringing along a tablet, a dress-up doll, and an assortment of clothing for the doll. She gently coaxed Song Shi, saying, Shi, I have an important task for you. Please sit by the fire and dress the doll in the most beautiful attire. Keep an eye on the phone screen, and if you see anyone approaching, please let your sister know, all right?" She placed the phone, equipped with surveillance capability, on the table by the fire, using a special stand designed for watching television. Song Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she accepted this formidable task, raising her hand enthusiastically and declaring, "All right, sister, you can count on me. I will surely complete the task." Jiang Tian nodded with a smile, expressing her agreement. She pondered the possibility of thieves lurking at night, or perhaps even during the day, just as she had witnessed in the surveillance footage that day, who could ascertain if the person knocking at the door downstairs harbored ulterior motives. Beneath Jiang Tian's residence, no one resides, yet an individual persistently rapped upon the door below, oblivious to the vacancy within. It was evident that this person did not belong to their building, or perhaps they were merely surveying the area. Having entrusted the matter to her companions, Jiang Tian and the others resumed their practice with the blades. With Song Shi vigilantly observing the surroundings, at least daylight offered them a semblance of safety. Should anyone dare to approach stealthily, it was likely that these knives would suffice to intimidate them. The family gathered in the hall, vigorously striking at the tree with resounding thuds. By noon, their exertion had been considerable, and hunger was becoming unbearable. Song Hui, Song, and Yu swung their blades, their arms growing weary and powerless. And Jiang Tian found herself in a similar plight. In this respect, she was not much better off than her mother and aunt. Lacking in physical activity, her body bore little strength. A sudden exertion led to fatigue in her hands. Jiang and Zhou, along with Huo Zheng, shared a close bond, and thus they willingly undertook the task of cooking, entering the island space to prepare meals for everyone. To this day, Jiang Tian and her companions still adhere to the rule of allowing only 2 individuals to enter the island space at a time, as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances that may necessitate an urgent retreat to safety. However, due to their habitual disregard for regulating their time spent within, they found themselves at a critical juncture, unable to seize the opportunity to enter the island space when it was most needed. In such a scenario, despair would truly ensue. When 2 individuals enter the island space, they are permitted a stay of 12 hours. Accordingly, if 2 individuals remain for 1 hour, only 11 hours are left for future use. Thus, when all 6 individuals subsequently enter the island space, their collective time would amount to 22 hours, apportioned among them. Jiang Tian is unaware of the island space. How could it possess such intelligence? It can even meticulously tally the number of times individuals have entered, whether it be 2, 3, or 4 people. Jiang Tian wished for no one to intrude, as that would signify a momentary safety. The alarm set on her phone rang out, prompting her to enter the space and bring Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng out. As the fragrant dishes were drawn from the island space and placed upon the heated table, Jiang Yuzhou proclaimed that the meal was served. The group, unable to grasp their chopsticks, let them fall, subsequently sharing a knowing smile. Jiang Tian utilized her somewhat unpracticed left hand to awkwardly finish her lunch. Her phone remained open, displaying the surveillance video, allowing her to monitor the situation outside the house at any moment. Jiang Tian addressed Huo Zheng, saying, Zheng, a few days ago, I observed someone on the surveillance footage attempting to ascend, yet he was ensnared by that icy iron door and could not proceed. Do you think he might return? Huo Zheng, having previously listened to Jiang Tian's concerns, recognized her anxiety and sought to reassure her, stating, Do not worry, even if he does come back. He would not be our match. He is now rarely without his firearm, and his aim is commendable. Should any perilous situation arise, we would simply resort to using our weapons. Jiang Tian nodded. Her accuracy was quite commendable. While working in the space, she would occasionally take time to practice. However, after firing numerous rounds, the area around her thumbs became quite sore. In that realm, she primarily targeted stationary objects or practiced with moving targets. Yet engaging in combat with another person remained an uncertain endeavor. In any case, it was prudent not to harbor a sense of false security and to maintain vigilance. Chapter 48. The thief. For several consecutive days, the family diligently practiced wielding machetes to chop down trees. The trees, transported from the island's realm, had been rendered unrecognizable. Simultaneously, Jiang Tian would present various new toys to Song Shi each day to ensure she was never left to her own devices. Sometimes it would be clay, at other times, bead puzzles or building blocks, all aimed at preventing her from succumbing to boredom. Most of the time, Song Shi indulged in these activities alone, though during moments of respite, Jiang Tian would join her in play. Nonetheless, the crucial task remained entrusted to Song Shi. Yet for several days, she had not witnessed anyone in the stairwell. Gradually, Song Shi transitioned from her initial state of alertness to occasionally glancing around, until one day, she suddenly spotted an individual approaching the staircase. Her eyes widened in surprise. Someone was coming. She quickly ceased her play and called out to Jiang Tian, Sister, come quickly. Look, someone is here. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Tian promptly set aside the machete in her hand and hurried towards Song Shi. Song Shi pointed at the figure displayed on the screen and remarked, Sister, look, he's been standing here all along. Jiang Tian gazed intently at the surveillance screen, feeling an uncanny familiarity with the figure displayed. It seemed as though she had encountered this individual before, yet the recollection eluded her. Momentarily at a loss, she affectionately ruffled Song Shi's hair, exclaiming, Shi, you are truly remarkable. I knew it was the right decision to entrust this task to you. Song Shi beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling with joy. Subsequently, Jiang Tian fixed her gaze unwaveringly on the monitor, eager to observe any movements from the person in question. Jiang Tian was on edge as she observed the individual rummaging through their pocket, eventually producing a fruit knife. With the blade, they began to scrape away the ice and snow that had accumulated on the iron gate's keyhole. Curiously, Song Shi inquired, What is she doing, sister? Is she attempting to gain entry? But we do not know her. Jiang Tian explained to her, The person outside is a thief. He intends to break into our home and steal. Song Shi immediately pouted and pointed at the individual on the surveillance footage, asking, Can we not call the police and have the officers take him away? Jiang Tian bitterly smiled, wondering where the police could be in such desolate conditions. Outside, the world lay blanketed in a vast expanse of ice and snow. They could only rely on themselves. Jiang Zhou and Huo Zheng continued to wield their machetes against the trees, remaining undistracted by the commotion. Song Hui, feeling an incessant urge, sharpened her blade, convinced that the machete in her grasp lacked sufficient edge. Otherwise, why would it be so laborious to chop the trees? The cacophony of chopping intertwined with the rasping of the sharpening blade resonated through the door. Despite the barriers of several doors and soundproofing, the noise diminished significantly by the time it reached the outside. However, those beyond could still discern the nature of the sound, unbeknownst to the individual outside the surveillance camera. He scraped the lock cylinder with a fruit knife, preparing to twist his tool into the mechanism. Yet, before he could proceed, he was met with the sounds of sharpening and chopping. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, 4 strokes. The myriad of blade sounds mingled, causing him to hesitate. He realized that proceeding alone would be futile. Perhaps it was wiser to seek another target. Initially, he had chosen this household for its advanced security measures, believing that the occupants were undoubtedly affluent as indicated by the presence of such a fortified door amidst numerous buildings. His intent had been to pry open the interior door without alarming the inhabitants, but the commotion emanating from within suggested he had encountered a formidable challenge this time. As Jiang Tian observed the individual opting to leave through the surveillance footage, a sense of relief washed over her. She exclaimed, "Sister, the thief has departed." However, she felt a twinge of confusion as she questioned, "Sister, wasn't he coming to steal something? Why is he leaving?" Jiang Tian, adopting a different perspective, explained to Shi, "Well, it seems he must have heard the sound from our home and was too frightened to approach. Now that the thief has departed, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief." Jiang Tian emerged from her room with several bags of snacks. Offering them to Shi while gently reminding her, Shi, you must pay closer attention from now on. If anyone comes up, be sure to inform me." Shi, clutching the snacks, vowed earnestly, "Of course I will." Jiang Tian recounted to Hui, "CC just spotted an individual ascending from the staircase to our grand iron gate. He appeared to be a thief. I observe him brandishing a fruit knife, attempting to scrape open our frosty iron door. However, he abruptly paused and departed, perhaps startled by the sounds of us chopping wood inside." Hui exhaled, relieved. It's for the best that he left, indeed. If he had truly come, he would not have stood a chance against us. There's only one thief outside, while we have 5 adults here. Surely, 5 of us cannot be outmatched by just one. Yet, deep down, Hui yearned for tranquility. She had no desire to seek out trouble with others, nor did she wish for anyone to bring trouble to them. Thus, the tale of the thief's brief visit and hasty retreat circulated, and before long, the entire family was informed. Jiang Tian realized that one person alone would certainly not suffice for the night watch. If it were merely an individual, slumber would inevitably ensue. However, if organized into groups, it would certainly involve her parents alongside her and Huo Zheng. Thus, when it came to Yu, she would be left alone. It seemed prudent to exclude Yu from the watch, assigning her the responsibility of preparing meals throughout the day instead. Yu herself was eager to participate in the rotation of the night watch and expressed her concern, saying, "With just the 4 of you, how will you manage the entire night?" After contemplating, Jiang Tian agreed that this approach was feasible. After all, they could monitor the surroundings through surveillance cameras, and should anyone approach, they would have ample time to rouse the others by knocking on their doors. Chapter 49. Night Watch. The plan for the night watch commenced, involving a total of 5 individuals. They would take turns from 10 in the evening until 8 in the morning, allowing the others to rest in intervals and wake in time for their shifts, thus entrusting the night to these spirited youths. Jiang and the Provincial Guard are on duty from 10 p.m. to 12 o'clock a.m., and Jiang Tian is merely taking over her father's shift. As the night descends, the temperature will drop even further. Thus, one must vigilantly remain in the living room to avoid disturbing their partner's slumber. The coal stove is ignited, the down jacket is donned, and the power bank is prepared. Jiang Tian's phone remained perpetually active, constantly monitoring the surveillance feed, which undoubtedly consumed a considerable amount of battery power, necessitating the timely use of a power bank for recharging. After several days of this routine, aside from the occasional distant echoes of screams and calls from elsewhere, their location remained secure, with no one arriving at their doorstep. Jiang Tian harbored a suspicion that the sounds of trees being felled and blades being sharpened during the day had instilled a sense of intimidation, deterring anyone from approaching. Nevertheless, this was perhaps for the best, as it ensured the safety of her household. The snowflakes had ceased their descent from the heavens, and the temperature within the confines of the room began to gradually drop. Layers of thick ice and snow had buried the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. One could only wonder about the sentiments of those residing on the lower levels, and how bitterly cold their situation must be. The entrance on the ground floor had been obstructed, and for anyone outside wishing to gain entry, the only option was to force their way through the 4th floor window. Whether there were residents on the 4th floor remained a mystery, yet Jiang Tian, with her binoculars in hand, observed the footprints that traversed through the heavy snow. It was not merely footprints. There were also traces left by wooden carts. Walking normally was nearly impossible, prompting the use of boards for sliding. With food sources depleted, The necessity arose to venture out in search of sustenance. Some opted to scour external supermarkets and shops for supplies, while others preyed specifically on the residents within their own community. A buzzing sound filled the air, and Jiang Tian looked up to see numerous aircraft soaring above. These planes appeared to be delivering food supplies, as square boxes descended from the sky. Cheers erupted among the residents, a reassuring sign that the nation had not forsaken them, and they had not been abandoned. The inhabitants of the community devised various plans to retrieve the airdrop packages. Many descended from the 4th floor, or even jumped directly from the 5th, all in pursuit of the precious supply drop. Watching the frenzy unfold outside, Jiang Tian's curiosity about the contents of the packages dissipated. After all, her household lacked for nothing. They had ample reserves. She speculated that the government's distribution likely consisted of military rations and heating supplies. The aerial delivery of provisions marked a pivotal moment. Following this event, the weather began to improve, with planes regularly returning to drop supplies. With the state-provided food, the previously restless populace seemed to quiet down. As the ice and snow melted into water, the rising floods did not deter those who ventured outside in search of resources. Rather, with the temperature rising and the cold receding, more individuals emerged from their homes. They each devised their own strategies, utilizing swimming equipment or wooden boards to navigate the waters in search of provisions. Many food shops, either submerged or untouched by flooding, still held reserves of grain. Moreover, at this juncture, even if the original shopkeepers remained, it was futile. Who could truly defend their establishments? They might fend off 1 or 2 intruders, but how could they withstand a multitude? Some sought supplies above, while others searched within the waters. Abundance lay outside, requiring no contention to acquire. The food crisis, seemingly alleviated, actually grew more dire. The depletion of food resources accelerated without any means of replenishment. Day by day, supplies dwindled, inching closer to total exhaustion. 3 months of relentless blizzards had passed, and subtle changes began to unfold within the island's confines. In the enchanting island space of Jiang Tian, the adorable ducklings, goslings, chicks, and piglets have been born in succession, with each nest of newborns eagerly awaiting nourishment. The vegetable garden has flourished, no longer limited to just a few varieties. Song Hui occasionally adds new vegetables, and the scale of the garden has expanded significantly. Fruits such as watermelons, melons, and fragrant pears are now available, while apples, lychees, and durians will come in due time as the fruit trees mature. The bounty from the sea continues to provide generous gifts from nature, allowing for delightful feasts from time to time. The days at Jiang Tian's home, apart from the occasional heart-stopping moments, are generally quite pleasant. One day, she decided to venture into the kitchen, preparing a dish of Italian pasta inspired by Song Hui. Although it did not quite match the exquisite taste of Song Hui's culinary creation, it was still quite commendable. The family, having not engaged in any particular practice, had instead honed their skills in wielding a chopping knife for cutting wood. However, they had yet to encounter a true adversary over the course of half a year. Aside from a petty thief who had intruded upon their home, no other miscreants had attempted to steal from them. A few down comforters in the house were due for replacement, and, after washing the duvet covers, they planned to sun the comforters in the island space before storing them away. To this day, Songshi remains unaware of the island space's existence. She only knows that new items occasionally appear in the home, though she is oblivious to their origins. Jiang Tian prepared some delightful little cakes in her island space and presented them to Songshi. Although her culinary skills were not particularly impressive, she excelled in the art of dessert making. Observing the joy on Songshi's face as she savored the treats, Jiang Tian couldn't help but inquire, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Songshi nodded in affirmation. "It's delightful." Jiang Tian extracted a tissue and gently wiped the cream from Songshi's face. She mused that Songshi, in all likelihood, was the most carefree individual in her household. Chapter 50. A visit. As the buzzing sound resounded once more, the airplane reappeared overhead, releasing a supply of inflatable boats for water excursions. Jiang Tian surmised that this was likely the final resupply. After this, they would truly have to rely on their own wits for survival. The number of boats dispensed was limited, initially intended for shared use among the residents of a building. However, in such desperate times, the spirit of camaraderie had dissipated, and individuals scrambled to seize the boats for themselves, claiming them as their own. Jiang Tian peered through the telescope at the commotion below, where nearby residents were embroiled in a fierce altercation, all for the sake of a single kayak. This incident vividly illustrates the escalating competition for resources. The water's surface, after the melting of ice and snow, was far from pristine, with snakes, frogs, and cicadas floating upon it. Everyone's gaze was drawn outward, rendering their homes paradoxically safer. Yet, this sense of security is but fleeting when the heat of summer arrives. The circumstances will inevitably shift once more. Jiang Tian pondered whether this house had indeed attracted unwanted attention and contemplated the possibility of relocating. However, considering the outside world was scarcely any safer, she dismissed the idea. Every night, the relentless vigil continued without falter, and they had gradually grown accustomed to the necessity of taking turns to keep watch. Meanwhile, the water level outside receded day by day, descending from its previous height that had submerged the third floor to a mere trickle that barely reached the first floor. Jiang Tian, equipped with tools from the island space, has successfully interconnected the two units on this floor. The chill has dissipated, making it entirely feasible to wander into the adjacent room. This alleviates the confinement of the family, providing them with a space to move about. Once again, it is Jiang Tian who takes over the night watch from her father, Jiang Yuzhou, with Huo Zheng accompanying her. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng ventured into the neighboring house, where they settled down with a tablet to watch a film, placing a mobile phone for monitoring beside it. This arrangement allowed them to enjoy the movie while keeping an eye on the surveillance, ensuring that even the slightest sound would not disturb the slumbering occupants of the room. However, it seemed that tranquility was not destined to last. At the staircase, 3 individuals lurked in secrecy, whispering amongst themselves. The second member of the group glanced up at the imposing iron gate and remarked, "This must be the place, right?" The iron door at the staircase. The fourth member grinned widely, rubbing his hands together, and said, "Why bother robbing outside when we can loot from here? Surely, their provisions for food, drink, and entertainment are plentiful." The second member disapproved, cautioning, "Do not underestimate the situation." Old Nine mentioned that he often hears the sounds of blades being drawn from within. The fourth member scoffed, indignant, "Blades? Who fears whom? Does anyone lack a knife?" The second member shook his head, insisting, "It is better for us to remain cautious." Meanwhile, at the top of the stairs, Huo Zheng, who was on watch, sensed something amiss. He turned to Jiang Tian, who was engrossed in the film, and said, Tian, there are people approaching outside." Jiang Tian's heart sank as she shut her tablet, directing her gaze towards the mobile screen displaying the surveillance footage. She counted softly to herself. 1, 2, 3, realizing there were 3 individuals. Ever since that solitary attempt at breaking in, no one had returned for the night watch, and now, unexpectedly, 3 had arrived at once. Jiang Tian bit her lip and inquired of Huo Zheng, "What should we do? Should we directly approach with the electric baton?" In comparison to the machete, the electric baton is less gory, yet equally formidable. Should they wield the machete, it would result in a gruesome scene, leaving the victim drenched in blood and possibly not incapacitating them immediately. However, the electric baton, once employed, can swiftly render an individual unconscious. Huo Zheng pondered for a moment before responding to Jiang Tian, "Place the machete in the island space. We shall proceed with the electric baton for now, retrieving the machete when the need arises." Jiang Tian responded with a soft hum, nodding earnestly. The two did not linger in the room. They swiftly donned their shoes and made their way outside. Huo Zheng grasped Jiang Tian's hand, while she held her phone, her gaze fixed on the surveillance video. Witnessing the group of individuals brandishing tools, preparing to pry open the door, they stepped outside, treading lightly, making not a sound. As they approached the iron gate, the commotion of the people outside became audible. "Fourth brother, how can you not manage to pry open a mere iron door? It's making me anxious just watching. What's got you so worked up? Do you know how to pick a lock?" "Well, even if I don't, I could still. All right, fifth brother." No need for sarcastic remarks. Let fourth brother take his time with the door. There's no rush. Understood, second brother. The voices of these individuals carried out, inadvertently revealing crucial information. Huo Zheng furrowed his brow. The mention of the second, fourth, and fifth suggested that this was indeed a coordinated effort, a gang at work, with these members merely sent ahead to lead the charge. He found the situation rather troublesome. Jiang Tian's father, Jiang Yuzhou, had intentionally installed this iron gate, which was not done without purpose. The gate was indeed formidable. The lock cylinder was not of the commonplace variety, and even if a thief attempted to pry it open, it would require a considerable amount of time. Meanwhile, Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng had seized this moment to approach the iron gate. Upon seeing the figure captured by the mobile surveillance, Huo Zheng pressed his hand against the gate. He conceived a plan, raising the electric shock baton to signal Jiang Tian to follow his lead. Aiming the baton at the lock cylinder, he activated it, allowing the electric current to surge through the gate towards the would-be intruder outside. Huo Zheng silently counted down 3, 2, 1. Outside the gate, a man's voice erupted. Damn, this gate is electrified. The second man frowned and admonished, keep it down. Do you want to wake everyone? The fifth man glanced over, unimpressed, and retorted, what is the big deal? It's perfectly normal for an iron gate to be electrified. The fourth man, agitated, exclaimed, normal my foot. My hand just got shocked. If I hadn't let go in time, I would have been zapped senseless. If you don't believe me, go ahead and try it yourself. At that moment, Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian exchanged glances, both comprehending the unspoken understanding in each other's eyes, and they turned off the electric shock baton. The fifth man, skeptical of the fourth's claims, declared, I'll try it. Who is afraid? Although he felt a twinge of apprehension, he couldn't stand the arrogant demeanor of the fourth man, who had joined their ranks before him, and boldly pressed his hand against the gate. Narrowing his eyes, he waited, but nothing happened. He lifted his chin, scoffing derisively. Fourth brother, is this what you mean by the gate being electrified? Why is it only shocking you? Observing the fifth man's reaction, the fourth man felt uncertain. Yet, the electric current that had just coursed through his hand was undeniably real. He scratched his head in confusion. This was indeed peculiar. Tentatively, he reached out again, but the gate remained innocuous. He mumbled under his breath, could it be that I just experienced static shock? He resumed his efforts, using his tools to pry open the door. Inside, Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian once again directed the electric shock baton at the lock cylinder, activating it. The current they chose was mild, merely causing a tingling sensation without any significant harm. The fourth man distinctly felt his hand tingle. Observing this, the fifth man could not help but mock him. Fourth brother, do you really think this gate can be pried open? Or are you just looking for excuses not to? He had already tested the iron gate himself, finding it entirely normal. The second man furrowed his brow, extending his hand towards the gate with no reaction. Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, he addressed the fourth man. Fourth brother, why not abandon your attempts to pry the gate and teach the fifth how to do it instead? Old Four widened his eyes, incredulous that second brother would doubt him. Second brother, you don't believe me either? He exclaimed in disbelief. Second brother remained silent, averting his gaze. In frustration, Old Four kicked the door, venting his anger. Fine, you all go ahead. I'm done. Even before the first door had been pried open, the three outside were already embroiled in discord. Within the iron gate, Jiang Tian arched an eyebrow, finding the situation rather amusing. She couldn't help but admire Huo Zheng. Indeed, he was quite formidable. There was no need for him to confront the trio directly. He had managed to sow discord among them effortlessly. Second brother could not genuinely allow Old Four to leave. Aside from him, no one else possessed the skills to pry open the door. Realizing the predicament, he quickly explained, Old Four, it's not that second brother doesn't trust you. You yourself just attempted it twice and said you got shocked. I suspect it's not the iron door that's electrified, but rather your tool interacting with the lock. Why don't you teach Old Five and let him give it a try? This reassured Old Four, who wasn't truly intent on leaving. After all, he was merely a locksmith. Without this skill, he was at a loss for survival. Old Four conceded, second brother, I was rash just now. I'll teach Old Five to try, but he may not be able to grasp it. Old Five had long wished to learn how to pick locks, but Old Four had always treated it as a closely guarded secret, refusing to share it with anyone. Now that an opportunity had arisen, He was determined not to let it slip away. Old 5 eagerly rubbed his hands together and said, "Fourth brother, I'm ready to learn." Old 4 scoffed internally but forced himself to instruct, "Place your hands here, grip it like this, and reach inside." Following his lead, Old 5 grasped the tool and twisted it for quite some time, yet there was no sign of an electric shock. Old 4 felt a sense of unease, pondering, is it really only electrifying him? Doubting the situation, he snatched the tool from Old 5, declaring, "You're too slow. Let me handle it." Truth be told, Old 4 had no intention of imparting his lock-picking skills to anyone. As the saying goes, teach a disciple, and the master may starve. If several members of the group could pick locks, his importance would diminish dramatically. However, while Old 4 harbored such thoughts, Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian behind the iron gate were unwilling to let him off so easily. They activated the current again, this time intensifying it beyond the previous 2 instances. Old 4 dropped the tool in shock, cursing vehemently. Second brother furrowed his brow once more, now fairly certain that Old 4 was shirking his responsibilities. He often relied on his lock-picking skills to secure ample provisions for the team. Yet when it was time to act, he faltered. Exasperated, second brother lamented silently. Unfortunately, Old 4 was the only one capable of picking locks, and without his involvement, there were no alternatives. Sighing, he concluded that the commotion today had escalated rather considerably. After the second brother finished speaking, he took the lead and walked away. The fourth and fifth brothers followed suit. The fourth was bewildered by the shock he had received, while the fifth was vexed by his inability to learn how to pick a lock. Jiang Tian stifled a yawn, tears glistening in her eyes. Although she had grown accustomed to this hour, still keeping vigil as a night owl, weariness would inevitably overcome her. As the night watch time for Jiang Tian came to an end, it was now time for Huo Zheng to take over. She contemplated the fact that the weather had become milder. Deciding to make the most of it, she nestled comfortably on the sofa to keep him company for 2 hours. When Huo Zheng's shift began, he exchanged notes with Song Yu regarding the circumstances of the watch, primarily advising her to keep a vigilant eye on the surveillance footage. If anyone approached, she should not confront them, but instead notify them immediately. Huo Zheng had chosen to accompany Jiang Tian during the night watch out of concern for her safety. He gently lifted her from the sofa and placed her on the bed in their room. The following morning, he recounted the incident of the thief returning to their doorstep to everyone, urging them to remain alert and cautious, as it was likely they might return. Song Hui expressed her worry, questioning whether their home had been targeted. With an abundance of food available outside, she wondered why these individuals would set their sights on their home. Huo Zheng calmly explained that they had likely been observed. Since the family had not ventured out to gather supplies, they had become a target. Song Hui sighed, acknowledging that in these times, even a desire to avoid trouble could lead to it finding you. Chapter 52. Capture the Jiang family gathered together for a discussion. Yet they failed to devise any effective strategies to deter potential thieves. Surely, they could not resort to constantly venturing out to gather supplies merely to keep these intruders at bay. After all, they were not lacking in provisions. It seemed utterly unnecessary to take such measures. The most essential food reserves were safely stored within their island space. Fresh vegetables were cultivated by Song Hui, while a variety of meats, chicken, duck, beef, lamb, and pork, were raised under Jiang Tian's care. Even the long shelf-life supplies they had prepared would be of no use if they went out searching now. After all, the items in the island space would expire due to their shelf life, leading to the inevitable expiration of any other supplies as well. The best defense, it seemed, would be a good offense. However, they remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the thieving gang, their numbers unknown, and could only wait for their next visit. As for uprooting their lives and relocating elsewhere due to these concerns where it could possibly be safe, it seemed that no place could guarantee safety. Residing here, at least, offered them a well-equipped home. Even if intruders did arrive, they would encounter some resistance. This could not be assured in other locations. To prepare for the impending thieves, the sounds of sharpening knives and blades grew increasingly intense throughout the day, startling any would-be intruders scouting the area. Would they dare come this night? He pondered anxiously. Even if this family possessed abundant resources, it was uncertain whether they would live to claim them. Those lying in wait harbored such thoughts as, after nightfall, the gang's second-in-command, accompanied by his usual crew, approached once more. He maintained a facade of joviality as he said, "I've been keeping watch here all day. I observed that the occupants inside showed no signs of alarm, continuing their sharpening as if it were any ordinary day, knowing that this gang was on their way." Aside from Song Shi, who had initially stayed awake, the other 5 members of Jiang Tian's family resolutely remained alert throughout the night, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the 3 thieves. They fixated their gaze on the surveillance screen, enduring the long hours into the night with unwavering focus. The strategy for the evening was straightforward. Should the same individuals from the previous day appear, they would administer another electric shock. The iron door at the staircase had been deliberately doused with water, enhancing the anticipated thrill of the encounter. In the event that more than just yesterday's culprits came, they would have no choice but to take the initiative. As movement was detected on the mobile screen, the group huddled closer, whispering with excitement, "They're coming. They're here." Jiang Tian focused her gaze and discovered that the same trio from yesterday remained unchanged in number. Resolute in her decision, she deemed it prudent to proceed with the original plan. Accompanied by Huo Zheng, both seasoned in their endeavors, they wielded their electric batons as they stepped out of the room, navigating with ease towards the iron gate. Indeed, it was the same 4th individual, attempting to pry the door open. The ground near the iron gate was damp, and electricity coursed through the door itself. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng halted not far from the iron gate, both valuing their lives, donning insulating gloves and keeping a safe distance from the water. In the surveillance footage, 3 individuals outside had already waded into the water, while the 4th, an audacious figure, had seized his tool of mischief and commenced prying at the door. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng exchanged a glance, adjusting the electric batons to their maximum current. One pressed against the iron gate, while the other submerged in the water. The sound of electric shock crackled, accompanied by piercing cries of pain. Jiang Tian gazed at the screen of her phone, which lay abandoned to the side, while outside, several individuals staggered, dazed by electric shocks. She did not halt her actions. Instead, she closed her eyes to immerse herself in the essence of the island's atmosphere. From within this ethereal realm, she retrieved an electric baton and pressed it to its maximum current against the water once more. Eventually, the 3 individuals standing in the water succumbed to the shocks, collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. The sound of their fall was unmistakably genuine. Jiang Tian harbored concerns that, besides the 3 of them, others might have also arrived, albeit without revealing their presence. Thus, to ensure safety, she resolved to venture out first for a reconnaissance. If the coast was clear, Huo Zheng could then emerge. After all, she possessed the sanctuary of the island space. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she could retreat into it without fear of harm. Otherwise, if Huo Zheng were to venture out and encounter an ambush from behind, he would find himself in a precarious situation alone. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng put away the electric batons in their hands. As the electric shock dissipated from the door in the water, Jiang Tian slowly pushed open the iron gate, clutching the stun baton tightly in her hand. It was impossible to claim she felt no fear. Nevertheless, she resolved to take this step with unwavering determination. She cautiously stepped outside, first glancing down the staircase to ensure there were no ambushes lurking below. Only after confirming her surroundings did she extend her foot to nudge the 3 unconscious individuals sprawled on the ground. Although Jiang Tian initially contemplated delivering another jolt with the stun baton, the thought of the puddle outside made her reconsider, fearing she might also meet her demise there. After a moment's contemplation, she said, "I will lift 2 of them. You drag the lighter one." Jiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging the situation. Huo Zheng could manage to carry only 2 individuals at most, while Jiang's strength was even more limited. She could barely drag 1 person. They secured the iron door and proceeded towards their own entrance. In the living room, Song Hui, Song Yu, and Jiang Yuzhou, who had been awaiting their return, heard the commotion and came to assist. Together, they transported the 3 intruders inside and unceremoniously deposited them in the living room. They promptly relieved the thieves of their belongings, meticulously searching them, and then bound them tightly with ropes to prevent any possibility of escape. Jiang Tian and her companions retained these few thieves not for any other reason. but to glean information about their lair and the size of their criminal organization. This would enable them to devise a plan to eliminate the entire gang in one fell swoop. However, those who had been electrocuted were not likely to regain consciousness swiftly. Despite their attempts to revive them with cold water and vigorous pinching, there were still no signs of awakening. Jiang Tian, in a fit of resolve, cast them into the storage room and secured them with an additional layer of rope tied to a pillar, allowing them to awaken naturally. The door to the storage room remained ajar, deliberately left open to facilitate surveillance of the captives' movements, ensuring that as soon as they regained consciousness, inquiries could be made regarding their situation. Once the family completed the task of binding the thieves, the night watch continued its vigil, albeit with the added responsibility of guarding the intruders. Chapter 53. Interrogation. At around 6 o'clock, it was Song Hui's turn to take watch. The three thieves had been unconscious for nearly 4 hours and were finally beginning to stir. The first to awaken was the fourth, who, feeling the throbbing pain in his head, let out a groan. As he attempted to reach for his head, he quickly realized that he was thoroughly bound. In a state of inner turmoil, yet projecting bravado, he shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself. How dare you kidnap me? You should know who I am." His bluster, however, did not intimidate Song Hui. Jiang and Zhou opened their eyes, devoid of any morning irritability. He sat up and remarked, "Awake now? Allow me to dress before I join you." It is, of course, preferable for a family to collectively address matters such as interrogating a thief. None of the room doors were locked, facilitating swift communication should any situation arise during the night watch. Song Hui first went to awaken Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng. Tian, Zheng, you must awaken. Those individuals have already risen. Huo Zheng, upon hearing her voice, stirred awake, while Jiang Tian, still somewhat groggy, nestled against Huo Zheng, burying her head in his chest. "Mom, let me sleep a little longer. I'm so tired," she murmured. Song Hui shook her head in exasperation. After all, it was morning. Huo Zheng softly replied, "Mom, I shall rise, but let Tian sleep a while longer." Naturally, Song Hui favored her own daughter, yet she chided, "You ought not to spoil her." She exited the room and called for Song Yu to awaken as well. One by one, the residents of the various rooms donned their attire and emerged. Huo Zheng had initially wished for Jiang Tian to sleep a bit longer, but as he got up, she too opened her eyes. "What is happening outside? Are we going to interrogate the thief?" she inquired. Huo Zheng nodded, prompting Jiang Tian to suppress her drowsiness, rise from her bed, and change her clothes before heading out. Meanwhile, Lao Si observed the individuals outside and turned away without a glance before departing. He glanced back at Lao Wu, who remained asleep, and then at Ergu. "Awake, quickly awaken. Ergu, Lao Si, you both need to wake up. We've been captured. What we do now?" Lao Si was merely a thief, lacking any other talents, merely pretending to be capable. He lacked a sense of direction and could only rely on Ergu for guidance. Awakened by Lao Si's pleas, Ergu stirred, while Lao Wu remained oblivious, showing no signs of waking. Ergu reassured Lao Si, "Fear not, my brother. The boss is aware of our situation. They will surely send someone to rescue us. We must hold on, and all will be well." It was uncertain whether these words were meant to comfort Lao Si or to soothe himself. He reminisced about their previous escapades, where success came easily, and they were the ones wielding power. He had expected this time to be no different, only to find themselves in disarray. Ergu reflected on the wealth of resources in the household they targeted, noting the presence of items like conductive devices. If only they had not faltered this time. How splendid it would have been to claim this house as their stronghold. The Jiang family convened in the living room, collectively proceeding towards the utility room. In their hands, some wielded electric batons, others brandished small knives or cleavers. Each person adopted a demeanor that suggested they were more nefarious than the villains themselves. Three thieves, bound at the feet, sat on the ground leaning against a pillar. The Jiang family stood tall, gazing down upon the thief below. Jiang Tian brandished a gleaming knife before them and inquired assertively, "Speak up. What brings you here? And where is your gang?" The second man remained silent, while the fourth shouted boisterously, You ask us, and we shall respond. Be cautious, for when our leader arrives, he will be able to pierce through your entire family." Jiang Tian chuckled, displaying a complete lack of awareness of her predicament as a captive. She brandished the knife in her hand and, with a composed expression, declared, "If you choose to remain silent, do not blame me if my blade inadvertently finds its mark upon you." The fourth brother flinched at the sight of the knife, realizing that it was usually their gang that wielded such intimidation against others. Little did he anticipate that one day he would find himself on the receiving end of such treatment. However, his companion, the second brother, remained silent, prompting him to grit his teeth and refuse to speak further, attempting to maintain his bravado by retorting, "Pa, you think I would divulge anything just because you ask? How undignified! Do you really believe you can comprehend our leader?" Jiang Tian could hardly fathom that they would exhibit such camaraderie at this moment. She crouched down, her gentle words concealing the most ruthless intent. "I see you have no intention of keeping those legs, do you?" "Perfectly. I have been quite busy chopping things lately. I assure you, I will sever your legs with precision, ensuring they are divided in an instant." She extended the knife in her hand toward the man's bound calves, her movements deliberate, as if contemplating the most effective point of attack. At that moment, Lao Si suddenly recalled that he had heard Lao Jiu mention this floor's occupants, who were perpetually engaged in sharpening knives or hacking at various objects. The words spoken by the person before him were undoubtedly not mere bluster. The thought of his feet being severed filled him with dread, leaving him to ponder how he would manage thereafter. Merely envisioning such a scene sent a chill down his spine, and the flicker of camaraderie he had felt dissipated entirely. "I beg you, just let me go. Please. I have an elderly family member and young ones relying on me." Jiang Tian, who had responsibilities both above and below, gazed at the thief, who was weeping in despair, and directly inquired, "Pray, enlighten us on your intentions." Lao Si continued to speak, while Lao Air beside him cleared his throat, seeking to restrain his words. Upon hearing Lao Air's cough, Lao Si recalled that if he could merely delay the conversation until Lao Da arrived to rescue them, they would be liberated. Thus, he hesitated, reluctant to divulge further. Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow, pressing the knife in her hand against his calf. The fourth one realized that if he remained silent any longer, he might lose his leg. What purpose did this delay serve? Cold sweat trickled down her forehead as she contemplated that losing his leg was akin to losing his life. What did it matter if the boss came to rescue them? Survival took precedence. He finally spoke, "I confess, we came here to steal something, and it seems we have been caught by you." Chapter 54. Confession. As the Jiang family observed the fourth son beginning to cooperate, they all began to inquire. Huo Zheng asked, "Where is your gang located? How many members do you have?" The thieves' group comprised around 10 individuals, and only 3 had been apprehended thus far, which was rather concerning. Huo Zheng maintained a composed demeanor and continued his questioning. "Can you specify exactly how many there are among those 10? The fourth son fidgeted with his fingers, mentally counting. "There are 16 individuals. Indeed, there are 16. He was confident that he had not miscounted. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, the fourth son devised a plan for redemption. "If you wish to find them, I could guide you there. All I ask is for your mercy and the chance to spare my life." With a total of 16 members, it meant that there were still 13 individuals remaining at the thieves' hideout. The 5 individuals present felt a wave of unease wash over them, as confronting such a number would not be an easy task. Jiang Tian retrieved her phone and located the surveillance footage from that day, featuring the thief who had come to investigate and subsequently departed. She inquired of the fourth brother, "Is this the person you mentioned who guards this building?" The fourth brother's eyes widened as he stared at the video playing on the screen, realizing that they had been exposed from the very beginning. He exclaimed in astonishment, "You have surveillance cameras outside?" Deep down, he already suspected the truth. They had indeed revealed themselves on the very first night they attempted to pry open the door. It suddenly made sense why the iron gate had only electrified him. It was a deliberate act on their part behind the iron gate. Meanwhile, the second brother, feigning indifference with his eyes closed, couldn't help but open them upon hearing the fourth brother's words. A sense of trepidation filled his heart. Was there still a chance for salvation? Jiang Tian raised an eyebrow and confidently remarked, "What else could it be? Your movements from the very beginning have been within our grasp." Lao Si swallowed hard, genuinely impressed, and said, "The person in that surveillance video is indeed Lao Jiu. He informed our leader about your situation here. Upon learning about it, our leader decided we should come to your place for a visit, suspecting that your supplies must be abundant. Meanwhile, Song Yu, who had been listening intently, let out a scoff, realizing that these individuals were indeed harboring such intentions. They sought to seize their resources, oblivious to their own capabilities. After several of them took turns to extract the necessary information, they administered electric shocks to each individual, rendering them unconscious. Contemplating the subsequent course of action against this band of thieves, it became apparent that, among the remaining 13 members, only the appearance of the leader, known as Old Nine, was known alongside their current hideout. If the 5 of them were to storm the thieves' lair, their numbers would surely prove insufficient, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Thus, the strategy shifted to awaiting the arrival of the thieves at their own abode. With 3 members of the gang missing, the leader would undoubtedly dispatch someone to assess the situation. Whether the entire band mobilized or merely a handful of scouts came to investigate, it would be advantageous for Jiang Tian and her companions. At the very least, the battleground would be within their own territory, allowing for prior preparations. Otherwise, venturing into the thieves' den would be akin to delivering themselves to the minor thugs, presenting a significant risk. Should only a few scouts from the thieves' gang approach, they could weaken the group's strength. Conversely, if the entire gang were to arrive, they would need a well-devised strategy to confront them. It was still only 6 in the morning. Given that this group preferred to knock on doors at night, it was unlikely they would come so early. They still had time to prepare. If only a few members of the thieves' gang appeared, they could execute a ruse of an empty city. However, if a larger contingent arrived, they would have to devise a plan to confront them with firearms. Jiang Tian hoped for fewer visitors. Song Hui, with her hands clasped in prayer, beseeched the Bodhisattva for protection, yearning that the entire band of thieves would not descend upon them. The calamity that followed was unspoken, interrupted by the looming figure of their leader. It was uncertain whether they were here for leisure or nefarious purposes. The unfinished statement hung heavily in the air. Lao Jiao felt a tightening in his chest, acknowledging the leader's command. Yes, boss. I shall send someone to find Gu and the others immediately. He rushed to enlist the aid of Lao Shi and Lao Shi, the most recent recruits, and headed towards the residence behind the iron gate, which he suspected the most. Gazing at the heavily secured iron door, he noted the absence of any signs of forced entry, save for a puddle of water on the ground, nearly dried. The familiar sound of something being chopped echoed from within. Lao Jiao swallowed hard. While he could manage to keep watch, the prospect of confronting the door was daunting. Lao Shi and Lao Shi, who had joined him, stood dumbfounded at the entrance. Jiao, what shall we do next? Should we kick the door down? Lao Jiao was reluctant to partake in such a troublesome endeavor. His initial courage to approach this place stemmed from the belief that they lacked the means to resist. Now, with 3 individuals missing, he harbored a strong premonition that those inside were responsible. He was too apprehensive to kick down the door, and, as for prying it open, he had not mastered that skill either. The few times he had attempted to use a crowbar were merely instances of having secretly observed Gu practicing the technique. Given the peril that lurked behind the iron door, he felt ill-equipped to attempt a forced entry. Chapter 55. Ruthlessness. It was still early in the day when, unexpectedly, someone arrived at their doorstep. Song Shi, gazing at the figures on the surveillance screen, once again called for Jiang Tian. Sister, more people have come, she exclaimed. This time, there are 3 of them. Song Shi felt a sense of novelty. This marked her second encounter with visitors since accepting the assignment. Jiang Tian set down the cleaver, a slight heaviness settling in her heart as she realized these individuals had arrived earlier than anticipated. It seemed her assumptions had been misguided. They were indeed bold enough to approach in broad daylight. She approached Song Shi, gazing at the figure in the surveillance footage who seemed somewhat familiar, the leader, who must be the Old Nine spoken of by the 4th. Would they dare to intrude directly? The others, wielding their cleavers and chopping at trees, paused in their tasks and gathered around. Upon seeing only 3 individuals outside, their apprehension diminished significantly. After all, they had 5 capable fighters among them. What was there to fear from merely 3 adversaries? Once Song, she was safely placed within the secure island space. All lingering concerns would dissipate. They awaited the movements of those outside, who in turn listened intently for sounds emanating from within. Old Nine, hearing the familiar sounds of chopping cease, felt his heart race involuntarily. What was happening? Had he been discovered while standing here? Jiang Tian gazed at Lao Jiao outside, his eyes flitting about as he surveyed his surroundings. She surmised that he must have ceased his activities upon hearing the sound of something being chopped, sensing that something was amiss. After all, he had been lurking around their building, well acquainted with their daily endeavors. It was only natural for him to notice something unusual. She couldn't help but remark, "Mom and Dad, please continue your work and keep chopping the trees. I sense that the individuals who have come this time appear somewhat timid." Jiang, Zhou, and Songhui nodded, resuming their task of chopping down trees. The sound of axes striking would echoed once more, and Lao Jiao, for reasons unknown, felt a sense of relief. He thought to himself, thankfully, they had not been discovered, nor had anyone emerged from within. Let's search elsewhere for a while. Lao Jiao expressed his sentiments towards this band of thieves, which he did not particularly cherish. It was merely a means to secure his sustenance. Contemplating the leader's feelings about the departure of the second in command and the others, he was even less inclined to jeopardize himself for the sake of this crew. Lao Shi and Lao Shi, adhering to his suggestion, replied, "All right, Brother Jiao, shall we search separately or together?" Lao Jiao, contemplating a delay until nightfall for the leader to address the situation, said to the group, "Let us go together and search." The group then turned back and departed. Songshi pointed at the figures in the surveillance footage, inquisitively remarking, Sister, they have also left. Do you think they are too afraid to enter?" She felt perplexed, noticing that the individuals she had observed on 2 occasions had merely lingered outside without venturing in. Jiang Tian gently patted her head and whispered, "Indeed, they dare not enter. They are afraid of us." This time, only 3 individuals had come, and they meticulously rearranged everything according to last night's setup, awaiting their return. The effectiveness of a tactic lies not in its novelty, but in its utility. Although this particular strategy was not fresh, it had yet to be employed against those who would follow. Thus, the possibility of falling for it remained. In the dead of night, when the 3 individuals returned, they adhered to the old customs. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng swiftly incapacitated them and dragged them over to secure them, ready to inquire once more. These individuals, compared to the last encounter, exhibited even less resolve. This time, there was no need for threats, for they divulged everything they had to say. "The second brother has vanished. The leader instructed us to search for him, but we found nothing during the day. Later, the leader commanded us to steal something, and that is when you apprehended us." Jiang Tian wondered if the leader was truly so indifferent towards his subordinates. Previously, there were 3 individuals. Now, 3 more had come to their doorstep. They had collectively apprehended 6 members of the thieving gang. Surely, the leader would exercise greater caution moving forward. However, the question lingered. What should be done with these 6 captives now that they have been caught? Jiang Tian believes that one must not show mercy. Releasing a tiger back into the mountains can lead to endless troubles. Although these individuals have not yet committed any wrongdoing, they have already been apprehended. However, if we were to set them free, they could return with others, and the situation would undoubtedly escalate. It would be prudent for us to eliminate them all. One for each, except for Shi, of course. Jiang Tian closed her eyes and uttered those words with great difficulty. She believed that being soft-hearted and compassionate was not an option. Showing mercy to one's adversaries is an act of cruelty towards oneself. Now, feeling pity for them was one thing, but what if they were the ones captured? These individuals would certainly show no mercy. Both Song Hui and Song Yu were taken aback upon hearing such cold-blooded words emanate from Jiang Tian. It was not only Jiang Tian who struggled to overcome this hurdle. Song Hui and Song Yu found themselves equally ensnared in hesitation. They tentatively suggested, Tian, can't we just keep them tied up? That way, they wouldn't do anything to us." Jiang Tian shook her head and remarked, "Keeping them at home will inevitably lead to endless troubles. Are we to continue providing them with sustenance? If we're not going to feed them, it would be more merciful to grant them a swift end. They need not suffer, and we need not endure the distress of witnessing their plight. Upon reflecting on this perspective, Song Hui and Song Yu fell into silence. Huo Zheng was the first to endorse Jiang Tian's resolution, stating, "I believe this is a viable solution. The additional individual can be entrusted to me. Allow me to demonstrate." The initial 3 individuals, having regained consciousness only to be rendered unconscious again, now numbered 6 in a state of oblivion. Huo Zheng approached with the stun baton, directing it towards the chest of one of the individuals, without a trace of hesitation. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, yet the unconscious individual exhibited no response. After nearly a minute, Huo Zheng finally pressed the off button. As the current dissipated from the individual, he extended his hand to check for breath at the nostrils. Finding none, rising to his feet, he aimed the stun baton at the remaining individuals and declared, "That is sufficient. Now, who will step forward next?" Jiang Tian approached Huo Zheng, taking the electric baton from his hands. "Allow me to handle this." Originally, they were all promising youths in a peaceful world. How could they engage in such actions? Huo Zheng must have prepared himself mentally to dare to act in this manner. Jiang Tian noticed his trembling hands. Now that Huo Zheng had taken the first step, she, as the one who proposed the idea, could not afford to hesitate any longer. Biting her lip, she approached, crouched down, and pressed the electric baton against the second person's heart. Chapter 56 Analysis. After confirming whether that person was alive or deceased, Jiang Tian's hand went limp, and the stun baton clattered to the ground. Cold beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead. She had indeed taken a life. Jiang Tian's complexion was pallid, and her demeanor appeared somewhat disoriented. Upon noticing her unusual state, Huo Zheng hurriedly approached to assist her. Subsequently, Zhang Yuzhou, Song Hui, and Song Yu each took hold of the electric baton, systematically dealing with all those present. Ultimately, only a sigh remained. In this post-apocalyptic world, where strength reigns supreme and survival hinges on ruthless choices, clinging to compassion and hesitating to act decisively would only lead to one's own demise and endanger those nearby. After a moment of contemplation, they gradually began to deliberate on how to handle the 6 lifeless bodies. What shall be done with these individuals? Their remains require proper disposal, do they not? Jiang Tian pondered that it was certainly unwise to keep these corpses at home. Not only would the bodies inevitably begin to decay after death, but having several deceased individuals lying within the household would also bring an aura of misfortune. Song Yu suggested, "How about we find a suitable place to bury them?" This reflects the traditional belief held by the people of Huagua that the deceased should be laid to rest after passing. Jiang Tian shook her head, pondering the absurdity of the situation. In this day and age, must one still bear the responsibility of burying a corpse after committing murder? With a hint of disapproval, she remarked, "And perhaps that is unnecessary. Not only is the flood outside making burial difficult, but if one were to kill someone, would it mean that they must also dig a grave? That seems rather excessive." Her words were veiled with a subtle delicacy. Jiang Tian could hardly fathom the notion of not only taking a life, but also being burdened with the responsibility of its burial. She had never encountered such a concept before. The island's space, even in the absence of rain, was hardly a suitable place for storing a corpse. Moreover, who could ascertain whether the deceased might also infringe upon the limits imposed on the number of inhabitants in this island realm? Jiang and Zhou stepped forward and said, "Let us simply cast them out of the window. It would certainly save us some trouble. We have not discarded any refuse during the heavy snowfall, and now we are faced with the grim task of disposing of bodies." Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment. As long as the bodies of these individuals were not to be stored within her island space, she had no objections to their disposal. Their windows were equipped with security grills, sealing the interior from the exterior, making it impossible to simply throw them out from within the house. Jiang Tian temporarily placed the bodies into her island space. Accompanied by Huo Zheng, they made their way to the window downstairs. She gazed outside, uncertain if anyone in the opposite building would catch sight of them. If she were to directly retrieve the sacks from her island space and toss them down, it might inadvertently reveal her hidden sanctuary. After some contemplation, the two ascended the stairs to the rooftop. The snow accumulated during the tempestuous blizzard had long since melted into water, flowing away through the drainage. Now, the ground was merely slightly damp, devoid of anything else. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng first surveyed the surroundings of the rooftop, meticulously examining the buildings encircling the dimly lit space. Upon confirming that they were the sole occupants of the rooftop, with no one else present on the adjacent structures, Jiang Tian retrieved several body bags from her island space. Jiang Tian, one at each end, grasped the burlap sacks and hurled them from the rooftop. Each sack could contain but a single thief, and thus, with 6 thieves, there were 6 sacks to be discarded. Without pausing, they continued to cast the sacks downward until all were relinquished. The burlap plunged into the water from great heights, producing a series of resounding splashes that echoed through the stillness of the early morning, rousing many from their slumber. However, by the time they arose and peered out the window, the sacks had already submerged, disappearing beneath the surface. In this moment, no one was inclined to meddle in affairs that did not concern them. Curiosity had often led to dire consequences, and all were intent on minding their own business. They silently rejoiced that it was not their misfortune that they remained safe. A layer of water now surged to a height of 1 story, concealing the bodies ensconced within the sacks, which had yet to resurface. No one took notice, nor did anyone inquire, until the criminal gang realized, over the course of several days, that they had lost 6 of their brethren. Reflecting on the 3 distinct splashes from that fateful morning, they finally comprehended that their comrades had been eliminated. Strangely, there were no visible wounds. They had simply perished. "What shall we do, boss? We must avenge them." The gang leader seethed with fury, having only ever dealt out such fates to others. Now, with his own brothers subjected to such treatment, it felt like a slap in the face. Moreover, as the leader, if he did not seek vengeance for the fallen, what would become of his reputation? Would anyone continue to follow him? With a resolute clap of his hand on the table, he declared, "To kill my brothers is akin to murdering my own kin. I shall see this vengeance fulfilled." He continued, "Go, summon all the brothers. Arm yourselves, and we shall confront them." The 2 subordinates who had come to report received their orders and hurried off to gather the others, leaving the gang leader seated on the sofa, gazing at the 6 lifeless forms before him. It was impossible for him not to feel a sense of panic. The recent stretch of unbroken success had led to his hubris, but the loss of 6 brothers brought him back to a state of somber clarity. He recalled what Old Nine had mentioned before, the resident behind the iron door on the top floor of that building, where the sounds of chopping and sharpening echoed throughout the day. At the time, he had dismissed it, but now he pondered whether those occupants were indeed formidable adversaries. Observing the 6 bodies devoid of any knife wounds, he felt a deep-seated realization that these individuals were not to be trifled with. The gang leader's initial fervor and rage quickly dissipated, akin to a bucket of cold water doused upon his chest, cooling his ardor considerably. Could he truly lead his men into a victorious confrontation? He was known for his ability to adapt, for as the saying goes, a gentleman may wait a decade for revenge. Moreover, one's life far outweighs the importance of pride. After a moment of reflection, he summoned the slumbering 3rd brother to join him in analyzing their current predicament. The original team had been formed by himself, 2nd brother, and 3rd brother. Together, they had built their empire. They can be regarded as the core of the team, while the others need not be overly concerned. Yet, the deceased 2nd brother. Chapter 57. Infiltration upon being roused by the eldest. The 3rd brother gazed in horror at the lifeless bodies of the 2nd brother and others sprawled on the sofa in the living room, having been unwrapped from their burlap sacks. Overcome with shock, he wept, repeatedly calling out, "2nd brother, elder brother, how could this happen to him?" The eldest spoke gravely. The 2nd brother attempted to steal from the iron gate the night before last. "I had sent the 9th brother and his men to locate him yesterday, but this morning we discovered him in this state." After deliberating the pros and cons, the 2 brothers reached a mutual understanding. Though they had embarked on their entrepreneurial journey together, their emotional bond was somewhat superficial. Prior to the calamity, they had been mere ruffians, and their residence was not here. They had gradually relocated from other areas post-disaster. Their desire to inhabit this neighborhood and prey upon its inhabitants stemmed from their perception of these individuals as feeble and easily intimidated. This assumption proved accurate. Initially, They targeted a solitary resident, feigning a request for assistance at the door. Exploiting the man's kindness, they struck him down as soon as he opened the door, seizing his home and provisions. Gradually, they amassed followers, forming a formidable gang. In time, they delegated tasks to their underlings, comfortably reclining and enjoying the fruits of their labor. The third brother, adept at weighing risks, understood that no life was worth more than his own, and he was not inclined to court danger. "Brothers," he began, "I know our comrade has been slain, and we all share in this sorrow and anger. However, venting our fury is futile. Do you realize how many people reside in that building? Are you aware of the weapons they possess?" As he posed these questions, the underlings armed with weaponry shook their heads, their anger palpable. "We don't know. Third brother, what does it matter how many of them there are? Isn't it just a 3-room apartment? We must avenge our brother. With so many of us, can we not overpower them?" The third brother shook his head, exhaling deeply. "That floor has 2 households. They likely number at least 6. If there are more than 6, it could be 12. If we rush in, consumed by rage without ascertaining the situation, we may meet the same fate as our 6 brothers." The once furious individuals fell silent, some pointing at the bodies and stating, "Look." The 9th brother mentioned that the building echoed with the sounds of sharpening knives daily, yet none of these bodies bear a single wound. "We are uncertain of how they were harmed. Charging in recklessly would only lead to our demise. Is that how you wish to perish?" Gradually, the younger brothers calmed, their gazes fixed upon the fallen comrades. They were individuals who had struggled to survive, having gradually aligned themselves with this group. To speak of the quality of their relationship, it is indeed lacking. There is no need to sacrifice one's own life for the sake of others. Noticing their silence, the third brother smiled gently, remarking that a gentleman's revenge is not to be delayed, even for a decade. There is no rush to confront them immediately. We shall first ascertain their backgrounds and subsequently ensnare them all at once. Is that not so? This approach provides a graceful exit, prompting the younger brothers to nod in agreement. The third brother continued, suggesting that the 7th brother should stake out near that building while the others proceed with their respective tasks. Gradually, the younger brothers departed, and the gang leader felt a sense of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, at Jiang Tian's home, the 13th building was somewhat distant from the 16th, rendering it impossible to see the situation outside from the window. Fortunately, one could ascend to the rooftop to observe the surroundings. When Jiang Tian saw a group of people emerging from the 13th building, her heart sank. She initially feared they were coming to cause trouble and was about to retrieve the walkie-talkie to alert her family. However, to her surprise, they quickly dispersed, leaving only one individual walking towards their building. Jiang Tian's taut heart began to relax, although she was uncertain of their thoughts. The absence of trouble was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. The 5 of them against 10 was a daunting challenge, one that would necessitate the use of firearms to prevail. However, such an uproar would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. While it might resolve the issues with this particular gang, it could also draw the scrutiny of others. If she could maintain a low profile, she would certainly prefer to do so. Jiang Tian hurriedly conveyed the latest developments through the intercom, announcing that the crisis alert had been temporarily lifted. However, as these matters remained unresolved, a sense of unease lingered, preventing any true relief. They were perpetually concerned about the gang and what actions they might undertake, making it imperative to maintain the night watch. The situation with the thieves was far from favorable, and Jiang Tian's side was equally unsettled. As the floodwaters gradually receded, the rising temperatures became increasingly oppressive. When the indoor temperature soared to 40 degrees, Jiang Tian's home felt akin to a stifling furnace. All the heating equipment in the living room had been stowed away, and the sofas had been removed, leaving only a spacious area. Jiang Tian was the first to bring out a recreational vehicle, intending to utilize the air conditioning within as a temporary refuge. She gazed in astonishment at the unexpectedly large vehicle that had appeared in the living room, exclaiming in surprise at the grandness of the house. Jiang Tian playfully remarked, "Sister, are you performing magic? Isn't it impressive?" She nodded, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Sister, can I learn to? I want to conjure a big house." Who among us does not harbor dreams of being a magical girl, especially at her tender age? She had watched shows like Little Flower Fairy and Little Witch, and her longing for magic was truly profound. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment before explaining. As for Cece's words, we must wait a little longer. Perhaps in another 6 months, there will be a chance to become a magical girl. In reality, after 6 months, following the acid rain, humanity will gradually awaken their extraordinary abilities. If one can indeed awaken such powers, wouldn't that essentially equate to being a magical girl? She was filled with longing. 6 months, huh? I can wait a little longer. After the Jiang family moved into the RV, they gradually packed all the items from outside their residence into the island space or stored them within a vehicle. They found themselves increasingly confined, indulging in the air conditioning, rarely venturing outside the RV. The persistent individual who had been loitering beneath their building came around less frequently over time. With the sun blazing outside, the heat was stifling, rendering any outdoor excursion nearly impossible. Chapter 58. Arson, however, residing in the RV did not imply a relaxation of vigilance toward the outside world. The surveillance camera by the staircase continued its watchful gaze, even during the cool summer nights. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng covertly stepped outside to install several hidden cameras on the lower staircases, retrieved from their island space. This precaution was taken to ensure they remained aware of any movements from those outside, preventing them from missing any opportunity for mischief. As the temperature climbed to a sweltering 45 degrees, the cameras installed downstairs detected activity outside. A group of individuals approached, carrying firewood and making quite a clatter. Jiang Tian felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that they intended to set the house ablaze? The moment this thought crossed her mind, she sprang to her feet. Although it was merely speculation, prudence dictated that she must prepare a course of action to avoid being caught off guard should the situation escalate. Hurry! There is no time for explanations. Mom and Dad, come quickly and take my hand. I will first lead you into the island space. The swiftest solution that Jiang Tian could conceive was to usher her parents and family into her island sanctuary. Subsequently, she would stow away the mobile home and hasten towards the iron gate below, ultimately seeking refuge within the confines of the island space herself. This way, the entire family would be entirely secure. Otherwise, remaining in the island space to await the potential flames to extinguish would result in the precious 4 hours of island time being squandered, with no guarantee that the inferno would cease. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's words, her family immediately discarded their belongings and hurriedly approached her, no one daring to waste a moment in this critical situation as they grasped her hand tightly. Jiang Tian ushered them into the island space and promptly exited, wasting not a moment. After transferring the RV inside, she swiftly observed the group as ascent through the surveillance cameras, hastily opened several doors, and then made her way through the iron gate to the residences on the lower floor. Breathless, Jiang Tian swiftly darted into the island space upon spotting the approaching gang of thieves. Fortunately, all the belongings from her home had been stored within the island space after they moved into the RV, sparing her the time and effort of gathering them. This fortuitous circumstance expedited her escape plan. Upon her arrival in the island space, her family felt a wave of relief. How'd it go outside? Did you encounter them? Were you harmed? They inquired anxiously. No, I managed to run a bit faster. Just as they were heading upstairs, I slipped into the island space, she reassured them. Jiang Tian could not fathom the purpose of this band of thieves carrying firewood in such weather. The only assumption she could make was that they intended to set her family's house ablaze, burning them alive within. Yet, why choose this moment? Neither too early nor too late. The heat was unbearable, yet they had chosen to arrive here with such a multitude. Jiang Tian's residence is situated on the 18th floor, and it is quite a feat for this group to carry firewood up such a height. She lowered her gaze to the surveillance screen, where the footage continued to play. The leader, adorned with a gold chain, was flushed and drenched in sweat as he directed his subordinates to pile the firewood and pour oil at the iron door she had closed. With the flick of a lighter, they were poised to ignite the flames. Jiang Tian clenched her fist and set fire to the door, a truly diabolical act. Setting aside the fact that the iron door was somewhat distant from their room, one must wonder whether the flames would even reach the entrance to their home. Moreover, if they were to witness the blaze and panic, attempting to open the iron door to flee downstairs would undoubtedly be futile. Consequently, they would be trapped within, escalating their confusion and distress. Jiang Tian finds herself on the 18th floor once again, even if a moment of impulsivity tempts her to leap out of the window. No, her home is equipped with protective barriers, so she can only run to the rooftop. Undoubtedly, there will be no escape to be found there. Jiang Tian gritted her teeth, realizing that the roots of the problem had not been eradicated. Like weeds, they spring forth anew with the gentle caress of spring. They ought to descend and eliminate this band of miscreants. Whereas she once felt a pang of compassion when it came to taking a life, now her family's hearts had turned as cold and unyielding as iron, consumed by an intense loathing for the intruders outside. Through the screen, she watched as the flames roared to life with fervor, and to her astonishment, the gang of thieves lingered outside for a moment before finally departing. Jiang Tian's conjecture proved accurate. As the days grew increasingly sweltering, the gang of thieves residing on the 3rd floor could no longer endure the heat and gradually relocated to the basement. Yet the oppressive warmth persisted. With no electricity and no generator to harness power, they resolved to seek refuge in a cool cave they had heard about in a nearby scenic area. Unfortunately, the diesel they had gathered became futile due to the absence of a generator. Before departing, the leader, troubled by the loss of several comrades, contemplated the misfortune that had befallen them. He enlisted the help of the 3rd member to devise a plan, one that would ensure they would not cross paths, while simultaneously making life difficult for those inside. This plan would conveniently utilize the collected diesel, allowing him to exact a measure of vengeance and demonstrate to his loyal followers that they indeed held grudges worth avenging. Jiang Tian watched them descend the stairs, her teeth clenched in frustration. If it were not for her possession of a secluded island space to retreat to, would her family not be facing dire consequences here? Despite having no intention of provoking anyone, troubles seemed to find her unbidden. Jiang Tian emerged from the island space alongside her family. She had entered the island space on the 17th floor, while the group that had set the fire was positioned at the stairway entrance on the 18th floor. Hence, their current location afforded them a considerable degree of safety. The staircases here were equipped with fire extinguishers. Huo Zheng, Jiang Yuzhou, and Song Hui, braving the sweltering heat of 45 degrees, raised the dismounted fire extinguishers to combat the flames that had ignited at the iron door. Jiang Tian was unwilling to let the band of thieves escape so easily. She realized that descending from the 18th floor would require some time. Within the confines of the island space, the excavation of the ponds had unearthed numerous large boulders. This inspired her with a brilliant idea: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If these individuals were intent on not sparing her, then she had no obligation to show them mercy. Jiang Tian approached the window directly facing the entrance below, retrieving a massive stone from the island space. Upon witnessing the group emerge, she promptly propelled the stone downwards. 1 stone, 2 stones, 3 stones, each retrieved from the island space and placed at the window as edge, sent tumbling from various positions. If one were to strike a target, so be it. If it failed, it would simply be deemed a stroke of luck. Chapter 59 concludes. This time, the sound of the stones crashing down resonated with even greater intensity, reverberating through the air. The anguished cries of the thieving gang, struck by the falling stones, were overshadowed by the thunderous impact of the boulders hitting the ground. In a matter of seconds, Jiang Tian had hurled several large stones before taking cover. She wished to avoid drawing the attention of the residents to her inexplicable act of casting stones into the air. Now, all that remained visible from the rooftop was the faint wisps of smoke rising from the remnants of the fire, with nothing else discernible. Jiang Tian understood that it was inevitable for a colossal stone to injure someone. It was not merely the act of hurling such a massive rock. Even a pin dropped from a great height could inflict harm. She recognized the dangers posed by falling objects. Had it not been for the group of arsonists below, intent on their demise, Jiang Tian would never have resorted to such drastic measures. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, with the moon perched delicately atop the willow branches. From outside, One could discern vague shapes within, yet the details remained obscured. Ah, they're ghosts. Don't kill me. I bear no grudge against you. I have done nothing at all. The individual who narrowly escaped was a timid soul, fearful of phantoms. However, his heartfelt expression of terror spared Jiang Tian considerable trouble. At the very least, it led those present to mistakenly believe he had encountered ghosts, thus diverting attention away from her role as the instigator of the stone's descent. A family busied themselves with their tasks, having exited the island space in good time. Before the fire escalated, they expended several fire extinguishers to quell the flames that had been deliberately ignited before the iron gate. The gate still radiated heat, deterring them from daring to touch it. They were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to their bodies, and could only retreat to the island space for a respite. Only 5 adults emerged this time. She had been instructed by Song Yu to remain within the island space. Previously, when the RV was conjured, it was Song Shi's first encounter with magical transformations, and entering the island space marked her inaugural experience there. She imagined it to be a realm of magic, akin to the enchanted island in Little Magic Fairy. Seated in the tent designated by Song Yu, she gazed in awe at the azure sky and white clouds within this realm. A multitude of questions bubbled within her, eager to be posed to Jiang Tian. Yet, upon witnessing their weary return, her concern grew. "Mom, have those bad people been chased away?" Song Yu managed a faint smile. "Yes, your mother and sister have driven the bad people away. Now, I must take a shower, my dear Shi. Just wait a moment." Song Shi obediently nodded. After their recent ordeal, they were utterly exhausted, longing to rest in silence. Jiang Tian exited the island space, retrieving water collected from the beach, and poured it over the iron gate to cool it down. The scorching gate, after being doused with the refreshing seawater, began to emit steam. After several buckets of water were cast down, it appeared significantly improved. She gathered the remnants of the unburned firewood on the ground, piled it together, and cast it into the island space. Jiang Tian retrieved the key to the iron gate and inserted it into the lock, ensuring that her hand did not make contact with the scorching metal to avoid burning herself. After unlocking, she picked up a stray piece of firewood from the ground and gently nudged it forward, allowing the key to disengage from the lock, and subsequently pushed the iron gate open. Jiang Tian, employing the same method, closed the door. This iron gate remained robust, alleviating any immediate concerns of its potential collapse. She proceeded forward, arriving at the entrance of the house. As Jiang Tian rushed outside in a state of urgency, she found that the several doors within could only be unlocked with a key and had been left ajar. Only the iron door at the bottom had been securely closed. Throughout the night, the temperature in the room remained unrelentingly high, rendering the house excessively warm. Jiang Yu and Song Hui ventured into the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack, featuring Jiang Tian's beloved pasta and some refreshing cold lotus root with skewered beef, all dishes perfectly suited for the summer season. Jiang Tian, feeling her hunger pangs, first finished the plate of pasta. Inside the camper, she relished the cool air conditioning, sipping coconut juice while deftly using chopsticks to pick up slices of cold lotus root. The weariness that had previously weighed on her heart gradually dissipated. Observing Jiang Tian regaining her spirits, Song Shi, unable to focus on the beef skewers in her hand, eagerly inquired, Sister, that place we just entered, was it also your magic?" Jiang Tian observed her eating with the enthusiasm of a small kitten, her mouth smeared with grease. She took out a tissue and gently wiped her face. Turning to Song Shi, she said, "Indeed, but the fact that I am a magical girl is a secret known only to our family. You mustn't tell anyone else, all right?" Song Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clasped her hands over her mouth, nodding vigorously. With her round, glistening eyes, she inquired, "Sister, will I also have a magical island like you in the future?" Jiang Tian pondered thoughtfully, playfully teasing her. "Well, it all depends on whether you can awaken the magical energy in the magic island in the future. If you awaken other magical elements, then the magic island will not exist." Song Shi let out a slight sigh of regret and then inquired, "If there is a magic island, does that mean one cannot possess other forms of magic?" Jiang Tian earnestly nodded towards her. Nearby, the family heads Song Hui and Song Yu, upon listening to the exchange between the two children, felt their worries dissipate and smiles graced their faces. Regardless of the challenges that lay ahead, as long as they were united as a family, everything would be just fine. Chapter 60. Eternal night. The sweltering heat and drought posed no significant concern for Jiang Tian's family, who were well prepared. However, for the rest of the world, it was a dire situation. The summer temperatures soared excessively, making heat stroke a real threat. Mild cases could lead to fainting and require intravenous fluids, while severe instances could result in fatality. Moreover, the drought induced by the extreme heat would leave humanity struggling to find sources of water, and prolonged deprivation could ultimately lead to death from thirst. The neighborhood where Jiang Tian and his companions reside has become rather desolate. Most residents have ventured into the night, seeking refuge from the sweltering heat at a local scenic spot. This site, once a natural cave, offers a refreshing respite from the summer's oppressive temperatures. In previous years, locals would frequent this cool retreat during the scorching summer months, finding it akin to a free air conditioning haven. Prolonged stays would necessitate wearing thick clothing to avoid catching a chill. However, due to the extreme rise in temperatures this year, the number of individuals congregating within the cave has increased, resulting in a less frigid atmosphere than in years past. Nonetheless, even in its current state, the cave remains significantly cooler than the outside world. The Jiang family found themselves residing within their motorhome, shielded from the sweltering heat and glaring sun outside. Fortunately, their solar power system proved to be remarkably efficient. However, living in the confines of a motorhome inevitably felt more cramped than their previous indoor abode, further limiting their space for movement. Their activities within the vehicle were rather modest, primarily consisting of preparing dumplings and buns together. The most joyous news, however, was that the rice cultivated by Song Hui in the island's garden had reached maturity. They harvested it together, ensuring a supply of food for the future. Having successfully tackled the challenges of raising cattle, sheep, chickens, and ducks, as well as cultivating vegetables and fruits, the issue of rice production was now resolved, effectively alleviating any impending food crisis. The family unanimously felt this achievement warranted a grand celebration. Among the 6 family members, aside from Jiang Tian and the young Song Shi, the others were all proficient in the kitchen. Jiang Tian contemplated that since she could not lend a hand in the kitchen, she would contribute by preparing the ingredients. Rising early from her slumber, she gently extricated herself from Huo Zheng's embrace, ensuring that she did not disturb his peaceful rest. She made her way to the bedside of her cousins, Song Yu and Song Shi, with the intention of rousing her younger cousin Song Shi, who had agreed to assist her in their shared endeavors. To her surprise, upon her arrival, she found that Song Shi was already awake, idly lying in bed and blinking her eyes in boredom. Jiang Tian's lips moved slightly as she whispered, Shi, have you finally awakened? Song Shi, upon seeing Jiang Tian approach, felt a surge of joy. She nodded at Jiang Tian and gradually rose from her bed. Jiang Tian gazed at her still clad in her pajamas and said, Cici, why don't you change your clothes? I shall wait for you to get ready, and then we can venture into the island space. Song Shi was agreeable to this. After getting out of bed, she swiftly changed into the clothes that had been neatly laid out beside her. Jiang Tian, seeing that she had fully recovered, took her hand, and together they ventured into the island space. They wished to avoid disturbing those asleep in the caravan, so the two of them proceeded to the caravan within the island to freshen up and brush their teeth. In the meantime, they steamed 2 baskets of dumplings and prepared 2 cups of milk powder. After enjoying their breakfast, they finally commenced the day's activities. Jiang Tian mounted a tricycle, carrying her little cousin Song Shi towards the beach to gather seafood. Hand in hand, they held onto each other, while the other hand swayed 2 large buckets. The beach, a generous bounty of nature, remained abundant as ever. Jiang Tian smiled gently, advising Song Shi, we can just gather here for a while. Please do not wander towards the sea. Do you understand? It would be disastrous if you were swept away by the waves. Her concern still lingering, she drew a line in the sand, declaring, You must not cross this line. Song Shi obediently nodded. Sister, I understand. I will not stray. She was a well-behaved and obedient child, a quality that had become evident during the prolonged 6-month period of natural disasters they had endured. Jiang Tian's reminders were merely intended to heighten her awareness. The two of them set down their buckets, crouched down, and began to harvest seafood. Jiang Tian has had several experiences of beachcombing. While collecting, she attentively observed Song Shi, occasionally offering guidance on how to gather crabs without injuring oneself. Before long, the two of them had amassed 2 large buckets filled with crabs, clams, moon snails, and other treasures. Jiang Tian once again mounted her beloved tricycle, escorting Song Shi from the beach to the plantation. This time, they gathered an array of fruits, including watermelons, strawberries, mangoes, and grapes, alongside some fresh vegetables. They then ventured to the farm, selecting a small pig for roasted suckling pig, and braved the risk of being pecked by geese to catch a solitary goose from the flock. At the pond, they scooped up some small shrimp and fish. The entire rear compartment of the tricycle was already filled to the brim. Throughout the journey, Song Shi felt a sense of novelty and delight, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Jiang Tian placed these ingredients into several caravans located within the island space. After she and Song Shi exited the island, they sent Song Hui and Song Yu inside to prepare the ingredients. Eventually, they were replaced by Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng, who took over the cooking. Once the dishes were ready, they brought everyone out and arranged the culinary delights on the dining table outside the caravan. A grand array of delectable dishes, which might not have been enjoyed simultaneously before the calamity, was now an exquisite reality. Jiang Tian had longed for the sumptuous braised white goose, ultimately choosing it over the iron pot stewed version. Now, before her lay an array of dishes: roasted suckling pig, braised white goose, minced pork with fragrant taro shreds, stir-fried cabbage, garlic prawns, stir-fried clams, and corn rib soup. Beside them, fresh grapes, strawberries, and freshly squeezed watermelon juice awaited to tantalize the palate. The solitude of these past few days had been quite delightful, albeit fleeting. The high temperatures, accompanied by drought, led to a gradual decline in temperature, plunging the sky into darkness. The entire world was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom, heralding the arrival of an eternal night. Chapter 61. Darkness. The world fell into darkness, inciting heightened irritability and anxiety among its inhabitants. The surviving humans succumbed to panic, oblivious to the fact that this everlasting night was merely temporary and would eventually dissipate. Immersed in memories of prior blizzards, floods, extreme heat, and drought, they genuinely believed the apocalypse had arrived. Before the end of the world, people would jest about how they would cope if it ever came to pass. Now that it had truly arrived, they were left with an unrelenting sense of dread. As the survivors slowly emerged from the caves, they sought to scavenge for supplies and return to the comfort of their buildings. However, upon witnessing the oppressive darkness above, the tenuous thread of hope within them snapped. This night magnified the darkness that dwelled within their hearts. Some individuals appeared to gradually lose their humanity, engaging in actions that shattered their moral compass. Their sense of ethics eroded step by step until it vanished entirely. The fabric of human order, moral values, and legal consciousness began to fade, giving way to frequent occurrences of horrific and malevolent events. Outside, an abyss of darkness loomed, while inside, the lights remained aglow. To avoid drawing attention to their illuminated dwellings, they hung heavy curtains and sealed their windows with various objects to prevent the light from spilling out, lest they attract unwanted attention from those who might covet or cause trouble. Song Shi, gazing at the pitch-black expanse beyond, innocently inquired, "Mama, will the sun and moon still rise again?" The family, having gleaned insights from the dreams penned by Jiang Tian, understood the impending changes in the world. However, they opted to shield Song Shi from these truths due to her tender age. She remained blissfully unaware, her innocence intact. As Song Shi contemplated the dark night, she reminisced about the frigid days of power outages at home. Yet, this time felt far more severe. Previously, there had been mere blackouts, with the sun still gracing the day and the moon illuminating the night. Now, only an all-encompassing darkness prevailed, obscuring all visibility. Song Yu gently patted her daughter's head, soothingly assuring her, "The sun and moon will emerge again, They are simply weary and wish to rest for a while. She wished to convey her thoughts to the children in a more enchanting manner. After all, articulating any scientific rationale seemed futile, as the calamity left little room for scientific discourse. Song, she nodded, placing her hand upon her heart. As long as the sun and moon continue to rise, I fear the day when I may no longer see them. Such innocent expressions elicited gentle smiles from the adults around her. The eternal night lasted a total of 9 days and 9 nights, culminating in a cataclysmic earthquake on the final night. The world plunged into darkness, and as the days became increasingly difficult to reckon, they were fortunate to have their mobile phones to measure time and count the days. As time slipped by, Jiang Tian meticulously calculated the days of the eternal night, steadily marking them with a positive sign, until the afternoon of the final day arrived. Jiang Tian stowed the RV into the island space, subsequently ushering her parents, aunt, and cousin into the same sanctuary, leaving only Huo Zheng and herself. With a light illuminating their path and an electrobaton in hand, they sprinted towards the building's exit. Regardless of the number of people fleeing, none could match the swiftness of their escape. Huo Zheng grasped Jiang Tian's hand, the light above them dispelling the shadows of the corridor. Indeed, they encountered an ambush within the dimly lit passage. However, Huo Zheng acted with remarkable speed as the electrobaton made contact with their assailant. He cranked it to its highest voltage, rendering the aggressor unconscious. With the ground trembling beneath them, Jiang Tian could only speculate, based on the dreams of the protagonist, that the ordeal would last for 9 days and nights, lacking any precise sense of time. Anticipating a nocturnal quake, Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng resolved to evacuate their room in the afternoon for safety's sake, wary of a premature tremor that might impede their escape. They did not squander time on the staircase, ignoring the incapacitated individual, and hurriedly descended to the entrance below. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng celebrated within the confines of the island space. A group of them proceeded to the garage, where everyone took their seats in the modified off-road vehicle. Jiang Tian then transported everyone out of the island space, unwilling to squander precious time within. These invaluable 4 hours must be dedicated to seeking refuge together as a family during the violent tremors of the earthquake, rather than being wasted in this moment. Huo Zheng accelerated the vehicle, indifferent to the number of individuals in the vicinity of the community. Upon seeing the car and its dazzling lights, a fervent excitement erupted. "Wait, don't leave. Please, take me with you. Hurry, stop that car." Those desperate for assistance, and those wishing to claim the vehicle called out. Huo Zheng paid them no heed, his expression cold and unyielding, as he pushed the speed to its maximum, leaving them far behind. If they encountered anyone deliberately obstructing their path, attempting to force them a halt, he showed no mercy and simply chose to plow through. After shaking off one group, another set of individuals would inevitably pursue them. However, the sheer speed of the vehicle rendered them unable to catch up on foot. Jiang and Zhou occupied the front passenger seat, tasked with directing their course. Jiang, having spent the longest time in this region, possessed an intimate familiarity with it. They drove into an expansive plaza, intending to await the imminent, yet uncertain, occurrence of a cataclysmic earthquake. During such seismic events, the most secure locations are those that are open and devoid of structures, such as vast squares, football fields, and basketball courts. Here, Jiang and his companions, while still wary of potential ground fissures, found themselves far more secure than if they had remained ensconced within buildings. Presently, an abundance of vacant houses surrounded them, yet the majority of individuals opted to reside indoors rather than meander about the plaza. This shift to a more secure environment also mitigated the risk of encountering individuals pursuing them in off-road vehicles. Chapter 62. Ground fissures. Those who failed to catch up with their vehicle gradually dispersed upon losing all trace of them. Jiang Tian cautiously emerged from the grass-covered enclave, and upon confirming their departure, she gradually rose to her feet. She retrieved a small stool from her island sanctuary and said, "Father, mother, aunt, let us all take a seat. Squatting can be rather uncomfortable." Distributing the stools she had brought forth from her island space, each family member settled in a neat row in this open expanse, awaiting the impending tremors of the earthquake. A few hours of darkness, albeit daunting, could still be endured. Jiang Tian adjusted the brightness of her phone screen to its lowest setting, occasionally taking it out to cover the faint glow, checking how much time had elapsed. Too bright, and it would easily attract unwanted attention. In this critical moment, it was wiser to exercise caution. The earthquake had begun at 2 in the afternoon, and by 7 in the evening, they were still waiting. This meant they had already spent nearly 5 hours outside. Dinner was not specifically prepared to avoid wasting time in the confined space. Jiang Tian ventured into the island space to steam some buns, waiting for them to cool down and lose their enticing aroma before bringing them out to share with her family. After another 20 minutes, she felt a slight tremor beneath her feet. Song Yu had advised Song Shi before leaving the island space, instructing her not to speak or make any noise if she felt scared outside. Thus, she simply held her mother's hand tightly. The group formed a small circle, each person grasping the hands of the others. Initially, they intended to endure the minor tremors, as the time they could spend inside the island-esque space was limited and needed to be reserved for the most critical moments. However, the tremors grew increasingly violent, and nearby skyscrapers collapsed with a resounding crash, accompanied by the piercing screams of men and women. Due to the eternal night, the outside world was shrouded in darkness. Without light, the situation remained obscured. Yet, merely listening to the sounds of collapsing buildings and the terrified cries made it abundantly clear how dire the situation was. The Jiang family, engulfed in the echoes of terror that resonated around them, found themselves devoid of the inclination to concern themselves with others. They exchanged anxious glances, wary of the possibility that the ground beneath them might crack open. Song Shi, hearing those disquieting sounds, was overtaken by fear. Unable to contain her trepidation, she softly uttered, "Mom, I'm scared." Upon witnessing her daughter's distress, Song Yu felt a pang of sympathy, yet was at a loss for solutions, and could only offer a soothing reply. "Don't fear, Shi. Mother and your sisters are here with you." Song Shi, perplexed, inquired, "But doesn't T-sister have a magical space? Can't we take refuge within it?" With a sense of resignation, Song Yu patiently explained in terms that Song Shi could grasp. "Sister's magical powers are insufficient. The magical space cannot accommodate us for an extended duration. If we enter now, when the tremors become more severe, we will be unable to find sanctuary." Nodding, Song Shi still felt a void of security. Then, "Can you hold me tightly, Mom? I don't want to be apart from you." Song Yu replied earnestly, "I promise to hold you close, Shi. I too do not wish to be separated from you." After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "Parents, let us retrieve the emergency kits I prepared. We should all carry them, so that even if we become separated, we will have sustenance to last for several days." Song Hui concurred. "All right, let us bring them out. We shall all carry them." The emergency kits, which had long been prepared, contained essential items such as compressed biscuits, bottled water, lighters, blankets, sleeping bags, small flashlights, stun guns, walkie-talkies, and medical supplies. Essentially, they had meticulously assembled provisions to cater to every conceivable need should the family become dispersed. Jiang Tian retrieved a first aid kit from the island space, as the ground continued to tremble, yet there were no signs of fissures in this vicinity. She placed the emergency kit in the small circle at the center, instructing everyone to take turns grasping it to secure it on their backs, lest they release their hold and become separated in this tumultuous moment. Jiang Tian gazed at Song Shi and gently suggested, "Aunt, perhaps we should allow Shi to enter the island space? After all, she would be alone in there, and it wouldn't consume much time. I cannot bear to see my adorable little sister so frightened." On one hand, Song Yu felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter. On the other, she believed that such an arrangement would be unwise. Wouldn't staying alone inside waste a considerable amount of time? It would be better for her to remain here with us. The current tremors, in fact, were manageable in this open space. Jiang Tian expressed her concern, stating, "I worry about unforeseen circumstances. How about Ani? You let Cici stay with me? That way, if any danger arises, I can directly transport Cici to the island space." Song Yu found this suggestion agreeable and turned to Song Shi, inquiring, "Cici, would you like to stay with your sister?" Song Shi nodded and asked, "But what about Mommy? I don't want to be separated from her." To her, her elder siblings treated her with great kindness, and she cherished them dearly. Yet her greatest affection remained for her mother. Song Yu smiled, reassuring Cece that mommy would always be there, accompanying her as she grew up. Reluctantly, Song Yu released her daughter's hand, allowing her to walk towards Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian grasped Song Shi's hand firmly, still feeling a twinge of unease. She closed her eyes and searched within the confines of her island space, retrieving a climbing rope to securely bind her hand to Song Shi's. She reassured Song Yu, "Auntie, do not worry. Regardless of what lies ahead, I shall protect Shi and ensure she remains steadfast." Song Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Tian, I entrust Shi to your care. She was well aware that Song Shi would be safest in Jiang Tian's company. As they gradually acclimated to the swaying sensation, the tension in their hearts began to ease. Suddenly, the ground beneath them cracked open. In the center of their circle, a fissure emerged, slowly widening. Chapter 63. Dispersal. Upon witnessing the gaping crack, everyone swiftly rose to their feet. Jiang Tian released Huo Zheng's hand and swiftly embraced Song Shi, turning to run ahead. The fissure in the earth widened increasingly. A moment's hesitation could lead to a perilous fall into its depths. Instinctively, everyone fled in the opposite direction of the crack. Only Jiang Tian had not secured an emergency backpack, for the resources in her island space were ample, alleviating her concerns regarding food and other necessities. Thus, cradling Song Shi, a weight she could bear, she pressed on. When she eventually paused, panting, as the chasm ceased to expand, she realized that she and her family had been forcibly separated. She was uncertain whether others had scattered as well. The 6 of them had been divided into 2 groups, each fleeing in opposite directions due to the fissure. Jiang Yu, Song Hui, and Song Yu were on one side, while Huo Zheng, Jiang Tian, and Song Shi were on the other. She had no clarity on whether they had managed to hold onto one another or remain together. All she knew was that in embracing Song Shi, she had inadvertently let go of Huo Zheng, leading to their own separation. In the pitch darkness of the endless night, where shadows obscured all, Jiang Tian searched around but could not spot Huo Zheng. Breathing heavily, a flicker of fear ignited within her as she called out, "Huo Zheng? Huo Zheng, where are you?" In truth, Huo Zheng had been running alongside Jiang Tian, yet the inky night had swallowed him from her sight. At that moment, the intercom in her emergency backpack crackled to life. Tian, where are you?" Glancing around, she felt utterly lost, panic setting in. Huo Zheng's voice came urgently from the other end. Tian, do not panic. Stay with Shi and do not move. I will come to find you." Upon hearing the voice of Huo Zheng emanating from the intercom once more, Jiang Tian felt her inner turmoil gradually dissipate, replaced by a sense of calm. "All right, I shall await your arrival," she responded. Huo Zheng retrieved a flashlight from the emergency backpack and began to shine its beam in the vicinity. Tian, could you see the light from your position? If you can, please let me know." Jiang Tian hastily lifted her head, surveying her surroundings, but found no signs of light nearby. She shook her head and said, "No, I haven't seen anything. Should I take out the flashlight and shine it for you?" Huo Zheng declined, saying no need. You and Shi should stay together and refrain from bringing anything out, lest others notice. He felt that the safety of Jiang Tian and her companions was paramount. Illuminating the darkness would undoubtedly make them a target. He pondered the consequences had he not appeared before Jiang Tian in time. What peril might she have faced at the hands of others? Jiang Tian nodded and said to him, "Please raise the flashlight high above. This way, I shall be able to see where the light shines." She resolved to heed Huo Zheng's advice, while also contemplating ways to reunite the 2 of them. The fissures in the ground had opened, yet Jiang Tian, holding on to Song Shi, had only run for a little over 10 minutes. It was not plausible that they could have ventured too far. Huo Zheng then called out, "All right," and he promptly lifted the flashlight towards the heavens, exclaiming, Tian, I have raised the flashlight now. Can you see where the beam of light is?" Jiang Tian searched fervently for the beam of the flashlight and finally spotted it to her left. Her voice brimmed with excitement as she exclaimed, "Zheng, I see it." The intercom purchased by Jiang Tian's family has an impressive communication range of up to 10 kilometers, as long as one remains within this distance. The device can effortlessly transmit the voices of both parties. Huo Zheng let out a sigh of relief. Very well. Now please inform me of your location, and I shall make my way there. Jiang Tian remarked. I am to your left. It must have been during the escape that I veered off course. Huo Zheng pondered for a moment, angling the flashlight towards her. Tian, is this the right direction? He inquired. Huo Zheng then added, All right, I shall come over now. The walkie-talkie continued to maintain communication. Jiang Tian could hear the sound of Huo Zheng's breathing from the other end. Although he remained silent, the connection lingered with his presence. Jiang Tian felt a sense of relief and decided to crouch down to comfort Songshi. Songshi inquired, Sister, is brother coming soon? What about mother? Will she be coming too? Her understanding nature was evident. She grasped the gravity of their perilous situation and had remained silent until now. Separated from their mother, she had longed to ask where she was and why she had not arrived, but she held her tongue, waiting for Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian to confirm their respective positions before voicing her concerns. Jiang Tian embraced Songshi gently and reassured her, Do not worry, she. Once brother arrives, we shall seek out your mother and mine together. Jiang Tian and Songshi stood quietly in place, patiently awaiting the arrival of Huo Zheng. As the light drew nearer and nearer, the three finally converged. Jiang Tian rushed forward and embraced Huo Zheng, exclaiming, Zheng, you have finally arrived. Such a moment was hardly suitable for idle chatter, and Jiang Tian quickly extricated herself from Huo Zheng's embrace, wiping away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Shall we first search for our parents and Annie? We have no idea what their situation is like. In stark contrast to Jiang Tian's side, where three individuals were separated, on the other side, Jiang Yuzhou, Song Hui, and Song Yu clung tightly to one another. Song Hui found herself flanked by her husband on one side and her sister on the other, never loosening her grip on either hand as they held on firmly. It was only when they reached a place of safety, devoid of any further rifts, that they collectively settled down, using their walkie-talkies to call out for the separated Jiang Tian, Huo Zheng, and Songshi. Chapter 64. Reunion. The clock struck 8. Its chimes resonating through the air. All around them lay the ruins of structures collapsed by the earthquake, while the terrified cries of survivors echoed incessantly. The ground continued to tremble violently, showing no signs of abating. Jiang Tian pondered briefly, realizing that throughout the entirety of the day, their venture into the island space had been limited to the moment they descended from the 18th floor in the afternoon. For the remainder of the time, she had merely wielded her consciousness to retrieve items from the island space without physically entering it. After some contemplation, she deduced that if she wished to seek refuge in the island space now, she could remain there for an additional 4 hours. However, the unforeseen circumstances had scattered their family, rendering it impossible for them to enter the island space together to evade the impending earthquake. You must remain obediently in the camper with your mother and not wander off, she instructed. Songshi nodded in agreement. All right, sister, I won't go anywhere. You must hurry and find mother. She demonstrated a considerable degree of maturity, understanding that her presence outside would only exacerbate the situation. For instance, had it not been for her sister's protective embrace, she might not have become separated from her brother. Thus, even though she yearned to search for her mother, she recognized the necessity of restraint. Jiang Tian smiled reassuringly. I will surely find Cece's mother, and our family will undoubtedly be reunited. She sent Songshi into the island space, leaving only herself and Huo Zheng outside. Jiang Tian was also filled with trepidation, fearing once more the prospect of parting from Huo Zheng. She took the rope that had originally bound her to Songshi and clasped Huo Zheng's hand, wrapping the other end around his. With a smile, she remarked, This way, we need not worry about losing each other. In the aftermath of the earthquake, there existed no place that was unequivocally safe. Their flashlight had long since extinguished. Huo Zheng ignited a piece of firewood, using one hand to hold it aloft, illuminating their path ahead, while the other hand remained firmly clasped around Jiang Tian's. Jiang Tian was not idle either. She tuned the walkie-talkie to her mother's channel and occasionally spoke into it. Mom, are you there? Where are you? Are you all right? This could only signify that the distance between them was indeed too great. Jiang Tian felt no sense of despair as she moved forward, speaking a few words into the intercom. She yearned for the moment when a reassuring signal would emanate from the other side. Zheng, it's over. The tremors have ceased. Jiang Tian paused momentarily, catching her breath. In accordance with the visions from her dreams, she anticipated that the earthquake would persist until dawn. Yet the pressing question remained. Who could ascertain when the dawn would finally break? Jiang Tian understood all too well that the longer they were separated, the more challenging it would be to locate her family. With everyone scattered, and without phones or means of communication, how could one hope to find their loved ones? As the violent shaking subsided, giving way to a gentler swaying, Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng made their way back toward the initial fissure. This time, there were no obstacles in their path, and they reached the spot where they had first taken refuge. However, the ground had since split apart, dividing the land into two halves, with a distance of nearly 20 meters between them. Jiang Tian grasped the walkie-talkie and called out once more, "Mother, can you hear me? Can you hear us over there?" Huo Zheng, retrieving a small flashlight from his phone, shone it down into the chasm below. He observed that the fissure was quite profound, with what appeared to be water coursing through it, rendering it impossible for them to traverse directly down and reach the opposite shore. Jiang Tian lowered her head to gaze at the depths below, her expression fraught with anxiety as she lamented. "What shall we do? Is there truly no way for us to pass?" Huo Zheng offered words of comfort. "Sweetie, do not fret. Let's remain here for a moment. Our parents are equipped with emergency packs, armed with both provisions and weaponry. So for now, we are safe." The surging water beneath the fissure sparked an idea in his mind, one that awaited validation through conjecture. Prior to the calamity, they had amassed a plethora of supplies. Various vehicles, inflatable kayaks, and speedboats were all at their disposal. Yet they had neglected to prepare a helicopter. It cannot be said that they overlooked this. Rather, it was entirely unfeasible to arrange for one. Mastering the operation of a helicopter is no trivial endeavor. Possessing only a rudimentary knowledge would only lead to peril. Moreover, there were no flying apparatuses capable of traversing a 20-meter chasm. Huo Zheng anticipated the rise of the water, reasoning that with such a significant rift, the water level must gradually ascend. As he had surmised, the subterranean water level began to rise steadily until it reached its zenith. He exhaled a sigh of relief in his mind, grateful that the water had indeed begun to rise. "All right, sweetie, please retrieve the speedboat." Jiang Tian nodded. The inflatable boat that had remained in use during the flood now found its purpose. She retrieved the vessel from the spatial realm of the island and placed it upon the water-esque surface, which had transformed into a river. The two of them stepped inside and navigated the boat towards the opposite shore. The 20-meter distance ceased to be an obstacle, and upon reaching the bank, they stowed the boat away. On both sides, individuals communicated through their walkie-talkies until they could hear each other's voices. "Can you hear me, Tian Tian? Mother, are you there?" As their voices intertwined, they could not help but be overwhelmed with tears. Jiang Tian first called out a message of safety. "Mom, Zheng, Cici, and I are all together. How about you? You haven't gotten separated, have you?" Upon hearing Jiang Tian's reassuring voice through the walkie-talkie, Song Yu, who had been worried about her daughter, felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 65. Dawn. The scattered individuals on both sides re-established their connection, each exhaling a sigh of relief. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng once again drew upon their previous experiences of searching for each other. They raised their flashlight toward the sky and inquired, "Mom, can you see the light from our side?" Several individuals near Song Hui lifted their heads to behold the beam of light, and upon spotting it, they exclaimed in delight. "Tian Tian, we see it." A wave of joy surged through Jiang Tian's heart as she eagerly asked, "Mom, could you tell me which direction it is from you? To the left or to the right?" The voice from the walkie-talkie responded, "It's in front to the right." "All right. Now please check if the light is aligned with your direction. If it is, Huo Zheng and I will come over. Just stay put until we arrive." Song Hui observed the slanting beam of light and urged Tian Tian a little more to the right. "Okay," Jiang Tian signaled to Huo Zheng, adjusting the flashlight accordingly. "Mom, is this better now?" With the position confirmed, there was no longer a need to run aimlessly as before. Jiang Tian retrieved an all-terrain vehicle from her space, with Huo Zheng at the helm, while she occupied the passenger seat, maintaining constant communication with Song Hui and the others. The vehicle sped along, and whenever it encountered fissures in the ground, they would temporarily disembark to stow the vehicle, traverse the chasms, and then set off once more. In this manner, the family swiftly reunited. They then slipped into the island space, determined to utilize the remaining hours of their time there, ensuring none was squandered. Jiang Tian did not forget to inform Song Yu that she was inside the camper. Thus, upon entering the island space, Song Yu hurried towards the camper. Soon, the air was filled with the sound of a child's wailing, as the sensible little one, upon seeing her mother, could no longer hold back her tears. The hour was late, and despite the myriad of things they wished to express, they momentarily silenced their voices. After spending a considerable amount of time searching for one another outside, they realized that it was already past midnight, and they needed to venture out again. Otherwise, they would inadvertently consume the time intended for the following day within the confines of the island space. They each set their phones to awaken them at 12, and after taking a shower, they laid down in bed, allowing their eyes to flutter shut for a brief moment. The journey had been exceedingly exhausting, compounded by a whirlwind of anxiety, fear, and tension, which swiftly lulled them into a deep slumber, until the alarm at 1 o'clock in the morning rang true to its promise. Jiang Tian drowsily opened her eyes, still enveloped in a haze of sleepiness, yet compelled to rise due to the urgent warning of limited time on the island. The 6 of them convened outside the camper, their spirits noticeably low. But there was no alternative. They had to venture out. Once outside, Jiang Tian retrieved a few small stools for everyone to sit upon. Although there were lounge chairs and rocking beds available, they were cumbersome to move outside, and reclining on them would likely lead to slumber. The stools, however, necessitated an upright position, which would undoubtedly keep them more alert. She donned her emergency backpack once more, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances akin to those previously encountered. They gathered together, eyes wide open, recounting the events that transpired during their separation. Jiang Tian spoke of her separation, having only embraced she, and the incident of losing contact with Huo Zheng. Song Yu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, Tian, dear aunt, I truly thank you. If she were to go missing, I would find it impossible to endure. In this harsh world, what sustains us are merely our family, friends, and loved ones. If one finds themselves alone in this existence, it only leads to deeper despair and collapse. Song Yu's concern for her daughter mirrored that of Song Hui, who inquired, Tian, after parting ways with Huo Zheng, you did not encounter any further troubles, did you? You were not harmed, were you? Jiang Tian shook her head and said to Song Hui, rest assured, Mom. Look at me, I am perfectly well, aren't I? It has not been long since Zheng and I parted ways. I swiftly retrieved my emergency backpack from the island space and coincidentally heard Zheng's voice through the intercom. He will be here shortly to find me, and we shall reunite soon. Our separation has been brief. Song Hui nodded, feeling relieved. That is good. You both must take care of yourselves. Jiang Tian continued to recount the seismic fissures they encountered and how they made their way from that location to here. When the water level rose, Zheng and I navigated over in a speedboat. Subsequently, we established communication with you via the walkie-talkies and eventually found you. Her tone seemed remarkably casual, yet the journey was fraught with tremors and upheaval, making their passage anything but effortless. The family silently reflected on how previous adversities, blizzards, plummeting temperatures, floods, scorching heat, and drought had never torn them apart until this earthquake struck. What once felt like a commonplace togetherness had transformed into something exceedingly precious. As time ticked by, a multitude of survivors gradually gathered around them, having escaped from various collapsed areas to this flat, open, and relatively safe haven. As the Jiang family observed that others nearby had fallen silent, they too ceased their conversation. The previous discussions about the island's expanse, the speedboat, and the all-terrain vehicle were abandoned, leaving them enveloped in a tranquil stillness. The air was thick with the sounds of joyous weeping, which roused the slumbering Song Shi. Mom? She murmured. Song Yu gently patted her, reassuringly saying, Cece darling, Mommy is here. In the depths of the dark night, a transformation began to unfold. Amidst the vast canvas of darkness, a glimmer of light emerged, igniting a flicker of hope in the onlookers. Look over there. The dawn is breaking. The day is truly coming, they exclaimed, filled with exhilaration as the horizon began to illuminate. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng, along with the others, instinctively raised their heads to gaze at the sky that was beginning to illuminate. They had never anticipated the dawn with such fervor. The cyclical rise and fall of the sun and moon had always seemed a mundane occurrence. It was only now that they realized the profound significance of sunrise. Without the sun, humanity would be deprived of light, irrevocably plunging into darkness. For those who have once beheld the brilliance of light, how could they ever bear to endure the abyss of shadow again? Chapter 66. Pursuit. A faint glimmer of dawn appeared along the horizon, gradually spreading its ethereal glow until the entire sky was illuminated. The long-absent sun ascended gently from the east. While this sunrise was not as magnificent or resplendent as those witnessed from the mountains or the seaside, it undoubtedly resonated as the most beautiful dawn in the hearts of all present. As the world finally regained its original radiance, the survivors surveyed their loved ones anew, only to turn their eyes toward the ruins of collapsed buildings, their hearts swelling with desolation and despair. How were they to endure the days ahead? In the interminable nights they had envisioned, they longed for the sun to rise once more and light up the horizon. Alas! This time the sun emerged only after a cataclysmic earthquake. If it had merely been an ordinary tremor or a localized quake, such bleakness would not have settled upon their spirits. Now, as the sky brightened, their homes had vanished, and no longer could a host of valiant soldiers or benevolent angels rush to the disaster-stricken areas to offer aid. In the wake of such a natural calamity, the reconstruction of homes would have to rely solely on their own efforts. Despite their grim outlook on the future, the survivors could only wipe their tears and venture into the rubble, searching for loved ones who had been trapped beneath the debris or for sustenance amidst the ruins. The deceased had departed, yet the living must continue to endure. Jiang Tian retrieved her phone from her pocket and glanced at the time. It was now 8 a.m. The earthquake within her dream had finally come to an end, marking the conclusion of the eternal night. She gazed at the distant ruins of collapsed buildings, noting that only a few structures remained standing. Where should they venture next? The location of the survivors' base remained a mystery to her. Although the city's appearance now closely resembled the apocalyptic vision she had dreamt of, the details of that dream had long since faded from her memory. Jiang Tian sighed inwardly. While she could document the events that transpired within her dreams, capturing every single scene and illustration was beyond her reach. Turning to her family beside her, she remarked, "It is getting rather late. Let us seek out a place to serve as our temporary refuge." In her dreams, the protagonist had endured 10 months of trials before finally arriving at this sanctuary for survivors. This suggests that the new survivor base may not necessarily have been established at this very moment. Jiang Tian and her companions ventured towards a less populated area, striving to distance themselves from the throngs of humanity. Their primary motive for this endeavor was to evade complications. After all, the greater the crowd, the more numerous the troubles that ensue. Furthermore, their garb, weatherproof jackets, hiking boots, and substantial backpacks, coupled with their ruddy complexions, rendered them conspicuously ostentatious. It was evident that they had not endured the ravages of natural disasters. In stark contrast, the true survivors of such calamities often bore signs of hardship. Their hair was often parched and their skin sallow, and their attire lacked the pristine cleanliness that the group exhibited. During periods of intense heat and drought, the scarcity of water made the mere act of quenching one's thirst a rare stroke of fortune. The luxuries of bathing, washing one's face, brushing teeth, or laundering clothes were rendered utterly unattainable. Those with a penchant for cleanliness might have scavenged for a change of clothes, managing to appear somewhat presentable. Conversely, those indifferent to their appearance would not concern themselves with their attire, donning tattered and soiled garments without a second thought. The sudden earthquake during the eternal night caught many off guard. Numerous individuals had barely escaped from the rubble of collapsed buildings, emerging covered in dust and debris. Jiang Tian and her companions radiated an air of pristine brilliance, accompanied by a small child, making it quite difficult to remain inconspicuous. Despite their choice of a less traveled path in an attempt to act discreetly, Their attire and equipment had already attracted unwanted attention. Consequently, a few individuals had begun to trail behind them, proving difficult to shake off. Nevertheless, within the throng of onlookers, their presence did not raise too many eyebrows. Jiang Tian estimated that at least 5 or 6 people were following them, oblivious to the fact that they had been noticed. Since the pursuers showed no intention of approaching, Jiang Tian and her group chose to feign ignorance. However, upon realizing that those trailing them were not affiliated with one another, Jiang Tian repositioned her emergency backpack to the front. She utilized it as a means of concealment, appearing to retrieve items from within, while in reality, she extracted several familiar machetes from her spatial pocket. Distributing the blades among her companions, she ensured that, although each backpack contained a stun baton, the formidable power of a machete in hand was undeniably superior. As the sharp blades emerged from the bags, the hesitant followers began to falter. They should not underestimate their quarry as mere sheep, lest they themselves become the lambs destined for slaughter. Indeed, those who had survived thus far each possessed their own unique skills. Otherwise, they would long have been eliminated. Jiang Tian did not witness the scene, but those who followed her did. Upon reaching the great tree, they involuntarily halted their steps. The individual armed with a knife, emulating Jiang Tian's actions, struck the blade against the trunk, only managing to sever the outer layer of bark. A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. The person wielding the knife shook his head and was the first to retreat in the opposite direction. Acknowledging the futility of their efforts and preferring not to suffer humiliation, they resolved that if resources were to be gathered, it would be wiser to seek them elsewhere, for life is a singular and precious gift. Chapter 67. The hostage Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng leaned shoulder to shoulder, typing on their phones while occasionally glancing at the situation behind them through the camera. A few discerning individuals had discreetly departed, leaving fewer people trailing behind than before. Jiang Tian puffed her cheeks, realizing that her earlier intimidation was insufficient. However, since these individuals were eager to approach and meet their demise, they might as well face their fate. As Jiang Tian and her family arrived at an open area, they came to a halt. Jiang Tian then turned to address those who had been trailing them, stating, "If you are here seeking your demise, then proceed. Otherwise, I suggest you depart." The two individuals following them exchanged glances, realizing their presence had been exposed, and slowly approached. Suddenly, they knelt before them, feigning a pitiable demeanor, almost on the verge of begging. They implored, "Dear brother and sister, we beseech you, we have not eaten for days. Just a morsel of food will suffice. We assure you, we shall leave once we have received it. Please, we implore you." Upon hearing their words and observing their gaunt appearances, Song Hui and Song Yu felt their hearts soften. They thought, if all they desired was a bit of sustenance, granting it would not be too burdensome, would it? This was their first encounter with the outside world since the calamity, and they remained naive regarding the intentions of others. Jiang Tian waved the machete in her hand, executing a perilous gesture. The two men, taken aback by the realization that Jiang Tian and her companions were not the soft-hearted individuals they had anticipated, recognized that their usual tactics for manipulating women were ineffective. Exchanging knowing glances, they understood each other's intentions. Since kindness had failed, they decided to resort to cunning. They rose to their feet, feigning a retreat to lower their guard, only to swiftly turn and charge at them, one raising a handful of dirt to obscure their vision. In a flash, they seized the youngest girl in the group and pressed a knife against her throat. Song Yu, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, panicked as her daughter was taken from her. "Cece, do not harm her. Direct your anger at me. You want food, don't you? I will give it to you." In the grip of fear, the little girl, with a knife at her neck, began to cry, "Mama, Mama, I'm scared at such a moment." No child could maintain their composure. One of the brothers crouched down, pressing the blade closer to Song Cece's neck, while the other spoke, "We do not ask for much. Simply place your machetes and backpacks down and step back 10 meters. We will take what we need and leave, without causing any further trouble. Should you refuse, do not blame us for our ruthlessness." Upon hearing this, Song Yu complied, relinquishing her machete and backpack. Tian, and you too, sister and brother-in-law, please do as they say. Give them what they want. Cece is still in their grasp. Jiang Tian interjected, Aunt, please remain calm. Even if you were to relinquish everything to them, they may not necessarily spare she. She deliberately raised her voice so that the two individuals could hear, in hopes of negotiating terms. As anticipated, the one standing began to speak. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to hand over the items to us, we will let this child go. Jiang Tian immediately inquired, Do you believe we can still trust you? Trust someone who has taken our child? The man, squatting down, with a mocking smile, retorted, Whether you trust me or not is inconsequential, unless you are willing to forsake this child. She was held tightly, a kitchen knife pressed against her neck, leaving her utterly powerless to escape. Fear gripped her intensely as she could not restrain her cries, calling out, Mother, sister, At. Jiang Tian, naturally sympathetic towards her younger cousin, understood that such moments demanded composure rather than panic. She steeled herself and addressed the two individuals, saying, How about this? We are willing to relinquish our backpacks and knives, but in exchange for the supplies, we must negotiate a different approach regarding the exchange of individuals. One of them replied, What do you propose? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Tian proposed, Let us each take 10 paces back and send forth one individual to the center, where we shall exchange our supplies and hostages. I will relinquish all the provisions to you, and you may send only one person to retrieve the child. Would that be acceptable? Once you have taken the goods, you may depart as you wish. Our sole desire is for the child's safe return. The two brothers exchanged glances, deeming the proposal agreeable. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest, but you must first toss your weapons over to us. They understood that should a confrontation arise, they might not prevail against the formidable individuals before them. Their decision to kidnap hostages was merely a desperate attempt to seize supplies and weaponry. To avoid mutual destruction, it was wiser to retreat a step. However, having witnessed Jiang Tian's prowess with a cleaver, they were reluctant to allow her to wield it directly. Jiang Tian nodded and said, This poses no issue. I can promptly toss our knives over to you. She quietly retrieved a handgun from behind her and handed it to Huo Zheng, who swiftly grasped her intention. This was a signal for him to seize the opportunity to eliminate that individual during their exchange. Jiang Tian gathered the 5 knives belonging to the individuals and placed them directly on the ground. Subsequently, she retreated with them to a distance of 10 meters. The two brothers, upon retrieving the 5 knives, also pushed their group back by 10 meters. Jiang Tian inquired aloud, Is it time now? If all is well, I shall fetch our backpacks and bring them over to you for the exchange. The elder brother among the two siblings handed the hostage to his younger sibling while arming himself with several knives. However, mere weapons were not their primary concern. What they truly sought was sustenance. They certainly would not depart with only a few weapons in hand. The younger brother led She forward, a kitchen knife pressed against her throat. Jiang Tian, burdened by 5 large backpacks, made her way forward step by step. Chapter 68, Rescued. Jiang Tian and that individual converged at the midpoint, yet the latter still held She hostage, while Jiang Tian had yet to relinquish her emergency backpack. With tears glistening in her eyes, She sobbed, Sister, sister. Jiang Tian's gaze softened as she looked at She, gently reassuring her, Cece, do not be afraid. You will soon be safe. After speaking, she turned her attention to the man still holding She captive and calmly stated, Release her hand and allow her to come over, and I shall place these backpacks down for you. The man chuckled lightly, expressing his skepticism. I can let her go, but you must first set down those backpacks. Jiang Tian furrowed her brows and took a step back, saying, All right, I will count to 3, and when I place these backpacks down, you will release her. Is that acceptable? The man replied affirmatively, No problem. Jiang Tian instructed Cece, when I let go, run forward without stopping, and go to mommy, understood? She gradually ceased her sobbing, nodded, and replied, Yes, sister, I understand. Jiang Tian, feeling a sense of relief, gently remarked, Shall I begin counting now? 3, 2, 1. Jiang Tian gently set down the 5 bags she had been carrying, each filled with supplies essential for her family's survival in their scattered state. The bags were heavy and bulging, causing her hands to redden from the strain. Meanwhile, she felt the grip around her neck loosen, prompting her to sprint forward with desperate urgency. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Mom." Her eyes shimmered with sorrow, her voice choked with emotion. I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I should have protected you better." The man, still standing resolutely in place, brandished the knife menacingly and growled, "You can leave now. Do not linger here. If you don't depart at once, be wary of my wrath." Jiang Tian reached out her hand from behind, letting out a soft chuckle. "Let us see who ultimately fails to let go of whom. How could one possibly repeat the folly of releasing a tiger back into the mountains?" Jiang Tian had no intention of leaving her family vulnerable to danger again. Whether it was those two who had taken Songshi hostage or the act of robbing supplies, they had already crossed her bottom line. She could not allow them to go unpunished, lest they endanger her once more in the future. Jiang Tian brandished a stun baton, one that had been transmitted from the depths of the ocean's realm, with unrelenting ferocity, thrusting it towards the man's heart. The sounds of impact and crackling electricity resonated in tandem with the gunfire. The two assailants had scarcely registered the imminent threat before it struck. They found themselves ensnared, caught off guard, with no chance to evade the onslaught. As the individual before Jiang Tian collapsed, he uttered a final phrase. "I have warned you. If you wish to survive, depart swiftly. If you seek death, then I shall ensure you meet your demise first." The man, struck by the electric baton, fell to the ground with a thud. Jiang Tian crouched down once more to deliver another strike, resolutely leaving no room for any potential hazards. Jiang Yu and Song Hui stood by, offering comfort, saying, it's all right, do not cry. Everything will be fine. The world following a natural disaster is indeed perilous. Initially, Song Hui and Song Yu possessed a degree of compassion, even contemplating the notion of providing sustenance to those two individuals. However, their goodwill went unexpressed, ultimately resulting in betrayal. Ultimately, it was their inexperience and lack of cold resolve that led to this outcome. They had previously remained sheltered within their home, and although they had endured an assault by a band of thieves, they were largely safe. The initial two intruders were swiftly dealt with by Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng, using an electric baton from behind the door. Subsequent intruders met with a similar fate, and as for the fire, they had already taken refuge in the island space, thus evading any genuine peril. Upon exiting the island space, when the group dispersed, it was due to the earthquake, not human malice. The time taken to regroup was merely an hour or two. Who would have anticipated that after what was thought to be a return to tranquility, free from the threat of earthquakes and disasters, they would now have to guard against their fellow humans? Well, those two have met their demise. Henceforth, we must exercise greater caution. Jiang Tian uttered a few words before handing over the received backpack to them. She then retrieved a piece of candy from his space, which was the very treat Song she had persistently desired, but had been withheld by Song Yu out of concern that indulging too much would lead to dental issues for her sister. Jiang Tian gently coaxed her, "Cece, my dear, you are safe now. Sister will give you some candy, so please do not cry." Song she blinked her tear-filled eyes and accepted the confectionery, saying, "Thank you, sister." At that moment, Song Yu disregarded any concerns about cavities. If Song she desired it, she could have as much as she wished. However, this time, she dared not set Song she down, holding her tightly in her embrace. Jiang Tian sighed inwardly and suggested, "Aunt, if you are concerned, perhaps we should place she into the island sanctuary. Within that realm, she would be secure." Their group was indeed striking, comprising both adults and children, all well-nourished, bearing no resemblance to the survivors of a post-apocalyptic world. By sequestering Song she within the island's sanctuary, at least her safety would be assured. Without this vulnerability, it would be far more challenging for others to inflict harm upon them. The recent assault could be likened to a feint. None could have anticipated that their true target was the youngest child in the party. Jiang Tian believed that the feasibility of placing Song she in the island space was quite high. A person could remain in the island space for 24 hours without significantly consuming time. Once they found a suitable refuge, they could bring Song she back out. Song Yu glanced at the Song she in her arms and nodded. All right, let she stay in the island space. Chapter 69, Stronghold and Truth. Song Yu should not have agreed to this. It was selfish to waste the island space's time for their own sake. However, Having just endured the harrowing experience of her daughter being abducted, nearly falling victim to a criminal's blade, she found it impossible to decline the proposal. She gently stroked Song-Shi's head and said, "Shi, would you please go to the island space? You'll be safe there, free from any bad people. Once Mommy and your sister find a secure place, we'll come to get you, all right?" Song-Shi nestled her head against Song-Yu's neck and replied, "Then I'll wait for you to come and get me." She was evidently still shaken. If Jiang Tian and the others had already begun adapting to the survival mode of the apocalyptic world, Song-Shi remained untouched by the calamities, having been well protected by her family. Since the onset of the disaster, beginning with the heavy snowfall, she had been shielded, confined to the safety of their home. Her understanding of the outside world was limited, and her greatest daily concern was merely the inability to go outside, relegated to a small room or an RV. Who could have anticipated that the opportunity to venture out would lead to such terrifying circumstances? It was impossible not to feel fear of being forcibly separated from her mother and taken hostage, especially when she recalled the knife poised against her neck, nearly inflicting harm. Although she was still young and perhaps did not fully grasp the concept of death, she understood that a knife cutting into her neck would bring pain. Such an experience was one she wished to avoid at all costs. Song-Yu thought of the livestock grazing in the island space and the beach. She continued to caution, "When you and your sister enter the island space, you must stay inside the RV to play. Do you understand? You cannot go outside. Otherwise, Mommy won't be able to find you, and that would be dreadful." She deliberately emphasized the danger to prevent them from lingering outside the island space too long, fearing that Song-Shi might wander off and become bored. Having expressed all that needed to be said, the mother and daughter finally fell silent. Jiang Tian ushered Song-Shi into the island space, retrieving from the storage some toys and snacks that Song-Hui had set aside for her, anticipating that she might feel lonely in the caravan. Shi, if you find yourself bored, you can play with these. You may also indulge in the snacks," she said. "I shall take my leave for now, but either I or Mother will return by noon." Song-Shi nodded in agreement. "All right, sister." Jiang Tian meticulously arranged everything before departing from the island's confines, while they could ensure that the immediate path was devoid of any onlookers. Venturing further in their vehicle would compromise their discretion, inevitably drawing attention. Thus, they opted for a more inconspicuous means of travel, on foot. The selection of their temporary refuge was equally discerning. Buildings that had withstood the tremors of the earthquake were still deemed uninhabitable. It is a simple truth that even structures which appeared intact after the quake might not possess enduring stability, harboring the constant threat of collapse. Furthermore, survivors who had endured the catastrophic quake would likely be inclined to seek shelter in these seemingly unscathed buildings or venture forth to scavenge for supplies. Such circumstances would significantly diminish their safety and concealment. Jiang Tian and their companions had elevated expectations and had yet to find a suitable location. As noon approached, they opted to settle in a secluded area devoid of human presence, where they could park their RV. Humans are akin to iron, and food is as essential as steel. Missing a meal can lead to discomfort. The family maintained a strict routine for their daily meals, and with the designated mealtime now upon them, they could not bear to remain hungry. Jiang Tian extracted Song-Shi from the island space, simultaneously bringing forth an assortment of ingredients. These provisions were meticulously prepared within the confines of the RV, before being taken by Huo Zheng and Jiang Yuzhou back into the island space for culinary endeavors. The family intended to dine together in that secluded setting before emerging once more. Under the present circumstances, one must ponder how many individuals could actually indulge in cooked meals, lest they invite envy upon themselves. As it stood, the task of washing vegetables did not necessitate the involvement of so many. Hence Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng opted to remain outside the RV, keeping a vigilant watch. Upon their arrival, this place had been devoid of any presence. Yet there was no guarantee that others would not arrive subsequently. The RV, pristine and new, had endured only the initial exposure to the elements within the island space. Thereafter, it was placed in the living room of their home, maintaining an appearance akin to that of a brand new vehicle. This RV stood in stark contrast to the other vehicles that had succumbed to the earthquake's devastation. The visible remnants of vehicles that had either narrowly escaped the clutches of snow and flood, or had been irrevocably altered by the quake, spoke of their tragic fates. Some had been buried beneath collapsed structures, others were contorted and misshapen, all coated in dust or ensnared in fissures of the earth. In stark comparison, their vehicle remained remarkably clean, a rarity among RVs in these troubled times. Jiang Tian felt that it was time to provide some camouflage for their camper van. At the very least, its exterior should not appear so pristine. After observing that there were no visitors in the vicinity, she suggested to Huo Zheng, "Do you think our house is too immaculate? Should we perhaps smear some dust on it together to make it seem less out of place?" "All right, I'll follow your lead." She had always been a person of action, ready to execute her ideas without hesitation. She gathered materials to dirty the van and began to sprinkle handfuls of grime over its surface, transforming the once clean vehicle into a mess. Initially, she even contemplated inflicting a few scratches on the exterior to create an artificial sense of wear. Just then, they heard Song Hui's voice calling from inside, "Tian Tian, you all come in. The vegetables have already been washed." Chapter 70. Foot-soaking Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng entered the RV with their grimy hands, causing Song Hui to be momentarily taken aback. She exclaimed, "What has happened to you? How did you get so dirty?" Jiang Tian smiled apologetically and replied, "It's nothing. Huo Zheng and I have merely taken the liberty of adding a bit of insurance for our vehicle." Song Hui felt a twinge of confusion, but chose not to press the matter further. She nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Very well, you two should wash your hands first. Later, please escort your father and Huo Zheng into the island space to prepare the meal, as the hour grows late." Jiang Tian promptly responded, "All right, I understand." Jiang Tian's hands were dirty, as were Huo Zheng's. Neither of them minded the other's uncleanliness, and they clasped hands as they entered the kitchen to wash up. In their household, it had always been Huo Zheng and Jiang Yuzhou who took the lead in culinary endeavors, while Song Hui and Song Yu were certainly capable as well. Such opportunities were typically reserved for the two gentlemen to showcase their skills. For a meal intended for 6, a minimum of 6 dishes was essential. Jiang Tian escorted Jiang Yu and Zhou along with Huo Zheng inside, and approximately 15 minutes later, the entire family gathered to partake in their meal. This was their first hot meal since the natural disaster, enjoyed outside their home. At that moment, the family was ravenously hungry. Having endured a relentless sense of trepidation from yesterday afternoon until midday today, never allowing themselves a moment of respite. Though merely a day had passed, it felt as though they had endured a month of hardship. The Jiang family consumed their meal with great diligence, leaving no remnants behind. They did not linger in the island space, swiftly emerging from it. Of course, Songshi was not brought along, as they needed to seek a new safe haven immediately after their meal. As the group exited the RV, they were taken aback by its transformed appearance. What on earth happened to the RV? Was there really this much dust outside? Song Hui recalled her daughter's earlier words and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "Tian Tian, is this what you meant by adding a bit of insurance to the RV?" Before her stood the vehicle, now shrouded in a thick layer of dust, having lost its previous pristine state and appearing quite disheveled. Being a person who cherishes cleanliness, Song Hui could hardly bear to witness such a once fine vehicle reduced to this filthy condition. Jiang Tian chuckled softly, explaining to Song Hui, "Mother, consider this. Our RV is impeccably clean, while the vehicles outside are either broken or filthy. If anyone were to see it, it would stand out conspicuously." After saying this, she took advantage of the deserted surroundings and transported the RV into the island space. Song Hui reluctantly acquiesced to Jiang Tian's reasoning, thinking to herself, "All right, I shall heed your words." She reassured herself, after all, out of sight is out of mind. Typically, they remained inside the RV, shielded from the chaos and grime of the outside world. Now that the RV had been secured within the space, she would certainly not have to witness it firsthand. A group of individuals began to venture out, backpacks in tow, seeking suitable locations for settlement. However, in the aftermath of the earthquake, everyone had lost their permanent residences, wandering in search of food supplies. Amidst the ruins, some were sifting through debris, while others rested on the expanse of land. Finding a satisfactory place in such circumstances proved to be no simple task. Jiang Tian, feeling fatigued from her search, ultimately decided to lower her standards. They began to take advantage of the solitude surrounding them, gathering substantial stones from the roadside. Their intention was to construct a modest sanctuary by encircling their RV with these large stones in a secluded area. The stones, when piled together, proved immovable and unbreakable by the hands or hammers of ordinary survivors. They effectively barricaded the exterior of the RV with these formidable stones, ensuring that no one could enter, thereby achieving a reasonable level of safety. Moreover, exiting was not a challenge. Jiang Tian merely needed to shift the large stones aside. As soon as Jiang Tian articulated her idea, the crowd began to gather and search for sizable stones. Once an ample supply of large stones was procured, they chose a relatively secluded location to commence the construction of a modest sanctuary that would belong to their family. Jiang Tian first maneuvered the RV out, then began to accumulate large stones from a distance, gradually bringing them closer. Once she finished stacking outside, only an entrance for ingress and egress remained. Gazing at the towering pile of stones, an inexplicable sensation akin to the saying a place with no silver tails washed over her, as if it were subtly revealing to others that something lay hidden within. Jiang Tian entered and removed the final massive boulder, sealing the entrance through which she had come. She decided to leave it as is for the time being. She thought that even if someone sensed something peculiar inside, they would be unable to traverse the towering stones outside and climb in from the exterior. The only concern she had was the possibility of someone setting a fire. Jiang Tian blinked her eyes, contemplating that even if someone were to find this place, even if someone were to notice its peculiarities, or even if someone were to set fire to it, she could still move a stone in a certain direction and escape in an off-road vehicle. Regardless of the circumstances, having some form of protection was undoubtedly preferable to leaving a bare RV parked here. Jiang Tian completed the outdoor arrangements and then stepped into the caravan. As she entered, she recalled how she had obscured the caravan with a massive stone, and then thought of the thick layer of dust she had spread over the house outside. Contemplating it this way, it seems that applying this layer of dust to the caravan might have been somewhat superfluous. Jiang Tian puffed up her cheeks, resolutely refusing to acknowledge any wrongdoing on her part, justifying herself with the notion that she had not foreseen the situation at that time. After an entire day spent searching for a secure place to rest, she found herself in a predicament, unable to locate a suitable refuge, which left everyone utterly exhausted. Not to mention their circumstances during the natural disaster. Even prior to its occurrence, the family primarily relied on driving for their outings, rarely opting for walking, thus lacking in physical exercise. The distance covered that day far exceeded what they would typically traverse in an entire month. Songhui turned to Jiang Tian and said, Tian, please bring out the foot bath from the storeroom. It's the perfect time to relax our feet." Jiang Tian responded affirmatively. "All right. I shall first fetch Shi and then bring out the foot bath." Jiang Tian entered the island space and brought Shi out. Subsequently, she utilized her laptop to access the database, where she located the position of the foot bath buckets. She entered the corresponding compartment and retrieved a bucket from the shelves. Initially, she had purchased multiple items in bulk, and now, with so many individuals desiring a foot soak, the supply of foot bath buckets was more than adequate. After extracting the foot bath bucket from the island space, she proceeded to fill it with hot water. Jiang Tian has also joined the ranks of those indulging in foot baths, finding the gentle massage quite soothing. Chapter 71. Busy. In recent days, in light of the natural disaster crisis, they have scarcely attended to the island space. The plantation overseen by Hui has not been watered for 2 days. Yet this issue is not overly concerning. However, the livestock farm under Jiang Tian's supervision faces a more significant predicament due to the lack of feed. Jiang Tian's final visit to the farm to feed the animals occurred just before the end of the eternal night, as the impending earthquake loomed. Before descending from the 18th floor, she generously provided an ample supply of food to the pigs, ducks, and chickens confined within their enclosures. Subsequently, she found herself too occupied to tend to them again. She calculated, albeit roughly, that it had been a full day without nourishment for the animals. Now that things had settled, Jiang Tian hastily mounted her electric bike and made her way to the farm. The chickens, ducks, and geese were capable of foraging for themselves. catching small insects to eat, while even the rabbits could nibble on some greens. The cows and sheep generally sought their own sustenance. As for the pigs, a closer inspection was necessary. The only true livestock that Jiang Tian raises with care, requiring daily feeding, consists of pigs that remain motionless in their pen for half the day. She needs to add some grain for them. Typically, she feeds them in small quantities multiple times throughout the day, necessitating several visits to the island space. Jiang Tian retrieved the feed for the pigs from the storage room and carried it to the pig pen. Currently, her pigs are nourished with a mixture of feed and pig food. When there is no urgency in feeding, she tends to cook the pig food for them. However, in situations like this, where they have been hungry for quite some time and she is eager to feed them, she can only provide them with the feed. Jiang Tian glanced at the feed trough and the water basin, observing that there was still a bit left. She breathed a sigh of relief and proceeded to replenish the feed with fresh fodder and fill the water basin. As the pigs gathered around to indulge in the feed, she commenced the task of cleaning the pig pen. The cleanliness and hygiene of the pig pen are upheld through daily maintenance. Even a slight delay can result in an unpleasant odor permeating the space. With practice, Jiang Tian became adept at this task, cleaning with remarkable speed. Having successfully dealt with the most crucial pigs, she could leisurely turn her attention to the other fowl, chickens, ducks, and geese that were enclosed nearby. Jiang Tian emerged from the pig pen and strolled outside, observing the chickens that clucked incessantly at her. She scattered the feed prepared for them, and they flocked together, vying for the morsels. This scene, once a mundane part of her daily routine, had taken on a newfound significance after enduring the eternal night, the earthquake, and the abduction of Song Shi. Entering the chicken coop, she tidied up the animal droppings before mounting her electric scooter and heading towards the plantation. Jiang Tian's mother, Song Hui, is still resting, while Song Yu continues to embrace Song Shi in slumber. This time, her venture into the island space is entirely a solitary endeavor. After all, watering the vegetables and fruits in the plantation is hardly a daunting task. With the electric watering machine at her disposal, she can effortlessly tend to all the plants on her own without any difficulty. Jiang Tian first attended to the animal droppings, placing them into the compost. She then applied the well-prepared fertilizer to the fruit trees in her home. Previously, the fertilizer had been primarily allocated to the vegetable garden, followed by the seedlings in the fields. The fruit trees, however, had been momentarily overlooked. Now that there was an ample supply of fertilizer available, she could confidently nourish these trees as well. Jiang Tian meticulously tended to every vegetable and fruit cultivated within the farm, ensuring that after fertilization, she generously watered them to guarantee their ample moisture. She then ventured outside to mount her electric bike, setting off to locate her 2 huskies. Along the way, she thoughtfully brought along some dog food to feed them. Jiang Tian rode her electric bicycle to the beach, where she indeed found her 2 huskies. For reasons unknown to her, these 2 dogs had developed a penchant for frolicking on the shore. Whenever she sought to locate them within the confines of the island, she often discovered them at the beach, approaching the 2 playful huskies cavorting near the sandy edge. She called out to Mao Mao. Upon hearing her voice, the 2 huskies swiftly bounded over, tongues lolling and tails wagging, exuding an unmistakable joy. Although her electric bicycle could not accommodate the 2 dogs, they insisted on attempting to squeeze into the front footwell. A spirited tug-of-war ensued as they vied for the coveted spot, causing the bicycle to wobble precariously and nearly unseating Jiang Tian. She promptly intervened, admonishing Mao and Mao, "Enough of this mischief. If you continue, there will be no treats for you today. I must take my leave." Instantly, the 2 huskies fell silent, ceasing their frolic, and gazed up at her with innocent eyes. Jiang Tian felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She gestured to Mao. "Please come and crouch in front. Mao, hop onto the back seat of the car." Jiang Tian drove the electric scooter slowly, apprehensive that Mao, riding for the first time, might lose balance and fall off from behind. In front, Mao peeked out, propping himself up on his hind legs, gazing curiously at the path ahead. It was only when the vehicle gradually reached the location of the RV that the 2 of them leaped off the scooter. Jiang Tian was still parking when two spirited huskies bounded towards her camper, each grasping a substantial bag of dog food along with a bowl in their mouths. She knelt down to unseal the bag of dog food and poured it into the bowl, observing the two as they leisurely feasted. She then fetched some water for them to drink. "All right, you two can play inside at your own pace. I shall step out for a moment." The huskies nudged against Jiang Tian's pant leg, seemingly reluctant to let her depart, as if they too wished to venture outside. Jiang Tian sighed. In truth, she yearned to take her dog outside. Initially, she had contemplated having the husky act as a guard, wondering if anyone from Suzhou might be visiting today. However, upon reflecting that the husky's bark could be heard both inside and out, she realized that it would only serve to expose their location more swiftly. After considering this, she concluded that it was indeed safer for them to remain indoors. Chapter 72. Outing thus, 5 tranquil days passed, and Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng began to venture out in search of information. The impending calamity of acid rain would not descend immediately following the earthquake. There would be a span of 2 months between the two events, a period that seemed to grant humanity a moment to breathe. Nonetheless, these 2 months should not be squandered in idleness. It was imperative to investigate whether a survivor base had begun to take shape. Should the survivor base be established, even in its nascent form, they could find refuge there. At worst, they would contribute to the construction of the base, which was far preferable to their current precarious living situation, fraught with concerns for their safety. If the survivor base remained unbuilt, they would have to wait until it was completed to seek shelter, and if that coincided with the onset of acid rain, the dangers would be exponentially heightened. In truth, the notion of anyone venturing out for information was unsettling. If Huo Zheng and Jiang Yuzhou were to go, Jiang Tian would fret over the potential for unforeseen circumstances along their journey. After all, even armed, the two would be outmatched should they encounter a hostile group. However, the thought of sending everyone into the island space merely to alleviate her worries about the home front seemed a regrettable waste of time. Conversely, traveling together would be too conspicuous and exhausting. Given the considerable distance they would need to traverse, Jiang Tian wished for her parents to have the opportunity to rest. After much deliberation and internal conflict, she ultimately resolved that it would be best for just herself and Huo Zheng to venture out in search of news. Before setting off, Jiang Tian collected all combustible materials within a 5-mile radius and stored them in the island space, ensuring that even those with nefarious intentions would be unable to find any fuel for a fire in the vicinity in a short time. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng spent some time tidying up the surrounding flammable materials before setting off in the afternoon. With only the two of them venturing out to gather information, they could afford to take it easy. Jiang Tian retrieved a bicycle from her island space, allowing Huo Zheng to ride ahead while she perched gracefully on the rear seat. Whenever they encountered a fissure in the path, they dismounted, lifting the bicycle to traverse the obstacle before resuming their ride. The terrain was uneven, causing a slight sway as they continued their journey. Jiang Tian wrapped her arms around Huo Zheng's waist from behind, her gaze sweeping the surroundings to ascertain if anyone was nearby. At present, they were mostly living in separate quarters. Amidst the ruins, some were scavenging for supplies, while others were turning over the soil by the fields in hopes of planting vegetables. In the river, individuals were fishing and gathering. Regardless of the adversities faced, the will to survive persisted. The survivors, having witnessed the absence of new disasters in recent days, seemed to have settled into a semblance of stability, each embarking on the task of reconstructing their homes. He pedaled ahead on his bicycle, while she observed from the rear. Huo Zheng turned to Jiang Tian and inquired, "Sweetie, do you see anyone following us from behind?" Jiang Tian shook her head and replied, "No. No one has followed us along the way." She opened the door of the camper van to greet the two of them. "How is it? Did you see anything? What is the situation outside now?" Jiang Tian shook her head and said, "The survivor base has yet to be established. However, those outside have begun foraging for food, fishing in the river, and cultivating vegetables in the fields." She briefly recounted the conditions beyond their home, ensuring that those who remained indoors had some understanding of the world outside. The individuals who seldom ventured out listened with fascination as Jiang Tian shared various tales of the outside world. As they washed and chopped the vegetables, They were engrossed in her narratives. By the time Jiang Tian finished speaking, the ingredients were already prepared. Song Hui then stood up and said, Tian Tian, please transport me and your father into the island space. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement, and her parents grasped her hand. Meanwhile, Song Hui, having nothing to occupy her at home, eagerly took over the cooking duties from Huo Zheng. The evening's menu included fragrant shredded pork, stir-fried oilseed vegetables, braised chicken, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, and a comforting tomato and egg soup. The vegetable garden in their island space had yielded an abundant harvest. Among the vegetables were water spinach, green beans, and radishes, which could be dried and preserved. They had already sorted these out and stored them in the island space for processing into dried vegetables. As for the other vegetables that couldn't be processed further, those suitable for animal feed were quickly turned into pig food, while the rest were consumed without delay. Song Hui had a well-thought-out plan for her gardening. Each plot had been meticulously allocated, with only a small quantity of each vegetable type planted to ensure a variety of flavors without overwhelming their meals with a single dish for an extended period. This past half-year of hands-on experience had further honed her skills. She had taken into account both the quantity of vegetables to be planted and their growth cycles, ensuring a steady supply of fresh produce at all times by rotating crops every few days. One batch was reserved for seeds to be planted later, another for their immediate consumption, and yet another for livestock feed, with some set aside for drying as preserved vegetables. In short, every aspect had been thoughtfully considered. Now, the family sat together at the outdoor dining table in their island space, illuminated by a large lamp that cast a warm glow over their meal. They enjoyed their dinner in tranquil silence, and this simple life exuded a serene beauty. Chapter 73. The base as they explored the city almost in its entirety. Fortune finally smiled upon them, leading them to a survivor base that was currently under construction. This newly established base appeared to be formed by the surviving military officers stationed there, instilling a profound sense of security. This aligned perfectly with Jiang Tian's dreams of the base she longed to join. There was no doubt that this was the very place. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng approached with their bicycles, intending to inquire about the requirements for joining the base. At the entrance stood a guard, a soldier whose demeanor still radiated the integrity of a true military man. Jiang Tian stepped forward and inquired, "Greetings. May I ask what requirements are necessary for us to join your survivor base?" The guard performed a salute and replied, "Hello, comrade. If you wish to become a member of our base, you must adhere to the internal regulations, which include refraining from theft, violence, and disputes. Additionally, each individual is required to contribute 20 pounds of food or engage in 20 days of post-disaster reconstruction work." He paused briefly before continuing, "Should you choose the latter, the base will provide basic meals." Jiang Tian wore a smile at the corners of her lips. "All right, thank you." This was indeed the survivor base she had longed to reach. The base required adherence to discipline, which would only serve to benefit them rather than hinder. Gaining entry to the survivor base necessitated the payment of food or the contribution of labor, a requirement they had no qualms about fulfilling. Once they settled in the survivor base, they would no longer have to live in constant fear. Huo Zheng observed Jiang Tian's jubilant demeanor and felt a sense of joy himself. "All right, you may get in the vehicle. This time, I shall ride a bit faster." Upon returning to their temporary accommodation, Jiang Tian eagerly shared this delightful news with Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui. With palpable excitement, she exclaimed, "Dad, Mom, Andy, we have found the survivor base. Shall we head there today instead of waiting for tomorrow?" Song Hui gasped in surprise. "Really? Then let's pack our things right away." The establishment of the survivor base, the discovery of that most secure haven from her dreams, was indeed a cause for elation. When they resided in Building 16, restful nights were elusive. They had to take turns keeping watch. Though this temporary dwelling was shielded by towering stones, granting an illusion of safety, the unease of living in the wilderness lingered. However, if it were the fabled survivor base from her dreams, they would no longer need to fret over nighttime disturbances. While one could not guarantee absolute safety within the base, the likelihood of harassment and trouble would certainly diminish significantly. The survivor base established by the military was indeed a trustworthy refuge. Their strict discipline ensured that any transgressions would be dealt with accordingly, thereby safeguarding those who dwelled within. As Songhui began to pack their belongings, Jiang Yuzhou turned to Jiang Tian and inquired, Tian, have you gathered any information regarding the conditions for residing at the survivor base? What do we need to bring with us to gain entry? Jiang and Zhou pondered a bit more deeply. Jiang Tian, upon hearing her father Jiang Yuzhou's inquiry, began to share the information she had gathered. Father, it resembles the survivor base from my dreams. To enter the survivor base, one must adhere to its regulations. Any violation of these rules will result in certain penalties. Currently, it seems that the population within the survivor base is rather sparse. I believe many individuals feel that the calamity has passed, and thus they are content with living alone, which explains their absence. Furthermore, there are specific requirements to become a resident of the survivor base. The staff informed me that the conditions for admission include participating in 20 days of post-disaster reconstruction or contributing 20 pounds of provisions. Jiang and Zhou appear to be deep in thought. If it were possible to contribute food supplies, then there would be no issue. In truth, he could surmise why so few were inclined to venture into the survivor base. Gaining entry to the survivor base necessitated either labor or the provision of resources. Given the seemingly deceptive conclusion of the recent calamities, who would be willing to part with their supplies or engage in toil? Moreover, one must adhere to the regulations established within the survivor base. However, this posed no dilemma for them. Over the past couple of days, there was little to tidy up at home. After all, Jiang Tian would systematically store everything in the island space. They merely needed to prepare the supplies designated for the survivor base in advance. Yet, the amount of food each person was required to contribute to the survivor base left them feeling somewhat hesitant and conflicted. The supplies within Jiang Tian's island space are rather abundant, particularly regarding food. However, when it comes to selecting provisions, one must inevitably choose from those nearing the expiration of their shelf life. Vegetables and fruits, for instance, must be the first to be dismissed, given the passage of time. Coupled with both frigid and sweltering temperatures, these perishables cannot thrive in such conditions. The frozen perishables have succumbed to frost, while the drought-stricken ones have withered away. Furthermore, the chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, pigs, and geese raised in the island space cannot be utilized. The question remains, where else would one find such livestock, chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, pigs, and geese? Consequently, this reality leaves a rather limited selection of remaining supplies. Jiang Tian contemplated that perhaps they could utilize the rice they had purchased prior to the calamity, which remained uneaten. After all, rice cultivation had already been realized in their island space. Their food supply had long been self-sufficient, alleviating any concerns about future shortages. The provisions acquired before the disaster, however, had grown stale with the passage of time. Thus, it was feasible to clear these out as contributions of resources. She proposed and decisively confirmed the use of the rice they had stockpiled before the disaster for this purpose. Chapter 74. Resources. The survivor base was situated at a considerable distance from their current temporary accommodation. Reaching the survivor base could not be accomplished merely by traversing on foot. Jiang Tian carefully stored the RV within the island space and subsequently retrieved a van from the same realm. They adorned the van with a subtle disguise, rendering it considerably more inconspicuous, thus allowing it to traverse the outside world without drawing undue attention. The van comfortably accommodated 6 individuals, with ample space remaining for the provisions they needed to deliver, along with some supplies that could serve as a guise for their use within the survivor base. Jiang Tian had previously resolved to designate rice as the staple food to be contributed upon entering the survivor base, considering its essential role in daily sustenance. It was evident that the survivor base would require it. However, she undertook a modest transformation of the rice. Should they present this pristine rice as their contribution to the survivor base without any alteration, it might arouse suspicion among others. After all, with floods and earthquakes ravaging the land, whose provisions could possibly remain so well preserved? Jiang Tian, resourceful as ever, gathered a substantial handful of ash from the ground and mixed it into the rice, creating a blend that resembled something scavenged from refuse. After all, rice must be washed prior to cooking, so a little dirtiness at this stage was inconsequential. It merely required a more thorough rinse before consumption. There were 6 individuals in total, and if each was required to contribute 20 pounds of grain, then collectively they would need to provide 120 pounds. It was improbable that all of this grain could consist solely of rice. In the face of natural calamities, who among them could readily produce 120 pounds of rice to fulfill such a requirement? Jiang Tian also planned to gather some dried vegetables to include, as she held a deep admiration and respect for the survivor base established by these officers. She was acutely aware of the current scarcity of food, and since her family had some provisions, she felt it was perfectly acceptable to extend a small act of kindness within her limited means, without drawing undue attention. Jiang Tian meticulously selected the remaining dried vegetables that were lightweight after sun-drying to contribute to the food supplies. This could be considered a clever little strategy of hers, as she aimed to provide as much sustenance as possible to the survivor base within reasonable limits. In island space, during low tide, one could gather kelp which, once dried, weighed merely 1/10 of its original moist form. This made it exceptionally lightweight, and upon rehydration, it would regain its full weight. Thus, 1 pound of dried kelp could equate to 4 pounds of fresh kelp, making it an ideal choice for resource contribution. In addition to kelp, dried mushrooms exhibit similar properties, becoming feather-light and minimally burdensome once sun-dried. Recently, Song Hui, having watched videos saved prior to the natural disasters, began her own endeavor in mushroom cultivation at home. Jiang Tian possesses unwavering faith in her mother, Ms. Song Hui, believing wholeheartedly in her ability to cultivate mushrooms. Thus, she confidently added the remaining wood-ear, shiitake, and tree mushrooms she had purchased into the bag designated for supplies. This elicited both laughter and a sense of helplessness from Song Hui. After weighing the gathered provisions, they realized they were still short of a few pounds. In response, Jiang Tian added some dried snow cabbage, yellow vegetables, radish slices, and yellow soybeans to the mix. Meanwhile, Huo Zheng gently maneuvered the RV towards the survivor's base, taking his time to arrive at the entrance. A few individuals emerged from the van, each carrying a filthy burlap sack from the vehicle's trunk as they proceeded to the registration area. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng had previously visited this place, thus they took the lead as guides. She politely addressed the registrar, saying, "Hello, we wish to join the survivor base. Could you please assist us with the registration?" The registrar observed the provisions each of them carried and felt a sense of joy within. As the collection of food had become increasingly challenging, the arrival of new residents willing to contribute provisions was indeed a welcome occurrence. She retrieved the registration form and, with a smile, said, "Very well. Please begin by providing your basic information here. To enter the survivor base, adherence to the established regulations is essential. You may take a moment to read the guidelines posted on the wall to avoid inadvertently breaching any of the base's rules in the future." Jiang Tian was diligently filling out each individual's information, while Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou were observing the rules of conduct inscribed on the wall of the survivor base. In truth, the regulations that needed to be adhered to were not numerous. However, varying degrees of penalties would be imposed depending on the severity of the transgression. Minor infractions would result in mandatory community service, while more serious offenses could lead to the revocation of one's resident status, ultimately resulting in expulsion from the base. Jiang and Zhou, along with Song Hui and Song Yu, nodded repeatedly, feeling that this survivor base was indeed remarkable. Just by observing the rules displayed on the walls, they felt a profound sense of reassurance. Jiang Tian meticulously prepared all the necessary information for registration and presented the form to the registrar. After receiving and verifying the registration form, the registrar gently remarked, "To enter as a survivor here, each individual is required to contribute either 20 kilograms of grain or engage in 20 days of post-disaster reconstruction at the base. May I inquire which option you would prefer?" Jiang Tian spoke without hesitation. "We have all contributed our supplies. Could you please verify the materials?" The registrar nodded and replied, "All right, please hold on for a moment." Jiang Tian picked up the supplies that lay at her feet and placed them on the table before her, facilitating the inspection and weighing by the registrar. Behind her, Song Hui and Song Yu followed suit, placing their bags of grain onto the table as well. The registrar stood up, first untying the burlap sacks and inspecting their contents to ensure that no refuse or waste materials were masquerading as food. Upon confirming that the sacks contained dried vegetables and rice, her heart swelled with joy. These were indeed valuable provisions. She carried the items to the scale at the back for weighing, and after verifying that the weight met the required standards, she set them down. After a brief pause, she smiled and announced, "Finally, welcome to the Survivor Base." Chapter 75. The Tent. As the group entered the Survivor Base, it was evident that the conditions within were far superior to those outside. The cracked ground had been repaired, and the collapsed buildings were undergoing cleanup and reconstruction. Along the roads, workers bustled about, their eyes filled with hope for a better future. Jiang Tian reflected that this truly was the safest survivor base depicted in literature. The commanding officer, a military individual, exhibited unparalleled decisiveness. Although only a short time had elapsed since the cataclysmic earthquake, the newly established survivor base had already been organized with remarkable efficiency. Prior to entering the base, Jiang Tian inquired with the registrar about the availability of houses for sale or rent. The earthquake had rendered many structures uninhabitable, and despite the commendable execution of plans, the absence of skilled labor, construction machinery, and materials rendered the reconstruction of homes an unattainable goal in the immediate future. Furthermore, given the recency of the disaster, the establishment of new dwellings would not occur swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, she added, if necessary, they could temporarily rent tents. Upon entering, they would notice a designated area on the left for tents, where further inquiries could be made. While the inability to secure immediate housing was disappointing, arriving at the survivor base ahead of time was still a fortunate circumstance. Jiang Tian and her family walked straight to the left and soon encountered a vast expanse of green tents, which must be the tent area the registrar had mentioned. In fact, there were also tents in her island space, which she had previously purchased while gathering supplies. However, the tents in her island space were rather cumbersome to retrieve. It would be more practical to rent a tent here and stay for a few days to assess the situation. Jiang Tian approached and inquired, "Hello, could you please explain the rental process for this tent?" The personnel responsible for the tent area demonstrated a commendable demeanor while addressing her. He replied, "We offer tents for 4 individuals or 8 individuals. If you wish to rent one, the ladies can share a tent together, while the gentlemen will need to share with others. As for the cost, regardless of whether they are adults or children, it requires 1 pound of food per day." At this juncture, the survivors base had yet to introduce the subsequent point system. Transactions were still conducted through barter, predominantly involving food exchanges. Jiang Tian pondered. It seemed quite feasible for her to reside together with Song Hui, Song Yu, and Song Shi. After assuring herself that there were no issues on her end, she approached her father, Jiang Yuzhou, and Huo Zheng, inquiring, "Father, Huo Zheng, what are your thoughts on this?" Jiang Yuzhou nodded, affirming their agreement. Huo Zheng also remarked that there were no objections. They were acutely aware of the current circumstances and understood that there would be no excessive reservations. After all, it was merely a matter of sharing accommodations with others, which posed no significant concern. In their view, as long as their wives and daughters were comfortably housed, that was all that mattered. However, certain safety issues warranted preliminary inquiries. The elder, Jiang Yuzhou, addressed the individual responsible for the tent rentals, inquiring, "Greetings, comrade. We have no objections to this arrangement, but I would like to ask whether the male and female tents are designated in separate areas without cohabitation. The distinction between areas, whether segregated or mixed, is of great significance. A segregated arrangement means one side is for males and the other for females, while a mixed arrangement would place both genders in the same tent. In this context, having designated areas undoubtedly enhances safety compared to a mixed living situation." This clarification brought a sense of reassurance. Once the concerns of Jiang and Zhou dissipated, Song Hui retrieved the remaining provisions she had previously deposited at the survivor's base. "Very well. Then," she said, "we will rent a space for a day to assess the situation. Kindly provide us with 2 tents. Regardless of the safety within, one can only ascertain the truth through personal experience. It is indeed prudent to trial this arrangement. They could manage a daily ration of 1 pound of food. Yet residing here would incur a significant cumulative expense. If safety is assured, it will be acceptable to stay until the new accommodations at the base are completed. Otherwise, They would have no choice but to retrieve their RV for shelter. The individual accepted their provisions and assigned them tents. The male and female tents were distinctly divided into separate areas, leading them to part ways as they walked. Their emergency backpacks were equipped with weapons, ensuring that as long as they kept them close, their safety was somewhat secured. In the event of trouble, they could swiftly employ their electric batons for self-defense, which was permissible under the base's regulations. Nevertheless, the tents lacked the comfort of an RV or a proper house. The cramped space, confined environment, and hard ground made it difficult to find restful slumber. However, the presence of patrolling guards at night did offer a semblance of security, allowing for somewhat more peaceful sleep. Jiang Tian did not take anything out to place in the tent. All activities transpired within the confines of the island space. The group gathered together and first explored the survivor base, observing the current state of affairs there. In the mission hall, a bulletin board displayed various tasks, such as recruiting construction workers, laborers for physical tasks, electricians, farmers, and teams to venture out in search of supplies. Professions that were once undervalued before the calamity have now become highly sought after. This illustrates the advantage of possessing a skill with expertise at one's disposal. One could traverse the world without fear. Jiang Tian pondered that with her experience in laying bricks within the island space, she might as well register for the task of constructing a house. Playfully, she pointed at the building task and remarked to Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui, "Dad, Mom, what do you think about me undertaking this task?" Chapter 76. The task. Jiang Tian initially made a jest, yet to her astonishment, Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui took her words to heart, contemplating earnestly the feasibility of accepting missions in the survivor base's task hall. Jiang nodded and remarked, "I believe it would be worthwhile to give it a try." He felt that since they were already residing in the survivor's base, merely occupying the space without engaging in any activities was rather dull. It would be beneficial for them to seek out tasks to occupy their time. Moreover, whether they would awaken their latent abilities after the acid rain remained uncertain. It would be more prudent to take this opportunity to acquire some skills so that, should their home require inspection or repairs in the future, they would be more adept and capable of handling it themselves. Jiang and Zhou have acquired the skill of installing doors and windows. Long before, when they were fitting a security door in their new home, he took the opportunity to learn from the craftsman on how to install such doors, and even managed to install one of the security doors himself. Jiang Tian believes that since her father wishes to learn, she shall not hinder him. To be honest, she has considerable faith in his abilities. Now, as he embarks on the journey of learning how to construct a house, she envisions the possibility of establishing a charming little courtyard in the island space. Thus, when the time comes for them to reside in that idyllic realm, they will have a proper dwelling, far more comfortable than living in a mobile home. Jiang Tian turned to Jiang Yuzhou and said, "I shall go and inquire if they are accepting applications for construction workers. I also wish to learn the art of building houses." In contrast to Jiang Yuzhou's approval, Song Hui expressed her disapproval, saying, Tian, do not heed your father's words. Constructing houses is exceedingly laborious. It is not at all comparable to the minor tasks you undertook previously. When you work for others, you cannot afford to procrastinate or take breaks. It is arduous, heavy, and demanding. Jiang Tian contemplated for a moment. She lacked the conviction to assert that she was unafraid of hardship. Prior to the natural disaster, she had witnessed construction sites where bricks were moved, carts pushed, and steel bars carried, tasks that were indeed beyond her mere declaration of willingness. However, the rare opportunity to learn on-site beckoned her, and she was reluctant to relinquish it so easily. Jiang Tianling suddenly had a moment of inspiration and thought of a solution. "I shall inquire with them. I do not require a salary for my labor, but rather wish to learn the skills," she mused, contemplating the feasibility of her idea. Song Hui, shaking her head in resignation, chose not to voice her concerns and allowed her daughter to proceed. Huo Zheng turned to Song Hui and reassured her, "Mother, do not worry. If Tian wishes to learn, then let her pursue it. I will accompany her to register shortly." Seeing Huo Zheng support her in such a manner, Jiang Tian couldn't help but grasp his hand, offering him a gentle smile. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng intended to study construction techniques, while Jiang Yuzhou expressed a desire to explore circuit maintenance. However, Song Hui and Song Yu did not share these ambitions. They simply wished to rest peacefully and refrain from venturing outside. Jiang Tian tugged at Huo Zheng's arm and led him to inquire with the official regarding the feasibility of their request. Addressing the staff at the counter, she said, "Hello, I noticed the notice board advertising for construction workers, and we would like to ask if it would be possible for us to follow along and learn. We are willing to forego any wages in order to assist and learn from the master." The staff member at the counter, hearing such a request for the first time, appeared somewhat perplexed as she replied, "Hello. If your intention is merely to learn about construction, it may impede the progress of the project. We are currently under pressure to expedite the work, and it is not convenient for us at this time." Jiang Tian felt disheartened. "I see," she replied, slightly taken aback. She had assumed that working without pay would be acceptable, especially given the current shortage of labor. However, she was unexpectedly met with a polite refusal. The staff member at the registration counter pondered for a moment before adding, "However, if your intention is merely to learn about construction, you might consider posting a task. Perhaps someone will take it up." Jiang Tian listened to the suggestion offered by the staff at the counter and realized that it was indeed a viable approach. She smiled at her and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I will consider for a while." Although she initially contemplated directly posting a task to seek assistance in constructing a building, she deemed it unnecessary. However, if the land in the base could be sold, she could hire someone to help with the construction while simultaneously learning the craft. Yet, she mused, constructing a modest single-story dwelling would not require an extensive amount of time. She estimated it could be completed within a month. Jiang Tian contemplated that rather than persistently residing in a tent, it would be more prudent to construct a house of their own, potentially even more swiftly than recruiting personnel from the base to undertake the task. Living perpetually in tents was hardly a sustainable solution for their family. Cohabitation would undoubtedly be more beneficial. Furthermore, a month had already elapsed since the devastating earthquake, and if they did not commence building soon, how would they withstand the impending acid rain? Relying solely on a tent would be unwise. Acid rain is corrosive, and should it erode their shelter, they would find themselves in dire straits without a refuge. Acid rain can inflict severe skin burns, and there are no effective ointments for treatment. Fortunately, the materials necessary for construction were readily available in her island space. The challenge lay in how to retrieve them. The survivor base was currently short on manpower, and her father had just registered, allowing him to embark on missions immediately. Jiang Tian shared her aspiration of constructing a house with Song Hui and others. After securing the approval of her family, she intended to inquire about the possibility of purchasing land within the survivor's base. The base currently boasts an abundance of land, despite the scarcity of other resources. Following several calamities over the past year, the once populous nation has been reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. With a diminished population and an excess of land, the previously coveted properties in educational and commercial districts have lost their value. Presently, land prices remain relatively affordable, as the base is eager for individuals to invest in land and establish homes, thereby alleviating some of the burdens faced by the survivors' community. However, despite the low prices, the land within the base is still beyond their immediate financial reach. The considerable amount of food consumed from yesterday to today has already raised concerns, and continuing to draw from their reserves may arouse further suspicion. Jiang Tian resolved to have Huo Zheng drive them around for a leisurely excursion. Coincidentally, her mother, Song Hui, and her aunt, Song Yu, had not ventured far since the calamity, making this an opportune moment for them to explore and experience the world outside. Chapter 77. The ruins. The manpower and resources required to sustain a base are immense, particularly in the early stages following a disaster, when everything must be rebuilt from the ground up. Additionally, the remuneration for the personnel within the base necessitates careful consideration. Jiang Tian felt that the reward of 1/20th was entirely reasonable. However, at that time, when they ventured out, they were preoccupied with concerns about their parents' well-being in their temporary accommodations. Their sole desire was to swiftly gather information regarding the survivor base, leaving no room for thoughts of collecting supplies. They merely noted vaguely what items were available in which locations before departing. Now that they have located the survivor base and settled in, free from worries about the safety of their lodging, their restless hearts have found a sense of belonging, allowing them the freedom to explore, observe, and gather provisions. Jiang Tian and her companions now dedicate their entire days to the collection of resources. Fortunately, their father, Jiang Yuzhou, who works at the base, is able to enjoy meals from the cafeteria. Laboring at the base alleviates any concerns regarding safety. Thus, they confidently ventured out of the survivor base, leaving Jiang Yuzhou to continue his work alone within the confines of safety. If there exists a spectrum of difficulty in resource collection, they currently find themselves in the realm of ease. At this juncture, the search for materials encounters minimal obstacles. At most, it involves sifting through the rubble, where useful items can invariably be discovered. However, once the acid rain has passed and the fauna undergoes mutation, the prospect of venturing out for supplies will be fraught with the threat of mutated creatures. At that point, the challenge escalates from a simple mode to a difficult one, compounded by the evolution of both human abilities and mutated animals, making the quest for resources increasingly arduous. Huo Zheng navigates the familiar roads in a van, occasionally encountering wide fissures that necessitate detours or the placement of boards to cross. The calamities of the past year have rendered continuous production impossible, compelling reliance on existing supplies and the pursuit of external resources. Consequently, the procurement of foodstuffs has become increasingly challenging. Most of what is visible has already been scavenged prior to the great earthquake. Thus, people have begun to cultivate land and fish. Driven by the daunting difficulty of resource collection, they fear returning empty-handed, prompting them to seek alternative means of sustenance. Jiang Tian and her companions were preparing to gather supplies that were, of course, not food. In her own island space, there was ample provision to sustain her family's daily nourishment, rendering any competition for resources unnecessary. These limited supplies could be better reserved for the ordinary survivors. While there were certainly other items in stock, this did not hinder their expedition to seek out more resources. The supplies in question could be preserved until after the acid rain to be sold at their base, which seemed to be a venture that would yield no losses. Jiang Tian, Song Hui, and Song Yu, as women, naturally focused their efforts on gathering supplies related to feminine hygiene and daily necessities. However, before embarking on this endeavor, they resolved to first ascertain the materials required for construction. Driving the car, Huo Zheng made his way to the building materials center. Tiles, wooden planks, doors and windows. Glass. These items, aside from the wooden planks which might be scavenged for firewood during a heavy snowstorm, remained untouched. After all, in these tumultuous times, who would concern themselves with such cumbersome objects? Survivors, if they were to venture out for supplies, would prioritize items that could satiate their hunger. The recent earthquake had caused buildings to collapse, leaving the tiles, glass doors, and windows within these stores shattered into a million pieces. Jiang Tian and her companions arrived at their destination, first ensuring that she was safely placed within the secure confines of the island space before embarking on their quest for supplies. Above the collapsed ruins lay sharp stones, shards of glass, and broken tiles, necessitating careful steps to avoid injury. The four of them, excluding the young Song Shi, donned sturdy footwear, equipped themselves with safety gloves, and carried several empty bags and small shovels to gather the materials. Although most of the tiles, glass, and windows were shattered, it did not imply the absence of intact remnants. This vicinity was a construction materials hub, typically overlooked by the general populace in their search for supplies, who tended to frequent markets and supermarkets where food could be procured. Consequently, the materials they collected, though complete and somewhat cumbersome, could be directly stored in the island space, sparing them the effort of transporting them back and forth. Jiang Tian discovered what appeared to be a warehouse amid the ruins. She crouched down and utilized the spatial transport feature of the island to clear away the rubble, revealing various materials beneath. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the relatively intact supplies of cement, paint, sand, wires, and other construction materials. She had struck gold. Once she had gathered her findings, she proceeded towards Huo Zheng, Song Yu, and Song Hui to share her insights on locating resources, encouraging them to search for warehouse sites as well. This strategic approach would prove far more efficient than aimlessly rummaging for supplies. Following Jiang Tian's advice, Song Yu scoured the ruins for potential warehouse locations, which led her to a promising find. Elated, she called out to Jiang Tian, "Tian Tian, I found rebar." She repeated the previous steps, collecting materials such as rebar, drill bits, and cutting machines from what seemed to be a hardware store warehouse into the island's spatial storage. It must be said that this method of gathering supplies was indeed exhilarating, far more expedient than purchasing each item individually before the calamity. Most importantly, their current method allowed them to amass a significant quantity of useful resources without the dread of being discovered or arousing suspicion, as they had before the disaster. With their collection at the construction materials center complete, they set their sights on the next destination. Jiang Tian, Songyue, and Song Yu have resolved to gather female bathing products along with essential household items. They have stockpiled an adequate supply for their own use. Their intention is to sell these items in the trading market of the survivor's base, albeit at modest prices. As women themselves, they naturally align with the interests of their fellow women. The hardships faced by women in the aftermath of natural disasters are profound. Those who have endured to this point have shown remarkable resilience. Having secured their own livelihoods, they now aspire to extend their support to other women in need. In light of a series of natural calamities, particularly the devastating earthquake, medical supplies and equipment have been ruthlessly obliterated. The quest to locate a gynecologist has become increasingly arduous. While it may be possible to find a doctor, ensuring a safe examination remains a formidable challenge. Even if a safe examination can be conducted and a treatment plan prescribed, acquiring the necessary medications amidst the ruins is exceedingly difficult. Hence, it is imperative to prioritize self-care and strive to avoid illness in the future. Jiang Tian and her companions halted their van in proximity to a specialty store for bathing supplies, a location they had meticulously scouted in advance, thus facilitating their current expedition to gather essential provisions. Shower gel, shampoo, conditioner, laundry detergent, and specialized cleaning solutions for undergarments. These plastic-bottled bathing and protective products were strewn about, having been struck by fallen debris, with jagged bricks relentlessly battering the containers, rendering this desolate sight both filthy and chaotic. Without hesitation, Jiang Tian stepped into the ruins, endeavoring to locate intact bottled supplies or items such as laundry detergent, soap, and washing soap for undergarments, products that do not require packaging in bottles, bags, or conventional wrappers. Even though the entire store had collapsed and many items within were destroyed, there were inevitably some things that had managed to survive. The safety gloves worn by several individuals became stained with the slippery liquids of shower gel and shampoo, yet no one paid them any mind, fully engrossed in the task of searching amidst the debris. The items in the four corners of the shop remained the most preserved, followed by those stored in boxes at the bottom, yet to be displayed. They sifted through the rubble and discovered numerous usable bathing and protective supplies. Once they had gathered their spoils from this endeavor, their next destination would be the store selling sanitary products. These items, essential for girls on a monthly basis, are often overlooked in the quest for supplies, yet they are indispensable for every young woman. Nearby the bathing supplies store, there existed a sanitary product shop, which was in far better condition than the former. Aside from the outer layer, marred by bricks and dirt, the items beneath remained in excellent condition. Jiang Tian carefully placed all the neatly packaged sanitary napkins into her island space. Upon seeing the abundance of supplies, a smile crept across her face. She sincerely wished for every girl in this post-apocalyptic world to be well taken care of, setting aside all other matters at the very least. This item would prove to be useful. The group climbed back into the vehicle, having been occupied all morning, and now they settled into their seats to take a brief respite. Jiang Tian's family has adorned all their vehicles with anti-peeping film, thus alleviating any concerns about prying eyes from the outside. She sent Song Hui and Song Yu into the island space to prepare a meal, while she brought Song Shi out to play with her. When the time was right, she invited Song Shi and Huo Zheng into the island space to enjoy a modest lunch together. Being out and about can be quite exhausting, so a simple meal suffices. The lunch prepared by Song Hui and Song Yu was not extravagant, It consisted merely of individual servings of fragrant braised chicken rice. The aroma wafted through the air, and just the scent alone was enough to stir one's appetite. Jiang Tian savored her bowl of braised chicken rice, turned to Song Hui and Song Yu. She set aside her flattery and exclaimed, "Mom, Aunt, the braised chicken rice you've prepared is simply exquisite. The flavor is indistinguishable from that of the restaurant meals I used to enjoy." Unable to resist, she added, "I must indulge in it at once. The aroma is irresistible." Song Hui and Song Yu were amused, for it is indeed a joyous occasion when one's labor of love is appreciated. Sometimes, the emotional value of such moments holds immense significance. Receiving affirmation transforms even the most labor-intensive efforts into a source of delight. All right, Tian, go ahead and enjoy. If it's not enough, there's more in the pot. Jiang Tian has a fondness for braised chicken rice, and this home-cooked version is quite simple to prepare, posing no significant challenge. However, Jiang Tian herself lacks culinary skills and relies on the labor of her family to enjoy their diligently prepared meals. While she may not contribute in the kitchen, she certainly excels in expressing her admiration. Moreover, the dishes crafted by her mother and aunt are undeniably delicious. Jiang Tian indulged in the delectable yellow braised chicken rice she had prepared, savoring each bite until she felt pleasantly full. She gently patted her stomach and, together with her companions, exited the island space. Due to the circumstances of being outdoors, they hastened their dining pace, and within a mere 10 minutes, they finished their meal and stepped out of the island realm. Jiang Tian opened the car door and stepped out, intending to take a leisurely stroll to aid digestion. She casually glanced around to see if there were any supplies to be gathered in the vicinity. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a shop. It was a women's lingerie store. Standing amidst the ruins, Jiang Tian bent down to pick up a tag from the ground, dusted it off, and examined the brand inscribed upon it. This was lingerie from a branded store, known for its assured quality. Jiang Tian waved to Song Hui and Song Yu, calling Mother. "Aunt, please come here and help me search for some clothing." They had gathered female bathing and hygiene products, and nearly overlooked the necessity of clothing. Although the world had descended into chaos, one might ponder the relevance of wearing undergarments. Yet, not all young women share this sentiment, as there remains a demand for such items. Their current intention is to locate these neatly packaged undergarments and offer them at a modest price to those in need. In the store, aside from the items displayed on the counter that have been soiled, the packages stored in the lower cabinets were predominantly intact and free from dust. These products are typically individually wrapped, rendering them less susceptible to damage compared to plastic bottles. Excluding the debris that has become unusable, the items beneath are all salvageable. Thus, their collection has proven to be relatively straightforward. Chapter 79. Installment. The group continued to gather supplies until the sun began its descent in the west. The construction materials, steel bars, cement, and bricks served as a facade, presented as preparations for building houses. The food was intended for purchasing land within the base. However, storing such items presented a challenge. They were still residing in tents, and cramming so many goods inside would jeopardize their sleep, as the constant worry of potential thieves would plague their thoughts throughout the day. Jiang Tian contemplated visiting the administrative hall at the survivor base to inquire whether it was feasible to purchase land in installments. This arrangement would allow her to submit provisions daily. By delivering all these supplies to the administrative hall, she could alleviate her concerns about potential theft. Upon arriving at the entrance of the survivor base, she disembarked and requested the registrar to collect the 1/20th portion of the supplies required for entry into the base. Before gently maneuvering the van inside, they proceeded directly to the administrative hall, as she felt uneasy leaving the van laden with supplies unattended and deemed it prudent to address the matter promptly. Huo Zheng, Song Hui, Song Yu. In song, she remained in the van to guard the supplies, while Jiang Tian entered the administrative hall alone to negotiate with the clerk responsible for land rentals and sales. The clerk recognized Jiang Tian, as she was the only individual who had come to purchase land since the establishment of the survivor base a few weeks prior. The concept of installment payments was not novel. It had existed even before the calamity struck. However, back then, such payments typically involved bank loans, allowing buyers to repay gradually. Now, the possibility of making installment payments directly to the survivor base was beyond her authority to decide. The clerk pondered for a moment and replied, "I cannot make that decision. Please wait a moment while I consult with someone." Jiang Tian was able to comprehend the situation, as it involved a considerable amount of resources. Such matters had no precedent within the survivor base, and it was improbable for a mere clerk to make a unilateral decision. The clerk rose from her desk, nodded at Jiang Tian, and proceeded deeper into the office, presumably to consult her superior. Shortly thereafter, she returned accompanied by a person in charge. Upon seeing Jiang Tian, the official greeted her warmly and said, "Comrade, you wish to purchase land in installments, correct? While we have no prior cases of installment payments, it is not impossible. However, such arrangements necessitate the signing of an agreement." Jiang Tian nodded, affirming that the installment payment agreement posed no issues for her. Observing her lack of objections, the representative continued, stating that timely and adequate contributions of provisions were required for the installment plan. Should there be any instances of overdue payments or land occupation without payment, they would report the matter to the authorities, placing her on the survivor base's blacklist, thus expelling her from the survivor base and permanently revoking her eligibility for residence. After a brief pause, she inquired coolly, "Do you find these stipulations acceptable? If so, we can proceed with the installment service." Though these seemingly stringent conditions appeared to dissuade him from opting for the installment payment, they posed no challenge for Jiang Tian. Her desire for the installment plan stemmed from her current living situation in a tent, which made it inconvenient to store such supplies or directly transfer them into her island space. Hence, she had chosen this course of action. Without hesitation, she replied affirmatively, "I can accept these terms. They present no problem for me, and I am confident I can comply." After confirming the installment payment details with Jiang Tian, the representative hurriedly departed, leaving the staff member to discuss subsequent matters with her. The staff member retrieved a booklet from the drawer and addressed Jiang Tian, stating, "This is the current planning map of our survivor base. The residential areas are designated in these locations, with certain sections requiring unified planning. If you wish to construct your own dwelling, you may select from this region. Please take a look and let us know what size of land you require." Jiang Tian blinked her eyes. This was to be their lifelong residence, so it was only natural that it should be rather spacious. She recalled the villa they had previously inhabited and mentioned a square meter figure that she deemed sufficiently large. The clerk nodded and inscribed a number on the blank sheet. As we discussed earlier, a square requires a certain amount of grain. Therefore, the current requirement is this much grain. According to the stipulations, it must be settled within 6 months, which translates to an average weekly payment of course, should you be able to fulfill the payment in advance, it would pose no issue. I will meticulously record the quantity of materials submitted daily in the ledger, ensuring that no discrepancies arise. Jiang Tian listened attentively to the words of the clerk, expressing her agreement without reservation. She inquired, "If that is acceptable, shall we proceed to sign the agreement? I anticipate that I will be venturing out daily to gather supplies and subsequently come here to remit the grain. Will the transaction for the supplies also be conducted through your office?" She was eager to expedite this matter, so that she could focus on the collection of materials with peace of mind. The clerk, noting Jiang Tian's promptness, chose to refrain from unnecessary conversation. She replied, "Indeed, if you have no objections, we shall commence with the installment payment agreement, provided we also finalize the contract for the purchase of a land. The submission of supplies will be handled at my window, for which I am wholly responsible. If you need to come daily to deliver supplies, that is permissible. Simply seek me out." Jiang Tian bestowed a gentle smile upon the clerk. "Very well, let us first sign the contract, and thereafter, I shall come daily to settle the materials. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in facilitating the installment payment for the land purchase." Chapter 80. The contract. The clerk produced a contract for the acquisition of the land, prompting Jiang Tian to provide her details. After Jiang Tian completed the signing of the contract and installment agreement, she proceeded outside to her family's van. She opened the van and addressed the occupants within. "Mother, aunt, the office has approved it. We can purchase the land in installments. Let us move these supplies inside, so the clerk can register them." Song Hui and Song Yu nodded in agreement, replying, "All right, let us descend from the vehicle. Jiang Tian invited Song Hui and Yu to assist in transporting the supplies inside, subsequently registering them with the clerk. She instructed Huo Zheng to remain with the van, for among this group, his combat prowess was unparalleled. Should anyone take notice of the abundant supplies within the van and attempt to create a disturbance, it was certain that only Huo Zheng would be capable of managing the situation. The clerk was taken aback upon seeing the rice, grains, seaweed, and salted fish, marveling at the diverse assortment of goods they had managed to gather. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Are these all the supplies you collected today?" Although the items were somewhat coated in dust and sand, their availability was undeniably impressive. After all, staples like rice, grains, and salted fish merely required a wash before consumption. Prior to her tenure at the survivor base, she had also scoured the outside world for supplies. Initially, sourcing provisions was a rather effortless endeavor. However, as the harsh weather set in, additional layers of clothing and protective measures became necessary. Back then, she could easily find ample supplies in any shop she entered. Yet, as calamities persisted and agricultural production faltered, the quest for materials became increasingly arduous. Witnessing Jiang Tian and her companions amass such a substantial quantity of supplies filled her with astonishment, though she could appreciate their advantage. After all, with a vehicle and a team, they faced far fewer dangers than she did alone. After meticulously inspecting and weighing all the items, she recorded the date, time, and quantity of the supplies in the agreement, stating, "I have completed the registration of this batch of goods. For future visits, you need only bring the supplies for me to check and weigh." Jiang Tian sweet nodded, expressing her gratitude. This plot of land would soon become their future home. Gazing at the still unfinished, dilapidated site, they envisioned the form their house would take. They rented several carts from the trading market within the survivor base to transport the debris that remained from the collapsed structures. The family worked harmoniously, with some unloading the carts while others organized the rubble, each absorbed in their tasks. By the time darkness enveloped the sky, they had cleared half of the wreckage from the land. This progress was largely due to Jiang Tian occasionally transporting collapsed buildings into the island space, significantly hastening the cleanup process. With half of the area now cleared, their RVs and vans could be parked on their own property, which was undoubtedly more comfortable than living in tents. Sleeping, bathing, and changing clothes would be considerably more convenient, and the space was much more ample. Additionally, with the installation of privacy film, they no longer had to worry about prying eyes. However, they remained cautious of the possibility that someone might harbor resentment and puncture their RV tires, a petty act. After all, while the survivor base had various regulations to prevent disturbances, actions like deflating tires could go unnoticed, as they made little noise and were not easily detected. Jiang Tian contemplated the possibility with a sense of indifference. She had no intention of driving the vehicle away. It could remain parked on this patch of land without any issue. The central area would not be utilized for the foundation of the future building, so its presence there was inconsequential. Once the entire wasteland was cleared, she would need to invite a skilled builder to assist in the construction, while also taking the opportunity to learn alongside him. Her current plan was to erect a single story to withstand the impending acid rain. Any further construction could be postponed until after the acid rain had passed, allowing her to proceed at a leisurely pace. Jiang Tian felt a wave of anxiety wash over her at the thought of the impending acid rain. She hesitated, contemplating whether to share this unsettling news with the survivors' base. As she gazed upon the slowly recovering refuge, she was reluctant to see it endure yet another blow. While it was intended to be the safest haven for survivors, it would indeed be beneficial to mitigate some hardships during its formative stages. Jiang Tian had previously not extended her assistance to anyone, focusing solely on her own family and herself. However, in this unmonitored environment, it would not be amiss for her to send an anonymous letter to inform others of impending circumstances. Regardless of whether the leader of the survivor base chooses to believe her words, she has made her utmost effort. Chapter 81. Information: should the leader of the survivor base take this anonymous letter seriously and choose to trust its contents, several measures could be implemented to mitigate potential losses. Whether it involves evacuating the crowd, dismantling tents, or advising the inhabitants of the base to seek refuge beneath solid structures. Every precaution could prove beneficial. Additionally, applying protective measures to the newly planted crops could safeguard against deterioration by preventing casualties and preserving the base's assets, as well as ensuring the flourishing crops do not wither. The survivor base could significantly reduce its losses. Jiang Tian, within the survivor's base, held a pen to inscribe the registration details and installment agreement. Should her handwriting be discovered, it could easily lead to exposure. Reflecting on the island's confines, she recalled the intention to capture photographs for a compilation album, and the surplus printer she had purchased now seemed to have found its purpose. After confirming the text was flawless, she pressed the print button. The printer emitted a soft whir as it gradually produced a sheet of A4 paper, adorned with her written words. Currently, the survivor's base was impoverished, grappling with the aftermath of catastrophe and in a state of reconstruction. There were no surveillance cameras to speak of. However, should fingerprints be left behind, they could potentially lead to unforeseen revelations. Thus, exercising caution remained paramount. Jiang Tian meticulously folded the A4 paper and placed it within a handcrafted envelope. The question of how to deliver this letter soon became a matter of contemplation. At the entrance of the survivor's base, there exists a mailbox, and within the administrative hall, another mailbox awaits. However, regardless of whether it is day or night, there are always people present. During the day, staff members are on duty, and at night, patrolling guards ensure security. The risk of exposure seems ever present. Thus, how might one proceed to deliver this letter? Jiang Tian, feeling somewhat distressed, contemplated revealing this information to the survivor base, yet he would only proceed if it did not jeopardize his own safety. Should conveying this news endanger her, she would undoubtedly opt against it, prioritizing the protection of her family above all else. Jiang Tian pondered for quite some time without arriving at a solution. She decided to rise and tend to the livestock at the farm, feeding the chickens, ducks, pigs, geese, rabbits, fish, and shrimp, as a means to shift her current mood. While she was feeding the little chicks, a brilliant idea suddenly struck her. Indeed, she could avoid direct involvement and instead relay the information through her poultry. By simply attaching a note to the legs of the chickens and ducks, they could serve as her messengers. The challenge of ensuring they would follow instructions remained uncertain, but it was worth contemplating. Furthermore, sending a letter did not necessarily require placing it in a mailbox. Handing it directly to the staff at the administrative office would suffice. As Jiang Tian contemplated this, she hastened to distribute the food, allowing herself ample time to deliberate on whom to enlist for delivering the message. Fish and shrimp were undoubtedly the first to be dismissed. Her choices lay among the chicken, duck, goose, rabbit, cow, sheep, and pig. The small stature of the chicken, duck, goose, and rabbit rendered them unlikely to create a significant stir in the office hall. To enlist the aid of these diminutive creatures, she understood that an air of mystery must be crafted, as the greater the commotion, the more likely it was to garner attention. Thus, her thoughts turned to the larger animals, pigs, cows, and sheep, whose presence in the office hall would undoubtedly attract immediate notice and subsequent interest. Over the course of a year, the sows in the island space proved to be the most prolific, capable of giving birth multiple times. Conversely, the gestation periods of ewes and cows were considerably longer, leading to a greater number of piglets in the island space. In light of this, sacrificing a boar appeared to be the most judicious choice. Jiang Tian contemplated a solution for delivering the information and couldn't help but smile. She selected a rather sizable boar from the pig pen and took the time to thoroughly clean it. After being castrated, the boar became exceptionally docile, showing no signs of fierce resistance. The boars in the pen, which were not intended for breeding purposes, had all undergone castration to ensure their gentleness and to minimize any unpleasant odors. Jiang Tian reminisced about the time when she learned the craft from the pig farmers, and she couldn't help but chuckle, as she had been quite resistant at first. However, there was no alternative. Mastering these techniques for pig farming was indispensable. After meticulously cleaning the pig, she placed it alone in a pen and secured a letter to its back with a string. On her way back, she deliberately chose a moment when the administrative hall was bustling with people to submit her installment payment for the grain. She retrieved items from her island space, noting that not everything needed to manifest before her. She possessed the ability to control the positioning of these items. Jiang Tian feigned interest in the clerk's procedures for weighing the grain, while secretly lowering a prepared boar from her island space at the entrance of the service hall. This was the farthest distance at which she could transport items from her island space. For Jiang Tian, this distance was more than sufficient. The sudden appearance of the boar inevitably caused a commotion. "What is that? How can there be a pig here?" exclaimed one onlooker. "I just entered, and it suddenly appeared before me. I am at a loss." "Let us go over and take a look," another suggested. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng turned their attention to the source of the commotion, where they beheld a boar encircled by a throng of onlookers. Huo Zheng, well aware of Jiang Tian's scheme, maintained an air of calm composure. "Jiang Tian feigned surprise, à Zheng. I believe I overheard someone mention that there is a pig over there. Shall we go take a look?" Huo Zheng, playing along, replied. "You go ahead and have a look. I shall remain here until the food inspection is complete." Jiang Tian nodded and said, "All right, I will go take a look first." The commotion in the hall did not escape the notice of the staff. Although the clerks, who were diligently assisting in the grain payment inspection, were filled with curiosity, they prioritized their immediate tasks, choosing to retain their inquisitiveness rather than abandon their duties to investigate. Jiang Tian hastily approached and overheard a discussion. "Look at the back of that pig. It seems to have a letter attached. Who will go and retrieve it to see what it says?" A staff member from the service hall stepped forward, raising his voice. "Comrades, please make way so we can examine this." Chapter 82. The handling the pig had not appeared elsewhere, but had manifested in the service hall, prompting the staff within to approach the situation with caution. The personnel stepped forward and extracted the letter bound to the pig's back. Upon opening the envelope, his expression shifted dramatically. Curiosity rippled through the onlookers, who began to murmur. "Comrade, what does the letter say? Please share it with us." They urged, their intrigue palpable. The staff member, maintaining a serious demeanor, folded the letter and returned it to the envelope. "The contents of this letter are significant. I cannot disclose them lightly. Could the person who first discovered this pig recount the circumstances?" The letter was printed, warning of imminent acid rain, which would lead to mutations in animals, prompting them to attack humans. Such alarming news could not be shared casually. He could only hope this was a jest and not a grim reality. Otherwise, their stable lives would revert to a struggle for survival. The individual who first spotted the pig spoke up. "It was I who saw it first. The pig just appeared out of nowhere. I thought my eyes were deceiving me when I saw it suddenly at the entrance." Another person, who had followed closely behind, added, "Yes, I was nearly at the door when I noticed the pig. It startled me." The staff member observed their accounts, sensing their sincerity. Could it be that this pig truly materialized unexpectedly? Was the letter affixed to it not a mere prank, but a dire prophecy of disaster? The commotion attracted the attention of the hall's supervisor, who approached the staff member and inquired, "What is happening here?" Relieved to see someone in authority, the staff member felt a weight lift from his shoulders. The matter would be handled by those equipped to deal with it. He stepped forward to relay the news to the supervisor. "A pig just appeared here, and there is a letter tied to its back. I glanced at its contents, and it states—" He did not finish his sentence, but handed over the envelope. "Sir, you may wish to read the letter and determine the appropriate course of action." In the past, he would have dismissed such matters, but now, circumstances had shifted. However, after enduring a series of natural calamities such as blizzards, frigid temperatures, scorching heat, droughts, eternal nights, and devastating earthquakes, the sudden appearance of pigs and the ominous forecast of acid rain contained within an envelope cannot be dismissed lightly. In his perspective, regardless of the authenticity of the letter, it necessitates a careful approach. The person in charge opened the envelope and examined its contents, his expression shifting to one of solemnity, mirroring that of the staff member. "I shall report this to the higher authorities first. For now, let's organize a team to secure this area and ensure that neither the present individuals nor the pigs are allowed to leave." Upon completing his statement, he departed from the administrative hall. The intent to seal off this location and prevent anyone from exiting is driven by the desire to thoroughly investigate the origins of this message. Although it is said that the pig appeared unexpectedly, it is possible that the sender remains nearby. The personnel within the administrative hall mobilized. explaining the situation to those inside and expressing their apologies. Close the doors and record the information. Jiang Tian joined the ranks, diligently filling out the necessary information, and her heart began to lighten. From this perspective, it seemed that the survivor base would indeed take notice. The food supplies submitted by Huo Zheng had already been inspected and recorded. The two of them convened in the administrative hall, awaiting further instructions, though discontent murmured around them, as some felt that their time was being squandered in this confinement. Nevertheless, they patiently awaited the arrival of the person in charge, accompanied by senior officials and a contingent of guards. Each individual was meticulously interviewed, documenting everything they had seen and heard regarding the incident before they were finally permitted to leave. The guards responsible for the interviews at the base did not cast any suspicion upon her, much to her relief. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng exited the administrative hall and made their way to the task hall, seeking skilled craftsmen for their construction project. The remuneration she offered was slightly higher than that of the official recruitment, intended to entice individuals to engage in the work. Jiang Tian approached the counter and inquired, "Hello, has anyone registered for the house construction task I posted yesterday?" The task hall requires a modest amount of resources to publish a task. But Jiang Tian was unconcerned about this. Her only desire was to swiftly find suitable candidates. The clerk retrieved the registration book and said, "Please hold on for a moment while I check for you." Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng stood before the counter, observing the clerk as they rummaged through the registration book. Eventually, the clerk located the document and presented it to them, for individuals have already registered. Their information is contained within this book. You may peruse it or visit the addresses listed within to gather further insights. Jiang Tian took the registration form handed over by the clerk. "Very well. I shall take a moment to peruse it for a better understanding." The clerk smiled and replied, "Once you have selected a suitable candidate for the task, please return here to report whether the assigned task has been completed. This will allow us to either assign you a new task or withdraw the current one." Jiang Sweet nodded, expressing her agreement with a gracious thank you. The two emerged from the mission hall and glanced at the personal information of 4 individuals who had expressed interest in accepting the task. This information comprised not only the basic details and self-assessments of the candidates, but also the evaluations based on their past performance in previous assignments within the base. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng swiftly selected 2 individuals with the highest evaluations, intending to visit their addresses to gain further insight into the situation. Should there be no issues, they would proceed to choose these 2. Chapter 83, Acid Rain. In the Jiang family, apart from Jiang Yuzhou, who has ventured into studying circuits, the other members remain idle at home, indicating that at least 4 individuals are available to directly participate in the construction project. The family's secrets are numerous. The more visitors they receive, the greater the risk of exposure. Therefore, even though they intend to build a house, their aim is merely to seek assistance in acquiring knowledge about construction, learning the nuances of laying foundations, erecting staircases, and building single-story structures. The remaining tasks they can manage independently. Moreover, inviting so many people for construction raises the question of whether they wish to broadcast their affluence, inadvertently inviting theft or scrutiny. As the old adage goes, teaching a disciple may lead to the master's own demise. What if the individuals they approach are reluctant to share their expertise? Thus, it is prudent to establish contact beforehand to ascertain their willingness to engage in such an endeavor. The 4 skilled craftsmen reside in the tent area, where newly constructed homes are hastily erected for essential use in administrative and staff accommodations, gradually contributing to the establishment of residential buildings. This arrangement is entirely feasible, as internal welfare must be prioritized to retain personnel. The 2 individuals made their way toward the tent area, familiar from their previous stay. Huo Zheng guided Jiang Tian through a series of green tents until they arrived at the dwelling of the craftsman listed on their form. The craftsman, surnamed Chun, would henceforth be referred to as Master Chun. This time, Huo Zheng took the initiative to negotiate. Upon confirming Master Chen's presence in the tent, he invited him out for a discussion. Master Chun boasts a decade of construction experience and has participated in projects within the base, earning considerable acclaim. His interest in their project was piqued primarily due to their offered compensation, which significantly exceeds that of the base. Huo Zheng wasted no time on superfluous conversation, directly articulating their requirements and elucidating their intention to learn construction techniques. They intended only to acquire skills for personal use and would not pursue similar tasks at the administrative hall, alleviating any concerns about competition for work. Master Qin appeared contemplative. If your sole desire is to learn the art of construction, I am willing to instruct you. I am proficient in every aspect of building, but if you wish to learn solely from me, I must also bring along my wife. Huo Zheng and Jiang Tian exchanged glances, and he nodded in agreement. If this arrangement was feasible, they could proceed to the administrative hall to formalize the contract immediately. Earlier that morning, they had expressed concern about hiring 2 craftsmen, fearing their lack of experience might lead to deception by seasoned professionals. They hadn't anticipated that Master Chun, with his positive reputation, would be eager to impart knowledge, as most would likely decline such an opportunity. With one willing to cooperate, they felt reassured. The group returned to the administrative hall to sign the contract for the task, then proceeded to their designated plot of land. Master Chun, accompanied by his wife, along with Jiang Tian, Jiang Yuzhou, Song Hui, and Song Yu, seized the opportunity to excavate the foundation of the land before the day's end. It was indeed a laborious endeavor, yet the sense of accomplishment was profoundly gratifying. The Jiang family's gaze fell upon the flat-roofed house, which they had painstakingly built from the ground up, and smiles illuminated their faces, for this would soon be their home. As the ominous arrival of acid rain drew near, the authorities at the base began to implement measures to combat the impending threat and disseminated information regarding the acid rain, ensuring that both those within and outside the base were informed. Whether others believed or not was uncertain, but their faith remained steadfast. The appearance of the boar in the administrative hall, along with the printed documents forecasting the approximate timing of the acid rain, hinted at the orchestrated nature of the event rather than a miraculous occurrence. Yet, despite recognizing its artificiality, they found themselves unable to identify the individual responsible amidst the throng of people present that day. Rather than expend their energy in searching for this person, it was more prudent to heed the prophecy and prepare for the forthcoming calamity of acid rain. As the saying goes, it is better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it. Hence, they proceeded to organize their preparations based on this information, confident that even if the rain did not materialize, the consequences would be minimal. Conversely, should the acid rain indeed arrive, it would significantly mitigate potential losses. Jiang Tian observed the employees at the base promoting initiatives to the residents, as well as the protective measures implemented for the agricultural fields. A sense of joy welled up within her, for she believed that this time, the base would not falter as it had at the outset. With the survivor base starting off on a stable footing, its subsequent development would undoubtedly surpass the pace depicted in the original narrative. Tick, tick-tock. As the sound descended from the heavens, everyone at the base raised their heads, gazing at the sky with astonishment. Their expressions reflected sheer surprise, and those with a touch of daring even reached out their hands, only to cry out in pain, "Ah, my hand hurts." This was indeed a case of curiosity leading to unintended consequences. The duration of the days was difficult to ascertain precisely. They could only estimate the passing time. Consequently, as the threat of acid rain loomed closer, arrangements were made to relocate those residing in tent areas into the completed buildings of the survivor base. At this juncture, Jiang Tian and her family had also moved into their modest bungalow, awaiting the impending acid rain. Their single-story abode bore only a layer of cement on the walls, lacking any finishing touches. Despite having purchased formaldehyde-free latex paint, they were still apprehensive. Given the impending acid rain, they did not wish to crowd together with other residents of the survivor base. Rather, they were eager to settle into their own home, with little time to allow it to breathe. Thus, the interior remained stark with bare cement walls, exuding a rather rudimentary appearance. They intended to reside on the ground floor for the time being, planning to construct a second story after the acid rain had passed, and to gradually undertake the interior decoration according to their own preferences, free from the worry of prying eyes. As the acid rain persisted over the following days, the inhabitants of the base were temporarily accommodated in the administrative and task halls, where, despite the crowding, they managed to find shelter. What Jiang Tian did not disclose to the base was that following the acid rain, not only would animals begin to mutate, but humanity would also commence awakening their extraordinary abilities. The struggle for survival between humans and animals was about to unfold. In Chapter 84, it is revealed that among the leaders of the survivor base, several need not worry. They are destined to awaken their powers, becoming some of the strongest individuals within the base. Were it not for this, the survivor base would not have emerged as the most secure refuge for the future. It is precisely their presence and guardianship that fortify this new sanctuary, rendering it even safer for all who dwell within. Jiang Tian's family has now secured a home and is free from concerns about sustenance. They are no longer preoccupied with worries regarding their future, and their demeanor has become considerably more relaxed. Reflecting upon the journey, from the moment they began stockpiling supplies before the natural disaster struck, to finally achieving a sense of stability, it is indeed a commendable transition. Over the past month, their new residence has been completed, and Jiang Tian has brought forth her 2 huskies from the island's sanctuary where they had resided for nearly a year. It was high time for them to emerge and breathe the fresh air. Now, having expended their energy in the island space, the 2 huskies accompany Jiang Tian's family as they gaze out at the curtain of rain. Having spent the entire year in the island's sanctuary with little opportunity to explore beyond its confines, they find the sight of the rain to be nothing short of fascinating. Jiang Tian gently patted the heads of her 2 fluffy huskies, relishing in the double delight. The act of cooking still took place within the confines of her island sanctuary, where she had already established a home. However, preparing meals in a house without a range hood meant that the enticing aroma of her delectable dishes would undoubtedly attract attention. After all, who could enjoy such a feast, rich in color, fragrance, and flavor, after enduring a calamity? It was simply inconceivable to subject oneself to bland and tasteless meals. Jiang Tian rose to close the door, accompanied by 2 spirited huskies, as they set out to frolic with Song Shi. In the time before the calamity, Song Shi frequently visited their home and had always encountered these 2 delightful huskies. Now, witnessing them emerge from the island's sanctuary, she affectionately petted and embraced the dogs. Displaying no trace of fear, Song Yu set aside her phone, pausing the zombie movie that flickered on the screen. This film had been conveniently downloaded in advance, allowing her to simply connect a converter to a USB drive to watch it whenever she pleased. It was all quite convenient. As she observed Jiang Tian entering the room, she suddenly inquired, Tian, do you think we might awaken extraordinary abilities? Song Yu reflected on the aftermath of the acid rain, which had heralded the awakening of human powers, and felt a flicker of anticipation within her. Previously, her thoughts had been consumed with concerns about various disasters and safety issues, her mind heavy with the question of survival. However, with safety now secured and a new home established, she felt liberated to indulge in whimsical thoughts and begin to dream anew. Jiang Tian blinked her eyes, expressing her uncertainty. In her dreams, there was no trace of that family. Apart from her role as a mere supporting character, everything revolved around the protagonist's journey, leaving the fates of her family untouched. Moreover, even as a supporting character, she had met her demise long before this moment, leaving her unaware of whether she could awaken any supernatural abilities. Song Yu chuckled and mused. If the possibility of awakening a supernatural ability were to arise, what ability would you wish to possess? Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. If the awakening of superpowers were a matter of choice, the abilities she desired would be manifold. The power of invisibility is undeniably intriguing. The ability to manipulate lightning possesses formidable offensive capabilities. Water manipulation could alleviate issues pertaining to hydration, and botanical powers could foster the growth of fruits and vegetables within their island space. She jested, saying if I could choose my superpower, I would wish to awaken every conceivable ability. However, this was merely a whimsical thought. When faced with a choice, she naturally wished for them all. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's musings, Song Yu chuckled in agreement, reflecting that if it were her, she would desire a single offensive capability to safeguard her daughter, Shi. After uttering this sentiment, she glanced toward Shi, who was playing with 2 huskies, wishing fervently that her daughter could remain carefree and untroubled. That day, when she was taken captive by those two brothers, it felt like a haunting nightmare, an indelible mark on her heart. The child in her grasp seemed vulnerable to abduction. If one lacks strength, how can one protect their own offspring? Thus, even though they had reached a safe base and possessed their own home, she could not quell her anxieties. After all, the vision she gleaned from Jiang Tian's dream journal revealed a grim future. The world ahead reveres strength and martial prowess. If her family remained devoid of awakened powers, merely ordinary individuals, what solace could their current dwelling in the base provide? Without strength, there can be no genuine security. Thus, one cannot claim to be entirely safe. Jiang Tian comforted her gently, saying, "Aunt, you need not worry. Our family consists of 6 members. Surely one of us will awaken extraordinary abilities. When that time comes, we will be able to protect Cece." Her optimism was palpable, for the fates of her family had already been rewritten. None had perished in the chilling weather. She firmly believed that their future would only become brighter. Song Yu sighed, acknowledging her words, yet she could not shake the unease of not having awakened any powers herself. The acid rain persisted for 3 consecutive days, falling intermittently and showing no signs of abating. During this time, the streets were devoid of passers-by, as everyone remained dutifully confined within the makeshift accommodations designated for them at the base. The Jiang family has indeed grown accustomed to their life at home, finding various activities to engage themselves. After numerous days of diligent study, Jiang and Zhou had mastered the intricacies of circuitry. They were also responsible for the wiring buried within their home. They eagerly awaited the cessation of the acid rain, anticipating the opportunity to venture out in their van. They intended to bring their solar panels back in a most forthright manner, ready to install them on their residence and restore their days of electricity. However, the reality remained that their household was the sole one within the entire base enjoying this privilege, alongside the official survivor base. Such conspicuousness felt excessive. If they were not the only ones with power, it would certainly diminish the ostentation associated with it. Chapter 85. Setting up a stall when the acid rain subsided. Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng seized the opportunity presented by the gradual awakening of animal mutations and human abilities to venture outside the survivor base in search of supplies. Although it was true that the aftermath of the acid rain would bring about animal mutations and a slow awakening of human powers, the transformation was indeed a gradual process. Animals would not instantaneously mutate the moment the rain ceased. Thus, they took advantage of this moment to scour the area outside the survivor base for resources, including some overlooked solar panels, which they now sought to find on short notice. After all, a generator's power output could not simply be fractioned into 1/20th. Jiang Tian proposed to replenish with grain, and the registrar readily consented. As the number of individuals at the base increased, certain issues in management began to surface. The barter system proved to be somewhat cumbersome. They contemplated the unification of a single currency for the exchange and acquisition of supplies. However, the onset of acid rain delayed the implementation, which has yet to commence. Jiang Tian eagerly anticipates the implementation of the survivor base's point system, as the current method of exchanging goods proves to be rather cumbersome. She has taken the initiative to assemble the generator and power boards at home for preliminary testing. Only after confirming that everything functions properly does she intend to take her wares to the trading market for sale. Following the acid rain, the trading market has become bustling with activity. The residents among the survivors eagerly exchange the essential supplies they desperately need. The relentless downpour over the past 3 days has rendered their efforts to forage for resources futile. Furthermore, the corrosive nature of the acid rain has damaged many items, necessitating the arduous task of scavenging through the ruins to gather what they can. This has rendered the survivor situation increasingly dire. The solar panels and generators sold by Jiang Tian and her companions are not deemed essential by the ordinary inhabitants of the survivor base. Consequently, passers-by merely cast fleeting glances at their stall before diverting their gazes elsewhere. Even though the solar panels and generators are reasonably priced, requiring only a modest amount of food for exchange, they fail to pique anyone's interest. The survivors intend to expend their barterable goods on more pressing necessities. However, the female sanitary products they offer have drawn the attention of a few women who approach to inquire about their prices. Their decision to gather such supplies stemmed solely from a spirit of goodwill, with no intention of profit. A gaunt woman paused, eyeing the sanitary pads laid out on the small table, her face betraying a moment of hesitation. She pointed at the pads and inquired, "How much are these?" Observing the weary, emaciated woman before her, Song Hui set the price modestly, allowing for a casual selection. 2 packs could be exchanged for a small loaf of bread or merely 1 or 2 units of food. 1 unit corresponds to 50 grams, roughly the size of small orange. Jiang Tian observed Song Hui's pricing with a sense of amusement, for they were not reliant on this venture for profit, and thus felt free to sell as they wished. However, food held significant importance for this woman, and procuring it proved challenging. After weighing her options internally, she ultimately chose to forego the exchange. Noticing this, Song Hui sighed inwardly, disinclined to witness the woman's desire to depart. She inquired, "Lack of food is not an issue. We can barter for other items. Do you possess anything of value to trade? Please, show me. If it aligns with my needs, we may proceed with the exchange." The woman paused at this, retrieving from her pocket a comb and hair ties she had salvaged from the ruins. "Would this suffice?" she asked. Song Hui, lacking for nothing, had merely intended to extend a helping hand to the woman. Upon seeing the comb and ties, she readily agreed, nodding. "These can be exchanged. How about 1 hair tie for a pack of sanitary pads?" The woman eagerly nodded in response, affirming, "Yes, of course." Seeing the woman's joyful demeanor brought a smile to Song Hui's lips. "Very well. How many packs would you like to exchange? My family could use several hair ties, so feel free to trade for more." Indeed, 1 hair tie for a pack of sanitary pads was an exceedingly fair deal. Sanitary pads were consumables, necessitated almost monthly. Missing this opportunity could mean a long wait before finding someone else selling them. Naturally, she wished to acquire a sufficient quantity for future use. Song Hui nodded in agreement. The woman, filled with delight, produced the hair ties for selection. "All right, please choose which hair ties you prefer from this assortment." The ties, having been unearthed from the ruins, bore some dust, yet neither Jiang Tian nor Song Hui minded. They each selected 5 ties. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, retrieving a bag from her pocket to carry away 10 packs of sanitary pads. Currently, Jiang Tian and her companions were the sole vendors of women's products in the marketplace, and such a favorable barter was indeed valuable. Thus, by the end of the day, while not a single solar panel or generator had been sold, the sanitary pads and bathing supplies had nearly all been exchanged. The supplies they received amounted to less than a pound of rice, along with a few hair ties, combs, and metal spoons. Nevertheless, both Jiang Tian and Song Hui relished the experience, for their stall was not solely for profit. Those in need of generators and solar panels could return at a later time to make their purchases. Chapter 86. Abilities. The survivor base hastened the construction of several buildings to begin selling to the residents. This measure was taken to prevent occurrences similar to acid rain, as tents were evidently inadequate protection against such phenomena. What was initially not urgent, merely contemplating the use of a tent during the transition, has now become a matter of priority, prompting a singular focus on the construction of the new dwelling. It was only when Jiang Tian noticed that the survivor base had begun selling houses that she suddenly recalled the circumstances. Indeed, at this moment, the majority of individuals resided in tents, with only the staff of the survivor base having the privilege of living in the accommodations provided by the base. It is no wonder that her stall, selling solar panels and generators, attracted no potential buyers. The reasoning is evident. Who residing in a tent would contemplate purchasing a generator or solar panel? Naturally, only those dwelling within proper houses would possess the leisure to consider acquiring such equipment. Now, Jiang Tian's home had been equipped with solar panels, illuminating her abode. Those at the survivor base capable of purchasing homes, or those opting for installment payments, gradually made their way to her stall, inquiring about the prices of generators and solar panels. Jiang Tian sells these 2 items not to draw attention to her family's presence within the survivor base. Hence the prices she offers are rather modest. After all, exorbitant prices would not attract buyers. Moreover, the generator requires one to venture out in search of diesel for operation, while the electricity generated by solar panels is not particularly abundant, rendering high prices unnecessary. With a price set at a mere pittance, Jiang Tian has successfully sold several solar panels over the past few days, with buyers opting for them primarily due to their reliance on solar energy for power. In this apocalyptic era, entertainment options have become scarce, and daily lighting needs consume little electricity. Thus, solar panels prove to be exceedingly practical. As for the generator, as previously mentioned, it requires additional diesel and produces considerable noise, making it less cost-effective. Consequently, lights have begun to illuminate the survivor base. And with Jiang Tian's family blending in, they no longer stand out conspicuously. Huo Zheng gazed at his hands, a look of confusion crossing his features. It seemed he had awakened an extraordinary ability. He uttered this realization with a nonchalance akin to discussing what to have for dinner. Jiang Tian, unable to maintain her composure, sat up with excitement, grasping his hand as she exclaimed, "Is it true? What extraordinary ability have you awakened? Just the other day, my aunt was concerned about our inability to venture outside, and yet here you are, having already manifested your powers." This was the third day following the acid rain, and within the survivor's base, some individuals had also begun to notice their own transformations. However, these newly awakened abilities were not particularly formidable, and their sustainability was rather limited. Apart from their astonishment, they harbored no further thoughts, thus failing to incite any significant commotion. Huo Zheng raised his hand, and from it emerged a radiant orb of blue light. Jiang Tian exclaimed with delight, This must be a healing ability. It is exceedingly rare. Ah Zheng, you are truly remarkable. From now on, if anyone in our family falls ill, we need not worry at all. This is simply splendid. Huo Zheng observed the joy radiating from Jiang Tian, and the sense of disappointment he felt for not awakening a more aggressive ability gradually faded. A smile graced his lips as he affirmed, "Well then, I shall take responsibility for your health." Initially, he had hoped to awaken a more formidable offensive ability to protect Jiang Tian, as well as Jiang and Zhou Songwei. However, after hearing Jiang Tian's words, he found solace in the fact that awakening this ability was indeed a blessing. At the very least, it ensured her safety and well-being. News of awakened abilities continued to arrive in a steady stream. In the Jiang family, aside from Huo Zheng awakening the healing ability, Song Hui has manifested a botanical power, and the youngest, Song Shi, has even awakened an electric ability. This left Song Yu perplexed. Despite her desire to protect her daughters, it seems that the roles have reversed, and her daughters are now poised to protect her. She couldn't help but confide in Jiang Tian, saying, Tian, what on earth is happening? She has awakened her powers, yet we have not even glimpsed a fraction of our own abilities. Jiang Tian has not yet awakened her extraordinary abilities, yet she remains relatively composed. If you think that way, then it is somewhat reassuring, she said. In truth, if Cici possessed such powers, she can not only safeguard herself, but also protect us, wouldn't you agree? Song Yu nodded, though a shadow of concern lingered in her heart. Cici is still so young. How could she possibly wield such abilities? Moreover, the perilous nature of lightning is alarming. I fear she might inadvertently direct it toward herself and harm herself in the process. Jiang Tian envisioned the scene and smiled, pondering how it could be that Cici, so astute, would not excel. In contrast to Song Yu's melancholy, Song Hui was filled with joy. She had not anticipated that she, too, could awaken an extraordinary ability, particularly one as beneficial as her plant manipulation power, which accelerated the growth of flora. This was precisely what she needed for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits in her garden. Interestingly, her latent ability had manifested while she was tending to the plants in her garden. Her thoughts immediately turned to the fruit trees, particularly the lychees, cherries, and durians that her daughter adored. She considered the prospect of employing her newfound power on these trees to enhance their growth, enabling her daughter to relish these fruits sooner. The most astonishing development was that the two huskies had silently transformed from ordinary canines into their mutated counterparts. However, they retained their endearingly foolish demeanor. with no apparent changes aside from their significantly increased speed and the ability to emit bursts of fire. This left Jiang Tian and the others in a state of both delight and concern. The previously unremarkable huskies now posed a worry, as their unbridled energy could lead to destruction. With their newfound fire abilities, the potential for chaos was ever present. Jiang Tian could only earnestly admonish the two huskies, repeatedly stating, "Demao, Airmao, the flames that emanate from your mouths must not be unleashed within the confines of our home, nor within the realm of the island space. Do you understand? Should you choose to disregard this, I shall be exceedingly displeased." The huskies, not lacking in intelligence to begin with, had become even more astute following their mutation. Jiang Tian's words were swiftly comprehended by them. The two huskies stuck out their tongues in acknowledgement. Chapter 87. The mouse, regardless of the circumstances, awakening one's extraordinary abilities is undoubtedly a positive development. In the residence of Jiang Tian, Huo Zheng, Song Shi, and Song Hui have awakened their extraordinary abilities, alongside two huskies that have transformed into fire-breathing mutants. Among them, Song Shi exhibits the most formidable aggression, while the powers awakened in Song Hui and Huo Zheng can only be deemed auxiliary, rendering them ill-suited for combat outside the survivor's base. The two huskies, however, are indeed fit for battle. Yet, there remains a concern about allowing them to wander freely, lest they be mistaken for wild mutant dogs and hunted by those outside. Throughout this past week, as the survivors within the base gradually awaken their powers, Jiang Tian's family has maintained a low profile within their home, seldom venturing out. As some of these survivors become more adept in wielding their abilities, a stark transformation emerges, revealing their true natures. They shed their initial appearances of honesty and simplicity, aspiring instead to dominate the base and govern all within it. Jiang Tian could only perceive that these individuals were lost in a daydream, harboring no belief in their eventual success. Nevertheless, in order to avoid collateral damage, they chose to remain silent, patiently awaiting the resolution of the turmoil, prioritizing their own lives. The group of superhumans who had ventured into the administrative hall to provoke were swiftly subdued and expelled beyond the confines of the survivor's base. Such a rapid display of power extinguished the aspirations of those within the survivor base who were eager to dominate and assume leadership. Jiang Tian's family merely indulged in the gossip, listening with casual interest before moving on. Within this survivor base, the official personnel had awakened to their extraordinary abilities, many of which were considerably potent, rendering them impervious to any intimidation from the lesser individuals. The two ducks from the island's farm accompanied Jiang Tian as she exited the island's realm. These were the same two ducks that had previously followed her with unwavering enthusiasm. Seizing the opportunity as she finished feeding, they slipped out alongside her. Jiang Tian considered it to be a trivial matter and decided to bring them out to play together. Little did she anticipate that these two ducks had undergone a transformation. Jiang Tian gazed at the two suddenly enlarged ducks, which could now spout water balls from their beaks, momentarily at a loss for words. She could accept her lack of supernatural abilities, but how could these ducks have undergone such a remarkable transformation? Jiang Tian harbored a sense of grievance. Her two huskies possessed mutated fire abilities, while her two ducks exhibited mutated water powers. Was she truly expected to venture forth with her canine and avian companions to engage in combat against mutated creatures? Presently, they resided within the confines of the survivor's base. Yet if they were all to awaken their extraordinary abilities, it seemed imperative to partake in real-world confrontations. Regardless of the circumstances, one must possess the capability to safeguard oneself. To merely bask in the possession of powers without actively honing one's skills and striving for greater strength would render one helpless when peril loomed, unable to protect oneself or those in close proximity. Simultaneously, as humanity awakened their latent abilities, the animal kingdom had also undergone its own transformations. Among the most ubiquitous of mutated creatures were the rats. As social beings, the presence of a single rat often signified a multitude nearby. This held true both outside and within the survivor's base. Wherever there were structures, the likelihood of rats was heightened. particularly in dwellings where cooking and the accompanying smoke were prevalent. In such times, the sanctuary of the survivor's base could hardly be deemed secure. The residents of the Jiang family has made considerable efforts to prevent these mutated creatures from infiltrating their home. Every window is equipped with security grills. These modifications were primarily learned by Jiang Yuzhou, the father, from the craftsman who installed the security windows in their new house. Consequently, all the windows in their home were installed by him, meticulously crafted to match the dimensions of the previous residence. The back windows, too, were affixed by him. When the windows are opened for ventilation, it is virtually impossible for mutated rodents or snakes to enter. The front of the house is similarly secured. The windows remain closed at all times, except when someone is seated outside or when they are leaving. They do not prepare meals in the new house, opting instead to cook in their island space, thereby eliminating the possibility of attracting rodents with enticing aromas. The situation is markedly different elsewhere, particularly in the cafeteria of the survivor base, which has become a hot spot for trouble. The incessant squeaking of mice initially went unnoticed. People assumed it was merely a sign of the recent surge in rodent activity, failing to recognize them as mutated creatures. After all, the populace was preoccupied with the exhilaration of their own awakened abilities, scarcely considering that animals could undergo mutations as well. They reveled in their newfound powers, convinced that they could withstand any calamity that might arise. It was not until a horde of mutated mice descended upon the cafeteria that the air was filled with screams of terror. "Oh, there are mice. So many of them. They're coming. Look at that big one. Run. Help. These mice are dangerous. They're terrifying." During the midday meal, a considerable number of individuals had chosen to dine in the cafeteria, and the sudden emergence of so many rodents startled them. The awakened abilities of the superhumans momentarily slipped their minds as they fled in panic from the cafeteria. The family, hearing the commotion outside, contemplated venturing out to ascertain the situation, but hesitated to do so directly. They were well aware of the adage regarding curiosity and its perils. After some deliberation, they retrieved a pair of binoculars and peered through the window to observe the unfolding events. Remaining indoors, rather than rushing outside, provided them with a measure of safety. However, from their vantage point, they could discern little, as the cafeteria was situated a slight distance away, and the security grills obstructed their view. Jiang Tian and a few others crowded by the window, peering inside for quite some time before they finally spotted someone rushing towards their direction. Jiang Tian swiftly angled the telescope downward, only to behold a large rat scurrying past. This rodent, the size of a finger, was twice as large as the typical ones encountered before, appearing utterly bizarre. Chapter 88, Departure. The Jiang family gazed in astonishment at the mouse scurrying across the ground, their eyes widening in disbelief. Could this truly be a mouse? It seemed improbable. While they were aware that acid rain could cause mutations in animals, they had not anticipated such an absurd transformation. The sheer size of this creature was utterly ridiculous. Even their own 2 huskies had shown no significant changes after the mutation. Merely 2 ducks had undergone a transformation, yet they were far less ferocious than the mutant mouse outside. Could this stark contrast in mutations between domesticated and wild animals be the crux of the matter? Jiang Tian and the others were perplexed, while the nearby huskies exhibited a spirited eagerness. The 2 huskies stood upright, raising their front legs, and barked twice before unleashing a fireball toward the window, seemingly intent on targeting the mutated rats on the street. These 2 fireballs shot towards the window, nearly igniting the household. The huskies' antics startled several onlookers gathered by the window, causing them to retreat a few steps. "Oh, Demao, Airmao, stop causing trouble. You're about to set the house ablaze." Jiang Tian and Huo Zheng swiftly each cradled a duck, urging these 2 awakened water element ducks to extinguish the flames emitted by the mutated husky. She bent down, extending her hand to gently pat the heads of the mutated huskies in turn, her expression betraying her displeasure. "Demao, Airmao, what are you doing? Did I not instruct you? You must not breathe fire within the house. How could you forget?" The 2 mutated huskies, panting with their tongues lolling out, gazed at her with innocent eyes, barking a few times as if to defend themselves. In truth, Their intention was to direct the fireball towards the mutated mice outside, hoping to alleviate their owner's troubles, but they momentarily overlooked the presence of a glass window before them. Jiang Tian gazed at the two seemingly innocent huskies, gently pinching their chins as she reiterated her admonishment. "All right, no more mischief from now on, understand?" The fiery orb upon the glass window had been extinguished by the water balloon thrown by the duck, leaving only faint cracks that attested to the fact that this place had once been scorched by flames. After the fire in Jiang Tian's family was extinguished, their gaze turned once more towards the window. The astonishment at the mutated rats had subsided, momentarily disrupted by the presence of two huskies. They observed as more and more individuals rushed from the direction of the cafeteria, only to witness some unfortunate souls bitten by the mutated rodents. Consequently, terrified cries and sounds of anguish began to resonate outside. Those who had been bitten by the mutated rats found themselves confronted not merely by a single rodent, but by a swarm that lunged at them, tearing into flesh. The entire scene was gruesome and difficult to behold. Song Hui had already turned away, unable to bear the horrific sight outside. Song Yu hastily covered her daughter Song Shi's eyes, shielding her from the sight of individuals being overwhelmed by the horde of rats, fearing that such imagery might haunt her dreams at night. At that moment, those who had awakened their abilities outside finally regained their composure. They began to wave their hands, unleashing their newfound powers in an attempt to strike at the mutated rats. However, the diminutive and agile nature of the rodents made them elusive targets. Furthermore, these newly empowered individuals had not taken the time to properly train their abilities after their awakening, resulting in a lack of precision in their attacks despite being capable of utilizing their powers. Jiang Tian's windows were adorned with one-way film, allowing a view of the outside world while rendering the interior invisible to those beyond. Consequently, as they gazed outside, no one would approach them for assistance. Two peculiar huskies nibbled at Jiang Tian's pant leg, tugging her towards the door that led outside, exuding an unmistakable desire to venture beyond. Jiang Tian felt a sense of helplessness, even though she possessed a spatial realm akin to an island, granting her the ability to retreat within it at any moment. The thought of confronting the myriad of mutated rats outside instilled fear and trepidation in her heart. The gruesome scenes beyond were all too real. Surely, she deserved a moment to process the horror. Addressing the two huskies, she remarked, "Do not tug at me any longer. Even if you do, I shall not venture out. If you wish to explore, I shall open the door and allow you both to go." The two huskies understood her words and nodded in agreement. Jiang Tian let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Dad, Mom, Demao, and Air Mao wished to venture outside to confront the mutated rats. I will escort them out first. Please ensure the door here is securely locked to prevent any mutated rats from infiltrating. Song Hui nodded and cautioned, "All right. You go ahead and open the outer door, but be careful. If any mutated rats approach, do not concern yourself with us. Retreat into the island space at once." Jiang Tian nodded in acknowledgement, assuring, "All right, I shall be mindful of that. Now, I will step out and secure the door behind you." With two eager, restless mutant huskies in tow, she exited the room. Once she had firmly shut the door to their chamber, she gradually made her way towards the hall. There was a serene stillness at the door, devoid of any commotion. At least, there were no mutated rodents burrowing at their entrance. The two huskies, anxious to venture forth and confront the mutant mice, barked twice in understanding. Jiang Tian arranged the two huskies to stand neatly by the door. With a swift motion, she opened the door and watched as the two huskies darted outside, promptly closing the door behind them. She remained cautious of her own safety. Noticing the commotion, mutated rats began to scurry towards the door. The two mutated huskies unleashed fireballs from their mouths, incinerating the rats until they were charred and tender, emitting wisps of smoke. The huskies wagged their tails joyfully, striking the rats with their paws, ensuring their demise. Though they had reached the survivor base, where one could tend to their own affairs without concern for others, this was only applicable once a semblance of order and a dedicated security force had been established. The current security team was entirely different from the future team of enhanced individuals, as they lacked experience in dealing with these mutated creatures. To manage the sudden influx of mutated rats would require considerable effort. The individuals with abilities within the survivor base needed to unite and confront the present challenges. This was precisely why Jiang Tian opted to release the two huskies. Most of the awakened abilities in their household were supportive in nature, and the only one with offensive abilities, Song Shi, was still quite young. As a mother, Song Yu could hardly bear the thought of sending her youngest daughter out to battle mutated rats for the family's protection. Chapter 89. Crystal Core Song Yu could not bring herself to let Song Shi venture outside, nor could Jiang Tian and Song Wei. If they themselves were too frightened to confront the mutated rats, how could they possibly thrust their youngest child into such peril? The sight of the mutated rats outside was daunting even for them, let alone for a little girl like Song Shi. However, given Song Shi's formidable abilities, it was essential for her to train adequately. Such powers could only grow stronger through real combat. Simply awakening them without practical application would be in vain. Nevertheless, with so many mutated rats in view, Jiang Tian was apprehensive about allowing Song Shi to go outside. If training was necessary, it could wait until the number of mutated rats diminished. Song Shi was indeed frightened. Her awakening was still a source of wonder for her. Although she felt a twinge of disappointment for not possessing a magical island like her sister, she could still summon lightning. Observing the chaos outside, she envisioned herself as a heroine from animated tales, triumphing over dark forces in the name of justice. Yet, her fear paralyzed her, preventing her from taking even a single step outside. Meanwhile, the two mutated huskies frolicked gleefully, breathing fire upon the mutated rats. The rats, quick in their movements, found themselves outmatched by the swift huskies, who were far superior to the merely enlarged and accelerated rodents. After the two huskies ventured out, the ground soon became littered with the charred remains of the defeated mutated rats. The survivor, gasping for breath, felt a sense of relief as her gaze fell upon the two huskies beside her. They wagged their tails, seemingly eager to offer praise. The mutated creatures were presumed to feast upon other mutated animals, yet these two huskies had exclusively subsisted on their rations. The recently incinerated, virus-laden mutated rats had not even crossed their minds as potential sustenance. The fact that the huskies shunned the grotesque, mutated rodents brought a sense of joy to Jiang Tian. After all, the sight of those rats was utterly repulsive and difficult to bear. If these huskies could indeed consume the mutated rats, she would likely hesitate to approach them for fear of contracting the essence of those abhorrent creatures scattered throughout the survivor base. These mutated rats had prompted those with special abilities to gradually develop strategies for dealing with them after numerous confrontations. They began accepting missions to eradicate the audacious mutated rats that roamed the base. Although the mutated rats before them had only recently undergone transformation, possessing at most a first-level crystal core, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. When amassed in numbers, the energy contained within these crystal cores could be quite substantial, especially since they were the product of their two mutated huskies' efforts. After toiling tirelessly, it was only fair that they would reap some rewards. These mutated crystal cores could be utilized by the ability users to absorb energy and enhance their powers, rendering them highly valuable. However, the mutated rats outside were indeed fewer, but that did not imply their complete absence. Individuals lacking abilities or possessing weaker powers would find it unsafe to venture out. The situation outside remained precarious. Would they be able to manage if they stepped outside? Ultimately, it was decided that they must venture out to assess the circumstances. She spoke up, asserting, "I shall go out first. I will take the huskies with me." Jiang Tian considered her family, realizing that the most suitable companions for an outing were herself and Song Shi. In moments of peril, she could retreat to the sanctuary of the island space, while Song Shi possessed the capability to launch her own attacks. However, recalling Song Shi's evident fear, she concluded that it would be better for her to venture out alone. Jiang Tian donned her full protective gear, wearing a mask and gloves. Though the mutated rats had been charred beyond recognition, they still evoked a sense of unease. Jiang Tian approached the door and instructed them, "Once I step outside, you must swiftly close the door. Do not concern yourselves with me. De Mao and Air Mao will ensure my safety. If necessary, I can retreat into the island space. Should anyone catch a glimpse of me, I shall simply claim that I have awakened an ability of invisibility. Her ability to appear and disappear, attributing it to an invisible power, posed no issue. However, she wished to keep her island's space concealed. Nevertheless, the future stretched long ahead, and presenting the island space as a legitimate ability could indeed be quite advantageous. Song Hui nodded in agreement. All right, be careful as you go out. If you need to return, just call for me. Jiang sweetly nodded and jested. It's all right, mother. You need not worry. Moreover, even if I were to sustain an injury, Huo Zheng would be there to assist in my healing. Song Hui shot her a glare and scoffed twice. Don't speak nonsense. There will be no injuries. Chapter 90. Absorption. Jiang Tian claimed to be unafraid. Yet that was a mere facade. In her household, aside from herself, there were no more suitable individuals for venturing outside. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out. 2 huskies flanked her, silently guarding her against the sudden onslaught of mutated rats. Wasting no time, she spotted the corpse of a mutated rat outside and crouched down to tuck it into her bag. During this interval, the huskies unleashed a torrent of flames upon the scattered mutated rats that dared to approach, eliminating them with ruthless efficiency and ensuring that none came even close to Jiang Tian. Though she was under the protection of her 2 extraordinary huskies and ostensibly safe, a twinge of anxiety lingered in her heart. She had previously engaged in combat with other human survivors, but there was an undeniable distinction between human adversaries and mutated rodents. The human ability users of her past were, after all, merely ordinary individuals, whereas the present rodents had transcended the bounds of normality. Jiang Tian contemplated that whether they were survivors or mutated rats, it was imperative to confront the challenges ahead with courage. Having already taken the first step, she believed that if she continued on this path, a brighter future awaited her. Jiang Tian entered the house with the mutated rats, intending not to bring them into the rooms. Huo Zheng handed over the sharp knife, saying, "Father, mother, aunt, do come and give it a try." Jiang Tian also took a small knife from Huo Zheng's hand. Having encountered such mutated rats numerous times, her fear had diminished significantly. Although she still found them quite unsettling, she had grown accustomed to them. With the blade pointed at the rat's head, she plunged it in, stirring within as she sought the crystal core. The mutated rats had increased in size several-fold, making it far from easy to locate the core. It was only when the knife struck something hard that she paused. Jiang Tian raised her head, her eyes alight with surprise as she addressed Huo Zheng. "Ah, Zheng, it seems I have unearthed the crystal core. Could you come and assist me?" Within the confines of the excavation, only a single knife was at hand, stirring the remains of the mutated rat, causing its limbs to sway unsteadily. To enhance the search and extraction process, an additional knife would be required to secure the position more effectively. Upon hearing the possibility of a crystal core being discovered, Huo Zheng swiftly withdrew the knife she had been using, asking, "All right, where should I hold it?" Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, and then requested, "Please hold the mutated rat's head steady for me. This way, I can extract a small sample." Huo Zheng pressed the blade against the rodent's neck, allowing Jiang Tian to delve into its skull. Before long, a crystal core, stained with the blood of the mutated rat, was unearthed and fell to the ground. All eyes turned towards it, captivated by the sight of the luminous core. Jiang Tian, unperturbed by her gloved hands, reached out without hesitation. She instructed the mutated duck to spray a small amount of water, effectively cleansing the crystal core of the bloodstains that marred its surface. Soon, a lustrous and translucent crystal core emerged. To her astonishment, it was remarkably beautiful, reminiscent of a diamond. Now that it was confirmed that the core was indeed present, we should hasten to excavate the remaining ones. The mutated rats appeared exceedingly unsettling. The cores within seemed far more comforting to behold. After exchanging a few words surrounding this crystal core, our efforts intensified. With the first core successfully unearthed, we gradually extracted all the crystal cores from the mutated rats. Jiang Tian gathered all the carcasses of the mutated mice and commanded her 2 huskies, Demao, Ermao, unleash your flames. Incinerate these mutated rodents. The 2 huskies obediently expelled several fireballs, igniting the remains once more. The mutated mice were scorched, emitting an unpleasant odor that lingered in the air. Though they wore masks, They could not retreat any further, striving to distance themselves from the foul stench. At this moment, Jiang Tian began to feel a sense of relief. As the ground floor of their home was merely paved with cement, with only doors and windows installed, and the rest of the renovations had yet to commence. Otherwise, it would have been rather inappropriate to incinerate the mutated rats within the confines of their dwelling. They remained fixated on the flames until the rats were reduced to ashes and remnants, which they then collected and placed into garbage bags, intending to dispose of them once the outside world had calmed down and it was deemed safe. After removing their masks and gloves, they washed their hands with liquid soap. The crystal nuclei were relatively easy to distribute. They were evenly allotted among the several endowed individuals in their household and a few dogs, with the surplus being generously given to the husky. After all, it was the husky that had played a pivotal role in this operation to eliminate the mutated rats. Huo Zheng, Song Hui, and Song Shi each held a crystal nucleus in their palms, employing the absorption method documented by Jiang Tian in her notebook. The two mutated huskies and the mutated duck found the process even simpler, as they simply swallowed the nuclei whole. Jiang Tian glanced at the three of them, then at the few mutated huskies and ducks, yet she could not discern any changes in the amounts they had absorbed. Jiang Yu and Song Yu anxiously gazed at their wives and daughters. Upon witnessing them open their eyes, they immediately inquired, "How is it? Has the crystal core been absorbed successfully? Can it be absorbed?" Huo Zheng and Song Hui nodded in agreement, confirming that after the absorption, they felt an increase in their innate abilities. The feedback from the three regarding the absorption of the crystal core was quite positive. However, Jiang Tian and the others did not have the opportunity to experience such sensations, leading her to nod in response, feeling a twinge of envy for their awakened powers. Regardless of the nature of the abilities, possessing any form of power is far superior to being devoid of such gifts. Chapter 91. Registration after gaining her abilities. Song Hui cheerfully dedicated herself to tending to the fruit trees in the island space. Each day, she infused her innate powers into the trees, simultaneously honing her skills and accelerating their growth. With the presence of fruit trees in the island space, Song Hui's abilities flourished rapidly under the nurturing light of her power. Jiang Tian gazed at the small durians hanging from the tree, her heart brimming with anticipation for the moment she could pluck them and savor their flavor. After all, these fruits possess a limited shelf life and cannot be preserved for long in a space devoid of stillness. Moreover, the durian and lychee trees cultivated in her family's island sanctuary are not destined to bloom and bear fruit in the near future. Thus, her daily indulgence consists of the rapidly maturing strawberries, blueberries, watermelons, and cantaloupes. The efficiency of the survivor base is remarkable. Aside from the initial chaos caused by the mutated rat swarm, which caught them off guard, they swiftly organized their efforts. Subsequently, they mobilized personnel to actively engage in the eradication of the mutated rodents within the base. These mutated rats are considerably larger and far less elusive than their original counterparts, making them easily detectable and swiftly dispatched by the base's adept guards endowed with extraordinary abilities. Jiang Tian harbored the utmost hope for the flourishing of the survivor base, for her family intended to reside there for a lifetime. Regarding the matter of the mutated mice possessing crystal cores, she did not conceal it. Instead, she brought her two mutated huskies as guardians to the affairs hall to report to the survivor base. She retrieved the remaining crystal core from her pocket, which her family had absorbed, and presented it to the staff member assisting her with the installment payment, providing feedback. The two frequently interacted, and their acquaintance had grown quite familiar. Jiang Tian did not beat around the bush. She spoke directly. "Hello. This is the crystal nucleus we discovered within the heads of mutated mice. My family also has individuals who have awakened their extraordinary abilities. They found that holding this in their hands allows them to absorb the power contained within the crystal nucleus, making their bodies feel lighter." Upon finishing her statement, she extended the translucent crystal nucleus towards the staff member. The staff received the nucleus with caution, saying, "All right, I will report this information. The survivors base will follow up and conduct research. Thank you very much for bringing this information to our attention." Jiang Tian felt a surge of joy upon witnessing the staff at the survivor base give due importance to their endeavors. A smile graced her lips as she expressed her gratitude, hoping for the continued prosperity of the survivor base. The personnel at the survivor base began to raise a loudspeaker, broadcasting throughout the entire facility. All awakened abilities among the survivors are requested to promptly proceed to the base square to complete the ability registration forms. Jiang Tian, leading 2 mutated huskies, marveled at the efficiency of the survivor base. The 2 huskies dashed ahead, causing Jiang Tian to stumble as she momentarily lost her focus. Jiang Tian suddenly recalled her 2 mutated huskies, along with the 2 altered ducks at home. She tugged on the leashes of the huskies and brought them before the staff member who was reporting the news. She inquired, "Hello, do the awakened abilities of the supernatural beings in the base require registration? Do my 2 awakened huskies need to be registered?" The staff member appeared somewhat bewildered upon hearing about the huskies with awakened abilities. Lowering his gaze to examine the 2 huskies tethered by leashes, he then turned towards her with a look of realization. "Ah, I see. I've heard about them from the people of the base. Your 2 huskies are quite remarkable. They have saved numerous people in the presence of mutated rats." Jiang Tian smiled, for dogs are indeed humanity's steadfast companions. The staff member chuckled in response, suggesting, "Why not take these 2 huskies to register? Perhaps we can issue a certificate for your mutant dogs, so their presence in the base will not incite panic. Especially given the recent incidents involving mutated rats that have left the survivors in a state of unease. The mere sight of unmutated insects triggers a reflexive fear in them, as they dread the possibility of these creatures also mutating and causing harm." Jiang Tian nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you. I shall proceed to register with my family." Regardless of the circumstances, even within the confines of the survivor base, ordinary individuals devoid of abilities may not necessarily be safe at home. One can never predict if a deranged ability user might suddenly create chaos. It is far better to venture out together, ensuring that the ordinary members of the household do not remain alone, while also taking the opportunity to explore the survivor base. When Jiang Tian and her family arrived at the base square, individuals were already registering their abilities, and a multitude were even showcasing their talents publicly. They joined the queue to register their own abilities. At that moment, the number of newcomers registering was relatively sparse. Many individuals harbored intentions to retain a semblance of secrecy or had their own agendas. It was unlikely that the mere request from the base would compel them to obediently come forth and register. Jiang Tian and the others would not entertain such thoughts, for they were well aware that the leaders of this survivor base, composed of military personnel, were quite commendable. This foundation, established by soldiers, instilled a profound sense of trust. They diligently collaborated with the operations of the survivor base, registering their awakened abilities. Naturally, they only documented the abilities awakened by a few individuals and 2 dogs, while Jiang Tian's activated and bound island space remained undisclosed. However, the mere revelation of the abilities possessed by their trio, Huo Zheng, Song Shi, and Song Hui, was enough to astonish the staff at the survivor base. Healing abilities, plant growth abilities. When these 2 powers appeared on the registration forms, the staff widened their eyes in disbelief, their gazes sparkling with excitement, contemplating how to recruit them for official duties at the survivor base. One could assist the staff with rescue treatments during missions, akin to a healer in a game. The other could enhance agricultural production within the base, alleviating food scarcity. Reminiscent of an elven race. Prior to the apocalypse, one of the staff had been an avid gamer, and upon witnessing their extraordinary abilities, his mind was flooded with names from the gaming world. Such rare and precious abilities were impossible not to cherish. Jiang Tian had long anticipated the reaction of the official staff at the survivor base. Their willingness to cooperate in detailing their awakened abilities was, in fact, a calculated maneuver. Primarily, it concerned Huo Zheng and Song Hui, whose awakened powers were exceptionally well suited for integration into the survivor base, rather than for solitary endeavors. They sought the refuge that the survivor base provided, which harbored no experiments on ability users or terrifyingly mad professors conducting research. Their collaboration with the survivor base, securing a place on its protection list, offered substantial assurance. After all, only a handful within their household possessed abilities, and not all awakened powers were inherently offensive, leaving them with limited security measures. Thus, aligning with the survivor base rendered their situation far more secure than going it alone in the darkness. Among the staff who had come from the base, there was one from the service hall whom Jiang Tian recognized. Their presence seemed intended to reassure her family of their legitimacy as an official institution, rather than a facade for ulterior motives. Comrades, greetings. We are representatives of the official survivor base, here to discuss some matters with you. May I inquire if this is a convenient time? Certainly, please come in. Jiang Tian, feeling at ease, welcomed them into the living room to engage in conversation. Their home remained a modest single-story flat, characterized by a cement floor devoid of any elaborate decor. The second floor was only just beginning construction and was far from being ready for habitation. After arranging a few small stools, they settled down to converse. In the days before the cataclysm, it was customary to serve tea and refreshments to guests. However, such warmth had dissipated, and now they could only sit and chat briefly. An official from the base addressed them directly. Our primary intention is to seek Mr. Huo Zheng and Ms. Song Hui. We would like to inquire if you have any interest in working with us at the official survivor base. Huo Zheng and Song Hui exchanged glances, prompting Huo Zheng to take the lead in the discussion. He inquired, "May I ask how the salary and workload will be calculated should we choose to work at the survivor base?" Apart from himself, Jiang Tian's family includes his father, mother, and husband, all of whom were once proprietors of a company. Previously, he commanded others in their tasks, but now the onus is on him to perform. Naturally, he must ascertain the specifics of salary and workload. The staff, well prepared, calmly articulated, "We have deliberated on the issue of compensation. Given the unique abilities that both of you possess, which are currently in high demand at our base, we believe it is prudent to clarify the workload. For instance, Ms. Song Hui, with her capacity for plant growth, will only need to restore her abilities morning, noon, and night, and then check in at our fields to utilize her powers on the crops." Song Hui nodded in agreement, finding this arrangement acceptable. As long as she could unleash her abilities in the fields, her remaining time would remain her own. It would not interfere with her family's agricultural endeavors. The staff then turned to Mr. Huo Zheng, stating, "As for you, Mr. Huo Zheng, your responsibilities will depend on the number of individuals, both empowered and ordinary, requiring treatment on any given day. Among the registered abilities in our survivor base, you are the sole healer. Thus, should there be a significant number of injured during missions, your workload may become considerable." Huo Zheng pondered for a moment and replied, "I believe it is essential for you to understand that while my mother and I possess plant-related and healing abilities, respectively, our powers are rather commonplace. The effectiveness we can achieve may not necessarily meet your expectations." He spoke candidly, acknowledging that his healing abilities, at present, might only suffice to mend minor wounds and were incapable of halting bleeding or regenerating flesh. The staff nodded in comprehension, assuring them, "Rest assured, many individuals at our official base have awakened their powers and possess knowledge of abilities. These can be honed through training to enhance their efficacy. We will provide you with opportunities for such training, and as your powers grow stronger, you will be able to contribute even more significantly to the base." Huo Zheng and Song Hui were heartened by this assurance. The staff continued, "Regarding remuneration, Ms. Song Hui, we will establish a fixed salary that will increase as your abilities develop. For Mr. Huo Zheng, we can determine compensation based on the frequency of treatments provided. This approach seems quite reasonable. Compensation will be commensurate with the amount of work performed." Huo Zheng expressed his agreement, finding the arrangement acceptable, but added, "We do have one additional request." The staff, pleased by their concurrence, encouraged him, "Please do share. We will do our utmost to accommodate your request." Huo Zheng stated, "The abilities awakened in our family are primarily supportive in nature, and given the perilous state of the world, I hope the base can assign combat-oriented ability users to safeguard me and my family as safety." This request was entirely understandable. The staff contemplated the necessity of protecting rare ability users and their families and assured them that is certainly feasible. "We can dispatch empowered individuals to ensure the safety of you and your loved ones." Jiang Tian tugged at Huo Zheng's sleeve. clearly unwilling to have someone come to her home for protection. Her island space was meant to remain confidential. Why would she consent to having someone invade her privacy? Wasn't that merely inviting trouble? Huo Zheng gently squeezed Jiang Tian's hand, reassuring her not to worry. She addressed the staff, stating that there was no need for a home visit. It would suffice for the patrol officers to observe and pay attention to their residents during their routine patrols. Should any unlawful individuals appear, she requested their assistance in apprehending them. Huo Zheng and Song Hui joined the survivor base's official operations, and the staff smoothly finalized their contracts, agreeing to commence work the following day before taking their leave. With their job secured and their home now safeguarded, the two couldn't help but smile. Jiang and Zhou adjusted their plans, deciding against visiting the task hall to accept assignments. Instead, they intended to stay home to accompany Jiang Tian, while Song Hui and Song Yu collaborated on constructing a house, expediting the completion of the second floor. This would allow for earlier renovations and a prompt transition to living upstairs. Chapter 93. Work. Song Hui and Huo Zheng embarked on a new chapter of their lives. Engaging in labor outside, they found a sense of satisfaction in their work amidst the aftermath of the cataclysm. Song Hui, who had always cherished tending to flowers, now found joy in caring for crops, which, in essence, felt quite similar. Moreover, her duties were not particularly taxing. She merely needed to visit the survivor base's farmland in the mornings, afternoons, and evenings, after her powers were restored, to infuse the crops with her abilities, thus accelerating their growth. The sooner they could produce food, the more they could alleviate the food crisis within the survivor base. As a matter of fact, this endeavor also benefited the survivor base and its inhabitants, ultimately serving their own interests. A year had passed since the disaster, halting food production. Currently, the available food outside had dwindled significantly. Many individuals had resorted to cultivating rice and fishing in the river, driven by the dire need for sustenance, prompting them to take matters into their own hands. If this situation persisted, starvation would inevitably claim lives. Despite having settled all debts and possessing the title deeds to their land and home, ensuring that these belonged entirely to their family, they had never faced food scarcity. They appeared healthy and well-nourished, starkly contrasting with other survivors in the base. Should the food crisis worsen and the acidic rain lead to mutations in animals, making resource acquisition increasingly difficult, their family might soon attract unwanted attention. What would they do when others besieged them, demanding food? The paramount concern remained ensuring that the other survivors in the base could also access food and no longer suffer from hunger. Only by addressing the sustenance issues of others could they remain inconspicuous. Song Hui's long-standing worries were finally alleviated upon successfully awakening her plant growth abilities and securing a position in the survivor base. With the inhabitants well-fed, their family would no longer stand out. The durian trees, bearing small fruits, will have to grow at their own pace. Once her powers became more abundant, she could gradually allocate some of her energy to nurture the crops at home. Initially, it was possible to absorb the strength from the crystal nuclei of mutated creatures to restore her abilities. However, the mutated animal nuclei acquired during the attack by the mutated rats had already been depleted. With 3 individuals and 4 mutated animals, the distribution left little for each person. As for venturing outside to undertake missions and slay mutated creatures to acquire crystal cores, their household currently lacks individuals suitable for such tasks. It would be quite unwise to send Song Shi outside the survivor base to hunt these aberrant beasts, a decision that would raise concerns for anyone. Jiang Tian found herself craving durian, yet she understood that such desires could not be rushed. She did not wish to burden her mother unduly. Her sole aspiration was for the message she had previously submitted to the staff at the service hall to be validated promptly, thereby facilitating the promotion of the mutated animal cores within the survivor base. This would allow them to procure the mutated animal cores through proper channels. In the future, when Song Hui sought to restore her abilities and utilize these cores for the plants at home, it would greatly ease the process. Jiang Tian possesses 2 mutated fire-type huskies. Previously, they accompanied her outside to collect the remains of mutated mice, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Deep down, She harbors a slight desire to embark on missions outside the survivor base with her two extraordinary huskies. However, her companions, including Song Hui, harbor reservations. Initially, the survivor base was solely inhabited by mutated mice, whose combat capabilities were well understood. Yet venturing beyond the confines of the base introduces the possibility of encountering various other mutated creatures. They are certainly aware that Jiang Tian can retreat into the island space, ensuring her safety without question. Nevertheless, considering the unforeseen circumstances, they prefer to wait for other supernatural beings from the base to venture out a few times to assess the situation thoroughly. Jiang Tian had no choice but to remain at the survivor base, diligently working alongside Jiang Yuzhou and Song Shi to construct buildings. One might say she transformed her sorrow into the motivation to build. Before long, they had completed the second floor, leaving only the exterior and interior walls to be plastered. While Song Hui found her tasks within the survivor base to be relatively effortless, Huo Zheng faced a more arduous experience. His healing abilities, initially limited in the extent of injuries they could mend, were purposefully honed through rigorous practice at the base. Gradually, he trained to heal everything from minor scratches to significant wounds, with the hope that his healing powers would grow stronger. This was the intention of the survivor base, and it mirrored Huo Zheng's own aspirations. He too yearned for his healing abilities to reach new heights. While he did not aspire to resurrect the dead, he at least wished to possess the capacity to mend substantial injuries. Jiang Tian couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for Huo Zheng, wishing for him to ease his burdens. However, he merely smiled and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead. Sensing his determination, she refrained from further persuasion. A week passed in such a manner, and, at last, the survivors' base collectively unveiled the discovery of crystalline cores from mutated creatures, which held the potential to restore and enhance their supernatural abilities. Jiang Tian, as the provider of information, was also rewarded with 20 mutant animal crystals from the survivor base. The generosity of the base was quite astonishing, and she was genuinely delighted by this unexpected gift. Jiang Tian, finding no use for these mutated animal cores, nonetheless decided to distribute them equally among the supernatural beings in her household and the mutated creatures. However, this time, she bestowed the mutated animal cores solely upon 2 transformed huskies, withholding them from the 2 mutated ducks. Jiang Tian gently patted the head of the mutated husky, feeling a surge of excitement as she recalled that her family had finally consented to her undertaking missions and engaging in combat with mutated creatures. At last, she would have the opportunity to venture beyond the confines of the survivor base. Having spent so long within its walls, it felt akin to inhabiting an unreal paradise. Chapter 94. Jiang Tian, accompanied by her 2 mutated huskies, climbed into the van, instructing the dogs to take their seats in the rear. She intended to occupy the driver's seat. However, before she could settle in, she noticed the young Song Shi dashing out of the room, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Sister, I want to see the survivor base outside too." Despite Song Shi's extraordinary abilities, her tender age rendered the outside world perilous. Jiang Tian wished to shield her from the terrifying realities of a post-apocalyptic world for a while longer, allowing her to remain an innocent child, free from worry. Moreover, this expedition was fraught with danger, with only the 2 huskies possessing any significant combat capability. Taking Song Shi along would compromise her safety. Song Shi tugged at Jiang Tian's hand, pleading, "Sister, please, I really want to go. I want to see the outside too. Besides, didn't you say that I need to train my magic?" Jiang Tian gazed at Song Shi, fearing that her heart would soften and lead her to acquiesce. Upon seeing her aunt, Song Yu, emerge, she quickly sought assistance, exclaiming, "Aunt, what should we do?" Song Shi, too, turned to her mother, raising her hands to her chest in a gesture of supplication. "Mother, please allow my sister to take me outside. The world beyond is fraught with peril, and that is all the more reason for me to become stronger swiftly, isn't it?" Although she had felt a pang of fear upon encountering the mutated rats, the thought of her bold sister, who also wielded magic, inspired her resolve to embody a similar coolness. As a magical girl endowed with extraordinary powers, She viewed herself as a champion of justice destined to vanquish the forces of darkness. Encouraged by this self-motivation, Songshi eagerly grasped Jiang Tian's hand, yearning to venture outside together. Songyu, observing her daughter's fervor, felt a sense of helplessness. She was not entirely in favor of this escapade. After all, what if her young daughter were to get injured outside the base? She had heard accounts from those who had ventured beyond, revealing that the current state of the world was not as dire as one might imagine. The mutated rats, snakes, birds, and rabbits were merely in the early stages of their transformations, their powers not exceedingly formidable, making them relatively manageable to confront. Yet, Songyu remained apprehensive about the potential dangers her daughter might face. With a sigh of resignation, Songyu added, "Indeed, it would be best if you do not go out this time. Let your sister scout the situation first. If it proves safe, we can consider taking you outside in the future." Songshi pouted, sensing from the expressions of Jiang Tian and Songyu that their plans for this outing had faltered. Nevertheless, she refrained from persistent pleading, instead securing a promise for the next occasion. "All right then, sister, you must remember to take me with you next time." Jiang Tian winked at her, assuring that there would be no issue next time, provided the situation outside remained favorable. However, if danger lurked beyond, and even with 2 mutated huskies by her side, she would have no choice but to retreat into the island space. Thus she would refrain from taking Songshi out, for fear of her getting hurt. Songshi nodded, raising her hand. "Sister, you promised, let us make a pact." Jiang Tian could not help but chuckle. "Very well, let's make a pact." Jiang Tian and she made a pact and boarded her van. She drove towards the survivor base, accompanied by 2 visibly excited mutated huskies. The 2 huskies perched at the windows, gazing at the scenery outside, their tails wagging as they barked joyfully. It is evident that, much like humans, animals have suffered immensely from the extreme weather over the past year, starving to death, freezing in the cold, and succumbing to the heat. Yet outside, there was no shortage of lively mutated creatures. Jiang Tian had not ventured far when a mutated rabbit suddenly appeared before her, obstructing her path. The creature approached with the intent of challenging them. Without hesitation, she rolled down the window and called upon her 2 mutated huskies, Demao and Air Mao, entrusting them with the task ahead. The 2 huskies, seemingly understanding the situation, leapt out of the open window and dashed directly toward the mutated rabbit. Having been confined within the survivor base, they had only encountered mutated mice earlier, and had since longed for a worthy opponent among the mutated creatures to hone their skills and enhance their abilities. Upon witnessing the 2 huskies leap out of the car window, Jiang Tian swiftly closed the rear window, lest she inadvertently allow other mutated creatures to invade the van. In such a scenario, she would find herself utterly helpless, as an ordinary person devoid of any supernatural abilities. Her sole purpose for venturing outside the survivor base was to provide her 2 huskies with some exercise. However, on her own, she was hardly a match for these aberrant beasts. Jiang Tian gazed through the car window, observing the 2 mutated huskies engaged in a fierce skirmish with a mutated rabbit outside. In her mind, she mused that the adversary was merely a single mutated rabbit, while she commanded 2 formidable huskies. Surely, one rabbit could not possibly match the strength of her 2 huskies. The pair of huskies unleashed fireballs towards the mutated rabbit, only to discover that it was no ordinary creature, but a wind element rabbit. As the fireballs hurtled towards it, the rabbit lifted a leg, summoning a wild gust that redirected the flames back toward the huskies. The retaliatory fireballs narrowly missed, igniting the 2 huskies. Jiang Tian felt a surge of anxiety within the confines of the car, acutely aware that the visibly mutated rabbits were far more formidable than the mutated mice. She silently fretted for her 2 huskies, pondering whether they could emerge victorious. Chapter 95. The 2 mutated huskies swiftly dodged, evading the fireball that came hurtling back at them. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Tian exhaled in relief. Huskies possess an exceptionally strong predatory instinct and have a particular penchant for teasing small creatures. At least, that is the case with her 2 at home. Earlier, they had frolicked on the beach, where the waves had washed ashore various seafood, only to meet their demise beneath the paws of the 2 canines, not to mention their initial fascination with teasing the 2 ducks. It It was only after she confined the ducks together for their well-being that the situation improved. Now, the two ducks have undergone a transformation into mutated aquatic ducks, which she has since released. Presently, the huskies and the transformed ducks frequently engage in playful antics. The huskies launch fireballs at the ducks, while the ducks retaliate by spraying water at the huskies. This interplay of fire and water creates a delightful stalemate, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Nevertheless, her two mutated huskies have gleaned some practical combat experience. They encircle a mutated rabbit, unleashing fireballs from either side, compelling the rabbit to defend one flank while neglecting the other. Eventually, a fireball strikes the mutated rabbit, igniting its once fluffy white fur into flames. Jiang Tian observed the live broadcast of the mutated husky battling against the mutated rabbit, gradually feeling more at ease. She pondered the situation. After all, she had two huskies at home. Even if this mutated rabbit possessed wind-based abilities, the sheer number of her huskies would suffice to defeat it, alleviating any need for anxiety or fear. The two huskies, having vanquished the mutated rabbit, did not cease their pursuit. They dashed toward the fallen creature, raising their sharp claws to greet it. They tore the mutated rabbit into several pieces, treating it as a trophy, devouring every morsel. The only remnant left was a small mutated rabbit crystal core, which Demount delicately picked up and brought to Jiang Tian. She felt a surge of emotion, realizing that her huskies managed to finish the rabbit in merely 2 minutes, yet still remembered to leave the crystal core for her instead of consuming it themselves. She opened the car door, and a mouse swiftly jumped inside, followed closely by Airmao. The three of them, along with the two huskies, crowded into the compact driver's seat, creating a rather cramped atmosphere. Jiang Quan found himself squeezed as he accepted the crystal core from Demao, gesturing toward the passenger seat. He said, "Demao, Airmao, why don't you sit over there?" The two huskies promptly hopped into the passenger seat, squeezing in together. With the space beside Jiang Quan now more spacious, he remarked to them, "If you find it too cramped, feel free to sit in the back." With the delightful huskies having dispatched the mutated rabbit, the path ahead was clear, and they resumed their journey in the van, seeking the next mutated creature. After driving for quite some time, however, they encountered no solitary mutated animals. Instead, they observed nearby abilities users engaged in hunting mutated creatures. Naturally, those mutated animals already targeted by others were not suitable for the huskies to confront, as they would be encroaching upon another's quarry. Jiang Tian could only drive the van a little further until they encountered a mutated sparrow. This audacious creature circled in the sky, believing that its elevated position granted it an advantage over all adversaries. It defiantly released its droppings onto her van, inciting Jiang Tian's ire. The two dogs, Demao and Airmao, seated in the passenger seat, also perceived this as a provocation, barking loudly in a fervent plea to be let out to confront the mutated sparrow. Jiang Tian naturally acquiesced, opening the passenger window for the two huskies, allowing them to leap out. The mutated sparrow had been persistently taunting, entirely oblivious to the fireballs hurtling toward it. Consequently, when a colossal fireball was launched at the mutated sparrow, it could only swiftly alter its course. The fireball approached with such swiftness that the mutated sparrow was unable to evade in time, singeing some of the feathers on its wings. Jiang Tian gazed with satisfaction at her two huskies, who were barking excitedly. Above, a mutated sparrow circled, its once proud feathers now singed, and fury surged within it as it began to screech incessantly. The sparrow's call, already grating, became even more irksome, as if its voice could disturb the very peace of mind of those nearby. Perhaps this avian creature possessed an ability akin to sound wave attacks. However, given its recent mutation, the potency of its sonic assault was rather feeble. Moreover, hovering in the air, it maintained a considerable distance from the two altered huskies. As the two huskies whirled about, having adapted to the sparrow's sound wave onslaught, they resumed launching fireballs at the creature. This time, the mutated sparrow was prepared, swiftly evading the incoming fireballs, causing the huskies' attacks to miss entirely. The sparrow chirped triumphantly a few times, seemingly reveling in its success. Incensed, The two huskies unleashed a barrage of fireballs with renewed vigor. The intensity of their assault escalated, especially with the combined force of their dual fireballs, leaving the sparrow with no avenue of escape. Ultimately, the sparrow was caught off guard and struck by a massive fireball from airmail, plummeting from the sky. Being diminutive in size, unlike the larger mutated rabbits, Demao graciously refrained from claiming the sparrow's flesh, allowing airmail to devour it whole. It was only after airmail had finished consuming the entire sparrow that it remembered the matter of the mutated crystal core. As Jiang Tian opened the van door, airmail leaped inside, looking up at her with an innocent expression, as if to convey that it was not intentional. Merely a moment of impatience that had led to its forgetfulness. What other options does Jiang Tian have? She might as well take out the crystal core of that mutated rabbit. Since Mao has already consumed one crystal core, it is only fair that this one be given to Mao. Chapter 96. The crystal core of mutated animals was originally obtained by these two mutated huskies, and thus it rightfully belongs to them for absorption. Moreover, only when these two mutated huskies grow sufficiently powerful can they better safeguard them. Jiang Tian remains quite clear-headed regarding this matter. She would never consider hoarding the precious cores obtained from the two mutated huskies or handing them over to Song Hui and Huo Zheng. Otherwise, if this continues, the mutated huskies would fail to advance, their abilities stagnating, ultimately leading to their own detriment. However, it is essential to train them consciously, encouraging them to present the cores to her for equitable distribution. If they become accustomed to consuming the cores themselves, even if they defeat numerous mutated creatures in the future, they would still instinctively devour the cores. Thus, a reasonable allocation of the cores is crucial, as ingesting an excessive number at once is not advisable. Moreover, if these two huskies consume all the cores, there will be none left for others. The two mutated huskies have already faced two opponents in quick succession, and their abilities have been significantly depleted, leaving them visibly fatigued. Meanwhile, within the survivor base, Song Hui and Zhou are expressing concern for Jiang Tian, who has ventured outside. They perceive the multitude of mutated creatures lurking beyond the safety of the base, and given that Jiang Tian has yet to awaken any powers, relying solely on the protection of the two mutated huskies makes them uneasy. Although they know that Jiang Tian can retreat to the island space in times of danger, and that the two huskies are formidable in their own right, the fact that their daughter is alone outside, facing threats, fills them with incessant worry. She scrutinizes Jiang Tian with concern and inquires, "Sweetheart, how are you faring outside? Have you sustained any injuries?" Jiang Tian had just opened the car door and stepped out when she felt the warmth of Song Hui's concern, which made her heart swell with a sense of comfort, albeit tinged with a hint of exasperation. "Mom, I'm fine. Let us head inside to talk." In her perspective, the events that had transpired throughout the day were not of great significance, nor were they particularly perilous. She believed that discussing her observations would be more fitting within the confines of their home, rather than standing outside. The two of them walked towards the house and entered the room. Hearing the commotion, Song Shi approached, eager to glean insights about the happenings outside. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu and Zhou, who were occupied upstairs, also made their way down. In truth, they had all been quite concerned for Jiang Tian, though they had not expressed their worries as openly as Song Hui. Now, apart from Huo Zheng at the survivor base, their family was nearly complete. Jiang Tian had been outside for quite some time. As she gazed upon her family, she retrieved some snacks from the storeroom of the island space and shared them with those present. Gradually, she began to recount her experiences, revealing that the outside world was, in fact, relatively safe. With Demao and Mao by her side for protection, she felt entirely secure. Upon hearing their names mentioned, the two huskies barked twice, as if to assure everyone that there was no cause for concern. Jiang Tian smiled gently and nodded at them. She continued, "After I drove the van out, I encountered a mutated rabbit. It appeared to be a wind-type rabbit, which proved quite troublesome at first. However, it was no match for Demao and Mao." Song Shi listened with great interest, nodding frequently. Upon hearing Jiang Tian's casual recounting, Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou gradually relaxed as well. Jiang Tian, after recounting the tale of the mutant rabbit, proceeded to narrate her encounter with a peculiar mutant sparrow. This sparrow, at first, exhibited a brazen demeanor, even defiling the window of my van with its droppings. It seemed to believe that by perching in the sky, it was beyond our reach. Song, she eagerly interjected, "Sister, what happened next?" Jiang Tian, without any preamble, candidly expressed her inability to continue, which provoked Demao and Mao, inciting them to descend and confront the mutated sparrows. I instructed Demao and Mao to disembark, only to discover that the two mutated sparrows employed sound as their means of attack. Song, she nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at grains. Jiang Tian unwrapped a bag of potato chips and took a bite, the incessant crunching sound proving to be somewhat irksome, serving little purpose beyond that. Subsequently, Demao and Mao became adept at anticipating the tactics of the mutated sparrows, swiftly overcoming them in battle. Song, she's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "How wonderful! Demao and Mao are truly impressive." She leapt from her chair to pet Demao and Mao, her affection for these two huskies rising several notches. For they were indeed splendid dogs capable of confronting the corrupted creatures outside. Jiang Tian, while munching on potato chips, suddenly recalled something and continued her discourse. "Therefore, dear parents, there is no need for concern. I have remained inside that vehicle the entire time and have not disembarked. You need not worry about my safety. With Demao and Mao guarding me, I have not encountered those mutated creatures at all. I am utterly safe." Upon hearing her words, they could only nod in agreement. Jiang remarked to Zhou, "This is merely the beginning. It would only be considered satisfactory if we can maintain this momentum. Do not let your guard down when you step outside. It is prudent to remain vigilant in all matters." Jiang Tian blinked her eyes and said, "Dad, I understand that safety is of utmost importance." She valued her life dearly, having narrowly escaped the sorrowful conclusion of her dreams. She naturally wished to live well with her parents. In Chapter 97, Song Yu gradually felt at ease. After repeated reassurances from Song Shi, she finally consented to allow Jiang Tian to take Song Shi outside the survivor base for a glimpse of the world beyond. Song Shi could be considered the youngest ability user in the family, yet she also possessed the strongest powers. However, this formidable ability was still untested, and she might not yet surpass the two mutated huskies in strength. At the outset, Jiang Tian entrusted the two mutated huskies to assist Song Shi in dealing with mutated creatures. Lacking any awakened abilities herself, she would be unable to aid Song Shi should they encounter an attack from these creatures. Thus, Song Shi needed to grow stronger gradually, protected by the huskies, until she could face challenges independently. Fortunately, Song Shi exhibited a natural talent in this regard. After engaging in several skirmishes with mutated creatures, she began to accumulate experience. No longer awkward, she gradually learned to confront these creatures with composure. Meanwhile, the mutated cores that Song Shi successfully hunted were carefully extracted and stored by her. However, the carcasses of the creatures were surrendered to the two huskies as sustenance. Ever since the huskies tasted the flesh of the mutated animals, they had forsaken dog food in favor of this new diet. Jiang Tian's two huskies primarily absorb the crystal cores themselves, though she allocates them judiciously, ensuring they do not consume an excessive quantity at once. Occasionally, she might also share a few with the two mutated ducks. As for Huo Zheng and Song Hui, who work at the survivor base, she need not concern herself with them. The survivor base is even more invested in the enhancement of their abilities, providing crystal cores specifically for their absorption, thereby aiding in the construction of the base. Thus, Jiang Tian only needs to focus on nurturing her two huskies, allowing them to grow stronger continuously. After Jiang Yu and Song Yu completed the renovations on the second floor of their home, a sense of ennui began to settle upon them. Occasionally, they expressed a desire to accompany Jiang Tian and Song Shi to venture outside the survivor base. After all, since the acid rain, they had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the survivor base. Having remained within those walls for so long, they yearned to explore and witness the current state of the outside world. Moreover, with two mutated ducks at home, they could also engage in some training for them. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment, refraining from hastily agreeing. She first took 2 mutated ducks to the outskirts of the survivor base for training, instructing them on how to combat the mutated creatures outside. Only after enhancing their combat experience did she consent to Jiang Yuzhou and Song Yu's request. Though they possessed no supernatural abilities, having a well-trained mutated animal allowed them to venture beyond the survivor base for confrontations. Meanwhile, Song Hui tended to the farmland within the survivor base, which had thrived under her plant growth abilities, yielding several bountiful harvests. The maturation of these crops significantly alleviated the collective food crisis faced by the survivors. With the food shortage mitigated, the inhabitants of the survivor base began to consider exchanging their meat supplies for that of the mutated animals outside. While mutated rats were unpalatable to anyone, mutated rabbits, pigs, cattle, and sheep remained worthy of consideration. The mutated pig that Jiang Tian initially brought to deliver messages to the service hall has now been well cared for at the survivor's base. It seems that after the acid rain, the mutated specimen has transformed into a truly anomalous swine. The most significant change observed in this creature is its enhanced reproductive capability. Upon learning of the situation, Jiang Tian discreetly sent a boar to the survivor's base, facilitating breeding and the production of offspring. With the availability of both meat and vegetables, the diet of the survivors gradually improved. One by one, they transformed from their previous gaunt appearances to rosy-cheeked individuals. The nutritional intake of everyone became adequate, and Jiang Tian's family no longer drew excessive attention within the base. Subsequently, they sold a batch of vegetable, fruit, and seasoning seeds at the trading market, effectively resolving the food issues within the survivors' base. The inhabitants began to thrive, and the long-desired unified currency was realized, with crystal cores now serving as their medium of exchange. The various grades of crystal cores were distinguished by their colors, each representing different values. These cores could only be sourced from the brains of mutated animals outside, ensuring their authenticity. As long as those with abilities were willing to venture out for hunting to procure crystal cores, they could exchange them for the necessary supplies and sustenance, thus securing a comfortable daily existence. Ordinary individuals, despite their inability to hunt, also engaged in various occupations. They could open restaurants within the survivor's base, cultivate the fields, or undertake construction tasks from the mission hall. Such industrious individuals never faced challenges in securing 3 meals a day. Huo Zheng and Song Hui's abilities continued to advance. While Song Shi trained outside the survivor's base, steadily enhancing her powers until she eventually entered the ranking of the base's extraordinary individuals. When the new year arrived, despite the absence of fireworks and firecrackers for celebration, they found ways to hang couplets. They cleaned their home thoroughly and prepared a sumptuous feast, gathering together to celebrate the arrival of the new year. Cheers! Cheers! This year, Jiang Tian's family moved into the survivor's base, establishing a new home filled with harmony. They all felt that this was more precious than anything else. Jiang Tian gazed at her family gathered around the table, sharing a meal, and felt profoundly fortunate. Fortunate to be bound to the island's space. Fortunate to possess foresight into her future. Now, they had irrevocably altered the course of what lay ahead. Chapter 98 years after the apocalypse, the survivor base had undergone a remarkable transformation, no longer resembling the primitive conditions of its inception. Various residential and office buildings had been constructed, and even some recreational facilities had emerged. This survivor base subtly regained the semblance of life before the catastrophe. The survivors wore smiles upon their faces, filled with aspirations for a brighter future. The natural disasters that plagued the early days of the apocalypse had all but vanished. Their only challenge now lay in contending with the mutated creatures outside. Such days were not excessively arduous. In addition to Song Hui, more individuals with awakened botanical abilities had gradually joined the survivor base, ensuring that food cultivation could sustain itself. At the very least, they no longer had to worry about starvation. Other industries, such as clothing and healthcare, were slowly reviving, though the resurgence of the medical sector proved to be the most challenging. The ravages of the earthquake had rendered all medical equipment in hospitals inoperative, and it was now impossible to restore them. Consequently, The recovering hospitals primarily employed doctors who treated common ailments for the impoverished citizens who possessed healing abilities. For serious illnesses, however, there remained no viable means of treatment. The Jiang family, blessed with the presence of Huo Zheng, a healer endowed with extraordinary abilities, need not fret over health concerns. However, it is worth noting that such healers are not omnipotent and cannot remedy every ailment. For instance, the vasectomy that Huo Zheng underwent prior to the natural calamity remains beyond the scope of his healing powers. Jiang Yuzhou and Song Hui believe that the present era has become peaceful, allowing them the opportunity to welcome a child into their lives, thus securing a source of support for the future. Jiang Tian smiled gently. Addressing her parents, I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. As for the future, we still have a Mao and heir Mao, don't we? She had not given much thought to bearing children herself. The notion of enduring 10 months of pregnancy and the agony of childbirth was something she found hard to accept. However, they already had Song Shi, which sufficed for their needs, didn't it? She understood her parents' concerns. They were apprehensive about her and Huo Zheng lacking support in a century's time. Yet by then, Song Shi would still be present, and moreover, they need not rely on anyone else, as they had 2 extraordinary huskies to safeguard them. If all else fails, they could always retreat to their island space, which had already been splendidly developed. Jiang Tian's resolve was unwavering, and both Song Hui and Jiang Yuzhou could only nod in agreement, conceding, very well, you may decide for yourselves. When Jiang Tian is not out on a mission, she often invites Jiang Yuzhou and Song Yu to join her in the construction of their island retreat within the island space. The quaint villas have already been established there, and compared to their previous accommodations in the mobile homes, these have become a far more comfortable residence, reminiscent of seaside properties before the calamity. The years that have passed since the disaster have allowed the once young Song Shi to mature gradually. Having been well protected by her family in her early years, she has now begun to undertake missions, enhancing her abilities to safeguard her loved ones. Mom, how about we have braised mutant rabbit meat for dinner today? This time, I carefully controlled my powers, ensuring the rabbit's fur remained unscathed. The meat will surely be much more tender than before. Song Shi's growth into a dependable adult brings immense satisfaction to Song Yu. With her daughter as formidable abilities, she feels reassured about Song Shi's future. All right, I will prepare shortly. Your uncle will cook for you when he arrives. The culinary responsibilities in their household continue to lie with Jiang Yuzhou and Huo Zheng, a dynamic that remains unchanged regardless of whether one possesses awakened powers. The aroma of delicious dishes fills the air as plates are served, and the family gathers once more around the table, each face adorned with smiles. In these times of turmoil, the apocalypse can no longer threaten their well-being. Their future only promises to grow brighter.